Leppenheim, the capital of the Antares Empire, is submerged in a sea of fire and dust at sunset. A gigantic dragon-like creature roars with an earth-shaking rumble, radiating glowing orange energy. The monster strikes the ground with force, crushing soldiers under its feet in a terrifying explosion. Other monstrous dragons appear amidst the ruined city, facing the trembling, defending soldiers. A human king cannot believe his army of 2 million men has been defeated, while a soldier reports 200,000 dead and 300,000 wounded. A knight flatters the king, declaring that this is the end of the Demon King and that the heroes will purify the world thanks to his majesty's incomparable wisdom. Inside the great demonic palace Garak, the heart of the empire, lies a magnificent hall called the Abyss Hall. The hero Alex Bonja points forward and shouts that the Demon King's crimes will end today. Along with his group of heroes, Alex declares that the time has come for the Demon King to return to the darkness. The person sitting on the throne is called the Demon King Leppenhard, Emperor of the Antares Empire, Leppenhard Waldentears. Cyrus the Star Sword raises his Thunder Sword, swearing to destroy the Demon King and put an end to this dark empire. Emperor Leppenhard appears annoyed, wondering why they keep calling his empire dark when it has a completely normal name, Antares, where the sun and moon rise like anywhere else. Tezcan the Fist King shouts that Leppenhardt's dark empire nurtures demonic monsters, and that these will disappear when he dies. Leppenhardt mocks in his thoughts, considering that he only taught those creatures human tactics, and that it is ridiculous they call it corruption. Leppenhardt sits on the throne and asks in a deep voice if his 4 warlords have already fallen. Cyrus confirms that that filthy orc was no match for his sword. Leppenhardt screams in pain and rage upon learning that the powerful orc warrior Tacit is dead. He remembers that orcs are a loyal and innocent people, wondering why humans call them monsters when they only protect the weak and oppose the strong. Tezcan crosses his arms and declares that the vile troll has also paid the price, making Leppenhardt realize with horror that Guru Atilka has also sacrificed his life. Leppenhardt sheds tears as he remembers the trolls, a tribe that venerates nature and spirits, suffering because they are called vile. Ellen the Saint joins her hands in prayer, saying that the evil dwarf who worshipped the god of darkness has also been led onto the right path. Leppenhardt covers his face in pain, unable to believe that McKellen is also dead and wondering since when the dwarves' god Alpor has been called the god of darkness. The light mage Jade Arclight complacently declares having sent the evil dark elf to the afterlife, claiming she was no match for his magic. The image of the dark elf Cirrus appears in the mind of Leppenhardt, who is completely horrified. Leppenhardt roars in anger, his body enveloped in dark energy. You dared to kill Cirrus? Do you really crave death that much? The group of heroes faces Leppenhardt. One of them says that now is when he reveals his true face as the Demon King and that the dark elf deserves no mercy. Leppenhardt explains with irritation that she was not a dark elf, but a pure-blooded high elf with dark skin because humans had pushed her into sunny wastelands. The young blonde warrior leading the group of heroes raises his sword and declares he will bring peace to the souls of the deceased. Leppenhardt smiles macabrely with black blood streaming from his eyes and asks, "And who will bring peace to the souls of the other races that have been slaughtered?" The blonde warrior shouts, calling Leppenhardt vile and blaming him, saying if it weren't for his demonic power, those creatures would not have been corrupted. Leppenhardt turns away, realizing that this conversation is useless and will lead nowhere. Leppenhardt monologues internally that for them, the other races are just slaves or evil creatures that must be destroyed. Leppenhardt looks sideways with a determined gaze, thinking then. Leppenhardt roars, releasing a gigantic stream of dark energy and declares, "I will become the Demon King you want." The violent explosion of dark energy throws the heroes away. A tear rolls down Leppenhardt's cheek as he begins to tell his story. "My name is Leppenhardt." In the flashback, a younger Leppenhardt appears among complex magic circles, introducing himself as a normal great sorcerer. The flashback shows how humans treated other races, elves as servants, dwarves as slave miners, orcs as laborers, and trolls used to make medicines. Leppenhardt, in the past, finds himself in the middle of an ancient ruin, recounting that he was surprised to discover the hidden injustice in his forgotten culture. Young Leppenhardt speaks with a group of orcs, showing he had begun to learn and interact with the oppressed races. Lepenhart recounts that he learned the way of life of other races, such as the orcs that surrounded him. By combining the elemental magic of the elves and the sorcery of the trolls, he became the first in history to use 10th circle magic. He tells how his values changed, and unable to bear how other races were treated as slaves, he began to rescue them. He remembers with panic how humans began sending armed knights to invade their lands, forcing them to move and fight constantly. Although they only defended themselves, their territory expanded more and more reluctantly as more people flocked to them. Finally, the Empire. Antares was born amidst the cheers of the races. He claims that he built the nation not out of hatred for humans, but out of the belief that all intelligent creatures are equal. But the result he obtained was a bloody massacre, with the image of his empire submerged in a sea of fire and death. The humans believed the empire's prosperity was due to the demon king's evil magic, using that as a pretext for their actions. He shouts with indignation that this was no reason to murder his innocent citizens and comrades. Would you like me to translate another scene or adjust the tone of these subtitles for a specific audience? As a ruler, Lepenhart declares he will protect the empire and break all laws that allow his people to be killed to establish a new order. The blonde hero screams in pain as he is fiercely attacked by Lepenhart's dark power. His gauntlets shatter into pieces under the magical attack. When the hero falls, Tezcan screams his name, Alex. Lepenhart sheds tears while mocking Alex, saying he was good at both swordsmanship and magic, but truly mastered neither, and that in reality, only specialists succeed. He acknowledges that the only one left is the powerful Tezcan, the Fist King, with unmatched strength and endurance. Lepenhart thinks to himself that while he had dealt with the others, Tezcan was a completely different opponent. Tezcan lunges, throwing a punch of explosive energy toward Lepenhart. Lepenhart realizes that his opponent is someone who has focused on a single skill his entire life, so defeating him will not be easy. Tezcan's punch is so powerful it destroys a nearby tower, demonstrating his terrifying power. Lepenhart stood atop the ruined steps with dark energy emanating all around him. A close-up of Lepenhart's sharp and determined gaze as he faced his enemy. Tezcan tensed his muscles, leaping through the air to attack Lepenhart from above. Lepenhart raised a hand, creating a barrier of dark magic to defend against the attack. Tezcan roared, "Victory is ours, Demon King Lepenhart," and threw a burning punch. Tezcan's punch impacted the barrier with force, making him grit his teeth from the pressure. Tezcan stood firm amidst the smoke, mocking Lepenhart. "Is that all? I stopped it with my magic," while Lepenhart coughed blood. Gravely injured, Lepenhart thought to himself in despair that his spine was shattered, and he had no chance of defeating the Fist King. Tezcan slowly approached Lepenhart, who was standing on the edge of the wall, and said, "I will send you to a place of peace." Lepenhart seemed dejected, admitting bitterly, "Fine, you've won. It must feel great." Tezcan looked down with a solemn expression, declaring that now the others would be freed from their evil nature and return to their true selves. The eyes of Lepenhart flashed with shock and ire at Tezcan's words. Lepenhart grit his teeth, thinking to himself that he had been on the verge of giving up, but now he couldn't. Lepenhart stood up, questioning with indignation. "Evil nature? True self? Are you saying they were born to be slaves?" He held up a glowing orb, explaining in a raspy voice that it was an artifact called the Eye of Space-Time, something not even a 10th circle mage like him could decipher. Tezcan shouted in terror, "What are you going to do?" Lepenhart, with a look of madness, declared he would perform space-time alteration magic, rewinding the caster's time and breaking the natural order of the gods. He shouted, challenging the Fist King to try and stop him. Though he wasn't sure if the magic would activate, he had nothing to lose. Tezcan shouted Lepenhart's name with fury and lunged, his stomp shattering the ground. Lepenhart was enveloped in a brilliant stream of energy as the artifact's magic began to activate. Submerged in the magical light, Tezcan roared that he could not die. Lepenhart also grit his teeth, determined not to go down like that. The energy of Lepenhart's magic exploded violently, engulfing him and the lunging Tezcan. A gigantic sphere of light formed, cracking the surrounding space. Two streams of power collided, creating a terrifying explosion. A blinding white light covered everything, causing the ground to shatter into pieces. The scene changed abruptly to a quiet forest with birdsong. A cozy wooden cabin appeared in the middle of the forest under the morning sunlight. Inside the house, someone gradually woke up, feeling warmth and comfort. A pair of yellow eyes opened slowly. The person wondered, "Am I still alive?" He was surprised to realize the space-time magic had actually worked, even though he had only partially deciphered it. He sat up in bed and wondered where he was, as this place was not in his memories. Touching his short red hair, he wondered in confusion how old he was now. He looked stunned at his body full of scars and bulging muscles, wondering why a mage needed six-pack abs. He remembered the old days when, with his dandy appearance, he had conquered the hearts of many elves. He looked in a mirror with disappointment, wondering what that bland face was and where his sharp features had gone. He speculated if the magic had failed or if his soul had been swapped with someone else's. He observed the features of his new face more closely. Thick brown eyebrows and eyes that looked very fierce. He noticed he had a stubbornly tight mouth and thought that if his body were bigger and he had more of a beard, he would look exactly like. He realized with horror that he was in the body of the young Fist King, Tezcan. A voice echoed from outside. Tezcan the Slacker. While Leppenheart, in the body of young Tezcan, was in front of the mirror, a man, stout with graying hair, appeared at the door, roaring that the sun was already high. The man burst into the room and scolded young Tezcan for still being at home. He placed a hand on young Tezcan's shoulder and said enthusiastically, "Come on, let's start the day with a big smile on our lips." Leppenheart stammered in terror, asking who the man was and thinking to himself that he was a monster. The man found his reaction strange, and Leppenheart claimed he truly didn't know who he was. The man sighed, called him Tezcan, and said that the memory loss excuse had already been used twice and wouldn't work on him. He grabbed Leppenheart's head roughly. While dragging Leppenheart, he declared they were going to the training ground, which made him shout in terror, "Wait, what training? For what?" Leppenheart silently deduced from the context that this man must be Tezcan's master, which meant he was the strongest warrior on the continent. It was revealed that the man was the former Fist King, Gerard Cromproteus. Leppenheart was tied to a tree, pleading with the old man in a panic to listen to him. Gerard covered his mouth and grumbled that he had talked too much today. With a bundle of bamboo rods in hand, Gerard declared the day's training was beginning. Leppenheart widened his eyes in horror, gagged, and tied up. Gerard began to strike Leppenheart's body forcefully with the bamboo rods. Leppenheart suffered extreme pain, with tears and saliva flying everywhere. His body was marked with red welts, and he shook incessantly while Leppenheart thought in despair. What the hell is going on? Gerard showed no mercy, continuing to deal devastating blows. Amidst pain that made him feel on the brink of death, Leppenheart burst into tears and thought of Cirrus. "Cirrus, I'm afraid this is the end of me." As he delivered a blow, Gerard thought something was wrong today. Tezcan's body seemed softer than usual. He wondered if Tezcan had truly lost his memory, but then considered that his sect's rigorous training could cause temporary amnesia. Gerard smiled disdainfully, thinking that the solution to this problem was quite simple. He continued hitting Tezcan and declared, "The more you're hit, the faster your memory will return," while Leppenheart screamed desperately for help. While striking, Gerard explained that humans are weak and therefore must rely on weapons and armor. But Leppenheart thought to himself what was so stupid about using tools. Gerard roared at the crying Leppenheart that such was only the fallacy of a coward. A true warrior must train and conquer his weaknesses. He declared with eloquence that the human body is like iron. The more it is forged, the harder and stronger it becomes, which Leppenheart considered absurd. Gerard pointed at Leppenheart and said he had chosen him as his disciple, believing his body had no limits and could transform into steel, which terrified Leppenheart. With a pensive expression, Gerard considered that not just anyone could become strong through training alone. He continued, thinking that only the best type of iron could become steel, and he had found that quality in Tezcan. Gerard struck and shouted, asking Leppenheart to think of the vast ocean, a place that absorbs everything without changing, which confused Leppenheart even more. As Leppenheart murmured the word ocean, a fleeting image appeared in his mind, himself in his previous form, standing by the seashore with Cirrus at dusk. Gerard finally stopped and told Leppenheart he could rest, while Leppenheart marveled at still being alive. Leppenheart knelt among the broken bamboo sticks, burst into tears, and thanked his new body for being so strong. Night fell, signaling the end of an infernal day of training. Leppenhart was surprised to see a bathtub filled with expensive herbs like general grass, petal petals, and also healing potions. Submerged in the tub, he mentally calculated the value of the healing potions and considered this even more luxurious than a queen bathing in milk. Leppenhart asked why the medicinal bath had been prepared, to which Gerard replied, "Because iron needs to be tempered after being heated." Leppenhart listened to Gerard explain the method of pushing the body to the limit, and then using energy and medicinal water to regenerate it, helping it become more resilient, and he began to admit it wasn't completely unfounded. He remembered Tescon's truly resilient body when they fought and realized the Fist King must have gone through this training process from a very young age. Leppenhart, in the body of young Tescon, sighed in the herbal bath and thought to himself, "Well, now I'm sure I'm in the past." He looked out the window, saw the crescent moon, and wondered what had happened to the Leppenhart of this timeline. He wondered if the young Leppenhart still existed and if two versions of the same soul could coexist in one timeline. With a pensive look, he determined that if that were possible, there would be two scenarios. The first scenario was that he, the Leppenhart of the future in Tescon's body, was coexisting with the young Leppenhart of the present. He continued reflecting on the second scenario, that the body of young Leppenhart now housed the soul of Tescon, the Fist King. While the image of young Leppenhart clutching a stack of books appeared in his mind, the scene changed to Gerard standing over a mountain of giant chicken thighs and roaring at young Tescon to eat them all. Gerard explained that the body needed to replenish nutrients after being pushed to the limit, while young Tescon stuffed himself with food with difficulty. Immediately after, Gerard cheerfully announced they would take a light walk to digest the food and then led them in climbing a steep cliff. "Would you like me to translate more of this story or focus on a specific character's dialogue?" Gerard asked young Tescon if he felt overwhelmed and threatened to continue the morning training, which made him hurriedly shout, "No, master." Young Tescon clung to the cliff while carrying a weight, cursing in silence, not knowing how much longer he would have to endure this brutal training. He woke up in bed exhausted, with the clear awareness of being in the body of young Tescon. His face revealed extreme horror as he realized the harsh truth. Cowering in a corner, Leppenhart murmured that he didn't know how this would affect the future and that he had to escape from that place. He worried about what would happen if his two souls met, fearing both could be destroyed due to the law of uniqueness of the universe. He reassured himself, thinking that young Leppenhart had 10 years left before starting as a mage and that he must now be immersed in books at the Delphi Magic Tower. He thought about the hypothesis of Tescon taking over his body, considering that Tescon would come looking for him but wouldn't be able to do much with that weak body. He burst out laughing, thinking Tescon wouldn't be able to train on his own, but then stopped with the terrifying image of a muscular Tescon using magic and admitted he might find a way. Leppenhart looked out through the crack in the door at night, determined that his top priority was to escape from that hell. Young Tescon made up his mind. "I'll escape tonight. I must get out at all costs," he shouted, horrified to see Gerard sitting on a rock, asking him, "My dear disciple, where do you think you're going?" Young Tescon was astonished when Gerard said indifferently that this was his 9th escape in recent months and that he would likely reach dozen soon. He tried to explain desperately, "The truth is I'm not Tescon. My name is Leppenhart, and I'm a mage." Gerard, with incredulity, asked sarcastically, "Oh, are you going to tell that story this time?" Gerard remembered that last time he had said he came from another world where he met gods and dragons. Young Tescon sighed deeply as Gerard continued recounting another of his stories about being a reincarnated martial arts master from the Eastern continent. Gerard smiled broadly, firmly gripped young Tescon's head with his hand, and said it was time to go back to sleep. Dragged by the head by Gerard, young Tescon cursed under his breath and told himself that although he had failed today, tomorrow he would definitely succeed. Lying on the ground, he bitterly admitted defeat, but vowed he would never give up or be imprisoned there forever. In a comic moment, Gerard appeared from the bushes and said he had also tried every way to escape when he was an apprentice. He imagined Gerard again, appearing underwater with a cheerful expression, saying he perfectly understood his feelings. While being dragged, young Tescon heard Gerard's promise that if he pushed himself a little more, all his efforts would be rewarded. Gerard watched the exhausted young Tezcan and explained that his dojo had anti-escape methods perfected over 130 years, as no apprentice had ever stopped trying to escape. Young Tezcan realized a terrifying truth. Even if he managed to escape, Gerard would hunt him to the ends of the earth. He thought desperately that perhaps it would be easier to ask Gerard for permission to go down the mountain, while his master laughed loudly behind his back. 2 years passed in rigorous training, manifested by an extremely powerful impact. Among broken chains, a voice resonated with pride. "Congratulations, my boy." Young Tezcan stood firm, his body erupting in an aura of golden fire, and recognized that he had finally awakened his power. Gerard was amazed at young Tezcan's achievement, having awakened his aura even before genius, but quickly regained his proud expression and considered it the inevitable result of training. Gerard explained that the aura was born from the will to survive and commented that the spiked mace probably wouldn't cause young Tezcan pain anymore. Gerard threw the mace and announced the transition to the skill training phase, which made young Tezcan secretly rejoice, thinking he would soon learn martial arts and leave the mountain. With a terrifying smile and his hands glowing with aura, Gerard declared the skill training session would be a free spar against him. Young Tezcan was completely paralyzed by his master's horrific proposal. After a piercing scream and a large explosion, another 3 years of infernal training passed. The scene moves to rugged terrain deep in the Raki mountain range south of the kingdom of Basilai. A majestic waterfall fell from a steep cliff. After 3 years, the young Tezcan, with a much more muscular physique, was standing in front of the waterfall. He tensed his fist, which glowed with aura, and shouted the name of the technique. Horn of Calamity. Young Tezcan concentrated all his energy into his arm, preparing to launch the attack. The aura exploded violently around his body as he threw the punch forward. A massive stream of energy was fired from his fist. The punch created a devastating explosion, destroying part of the cliff. Young Tezcan panted, wondering if 3 layers of accumulation were his limit, and feeling he could do better with more practice. Given his destructive result, he decided he must take this secret skill to 4 layers of accumulation. He reflected on the Horn of Calamity skill, which had 9 layers, a strike capable of killing gods, and remembered that Tezcan in his previous life had only reached 7 layers, while his master Gerard had reached 8. Standing on the cliff, young Tezcan remembered his master's condition that he must reach 4 layers to descend the mountain, and realized Gerard had already gone to the village. He looked at his hands, thinking his old self would have seen this as an opportunity to escape, but then decided to stop today's physical training session. Young Tezcan began to recite an incantation in an ancient tongue, and purple magical energy swirled around him as he declared he would seize the void and become the bullet that strikes down enemies. He fired a sphere of purple energy with the air projectile technique, the bullet. Would you like me to continue translating the next set of lines, or provide a summary of the story so far? Purple magic embedded itself in a tree trunk, leaving a swirl of smoking energy. Young Tezcan scratched his head in frustration, thinking that although he had magical knowledge, this body could not accumulate mana or perform simple calculations. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he felt something unusual. He looked into the forest and murmured that the presence he felt was definitely not human. A green-skinned foot with sharp claws stepped onto the ground. An orc warrior with messy black hair, dressed in armor and wielding a sword, appeared from behind a tree looking exhausted. Young Tezcan narrowed his eyes, realizing it was an orc. The orc looked fierce, but his voice sounded somewhat anxious. "Human, if you pretend you didn't see me, I won't kill you." Young Tezcan smiled, thinking to himself that the orc was trying to strike up a conversation because he showed no hostility, which was typical of a proud race, and then asked aloud, "Hey, young orc, are you being pursued?" The orc asked in amazement how a human could speak the Gracia language, and young Tezcan calmly replied that he had met some orcs. The young orc called it a lucky fate and admitted he was indeed being pursued, standing on a rocky ledge. Young Tezcan offered help in a clear voice and asked if the young orc could trust him. The young orc replied that since young Tezcan spoke his language, he considered him a brother, but also warned that helping him would put him in danger. Young Tezcan was secretly impressed by the orc's eloquence, wondering if he belonged to a noble lineage, and then stated confidently, "I have enough strength to help you. Trust me." With that said, Young Tezcan activated his magic power, and streams of mystical purple energy swirled around his body. He created a sphere of magical light that hid the entrance to a cave and told the orc that his magic would conceal him. The orc asked in amazement, "Benefactor, are you a mage?" Young Tezcan asked if he found it strange. The young orc frankly replied yes, that with a body like that it was truly strange, leaving young Tezcan speechless. As the magic enveloped him, the young orc bowed his head to express deep gratitude for the help received. Young Tezcan heard a rustle and thought to himself that it was annoying. He observed a group of mercenaries venturing into the forest. One of them grumbled about the effort for a few silver coins. The leader of the mercenary group spotted young Tezcan and shouted, asking if he had seen a young orc pass by, promising a gold coin as a reward. Two mercenaries whispered to each other. One doubted the gold coin reward, and the other confirmed they would break their promise once the information was obtained. Young Tezcan, arms crossed on the rock, coldly replied that he knew nothing, which made the leader ask again to be sure. However, another mercenary discovered the orc's tracks, and the leader immediately ordered the entire group to pursue in that direction. Young Tezcan realized that his basic concealment magic could not erase the tracks. He immediately blocked their path and declared that this was his home. Brit, the leader, furiously scolded young Tezcan, calling him a crazy hillbilly, but another with a ponytail warned that he looked very strong. However, the leader ignored him, trusting in their numerical superiority. The leader ordered young Tezcan to move aside, but he remained motionless, thinking to himself that although his physique was impressive, it wouldn't change the outcome. He remembered the teachings of his master Gerard, who had warned that his fists were lethal weapons and that he should show mercy toward the weak. In a flashback, his master Gerard explained that for someone with fists stronger than any weapon, using a weapon was the more merciful option, and young Tezcan summoned a gigantic mass of energy, assuring the mercenaries he would not kill them. The mercenary leader was stunned and then roared, believing young Tezcan was challenging him, while text explained that the dojo specialized in unarmed combat, but still taught one weapon skill. Young Tezcan grit his teeth, preparing to throw himself in a battle. He swung the mace in a lightning strike, sending several mercenaries through the air to their astonishment. The others were frightened, and one of them shouted, ordering everyone to attack at once. As he continued to attack, young Tezcan thought that this mace skill was not for fighting, but for training a full attack without defense. The ponytail mercenary landed a sword strike on young Tezcan's back, which surprised him a little. The mercenary watched in horror as his sword bent upon impact, stammering in panic. "And my sword." Young Tezcan used the mace to block the attack, and thought to himself about the absurdity of this body when not even a sword could damage it. He lunged into the midst of the mercenaries, knocking them down with the mace and assuring them that this technique would not kill anyone. Though with broken joints and shattered bones, the group of mercenaries did not die, but only screamed in extreme pain. Young Tezcan stood among the mercenaries who already lay scattered on the ground, groaning and calling for help in vain. The leader was trembling, but he still tried to ask in a raspy voice about young Tezcan's identity, which made him comment that he was still conscious enough to threaten him. Young Tezcan struck the leader hard, considering it wasn't fair for him to be fine while his companions were in a pitiful state, making him scream for mercy. He coldly ordered them to leave, and the mercenaries hurried to help each other escape while giving thanks profusely. Looking at the broken mace in his hand, young Tezcan thought that things were just beginning to get interesting and that perhaps he should take some apprentices to teach them properly. The young orc warrior approached and sincerely expressed his gratitude to young Tezcan. The orc placed his hand on his chest, solemnly swearing that he would never forget that day and would surely return the favor. When the orc warrior bowed his head, young Tezcan asked why a warrior bowed so easily, and he was told that he was now his master. According to orc culture, a master is a respected guide like a knight serving his lord, and the orc asked to know his benefactor's name. Would you like me to translate the next part of this encounter, or would you prefer to summarize the current situation? Young Tezcan smiled and began to introduce himself. "I am Tez," suddenly. He fell silent, stopping mid-sentence as if he were considering something. With a look of confidence, he declared aloud that his name was Lepenhart Waldenteers. The orc warrior looked up in surprise, but still solemnly engraved the name Lepenhart Waldenteers in his mind. Lepenhart asked about the orc's intentions, who stated he would rather die as a wanderer than live as a slave. Lepenhart pointed the orc toward a wasteland southeast of the Raki mountain range known as the Tickles Lands, where the Blue Bear orc tribe was hidden. The young orc warrior left quickly and said goodbye while Lepenhart watched and responded. Young Tezcan stood in the middle of the fiery landscape with his arms crossed and suddenly realized, "Oh, that's right. I forgot to ask your name." The young orc declared proudly, "I'm the son of Crota and the bearer of the Axe of Lat." He said aloud that his name was Tacit, which made young Tezcan exclaim in surprise. Young Tezcan thought in awe of the orc's identity while Tacit turned and walked away into the twilight. In a future vision, Tacit was described as a great orc warrior, one of the 4 great warrior kings, chief of the Blue Bear tribe, and eventually the great chief of the orc race. Young Tezcan smiled to himself with amusement, speculating that the original Tezcan probably never would have helped an orc and feeling that fate had taken a very strange turn. Standing on the cliff, young Tezcan watched Tacit's figure move away and reflected on this strange connection. A close-up of young Tezcan's face showed a soft and satisfied smile. A flashback showed the scene of different races raising their weapons and cheering in front of a great fortress, symbolizing the founding of the Antares Empire. The flashback continued with a close-up of an adult Tacit, a powerful orc warrior with bone shoulder pads. A blue-skinned troll shaman with large tusks and ceremonial attire appeared, one of Lepenhart's old companions. Cirrus, the dark-skinned elf with platinum hair, also appeared in the memory, an elderly dwarf with a long white beard was also part of the former group of companions. Lepenhart in the past, sitting among his friends, laughed cheerfully and refreshingly. Lepenhart, along with his core companions Tacit, the troll shaman, Cirrus, and the elder dwarf, stood before a divine tree. He secretly wished that one day he would reunite with Tacit, his companion, his brother. The scene changed to a mountainous region covered in white snow, announcing that 6 months had passed since the meeting with Tacit. Gerard Cromproteus, with his fist burning, roared powerfully during a training session. "Get ready, my boy." He launched an extremely powerful concentrated energy attack, creating a massive explosion. Young Tezcan, in a defensive stance, shouted in terror at the power of the attack. "Are you kidding me?" Young Tezcan used the spiral shield skill to stop the terrifying explosion of energy from his master. In the midst of the scene of destruction, Gerard Cromproteus praised him with satisfaction. "Good, very good. You have already mastered the spiral shield." Young Tezcan wondered why his master was mentioning things from 6 years ago, when he thought Gerard was crazy for insisting his name was Lepenhart. Gerard said pensively that almost 10 years had passed since he began teaching him, and that he had made exceptional progress, but then he hesitated. Gerard suddenly asked with a perplexed expression, "Why are you still so short?" Which made young Tezcan hurry to clarify that he was already over 190 centimeters. Gerard roared in protest, declaring that students of the Unbreakable Dojo must be at least 2 meters tall, while shadows of previous Fist Kings appeared imposingly. Gerard grabbed his student's head, insisting on asking if he was practicing the breathing technique, while young Tezcan thought to himself that the Tezcan of his previous life was 2.3 meters tall and blamed his own physical constitution. Young Tezcan thought in terror that he would become a giant if he used that breathing technique, but Gerard waved his hand saying that as long as he was strong and steady, being a bit short didn't matter. At the peak of a large iceberg, Gerard ordered the final test to begin, and below, young Tezcan stood in the middle of the frozen lake surface, ready with an explosive aura. Young Tezcan's eyes shone with intense golden light as he concentrated all his power. He jumped into the air with golden energy swirling around his body, causing the ice surface below to shatter. Young Tezcan tensed his fist, preparing to launch the Horn of Calamity technique against the ground. His punch impacted heavily against the ice surface, creating a massive energy shockwave. An explosion occurred that shook heaven and earth. It was the Horn of Calamity technique accumulated with 4 layers of power. The power of the attack made the entire region tremble violently, and the ice surface cracked into large fragments. A massive block of ice was thrown into the sky by the aftershocks of the explosion. The block of ice shattered into countless small fragments before the gaze of Gerard, who was standing on a rocky ledge. Gerard threw his head back and laughed with freshness and pride, shouting, "Ha ha ha! Yes, very good. Gerard declared that with this power, young Tezcan would no longer be intimidated by anyone, while he thought proudly to himself that he had achieved the four-layer horn of calamity. Gerard told young Tezcan that it was time for him to go out into the world, which made him ask in surprise, "What?" With a look of pride, Gerard praised, "You have done very well." Gerard called him by his true name, Lepenhart, and advised him to live according to his heart's desires, whether they were good or bad. He smiled with satisfaction, saying that was the reward for his years of hard training. Young Tezcan excitedly called out to his master, "Master Gerard." Gerard recounted that 60 years ago. "Would you like me to translate the next set of subtitles for you?" His master, the Third Fist King Rasta, gave him advice on 3 things he should remember. In the memory, Rasta raised a finger, speaking of the first rule. One can become rich, but must not use dishonest methods. Young Gerard asked why his master had once said it was okay to be a villain, to which Rasta replied that even if one is a villain, one must have dignity. When young Gerard considered it a strange way of thinking, Rasta raised 2 fingers and spoke of the second rule. Always take the side of those who are treated unfairly. Rasta explained to him that the weak are not always those who are treated unfairly, and with his power, it is very difficult to determine who the truly weak are. Rasta raised 3 fingers with a serious expression, emphasizing that this was the most important rule. Back in the present, Gerard also raised 3 fingers and repeated that rule. Never allow the legacy of the unbreakable dojo to fade away. Gerard instructed young Tezcan to find a disciple to pass on these teachings, and he respectfully promised to remember them. Gerard threw a bag to young Tezcan, advising him not to waste his life looking for talented people, but to seize them when the opportunity arose. Young Tezcan opened the bag and was surprised to see that inside there were only clothes and 30 silver coins for travel expenses. He complained that his master was one of the richest men in the kingdom, but Gerard responded with a smile that the sect had rules about funds, and that in his time he had only received 25 coins. Gerard gave young Tezcan a map scroll and revealed that he had left a small gift in the Seatlad mountain range. Young Tezcan examined the map carefully while his master told him to stop by there if he had the chance. Wearing his cape, young Tezcan stood on a ledge of a snowy mountain, ready for his new journey. Standing on the summit of the snowy mountain, young Tezcan wondered, "Am I really allowed to leave?" He looked at the vast landscape with lingering doubts in his heart. Have I really escaped this place? Suddenly, a gigantic column of energy exploded from behind, making the ground shake violently. Young Tezcan started in terror, letting out a sharp scream. Gerard, his master, was straining to release energy and shouted parting words, "Go, my boy. Don't let this farewell stop you." With a face full of pride, he roared, "Move forward firmly. You are the heir to the greatest doctrine in this world." While young Tezcan could only scream in fear. The scene changes to a quiet village with a large inn of European-style architecture. Inside the inn, an employee worriedly said to the old innkeeper, "It's too risky, Mr. Innkeeper. I know they are nobles, but I have to speak up." An arrogant knight with a red cape turned and asked, "What do you want, old man?" The innkeeper calmly extended his hand, asking the knight to pay for the lodging and food expenses for himself and his soldiers. Thinking to himself that this rabble knew nothing of honor, the knight threw a gold coin and said, "Here, this is surely more than enough." The innkeeper caught the gold coin with an expression of shock and confusion on his face. While the pleased knight thought they had never seen a gold coin, the innkeeper responded tremblingly, "Sir, this is not enough." The enraged knight roared, "What are you saying? Do you think because I am a noble, I don't know market prices?" He threw a punch directly at the innkeeper's face while shouting, "You dare mock a knight?" causing the employee to scream in terror. Held by 2 other people, the innkeeper with a bruised face said with indignation, "You are not knights. You are just a band of thieves occupying our house, eating our food, and only paying 1 gold coin." A figure appeared and asked, "Is there a problem, Sir Edward?" Making the knight respond startled that there was nothing, Lord Stephen. Edward's superior, Stephen, came down the stairs next to an elf knight, uttering words of contempt. They really are rabble. This is why one should never be lenient with common people. Stephen smiled disdainfully, thinking to himself that they didn't know their place or their limits. In a luxurious room, Lepenhart lay in bed and suddenly woke up. Cirrus was lying next to him, affectionately touching Lepenhart's body and saying she liked doing it, which made him wonder what she liked about his thin figure. Cirrus smiled and replied that his body looked elegant and sharp, like a carefully polished sword blade. Returning to the present, Tezcan looked at his reflection and thought sadly that his body was once like a sword, but now it looked like a fearsome stone golem, silently apologizing to Cirrus. Tezcan tried to cheer himself up by puffing out his chest with pride, because at least he was much taller, while the reflections of Lepenhart and Cirrus showed amazement. Standing by the window, Tezcan pensively calculated that Cirrus must be 70 years old now, which was equivalent to about 17 human years. He looked at the city of Chrome outside and deduced that Cirrus was probably at the slave auction house in the kingdom of Chadan, because she would be sold the following year. With a determined expression, Tezcan wondered if he should destroy the auction house to get Cirrus out. He quickly discarded that idea, thinking that if things got out of control, it would hinder his plan to regain magic, and that it would be better to resolve it with money. Tezcan admitted that the price of an elf slave was extremely expensive while he had absolutely no money, but he still appeared confident. He told himself he had a robust body, consummate skills, and memories of the future, and then remembered a ruin on the way to the kingdom of Chadan. Elsewhere, Lord Stephen asked the mage Todd if he had already located the ruin, and Todd, meditating surrounded by magical energy, asked him to wait a bit longer. The mage was introduced as Todd, 35 years old, an expert in ruin exploration and a mage from the Delphi Magic Tower. Lord Stephen asked again to be sure of the location, and Todd affirmed being completely certain. Stephen looked at the majestic snowy mountain range and said it was the resting place of the great swordsman Sir Claude Bon Liot Saltillon. 3 days after leaving the city of Chrome, Tezcan walked along the snow-covered path, silently admiring his extraordinary body that felt no cold at all, but he had no intention of walking shirtless like the previous Fist Kings. He used a technique called artificial illusion to recall the traces in the Aten mountain range, remembering having met the mage Todd at the Delphi Tower in his previous life. Would you like me to translate the next section of Tezcan's journey through the snowy mountains? Tezcan smiled disdainfully, remembering that he himself had gone to that ruin and found genuine artifacts that Todd and his group had overlooked, later selling them for over 2,000 gold coins. A boot stepped on the pure white snow in the night. Tezcan stood on a hill looking at the village of Cato illuminated in the snowy night, thinking silently that it remained exactly as it was in his memories. The villagers of Cattle gathered, discussing worriedly about having to go to the Valley of Death, a place they were forced to avoid. A man explained that the nobles were demanding a guide, and they would have trouble if they refused, because even the village chief had been injured opposing them. A young man cursed the nobles angrily, but an old man quickly reminded him to speak lower for fear of being overheard. A man named Ted came out with a bow and arrows, deciding to go because he was the best climber in the village. Ted's wife and daughter cried, clinging to him and pleading with him not to go, while he thought silently that he really didn't want to go at all. The other villagers, however, appeared cheerful and encouraged Ted, urging him not to take back his word, which made him feel even more desperate. Tezcan suddenly pressed his face to the window, offering to go in his place and making Ted scream in terror. Ted stammered, asking who Tezcan was, while Tezcan explained he was just a traveler who had accidentally overheard their conversation. A villager asked if Tezcan knew the area well and why he still wanted to go to the Valley of Death. He replied confidently that he had already been there and would be fine. Tezcan smiled disdainfully, saying they should feel lucky because he had just saved the life of one of their own. The scene changed to an old cocoon-shaped structure radiating energy, explaining that the Valley of Death was actually a dungeon, a forgotten ruin from the Silver Age. The narration continued about a knight named Claude from the Altion family, who awakened his aura at age 45 and achieved countless glorious feats. However, due to his excessive arrogance, Claude ventured alone into the Valley of Death with a servant and lost his life, leaving the Altion magic sword in the ruins. Currently, Tezcan had joined the expedition of Stefan von Lepanto Altion, who was leading the effort to recover the family sword after 50 years. Tezcan thought silently that Stefan must be Claude's grandson, while the elf knight Relsha praised Stefan's elegance. Tezcan observed Stefan and Relsha, realizing she was an elf assassin and commenting silently that they seemed to be having fun together. He noticed a young priest in the group, named Silon, and wondered if someone so young could perform high-level spells. Tezcan was surprised to realize Salon was a boy, thinking silently. More importantly, I still can't believe he's a man. Tezcan looked at Todd, conversing cheerfully with Salon, thinking he should find an excuse to talk to Todd and feeling good to see him again. He observed Todd and Salon, feeling there was something a bit strange about the way Todd spoke compared to when he was a young mage. Tezcan was astonished to see Todd, making flirtatious gestures and expressions with Salon, which made him think, wait, don't tell me he's like that. Tezcan quickly discarded that thought and reassured himself, saying Todd was a good person who couldn't be like that, while the knight Edward approached and praised. You've made an excellent choice, traveler. Edward asked if he meant Tezcan offering himself as a guide, and Tezcan replied it was no big deal, just that the villagers were too scared. Edward appeared perplexed, wondering why they should be afraid if they were accompanied by the bravest knights in the kingdom. Tezcan thought silently with disgust about the typical arrogance of the cavalry, considering that the true knightly spirit had created many conceited people. Suddenly, a shrill shriek rang out, making both Tezcan and Edward startle and go on guard. The entire expedition looked up in unison as something rushed through the snow-covered forest from above. A flock of winged, furry monsters swooped down at a terrifying speed, a close-up of a monster, with glowing red eyes spinning in the air and plunging down. A series of harpy-like monsters screamed and dived to attack the group. A knight shouted loudly, alerting the whole team. It's an ambush. To your positions. A monster. Harpies swooped down to attack with a wild cry. Lord Stefan and the knight Relsha drew their swords. Stefan ordered the Altion knights to repel the enemy, while Relsha cursed the filthy creatures. The mage Todd extended his hand forward, roaring the name of the technique. Fire chain. A gigantic chain of fire shot from Todd's hand, sweeping and burning the flock of monsters flying in the air. The priest Ceylon joined his hands to pray, emitting a stream of pink energy that enveloped the knights. O great Philones, grant them unwavering courage. Observing from a distance, Tezcan silently evaluated that this group of knights was better than he thought, especially Stefan's swordsmanship was better than expected. Tezcan continued thinking, considering it was only an evaluation from a mage's perspective, but as a martial artist they all seemed very sloppy, and it was no wonder Master Gerard was so proud of his invincible dojo. To Tezcan, another thought suddenly occurred while looking at the scene before him. By the way, Tezcan noticed that the orc porters were fleeing in panic while no one protected them. A harpy monster swooped down screaming, aiming for a porter. Tezcan acted quickly, hitting the porter to push him away from the monster's attack. His punch impacted directly against the diving harpy. The monster exploded into pieces before the terrifying force of the blow. Tezcan stood in the middle of the battlefield, thinking with frustration. Seriously, why is no one watching them? He remembered Todd's words that this was the place where their previous guide had died, and the image of the hunter Ted appeared with a look of horror. Another monster lunged into battle with a wild cry. Would you like me to translate the next scene for you? Tezcan watched the group leader Stefan slaughtering monsters with skill. He realized Stefan wasn't a bad person, but was completely ignoring a porter who was screaming in fear for help right behind him. Tezcan concluded that such indifference was the definition of a bad person, and it was no wonder their guide had died. A red-haired knight shouted to the porters to hide behind a tree, making Tezcan think she was perhaps the only decent person in the group. Another harpy lunged from the sky, aiming directly at Tezcan. Its feathers, sharp as blades, struck Tezcan but bounced off harmlessly, making him think, this doesn't hurt at all. Immediately another feather stuck directly into his eye, making him scream in pain. Ah, my eye. Tezcan clutched his injured eye, wondering if he had any tears left to cry after so many days of training, while another monster exploded behind him. After the battle ended, Lord Stefan asked for a damage report, caring only about the mage and the priest, which made Tezcan mutter, Hey, don't you care about our safety, Stefan? He raised his sword and declared eloquently, the Altion bloodline is very strong. He encouraged the knights to enjoy the victory during the break, and everyone cheered in unison. The mage Todd thanked Tezcan for saving his life, and Tezcan responded humbly, It's what I do. Tezcan started a conversation, saying he had heard Todd was a mage from the Delphi Magic Tower and that he had a friend there. When asked for the name, Tezcan revealed that friend was Leppenhart, and his gaze turned sharp. Todd confirmed he knew Leppenhart and was surprised to learn he had a friend as rough-looking as Tezcan. Todd approached with an ambiguous expression, commenting that Leppenhart was a sweet and charming boy, which horrified Tezcan and made him wonder if this guy was. Todd asked the reason for Tezcan's interest, and he explained he only wanted to know how his friend was, to which Todd replied that Leppenhart was still researching magic as usual. Tezcan insisted on asking if anything strange had happened in recent years, but Todd answered naively that he knew nothing. In Tezcan's thoughts, Todd enthusiastically described Leppenhart's physical beauty, which made him realize this guy's interest was very different from his master Gerard's. Todd admitted he never cared about Leppenhart's thoughts or personality, which sickened Tezcan and made him silently debate whether he should give this guy a beating. The red-haired knight approached to ask if Tezcan was hurt, but he dismissed her and told her to go check on the orcs. The priest Silon was using holy magic to heal the orc porters, even though they insisted they were fine. The knight, Redhead, and the other knights showed annoyance, and she asked priest Silon why he wasted his power on those creatures. Tezcan observed the scene and reflected that although Silon treated them well, he still saw orcs as pets, and that securing rights for demi-humans was a long road. Lord Stefan impatiently urged Tezcan to continue guiding, which made Tezcan show his annoyance openly. Tezcan responded in a monotonous robot-like voice, giving instructions mechanically, which made Lord Stefan wonder about his strange attitude. Hours later, the group continues moving deeper into the dense jungle. The knights appeared exhausted and scared. One of them lamented he couldn't believe a small mountain range had so many monsters. Tezcan asked sarcastically why they thought they were taking a direct path instead of the correct one, and then asked if they needed to rest, which made Lord Stefan shout angrily. With a malicious smile, Tezcan thought that since the knight was arrogant, the priest stubborn, and the mage narrow-minded, as a mage he had taken them the fastest way without deceiving them. Lord Stefan stood breathless in the forest, realizing this small mountain was full of monsters and understanding why Knight Claude had lost his life here. Lord Stefan's face showed awe at seeing the scene before his eyes. The entire expedition stood on a cliff, looking in amazement at a vast gorge where an ancient structure emitted light. Edward excitedly confirmed to Lord Stefan that these were undoubtedly the ancient ruins of Fulton. An ancient and gigantic egg-shaped structure rose majestically in the middle of the rocky valley. The whole group, led by Tezcan, advanced toward the ancient structure, the knights, and the members of the expedition gathered in front of the gigantic door decorated with luminous blue lines. The mage Todd pointed to the passage and informed Lord Stefan it seemed safe to enter. Lord Stefan ordered everyone loudly to prepare, while Tezcan remained by his side, with a serene expression. Tezcan said he would wait outside, but Lord Stefan told him his mission was over and he could leave, then admitted he would protect Tezcan on the way back. Tezcan smiled significantly and asked, "Oh, wasn't that what you had planned from the beginning?" Which left Lord Stefan stunned. Lord Stefan raised his sword, encouraging the knights that a great rider rested within, and they must find the Altion magic sword. Tezcan waved his hand cheerfully, wishing them luck, while Edward shouted orders to the Altion knights to advance. Tezcan was left alone, waving goodbye as the knights rushed toward the dark portal. With a smirk of satisfaction, he thought, "Now it's time to do what I came here for." The narration explained that the Fulton ruins had been a Silver Age military outpost, and although they were common, their technology was incredibly valuable. Tezcan entered the ruins alone, remembering how he and Cirrus had explored this place together in his previous life. In the memory, Cirrus pressed her ear to the wall and cheerfully informed Leppenhart she had found a secret portal. Leppenhart observed Cirrus as she stood before a secret passage that opened, emitting a bright light. Tezcan blushed, remembering a flirtatious moment with Cirrus, telling himself he had been very brave in the past to do that in a dangerous area. Back to reality, Tezcan, would you like me to translate the next set of events inside the ruins? He stood before a wall with luminous symbols, recalling the code based on the symbols for Libra, water, and earth arranged in reverse. He tried to use his magic power, but realized it was harder than expected due to his limited strength, thinking that although this body was strong, his brain was no longer the same. The stone wall creaked and then opened, revealing a secret passage, and he exclaimed with satisfaction, "Ah, all right." He carefully took off his jacket and folded it, thinking he couldn't damage something worth 10 silver coins. After removing his jacket, Tezcan activated his body with a confident smile, saying, "All right, let's see what this body is capable of." Suddenly, he stopped upon hearing a scream from inside the corridor and wondered. More screams echoed, confusing him without understanding why the screams were coming from that direction while the others had taken another path. Standing in front of the stairs, descending into the darkness, he realized this was the back entrance to the third basement. He deduced that if this passage was open, it meant an intrusion was occurring below. Tezcan broke into a cold sweat with an expression of horror while murmuring, "Intrusion?" His eyes gleamed as an important memory came to mind. "I remember it." He recalled with a serious expression that Fulton was still a military facility and its magic system would activate all security measures against intruders. He thought that in the past it was only him and Cirrus, so there was nothing to worry about. But now the Altion group was in the basement. Perhaps they had triggered a trap and fallen to the second basement. Tezcan was sweating profusely with a scowling face, realizing the situation had become a huge disaster. In another part of the ruins, a knight named Thomas frantically brandished his sword against an invisible enemy. A knight with a blue cape shouted in terror, "Sir Thomas." Upon witnessing his companion receive a mortal gash to the chest, the knight in the blue cape backed away in fear, staring into the darkness and wondering, "What the hell is that?" From the darkness, a monster, gigantic and shadowy, with a single glowing red eye and a massive scythe, gradually emerged. The knight in the blue cape stared at the monster with an expression of horror, thinking to himself that he had no chance of defeating it. Facing the gigantic scythe monster and its entourage, the knight wondered desperately how humans could oppose such a demon. In another scene, the monk Ceylon used holy light to heal a wounded knight and prayed, "O great Philones, grant us the blessings of your healing light." The healed knights cheerfully thanked the monk Ceylon. He smiled in response, but thought to himself that he needed them alive so he wouldn't die there himself. The monk Ceylon and the mage Todd stood side by side. Ceylon sighed in relief because they had survived the floor collapse, while Todd warned that his magic had only saved them from the fall and didn't guarantee safety from other dangers. The entire expedition, including Lord Stefan, the knights, the monk Ceylon, the mage Todd, and the assassin Relsha, moved together through a dark and ruined corridor. A knight was thrown by a blast of invisible energy, screaming in pain. Back in the present, the knights panicked as the scythe monster attacked fiercely. One shouted, "It's a monster!" Faced with the overwhelming power of the monster and its minions, a knight pale with fear shouted, "For God's sake, run." The monk Ceylon stood firm, closed his eyes, and prayed aloud, "O great Philones, use your staff of light to punish that evil creature." A pink holy energy enveloped the monk Ceylon while he continued reciting the incantation, asking Philones to grant the knights unwavering courage. The monk Ceylon showed irritation, thinking with contempt, "They're cowering. How pathetic. A waste of muscle." He released all his power, shouted, and granted a gigantic burst of holy light that enveloped the terrified knights. The knights screamed in pain as the burst of holy energy forcibly strengthened their bodies. The knights had now transformed into furious warriors with glowing eyes, and Lord Stefan, standing behind them, exclaimed, "Knights of House Altion, show that abominable creature the power of our courage." Strengthened, the knights charged frantically to attack the scythe monster and its entourage, the mage. Todd began to recite an incantation in an ancient language, invoking the power of Mother Earth to reclaim what was born of her. He cast the magic of iron swords, summoning countless iron swords that rose from the ground and pierced a monster, the elf assassin. Relsha leapt from above, brandishing two swords directly toward the gigantic scythe monster. The elf assassin Relsha lunged and struck the scythe monster with force, making it roar in pain. With a determined look, Relsha grit her teeth, enduring the enemy's blood splashing onto her body. The gigantic monster swung its massive fist, dealing a devastating blow to Relsha that sent her flying. Her armor-gloved hand landed on the shattered ground after the impact. Though wounded, Relsha knelt on one knee and reported, "I hope that was of help, my Lord Stefan." Lord Stefan shouted in praise, "Well done, Relsha," and then led the charge. He brandished his sword continuously, creating trails of light that shattered the monsters standing in his way. After the attack, Lord Stefan stood firm in the middle of the battlefield, his sword still brandished majestically. Lord Stefan's face was full of determination as he heard the knights praising him as a hero, a resolute knight, while he silently cursed the monsters. He turned and shouted, reminding the soldiers to concentrate, as this was the place where the brave knight Claude had fallen. Suddenly, a gigantic fireball descended from the sky, falling right into the middle of the knights' ranks. A violent explosion erupted, sending the knights flying and destroying the floor. From the sea of flames, a gigantic dark monster rose upright in front of a surviving knight. Would you like me to translate the next 50 IDs for you? The fire monster threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, its mouth glowing with energy. It spat a gigantic blast of hellfire, incinerating all the knights within its reach. Lord Stefan shouted to the terrified soldiers, "Do not fear. Were you not prepared for this? How can you call yourselves brave knights of House Altion?" The monster's flames continued to rage, sending the knights flying through the air in the midst of the chaos. Lord Stefan tensed, resisting the terrible heat of the approaching flames. He grit his teeth, sweat pouring out of helplessness and anger, thinking to himself, "Damn it, we can't lose like this." Lord Stefan charged forward, shouting, "I will not allow it to defeat us." He jumped over the burning flames, telling himself that he carried the honor of House Altion with a firm expression. Lord Stefan roared in his mind that he was a brave knight. Lord Stefan launched the penetrating impact, driving his sword directly into the fire monster. He was struck in the face by an extremely powerful counterattack. Blood welled from the corner of his mouth. Lord Stefan was sent flying through the air to the astonishment of the knights under his command. His body slammed violently against the stone floor, sliding a long distance. Lord Stefan lay motionless on the ground, completely defeated. The monk Ceylon raised his hands to the sky, imploring a divine entity to send punitive light upon the evil creature. A gigantic staff of light descended, shattering the fire monster's body. Despite its wounds, the monster growled, far from being annihilated. The monk Ceylon froze, horrified to see that his most powerful attack had no effect. The fire monster tensed its muscles, creating a gigantic whirlwind of flames to counterattack. The monk Ceylon grit his teeth, sweat pouring as he faced the overwhelming power. A terrible explosion of fire enveloped the entire area, heading directly for the monk. The monk Ceylon looked up in extreme surprise as he saw a figure protecting him. Tezcan appeared in his young body, using his robust physique to stop the flames. In front of the monk Ceylon, Tezcan radiated a golden aura, easily anticipating the destructive attack. Tezcan, now masked, looked forward with confusion and wondered. In front of the fading body of the fire demon, Tezcan thought, "Is it that easy to kill it?" The monk Ceylon and the mage Todd stood behind him while Tezcan realized with amazement, "No wonder Tezcan knocked me down so easily with a single punch in my previous life." Tezcan regained his composure, casting a sharp look out of the corner of his eye. Seeing Lord Stefan and the elf knight unconscious among the rubble, Tezcan decided he must first take them to safety. From the depths of the dark corridor, an army of undead monsters with glowing red eyes advanced. The mage Todd and the monk Ceylon wondered in horror who that red-haired man really was. Carrying the elf knight in his arms, Tezcan turned to warn the undead, "Get out of my way," and then launched a thundering punch at a monster. Lord Stefan woke up slowly, groaning in pain while clutching his head. A dark-skinned knight called out to Lord Stefan upon seeing him awake, surrounded by the bodies of the annihilated undead monsters. Lord Stefan asked, dazed, what had happened, and the dark-skinned knight stammered, not knowing how to explain it. After hearing the report, Lord Stefan shouted in amazement, "What?" Lord Stefan and the dark-skinned knight looked toward Tezcan, who was standing with his hands on his hips, and the Lord realized, so that person is really a warrior. Lord Stefan approached, bowing to apologize for not having recognized such a noble person as Tezcan, and asked his name. Tezcan was going to say his real name, but suddenly realized that the mage Todd might know about his younger self at the tower, so he just said, "I am Lepin." Lord Stefan and the dark-skinned knight wondered about the name Lepin, thinking that a true champion should be very famous, and then asked Tezcan which noble family he belonged to, but he replied that he belonged to none. Realizing that Tezcan was just a commoner, Lord Stefan was stunned and then thought it was a disgrace to be saved by a nobody. Lord Stefan patted Tescon's shoulder condescendingly, saying he had only arrived later to clean up the mess and acknowledging that his skills were useful. Tescon brushed Lord Stefan's hand away sarcastically, saying his memory had problems and that the Lord himself didn't seem to have any skills, which made the Lord shout angrily. "What did you say?" Lord Stefan roared in anger, demanding that Tescon show respect for the Altheon family, while the dark-skinned knight tried to calm him. "Please calm down, my lord." Ugh. Lord Stefan mocked what a wanderer would know about etiquette, and the dark-skinned knight agreed, but Tescon asked him in turn, "Then could you tell me the name of the one who taught you?" Tescon thought he had only learned on his own, and as the reputation of his master Gerard was immense, he couldn't reveal it lightly. Especially, he didn't want Lord Stefan to know his master's whereabouts. Lord Stefan commented that Tescon was too strong for someone without formal training, but Tescon dismissed him and told him to stop questioning him and go check on the wounded. The dark-skinned knight observed and thought that Tescon seemed very used to using a commanding tone with others. Tescon pointed to the wounded knights and asked if that wasn't a bigger problem, while the dark-skinned knight thought that he didn't realize at all how arrogant he was. The dark-skinned knight continued, deducing it was the behavior of someone used to giving orders from high position, and if he wasn't a rude person, he might be royalty from another country. Would you like me to translate the next section of this mission, or perhaps dive into the details of the ruins they've discovered? El caballero de piel oscura se dio cuenta de que era la forma en que una persona mayor hablaba con alguien mucho más joven y concluyó que Tescon era un hombre interesante. El monje Silán se acercó a Tescon, confirmando su nombre como Lepen y preguntando con curiosidad sobre su altura. Tescon respondió que medía 192 centímetros, lo que hizo que los ojos del monje Silán brillaran, y luego el monje continuó preguntando sobre su peso. Pero Tescon respondió que nunca se había pesado correctamente. Tescon respondió con molestia que solo había sido golpeado, comido y levantado muchas pesas, y al mismo tiempo se preguntó por qué el monje se había vuelto tan amigable de repente. Presentación del monje Silamfi Marcis, quien pensaba que era cierto que los artistas marciales nunca compartían sus secretos de entrenamiento. Él era un huérfano adoptado por la orden filanense, pero debido a su débil salud y su bonito rostro, a menudo era acosado, por lo tanto. El monje Silán comenzó a anhelar lo que le faltaba, un cuerpo robusto, una risa sonora y una voz profunda. Incluso soñó con convertirse en un monje asceta para demostrar su fe a través de la fuerza física. Pero la realidad era diferente. No creció, su voz no se hizo más grave, su cabello crecía demasiado rápido y sus esfuerzos por desarrollar músculos solo hicieron que su poder sagrado se disparara debido a los dolores musculares. Por lo tanto, el monje Silán comenzó a admirar a las personas con físicos musculosos y en secreto exclamó que Tescon era a la vez grande y hermoso, lo que hizo que Tescon se sintiera extremadamente incómodo y se preguntara por qué lo miraban así. Tescon dijo torpemente que iría a explorar las salidas, y el monje Silán inmediatamente corrió emocionado detrás pidiendo ir con él. Tescon le recordó que podrían encontrarse más soldados heridos mientras él estuviera ausente, lo que hizo que el monje Silán bajara la cabeza con decepción. Lord Stefan declaró que iría con Tescon y, al mismo tiempo, ordenó a la caballera Frail que se quedara para ayudar a los demás, y ella obedeció. Lord Stefan preguntó a Tescon si estaba de acuerdo, y él respondió con indiferencia, como desee. Tescon y Lord Stefan caminaron juntos por un pasillo en las ruinas. Mientras caminaba con Tescon, Lord Stefan pensó que no podía aceptar ser ayudado por alguien así y que Tescon estaba despreciando a los caballeros. Stefan pensó con ira, maldito arrogante, espera a que encontremos otro demonio, te mostraré. Y luego imaginó a Tescon admirándolo. De repente, mientras Stefan estaba absorto en sus pensamientos, algo lo golpeó inesperadamente en la cara. Tescon se paró fríamente sobre el inconsciente Lord Stefan diciendo, «Hemos llegado, puede dormir un poco». Tescon se interpuso frente a Lord Stefan, que yacía extendido en el suelo, enfrentándose a 3 monstruos esqueléticos que se abalanzaban desde el final del pasillo. Los monstruos esqueléticos con ojos rojos brillantes rugieron salvajemente, mientras se lanzaban frenéticamente hacia adelante. Con puñetazos ardientes, Tescon destrozó rápida y fácilmente a los monstruos atacantes. Después de encargarse de los molestos monstruos, Tescon silbó y dijo que era hora de ir a cazar tesoros. Tescon entró en una vasta sala del tesoro desordenada con líneas mágicas azules que brillaban en las paredes. Comenzó a hurgar en un estante, murmurando en busca de objetos específicos como 50 monedas de oro de la era de plata. Tescon exclamó de alegría al encontrar una bolsa mágica, la bolsa del infinito, capaz de contener objetos 10 veces su tamaño y reducir su peso a una 10ª parte. Con una sonrisa de suficiencia, Tescon encontró otra pequeña bolsa que contenía el horno celestial, la daga del recuerdo y el jade mágico azul, deleitándose por haber hallado tantos objetos valiosos. Lord Stefan se despertó lentamente sujetándose la cabeza con dolor y preguntándose aturdido, ¿qué acaba de pasar? Tescon explicó con indiferencia que Stefan había sido atacado por la espalda en la nuca por los monstruos y quedó inconsciente de un solo golpe. Extremadamente frustrado porque nada salía según lo planeado, Lord Stefan apretó los dientes y agradeció a regañadientes a Tescon por su ayuda. Tescon esbozó una sonrisa maliciosa y respondió, «Oh, no se preocupe, porque tendré que noquearlo de nuevo». Después de dejar inconsciente a Stefan 3 veces más para saquear las ruinas, Tescon miró al Lord tendido en el suelo y pensó que no importaba si estaba gravemente herido, ya que era un noble rico. Lord Stefan caminaba detrás, sintiéndose extraño porque siempre estaba alerta pero no sentía nada, mientras Tescon pensaba que su bolsa estaba llena y tendría que volver más tarde. Tescon anunció que habían controlado las salidas y debían regresar, a lo que Lord Stefan respondió con cansancio y vacilación. «Está bien». El grupo de Lord Stefan junto con Tescon se adentró en los pasillos de las antiguas ruinas. La mujer de cabello magenta le preguntó con curiosidad a Tescon si provenía de la realeza, a lo que él respondió que era solo un plebeyo. Ella explicó que no se refería a sus habilidades, sino a su actitud, como si despreciara a todos. Tescon pensó para sí que solo tenía 22 años y necesitaba ser más cuidadoso, admitiendo que no era bueno en etiqueta debido a su poca interacción con los demás. El grupo se detuvo frente a una gigantesca puerta intrincadamente tallada que emitía una luz azul y estaba cubierta de raíces. La puerta de piedra se deslizó lentamente para abrirse y Lord Stefan miró hacia el interior con una expresión decidida. Tescon gritó de repente, «¡Alto!», asustando a la mujer de cabello magenta y a los demás caballeros. Un gigantesco monstruo lobuno con ojos rojos brillantes y colmillos afilados gruñó en la oscuridad. El Grelbeast apareció por completo, rugiendo con fuerza al ser identificado. Tescon se sorprendió en secreto al no recordar haber encontrado a este monstruo en su vida anterior, mientras Lord Stefan, asustado, pensó que era el guardián de este lugar. Tescon se dio cuenta con calma de que este monstruo aún no había sido derrotado en la línea temporal actual frente al Grelbeast. Tescon sugirió que el grupo se retirara, ya que su fuerza actual podría no ser suficiente para ganar. Edward señaló con pánico la mano del monstruo y gritó, «Lord Stefan, mira la espada en la mano de ese demonio». Un primer plano de la legendaria espada mágica Alteon con su diseño intrincado y hoja brillante en la mano del Grelbeast. Lord Stefan desenvainó su espada de inmediato, decidido a luchar mientras el caballero de piel oscura preguntó con preocupación si realmente iban a enfrentarse. El caballero de piel oscura intentó persuadirlo de que debían retirarse para reunir más tropas, pero Lord Stefan lo rechazó con enojo. No aceptaría que la espada fuera profanada. Lord Stefan apretó los dientes y afirmó que debía recuperar la espada a toda costa, incluso si eso significaba la muerte. Lord Stefan rugió una orden a los caballeros para que desenvainaran sus espadas, preparándose para un ataque total. Tescon watched with a look of frustration and thought to himself, "What an idiot." He silently analyzed that these Silver Age ruins had an automatic defense system that absorbed creatures from other worlds due to a malfunction. He realized that these creatures, also known as dungeon guardians who lived in peace, were kidnapped and forced to work without pay. Tescon concluded that when the creatures fused with the ruin system, they became much stronger, and this demon was on a different level than Tagrel. A knight tried to encourage his frightened companions, shouting that the monster was chained. Tescon coldly asked the dark-skinned knight if they were really going to fight that monster, warning that they would surely die. The dark-skinned knight looked down on Tescon, calling him an honorless wanderer and declaring there were things worth sacrificing their lives for, while Tescon thought to himself that they weren't on the same level. The dark-skinned knight urged the knights of House Alteon to charge, while Tescon thought with frustration that they couldn't even defeat Tagrel. The woman with bright red hair joined her hands to pray, granting the goddess's blessing to the charging knights. A blessed knight slashed at the monster and shouted, "Begone, demon!" The monster Grelbeast easily struck and sent the knight who had just attacked it flying through the air. Tescon observed with indifference as the knights were thrown everywhere and murmured, "I already said it." Tescon looked up calmly as the dark-skinned knight was also thrown toward him. The Grelvis struck the ground with force, sending the knights far away while the dark-skinned knight still tried to shout words of encouragement, and Tescon thought to himself they were just a bunch of sandbags. Tescon thought he had a good understanding of what Lord Stefan was like, that he would never listen to explanations, and considered that persuading Edward seemed more reasonable. He continued observing, realizing that Lord Stefan somehow still managed to resist the Grell Vista by dodging a strike from its arm. Tezcan analyzed that Lord Stefan was only fluttering around and launching sneak attacks without facing it directly. The woman with bright red hair raised her shining magic staff, begging the goddess Philanese to use a massive light to punish the evil creature. A stream of pink divine energy enveloped the Grelvis, making it roar with fury. The woman with bright red hair gathered all her strength, shouted a battle cry, and begged the goddess to send 1,000 holy masses to destroy the monster. An explosion of pink divine energy enveloped the Grelvis, causing it to disintegrate in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the elf knight Relsha jumped onto the weakened monster's back. Relsha delivered a decisive blow to the Grelvis while Lord Stefan shouted in praise. "Well done, Relsha." Tezcan observed and thought to himself that the girl named Relsha was quite skilled, probably the second strongest in the group, even better than the Knight Edward. The Mage Todd began to recite a spell with a look of confidence, which slightly surprised Tezcan, who thought perhaps he had underestimated them. "May the cold north winds gather in my hand and unleash a blizzard." Blizzard, Tot, launched a gigantic whirlwind of ice and snow forward. Suddenly, bright blue magic lines appeared in space. The magic lines changed to a bright orange, signaling a change. A gigantic chain appeared in the air, while an ancient incantation echoed. A horned demon roared fiercely, breaking the red crystallized seal while the system announced that the current defense system had failed and was initiating Phase 2. Tezcan looked at the scene with horror, grit his teeth, and cursed. "Damn it!" The evolved demon leapt into the air, charging directly toward the knights. It delivered a devastating blow against the ground, crushing the knights who could not dodge in time. The frenzied demon swung its claws, knocking down the knights and sending blood splashing everywhere. Lord Stefan bravely lunged forward, raised his sword, and shouted, "Die, Grelvist." He slashed at the monster, but it immediately used its sharp claws to pierce through his shoulder. Lord Stefan coughed up blood due to the severity of the wound. Thrown through the air, Lord Stefan crashed against the stone wall, making Edward shout his name in horror. Edward hurriedly ran to assist the injured Lord Stefan and sighed in relief. "Thank God, your lordship is all right." Lord Stefan and Relsha lunged together, leading the attack against the monster. Relsha jumped high, spinning in the air to dodge and seek an opportunity to attack the evolved demon. Her sword repeatedly clashed against the monster's hard skin, generating only sparks without causing significant wounds. Despite this, Relsha landed firmly and landed a powerful sword strike on her enemy. She grit her teeth, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. The evolved demon opened its mouth wide, and a stream of fire energy began to accumulate inside. Immediately, it spat a gigantic torrent of flames, raking everything in its path. The human knights were engulfed by the flames, their bodies thrown into the air in the explosion. The destructive power of the attack spread, creating a scene of chaos and death. Relsha stayed at the vanguard, struggling to resist the heat and the terrible pressure of the flames. The woman with magenta hair stayed at a distance, stunned and terrified by the demon's destructive power. "Would you like me to translate the next scene of this battle for you?" Her eyes opened wide, reflecting the image of the burning flames and the deepest despair. A blast of energy unexpectedly lunged toward Lepenhart, making the magenta-haired woman scream his name in panic. Lepenhart planted his arm, creating an arc-shaped energy shield to deflect the attack, causing the surrounding ground to shatter. Standing there to protect the woman, he said, "Sorry, I let my guard down and couldn't get to you faster." Lepenhart turned around, directly facing the imposing evolved Grelvis before him. He looked at the monster seriously, silently evaluating. "Do I have any chance of defeating this Grelvis?" Looking at his hands radiating energy, he thought to himself that he was curious about his current power, and if the martial skills of his body would be enough to face the demon. Lepenhart clenched his fists, telling himself that if he were still a mage, he would never risk his life so recklessly, but now he was a warrior. Lepenhart felt an unprecedented excitement facing a strong opponent, thinking proudly that he had truly become a martial artist. Recalling the teaching to strike first in uncertain situations, Lepenhart launched a concentrated energy punch directly toward the demon. The evolved demon agilely dodged the energy blast, jumping over Leppenhart's head. Leppenhart noticed a scratch on his shoulder and thought to himself that all those steel swords could not damage this body. A demonic sword could still wound him. The demon swung in the air and launched a lightning-fast claw strike toward Leppenhart. Leppenhart was hit by the demon's claws, and blood welled from the wound as he was thrown backward, falling to the ground while the evolved demon landed firmly. The magenta-haired woman screamed in terror. Leppen, seeing him being thrown violently against a ruined wall. Leppenhart emerged from the rubble, his body radiating a burning aura, and reassured everyone, "I'm fine." The magenta-haired woman was stunned, wondering if that was the power of an aura user. Leppenhart stretched his neck, telling himself that taking hits had become a reflex after his training sessions with Master Gerard, and it was time to polish his skills. The demon roared a series of incomprehensible sounds, and Leppenhart clenched his fists in response. "I don't understand what you're saying, but come at me." Both lunged at each other, exchanging blows at a terrifying speed, creating loud shockwaves before the gaze of Lord Stefan. Lord Stefan exclaimed in amazement as he realized the power Leppenhart was using. It's aura. Stefan wondered perplexedly how someone without mana or aura manifestation could exert such power, while Leppenhart continued to radiate intense energy. With a look of panic, Lord Stefan could not believe what was happening before his eyes. The evolved demon let out a fierce roar and lunged into the attack. Lord Stefan remained stunned, wondering who that man was and where he came from. Leppenhart, enveloped in a powerful aura, faced the demon while Lord Stefan thought to himself, "Who is that monster in human form?" Leppenhart and the evolved demon threw themselves against each other, creating an explosive collision. While fighting, Leppenhart realized how excellent his training was and thought to himself that those attacks were too simple and predictable. Leppenhart launched an extremely powerful punch at the evolved demon, causing a fracturing sound. The demon stood its ground. Leppenhart knew that the Guardians of the Ruins would not fall no matter how seriously wounded they were. He realized the ruins were continuously providing it with magic power to heal its wounds, enveloping the demon in tentacles of darkness. The demon roared and fired a blast of destructive energy toward Leppenhart. Leppenhart lunged quickly, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. He grabbed the demon's arm and thought, "Time to practice some joint locks." He launched a high kick to its head and told himself this was an aerial combat exercise. Then he unleashed a series of consecutive punches, considering it an attacking exercise. Leppenhart delivered a decisive punch to the demon's face and thought with delight that it was the best punching bag in the world. The knights behind watched in awe at the fierce hand-to-hand battle between Leppenhart and the demon. Leppenhart stopped, realizing he couldn't enjoy this fun forever, and considered using the Horn of Calamity to finish it off. However, he discarded that idea for fear the technique would destroy the whole place and bury everyone alive, including those annoying individuals. "Tot!" shouted from afar, urging Leppenhart to use his sword because if combined with a holy enchantment, an aura-infused sword would finish the monster. While blocking an attack, Leppenhart snapped that he didn't know how to infuse aura into a weapon, leaving Todd stunned, who asked him again. Leppenhart shouted that he could only let the aura flow inside his own body, as that was how his school of martial arts worked, leaving Todd incredulous. The knight, Redhead, shouted Leppenhart's name in panic. Pressed by the demon, Leppenhart's body trembled, and the red-haired knight commented, "Your body is quite robust, isn't it?" Leppenhart smiled, admitting his body was quite solid, and the red-haired knight replied, "Good." The knight, Redhead, began to recite an incantation, quickly correcting herself. "I will recite the blessing of Philones upon you." Leppenhart tensed, enduring the flow of divine energy being infused into his body while the knight prayed. "O great Philones, please grant your blessing to the sword of this goddess." He grit his teeth, enduring the power surging in his body. "Would you like me to translate the final part of this battle for you?" The evolved demon roared furiously and lunged directly toward Leppenhart. Leppenhart stopped the gigantic demon's attack with his own hands while a bright aura radiated from his body. The red-haired knight realized with amazement that Leppenhart had used his human body to receive an enchantment intended only for metal weapons, and had succeeded. She shouted with joy, encouraging him to kill the demon and thinking to herself that this handsome young man was surprisingly aggressive. Lepenhart grunted his determination to end the fight and then lunged forward before the gaze of the knights. He launched a powerful kick powered by divine energy to the demon's face and shouted, "Holy kick." Immediately after, Lepenhart delivered a devastating knee strike to the monster's chin. Holy knee. He clenched his fist, concentrating all the pink energy into it to prepare the decisive blow. Lepenhart launched the final punch, shouting "Holy fist," creating a gigantic blast of energy. The punch sent the demon flying through the air, hitting it hard against the magic circle on the ceiling. A great explosion of bright pink light enveloped everything. Among the rubble, Lepenhart stood firm, watching as the smoke dissipated while the red-haired knight observed from behind. The red-haired knight looked at Lepenhart with shining eyes full of admiration. His image became radiant and heroic before her eyes. The magic circle on the ceiling emitted a bright orange light before going out. The light faded and the magic circle shattered. Lepenhart wondered if it was all over when the knight urgently pushed him to dispel the enchantment quickly. When Lepenhart turned around, he encountered Lord Stephen and his knights, among whom the dark-skinned knight asked, "You are Lepen, right?" Lord Stephen stared at Lepenhart, questioning, "So you've been hiding your true power all this time? Do you take us for fools?" Edward continued angrily, stating that Lepenhart had trampled on the honor of the knights and mocked their efforts. But Lepenhart coldly denied it. Lepenhart responded with contempt that he hadn't even bothered to look at them, let alone laugh at them, offended. Lord Stephen drew his sword and roared as Lepenhart turned to leave. "You dare turn your back on me?" Lord Stephen brandished his sword to attack, while Lepenhart ducked to pick up the defeated monster's axe. Lepenhart stumbled and awkwardly dodged the attack by a hair, surprising even himself. He lost his balance and rolled several times down the ruined stone steps. Lord Stephen shouted furiously, "You dare dodge my sword?" Lepenhart stood up, held out the axe, and said, "Listen, I've never laughed at you, so take this." Edward exclaimed in amazement, "Damn it," and then thought to himself that Lepenhart was truly a real champion for not being greedy with a valuable object before him. Lepenhart thought to himself that this weapon was second-rate compared to those he had mass-produced in his previous life, remembering the scene where he delivered weapons to Cirrus and other companions. Lepenhart told the knights they should return because there was nothing left for them there, and Edward nodded cheerfully. The scene changed to the peaceful village of Cato, situated at the foot of a majestic snowy mountain. The nun Salon was using holy light to heal a newborn baby in its mother's arms, surrounded by villagers with expressions of gratitude. From afar, Lepenhart commented that Ceylon knew very well how to win people over, while the red-haired knight suggested it was an effective way to promote the reputation of the Order of Philanese. Lord Stephen's group rode through a forest, leaving the region on the road. Lord Stephen ordered Edward, "Sir Edward, I need you to investigate that young man named Lepen." Edward showed an expression of complacency, thinking to himself that he knew a person with such skills would attract the Lord's attention. However, immediately after, Edward's face darkened with jealousy and he thought, gritting his teeth, "No way he's better than me." Lepenhart stood alone on the windy hill, looking into the distance, and affirmed, "Very well, it's time to go find my Cirrus." Tezcan, walking along a snow-covered path, turned to ask the person following him, "By the way, why are you still following me?" The monk Ceylon explained, about the pilgrims who traveled everywhere giving blessings, and Tezcan responded with indifference that they were just pilgrims and many died on the way. Ceylon declared that instead of returning to the congregation, he had decided to follow the path of a pilgrim. With an expression of admiration and blushing, Ceylon said he wanted to accompany the strongest man he had ever met, making Tezcan think to himself if this person was like Master Gerard and Todd, only interested in the physical. Tezcan thought to himself helplessly, "I'm cursed. Why am I surrounded by people like this?" While Ceylon walked cheerfully behind. Just as he was about to politely reject him, Tezcan realized that Ceylon was a monk, the best first aid kit available. Tezcan lay on the grass thinking that Cirrus might be weak and that taking a healer wasn't a bad idea. Then he lazily accepted. "Fine, as you wish." On the road, Ceylon asked Tezcan about the best exercise for defined abs, but he only replied that he didn't know, that he was only used to taking hits and lifting rocks. The scene changes to a magnificent and ancient mansion under a gloomy night sky. Inside the long hallway of the mansion, a furious cry echoed. "You haven't trained her." A bald butler bowed deeply in apology. "Forgive me, young Master Beret. I have already done everything possible." Beret, the heir of the Karen Merchant Guild, shouted full of indignation, stating that an elf must be loyal and dedicate body and soul to her master. He was furious because Cirrus was too arrogant despite being just a cheap elf, and Cirrus, sitting on the bed, replied calmly, "That's how I was born, Beret. Would you like me to continue with the next part of Cirrus's story and Tescon's journey to find her?" He threatened to do something about Cirrus's insolent eyes, but she only tilted her head and said her eyes had always been that way. Beret shouted at the butler, demanding he buy someone better regardless of the price, because he had only bought Cirrus because she was cheap and he considered her a defective product. The scene focuses on Cirrus, with text explaining that in the slave auction house of the Kingdom of Chadan, an elf with the number 148 had been returned for the third time. A map appears representing the Kingdom of Chadan as a merchant nation located on the northern edge of the continent. The map shows that the kingdom's prosperity came from its location adjacent to many nations and its thriving commercial activity along the Huron River. The route of Tescon and Ceylon is drawn on the map, showing they had arrived at the capital, Zeppelin, the bustling center of the kingdom. The scene shows a busy street in the capital, Zeppelin, with many people passing by, carriages, and buildings close together. Tescon and Ceylon had arrived at the capital, Zeppelin, and Tescon commented that it was indeed the main commercial city, very busy, and where everything revolved around money. While Ceylon complained that Tescon was walking too fast, Tescon thought to himself that this was the place where Cirrus was located. Suddenly, they witnessed the scene of a beggar being held by guards in front of a wealthy merchant. The merchant, identified as Tarek, the head of the Rolfane Merchant Guild, roared, "How dare a beggar like you insult the Rolfane Merchant Guild?" Tarek brutally hit and kicked the beggar and shouted, "I'll let you know your place, you filthy beggar." After hitting the beggar 30 times, Tarek threw 30 gold coins in his face as compensation, leaving Ceylon horrified and wondering what he had just seen. Ceylon ran quickly to use healing magic on the wounded beggar and asked how he was, receiving a faint thank you from him. The beggar picked up the gold coins and told Ceylon that everything was fine, that he could start a new life with that money. Ceylon was stunned by the beggar's reaction, and Tescon coldly repeated, "I already told you, in this place, everything is for money." The beggar left, thinking that in this city, as long as one had money to pay the fine, no one would go to jail. Ceylon, angry, stopped Tescon and asked him what he was doing in a place like this, standing on a bridge. Tescon began to answer that he had come to buy something, which made Ceylon ask him with curiosity. With a serious expression and covered in sweat, Tescon confessed, "I have come to buy an elf." Ceylon looked at Tescon with disgust, thinking he was no different from the others, but Tescon tried to explain that things were not as he thought. Tescon thought to himself that he couldn't tell him about his past life, so he let it go, accepting Ceylon's misunderstanding, which made the monk mutter even more annoyed. "You men." As they walked, Tescon joked with Ceylon when the latter spoke as if he himself were not a man, and Ceylon responded sarcastically. The scene changes to a luxury street with a high-end store sign showing a rabbit and a teapot. In a luxurious room, Tarek was being served by an elf and complained about those who said his merchant guild exploited others. Tarek sat among beautiful women, enjoying his wealth with an expression of self-complacency. Beret suddenly appeared, making Tarek call out in surprise, while Beret greeted him familiarly. "Beret, long time no see." Tarek asked Beret about the elf assassin he had just bought, and Beret admitted with annoyance that he had returned her a few weeks ago for disobedience. Tarek burst into laughter, mocking Beret as an incompetent heir for not being able to tame an elf slave, and then asked defiantly if Beret believed he could do it. With a sinister expression, Tarek calculated that the elf was cheap because she had been returned several times and decided to go to Elvenheim to see if he could tame her. The scene changes to a large complex of buildings with solid architecture located in a town. Tescon stared with a look of bewilderment, sweating profusely, and asked, "What are you doing, Ceylon?" Trembling while trying to do push-ups, he responded panting that he was exercising, while Tescon thought to himself that he looked very thin. Tescon watched Ceylon sit exhausted on the floor, wondering why he didn't gain muscle despite training hard, and advised him not to overdo it. Tezcan was startled to see a stream of pink energy surround Ceylon's body. Ceylon posed confidently, boasting that he could eliminate muscle pain instantly that way. Tezcan was speechless, finally understanding the reason why Ceylon's body did not develop muscles. An explanation appears indicating that healing magic works similarly to time reversal, while muscles develop through a process of breaking and rebuilding. Tezcan shouted in his mind, scolding Ceylon for being a fool for using holy force to return his muscles to their pre-training state, ruining all his effort. Tezcan thought to himself that Ceylon had wasted 5 years. Then he told him it was fine and that he would show him an effective training method later. Tezcan asked if his long hair got in the way while training, and Ceylon responded proudly that his hair grew back very fast, even if he cut it. Tezcan carried a large bag, saying he would go to the slave auction house because he had sold all the artifacts, and Ceylon hurried behind him. The narration explained the types of slaves in the market, with elves being the most popular race due to their appearance that fit human standards. A price table of slave types is shown, indicating that the value of an elf assassin and a female elf was significantly higher than that of an orc slave or a male elf. Tezcan and Ceylon sat in a luxurious room, listening to the explanation that a long lifespan was also a reason why elves were popular, and they learned that Elvenheim was an elf-slave auction house with a 300-year history. Tezcan thought with contempt about how people dared to name a slave auction house after the elves' paradise, while Ceylon was surprised at never having been in such a place. Ceylon commented naively that this place seemed to treat elves better than orc auction houses, but Tezcan responded seriously that it was useless because they were still treated as slaves. Ceylon asked Tezcan naively, assuming that female elves would be happier serving humans because they would no longer have to worry about starving. Tezcan responded with a serious expression that such was the thinking of most humans. He thought to himself that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't change the perception of others, and he decided to build a new empire for all races. A manager stepped out from behind the curtain, apologized for making them wait, and welcomed them to the room. The manager introduced a group of beautiful elves, calling them the best warriors of Elvenheim. Ceylon covered her eyes in horror, making the manager ask if the scene was too much for him, while Tezcan observed in silence. Tezcan showed disgust, thinking to himself that he couldn't believe the descendants of the great elves had been reduced to this, and then asked the manager if they had any darker-skinned warriors. The manager smiled, assuming he understood Tezcan's preferences, while Ceylon thought angrily about his contradiction. The manager said there was an elf who met the requirements and invited Tezcan and Ceylon to see her. The three walked together through a wide and luxurious hallway of the auction house. The manager boasted that they made the elves exercise regularly with unique methods while a group of elves trained by the fountain. He continued announcing that they always fed the elves fresh vegetables and seeds so they would develop a pleasant scent. Tezcan showed impatience, interrupted the manager, and demanded, "I've heard enough. Take us to her." Intimidated by Tezcan's piercing gaze, the manager coughed nervously. The manager told the two guards in front of a large door that they were coming to see number 148 inside. A vast training field appeared with dozens of young elves practicing swordsmanship with enthusiasm, introduced as candidates for adult warriors. The manager pointed to someone in the crowd and said that was the elf he had referred to. Tezcan fell silent. Tears began to well up upon seeing that elf. A flashback appeared showing a close-up of the resilient face of a dark-skinned elf with platinum hair. The full image of the elf from the past appeared. She wore tattered clothes, and Tezcan called her softly, Cirrus. The scene opened inside a vast magic laboratory filled with books, celestial spheres, and alchemical instruments. In a flashback, Cirrus screamed in horror when Lepenhart tried to mix 2 vials. "Lord Lepenhart, you can't mix those." A large explosion occurred right after, and Cirrus explained that fire herb extract could not be mixed with the germinal stone. Among the rubble, Lepenhart apologized awkwardly while Cirrus reminded him with exasperation. "Yesterday you said the exact same thing, and they also exploded, remember?" Cirrus gently wiped the dirt from Lepenhart's face and thought to herself that a man of his age could be so adorable. Lepenhart suggested to Cirrus that she call him by his name instead of using honorifics, but she flatly refused. When Lepenhart asked the reason, Cirrus simply tilted her head in silence with a solemn expression. The setting changed abruptly to a majestic city engulfed in flames at sunset. Leppenhart stood alone on a high balcony, silently observing the devastation below. Behind Leppenhart, his companions Tazid, McKellen, and Atilka lay on the ground, preparing for the final farewell. With an expression of pain, Tazid looked up and said goodbye. "I bid you farewell, your majesty." Leppenhart turned around, trying to sound optimistic, and asked why everyone had such melancholy faces, as if they were looking at someone about to die. Looking at the gigantic army below, Leppenhart said that the entire continent had united and mobilized millions of troops to destroy the Demon King. A sea of people composed of knights in gleaming armor stretched infinitely, showing their determination to annihilate Leppenhart and his companions. Tazid asked if they were sure they couldn't go with him, but Leppenhart explained they would only have a chance to escape because he would stay in Gadash. Leppenhart apologized to a god named Allport for having failed, but McKellen corrected that it was a prophecy, not a guarantee. An ancient scroll appeared with a prophecy about someone who would change destiny, someone with an elf by his side, and who would follow the guidance of an orc. Leppenhart recalled his confusion when he first heard the prophecy when he destroyed half of the temple but was hailed as a savior by the dwarves. Leppenhart turned around, saying goodbye for the last time to his companions. "I hope so too. Take care, McKellen, Tazid, and Atilka. Live well." Finally, Leppenhart called out to Cirrus. She looked directly at him with firm eyes and promised, "I will wait for you, Lord Leppenhart." Standing on a balcony, Leppenhart told Cirrus that if something happened to him, she should find someone new, but she replied with determination, "I will wait for you no matter what happens." Cirrus shouted to Leppenhart that no matter how bad the situation was, she would wait for him. Leppenhart looked at Cirrus, his eyes shining with emotion at her promise. Cirrus returned the gaze at Leppenhart with tearful eyes but full of determination. Under the light of the sunset, Leppenhart and Cirrus embraced in a final goodbye. Back in the present, the auction house manager introduced a dark-skinned elf, saying he felt a bit ashamed to present her because she was a defective product that had been returned 3 times for being untamable. The manager explained that due to the difficulty of handling her, they used her to help other elves develop their combat skills, since to become an assassin, one needs experience cutting real flesh. The manager turned to ask Tezcan if he still wanted to buy the girl, and Tezcan replied firmly, "Of course." The manager thought to himself that Tezcan had perverse tastes and decided to raise the price, then announced the new price. "Sir, the price is 300 gold coins." The monk Ceylon exclaimed in surprise. "Only 300 coins? How cheap?" And the manager explained it was because she wasn't a good product. The dark-skinned elf was brought before Tezcan and asked calmly, "You must be my new master." Tezcan looked at the girl with a sad expression, thinking to himself that she seemed to have suffered too much, and then took off his coat. The manager suggested calling a monk to heal her scars, but Tezcan refused and turned to ask Ceylon, "Can you heal her?" Tezcan put his coat on her. "Would you like me to translate the moment they leave the auction house together?" Over her shoulders, and said she must be cold, then asked her if she had a name, to which she replied no. Tezcan suggested the name Cirrus, and asked if she liked it. The girl closed her eyes, accepted, and said, "My name is Cirrus. I will remember it." Tezcan said that from now on she would be Cirrus Valencia, and when she asked why a slave would need a last name, he stated it was a name she deserved to have. Tezcan smiled and introduced himself. "I am Leppenhart, and this is Ceylon, a monk of the Order of Philanese." Cirrus, now in a coat and warm scarf, looked directly at Leppenhart and replied, "Understood." The scene changed to a large building with a tall tower, likely the headquarters of the Elvenheim auction house. The auction house manager looked confused, saying to someone, "Sir, you want number 148? But she has already been sold." The leader of the Rolfane Merchant Guild, Tarek, was stunned when the auction house manager confirmed the slave had been sold about an hour ago. He ground his teeth in anger, wondering if Beret had discovered his plan and bought her. The manager denied it, explaining the buyer was an unknown young man, and since he paid in cash, his information wasn't recorded. Tarek questioned why someone would carry enough cash to buy an assassin, but the manager replied that since she was a defective item, she sold for a very low price. When asked about his appearance, the manager described the buyer as a tall man with red hair, someone who would be recognized immediately. The scene changes to Cirrus. She wore a new fitted outfit with fur-trimmed shorts. Cirrus was standing in her new warrior outfit, which included a corset, shorts, long stockings, and a hooded cape. At a clothing store, Tezcan told Cirrus that this outfit wasn't perfect, but to wear it for now, and he would find something better later. As they walked down the street, Tezcan asked Cirrus if she was hungry. She replied with indifference. As you decide, my lord, and then asked if he wanted to return her. Cirrus thought to herself about Tezcan's actions, wondering why he had given her his coat, bought her expensive clothes, and treated her like a normal woman. Tezcan explained that he just wanted her to consider him a companion, and asked if she could call him by his name instead of my lord. Cirrus remained skeptical, concluding to herself that he was just a pervert obsessed with adventure stories. She assumed he wanted to play the role of a traveling warrior with a sword, and accepted. Fine, from now on I will call you Lord Lepenhard. In a luxurious restaurant, Cirrus devoured a large shrimp while thinking to herself that all humans were the same. The monk Ceylon explained that this was the most famous restaurant in Zeppelin, Lantisgrace, where they believed providing food was a way to serve the goddess of earth and abundance. Tezcan wondered if the food should be free then, and joked that Ceylon's sect also made money through the beauty business. Ceylon, while eating, argued it was the duty of servants to serve the goddess of love and beauty, but Tezcan countered that he heard they earned a lot of gold. The three ate and drank happily together. Tezcan drank water, while Cirrus and Ceylon were absorbed in their food. Tezcan smiled softly, seeing Cirrus eat with her cheeks puffed out from chewing. Caught off guard, Cirrus was startled and timidly lowered her head toward her plate. Tezcan rested his chin on his hand thoughtfully, wondering if Cirrus would like this place, and remembering they used to come here every year to celebrate their first meeting. He reflected on the difference between his two lives. In his previous life, he met Cirrus as her savior, while in this life he was the one who bought her and thought perhaps he had arrived too early. Strolling through the busy market with Cirrus and Ceylon, Tezcan told himself that one day she would understand his true intentions, and for now, this was enough. At a weapon stall, the vendor proudly presented his best weapons, and Tezcan turned to ask Cirrus if she liked any. Cirrus picked up a rapier, which surprised Tezcan, who asked, "Oh, a rapier? I thought you used a scimitar." Tezcan was startled, realizing he had said too much, while Cirrus narrowed her eyes with suspicion, wondering how he knew that, and Ceylon exclaimed in admiration that a true master could guess a weapon just by looking at the hands. Ceylon, delighted, picked up a mithril dagger, exclaiming she never thought she would own a mithril weapon, as before she only dared to admire them. Tezcan joked that a monk would rarely need a weapon, while Ceylon continued playing happily with her dagger. Tezcan suddenly felt something and turned his head to look back with an alert expression. A group of people in uniform was approaching, and a brown-haired man stepped forward. The brown-haired man and his subordinate stood before Tezcan, saying politely but with pressure, "Sir, we would like to speak with you for a moment." Tezcan and Ceylon remained silent, observing the group that had just blocked their path. Tezcan asked coldly, "What's going on?" The brown-haired man replied with a serious expression that a great gentleman wanted to have the elf with him. Cirrus, still with her hood on, stared straight ahead with an unreadable gaze. Tezcan looked at the man and replied with indifference. And the man presented a sealed document, offering to buy back the slave and promising generous compensation, even suggesting he could exchange her for a real elf assassin. Tezcan flatly refused. "I'm not interested." The surprised man asked again, "Are you rejecting our offer?" And Tezcan confirmed, "Yes." The man showed irritation, saying that Tezcan clearly didn't understand what they were offering and emphasized that he would be properly compensated. Tezcan narrowed his eyes and replied in a deep voice, "You're the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying. I already said I'm not interested." The assistant named Roma looked at Tezcan and commented, "You're a strange guy. You must be very infatuated with that elf slave." As Tezcan, Cirrus, and the monk Ceylon walked away, Ceylon commented that they were running into a lot of strange people lately, while Tezcan thought to himself who that guy thought he was. Outside a magnificent mansion at night, the window lights still shone brightly. "Would you like me to translate the encounter between these groups in the next IDs?" The leader of the Rolfane Merchant Guild, Tarek, shouted furiously at Romad, asking why he had returned empty-handed. Romad explained that the bumpkin refused to sell no matter how much was offered and advised Tarek to handle it in a more discreet way instead of using force, as there were too many prying eyes. Romad proposed a plan. Wait for the right moment to capture the assassin, then report that she had died and offer double the compensation, believing this would entice Tezcan's interest. Tarek smiled maliciously, accepted the plan, and told Romad to take the night lanterns with him, as he believed he had been lazy for far too long. At a large inn in the city, Tezcan and his group had returned to their room. A bag was opened, revealing a pile of shiny gold coins inside. Tezcan sat with his arms crossed in front of the pile of gold coins, thinking to himself that although he had more money left than expected, this amount was nothing compared to the reconstruction of the empire. He looked at the gold coins and considered investing them instead of carrying them with him. Tezcan suddenly remembered that at this point in the past, the neighboring kingdom of Crovence had suffered famine. A scene of a fertile wheat field appeared, explaining that Crovence was a blessed agricultural nation, so no one thought a famine would occur. Tezcan recalled the horrific scene of countless skeletons, remembering that the following spring many people died of hunger to the point of resorting to cannibalism, and concluded that investing in grain now would be a smart move. He thought of the three big merchant guilds, Rolfane, Karen, and Tobin, but immediately ruled out Rolfane because its leader had abused Cirrus in his previous life. Tezcan decided to choose Rolfane's rival, the Tobin Merchant Guild, the third largest grain trading company on the continent. In his office, the leader of the Tobin Merchant Guild, Sibold, was pulling his hair out because the Rolfane Merchant Guild was selling wheat and barley at dumping prices, putting him at risk of losing all his customers. An employee entered to report that a client wanted to invest, but Sibold dismissed him, thinking a few gold coins wouldn't solve the problem, and told him to throw the client out. The employee said hesitantly, "But sir, he offered a total of 1,500 gold coins," which left Sibold stunned, unable to believe his ears. Tezcan stood with his arms crossed in front of 3 large bags of money, confidently declaring to Sibold, "I want to invest these 1,500 gold coins in grain." Tezcan explains his plan. "I will sell it to the kingdom of Crovence during the next spring barley harvest." Sibold Tobin, amazed, asked him again about the kingdom of Crovence. Sibold argued that selling grain to the kingdom of Crovence was as absurd as selling soap to orcs, as they would never buy it. Tezcan muttered that orcs might use soap too if they got used to it, and then quickly changed the subject. Tezcan argued that if he failed, only he would lose money, but if he succeeded, Sibold would also benefit. Still, Sibold hesitated, not wanting to propose an investment that would surely fail. Seeing Sibold's hesitation, Tezcan stood up, took the money bags, and threatened to go elsewhere, which made Sibold exclaim in fear, "No, sir." Sibold honestly confessed that the Tobin Merchant Guild was going through financial difficulties and that this money could help them through this stage, so he wanted to propose another, safer investment. Tezcan thought to himself that Sibold was still as stubborn as in his previous life, but that was his nature, and then said firmly, "This is my money. I will spend it how I want. Bring the documents." Tezcan grabbed Sibold by the collar, his cold eyes warning, "There's only one thing you must promise me. Do not use my money for anything else without my consent." Sibold stammered in fear, accepting. Once the deal was done, Tezcan asked Sibold if the Tobin Merchant Guild had a branch in the Kingdom of Grain, and Sibold confirmed they had just opened a trade route in the north. Tezcan pointed to the map and asked about a branch near the Magic Tower of Delphia. Sibold replied that the Ronka branch passed through Delphia, and Tezcan asked him to help find someone there. Sibold happily accepted only if Tezcan told him the name. Tezcan thought to himself that this was a good opportunity to gather information about Leppenhart at the Magic Tower. The scene changes to a large training field. Cirrus was standing across from a red-haired acolyte in front of a withered tree. Cirrus quickly brandished her pair of daggers, creating faint trails of white light in the air. She moved at a breakneck speed, leaving after-images that made the red-haired acolyte exclaim in amazement, "Wow." Memories of Cirrus's past returned, the image of her in her warrior outfit, radiating a powerful aura. In the memory, a noble elf, likely her mother, softly said that the high elves used to be the protectors of the forest. She spoke of a life of eternal happiness under the blessing of the World Tree in Elvenheim, but that they had now been pushed into this situation by humans and believed that one day the great Eldia would guide them back to paradise. The image of the elves' home engulfed in flames appeared while her mother's voice echoed, advising her daughter never to forget her pride. Cirrus as a child froze, looking on in horror as her home was consumed by fire, while other elves around her wept bitterly. Another elf, in the slave camp, told her peers, "You are beautiful, so you have the chance to be sold to a good place." Start learning about loyalty and obedience to become a docile elf. A painful memory showed Cirrus being brutally beaten with a stick by a man. In the past, Cirrus as a child sat huddled alone in the corner of a dark cell with an empty plate beside her. Other elves laughed at her. Even her status as a pure-blooded elf had become a mockery in this place. The only thing that saved her was the sword, because she remembered that every adult she knew had fought with pride with their swords until the very last moment. Cirrus loved her sword because every time she brandished it, she could remember the proud image of her parents. Cirrus practiced swordsmanship alone in the courtyard, her sword movements creating dazzling trails of white light. Time passed, her memories faded, but she still kept something in her heart. Her parents' voice echoing, "Dear daughter, you must never forget our pride." Applause rang out. Cirrus turned to look cautiously. A red-haired acolyte ran over excitedly, panting and praising. "It's incredible. Where did you learn to move like that?" Cirrus responded coldly that it only required diligent practice, which made the acolyte exclaim in surprise. "Wow, that's exactly what Leppenheart told me. All you warriors think alike." The red-haired acolyte imitated the movement, threw a punch into the air, and asked, "Is this okay?" Suddenly, the acolyte felt something and turned to look with a serious expression upon hearing a voice. "We've found you." A group of people in uniform appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. One of them said, "Come with us, Self." The man leading them, Romad, smiled with scorn and said they would take her to her true master. Cirrus raised her head to look at them with a firm gaze, showing no fear. Romad's group had surrounded Cirrus and the acolyte in the middle of the wide courtyard. The red-haired acolyte pointed at him angrily and shouted, "Hey, who are you guys?" Romad responded with indifference, "Don't expect anyone to come save you. We've already taken care of that," ignoring the girl who was screaming that Cirrus was not for sale. One of Romad's subordinates shouted angrily, "You talk too much, brat," and swung his sword toward the acolyte. Immediately, Cirrus lunged, using her daggers to block the descending blade, protecting the terrified acolyte. With a quick and clean movement, Cirrus landed a slash on the subordinate, sending blood splashing. Romad's subordinates simultaneously lunged at Cirrus with fierce expressions. Cirrus calmly dodged the attack from one of them and prepared a counterattack. With sword movements fast as lightning, Cirrus easily took down two subordinates, making blood splatter. Romad stood stunned, thinking to himself, "She's just an elf slave." He couldn't believe why she was so strong, seeing Cirrus standing among those who had been struck down. The red-haired acolyte joined her hands and began to recite an incantation with a pink aura around her, intending to help. "Oh, great Philanese, please use your mass to punish these irreverent ones." One of Cirrus's daggers flew, sticking into the ground right in front of the acolyte. The dagger sank deep into the stone floor, preventing the girl from continuing to cast her magic. Romad raised his hand, pointing at them, and declared arrogantly, "No one will judge us for eliminating a small pilgrim." The red-haired acolyte shouted angrily, "How can you believe that?" While Cirrus put a hand on her shoulder and reassured her, "It's okay." The surprised girl called out, "Cirrus," watching her twirl the daggers in her hands and step forward. Cirrus bent down to pick up a sword from one of the fallen subordinates. She smiled confidently at Romad and told the acolyte, "Don't worry." Romad ground his teeth, his face marked by anger. He turned around and shouted, "Lantis, it's time to work Talcata." A giant, muscular orc gladiator stepped out from behind, nodding his head and responding, "Yes, my lord." The acolyte and Cirrus looked up to stare at the enormous approaching creature with expressions of awe. The girl realized, it's an orc gladiator, while Romad ordered Talcata to capture the elf. The orc gladiator looked at Cirrus with a serious expression and said, "I'm sorry, this is your fate." Cirrus took a defensive stance, realizing this opponent had skills that far exceeded the previous soldiers, and wondered if she could defeat him. Romad ordered Talcata, "Talcata, don't leave a single scratch on her," and the orc gladiator lunged, responding that he would only capture her. Cirrus raised her sword to block with an expression of shock at her opponent's speed. She dodged the enormous sword strike by a hair. Cirrus used all her strength to block another powerful attack. She was pushed back but stood her ground on the floor. Cirrus grit her teeth and thought to herself, "He's really strong." She brandished her sword to attack, lamenting in her heart that she hadn't brought her dagger. Cirrus performed a spectacular flip over Talcata's head to dodge the blow, and the sound of clashing metal echoed. Romad shouted furiously, scolding Talcata for not being able to handle an elf. Talcata was sweating, thinking to himself that he would probably have to go hungry again tonight. The Orc Gladiator jumped into the air, preparing to launch a descending strike that would crack the stone floor. Talcata's face was full of determination as he executed the attack. Cirrus also showed no hesitation, gritting her teeth in the face of danger. Talcata swung his great sword towards Cirrus, who was below. Instead of retreating, Cirrus unexpectedly lunged forward, closing the distance. Talcata's eyes widened, sweating in shock at her reckless action. Cirrus raised her sword, preparing to directly face the devastating descending blow. Close-up of Cirrus's firm gaze as she prepared to block the strike. Her gaze did not waver in the slightest, reflecting the approaching blade. Talcata realized with panic that Cirrus had no intention of dodging and thought to himself, "She's not dodging. I must stop." Talcata grunted as he tried to deflect the sword strike falling toward Cirrus. Close-up of Cirrus's confident and serene smile as she faced the blade. Talcata's blade grazed right past Cirrus, cutting into the ground. Would you like me to translate what happens next in this confrontation between Cirrus and Talcata? Talcata stopped, staggering with his sword stuck in the ground, while Cirrus stood firm without a scratch. Talcata shouted furiously, "I almost killed you. What would you have done if I hadn't changed direction?" Cirrus responded calmly, "I trust your skills." The red-haired acolyte shouted, "Cirrus, you can even block a flying dagger." Cirrus replied, surprised, "I suppose I can try." The red-haired acolyte joined her hands, concentrating on the incantation with a determined expression while pink energy radiated around her. Romad roared furiously. "That little wretch!" With a dagger in his hand, he shouted, "I told you to stay still," and threw the dagger toward Cirrus. Cirrus sensed the danger, her eyes shining while the red-haired acolyte was still reciting the incantation behind her. With a clink, Cirrus skillfully deflected the approaching dagger with her sword. The red-haired acolyte cast the spell, summoning enormous scepters, and commanded, "O great Philones, use all your power to strike that stinking bastard." Cirrus and Romad both looked up in amazement at the sky covered by a pink magical light. Romad broke into a cold sweat, his face pale with horror at the power of the spell from above. An enormous scepter with a skull-shaped tip plummeted directly toward Romad and his subordinates. A massive explosion shook the entire area, causing the birds on the rooftops to fly away in terror. Amidst the chaos, the red-haired acolyte dragged Cirrus to flee and explained, "Holy power only works against demons and the undead, but it will buy us some time. Run." Cirrus suddenly felt a hand, grabbed the hair of the acolyte, Ceylon, from behind, making her stop in shock. Cirrus turned with a sharp gaze and threw her sword. The sword whistled through the air and embedded itself in the nearby wall. A shoe landed on the ledge of a building. Cirrus, carrying Ceylon on her back, jumped from the ledge toward the building opposite. She broke the glass window with her body and threw herself inside the building, in the courtyard. Romad pointed furiously, shouting orders to Talcata and the others to pursue them immediately. A commander with armor and a fur collar suddenly appeared, grabbing Romad's arm and asking why there was trouble just for one elf, making Romad explain awkwardly that she was stronger than they thought. The commander mocked him, saying he was also quite surprised that even Talcata couldn't catch her, since usually an elf assassin was no match for a veteran Orc Gladiator. He declared it was time for him to intervene and asked which way Cirrus had gone. Romad pointed the direction out to the commander, who responded with a grunt, and his body began to radiate a burning aura. The commander concentrated his power in his legs and jumped into the air with amazing force. His white cape billowed as he soared toward the window of the top floor. On the ground, Romad and his subordinates looked in amazement at the remaining energy traces from the commander's jump. Romad exclaimed dazed, realizing that the commander had jumped directly to the highest window with a single impulse, amazed by the power of an aura user. The commander landed in the hallway inside the building, his body still radiating aura, and thought to himself that this feeling was nostalgic. He smiled with a grimace, thinking it had been a long time since he played hide-and-seek. Meanwhile, Cirrus was running at full speed, carrying Ceylon along the hallway. Both rushed through the long series of corridors in the building. Ceylon hurriedly told Cirrus that they should return to the room to retrieve their weapons and equipment. She stated they could deal with 1 or 2 pursuers and that it was better than running away with only a dagger. Cirrus asked hesitantly, then thought to herself that she had once thought her master was just a girl who knew nothing of the real world. A dark-skinned knight who was on guard was startled by a noise. Cirrus jumped unexpectedly over the knight's head, preparing to launch an aerial attack. She delivered a powerful kick to the knight's head, knocking him down instantly. Ceylon urged Cirrus, hurry, there's no time to dress properly, just take our things and run. In the empty room, a spell was recited that made the flower pots and furniture emit a pink light in order to erase their tracks and protect them from being followed. Commander Lantes walked down the hallway with a bright red aura emanating around his feet. He used the skill of a sword master to sense all living beings within a 30-meter radius and realized someone was hiding in the room. Lantes kicked the door down, surprised to think that a high-level priest could use a concealment technique. He entered the now empty room. Only the fragments of the door remained. Lantes looked toward the open window, realizing they had escaped through it. Romad ran in panting and asked, "Where are they?" "Lord Lantes, you surely didn't let them escape, right?" Lantes snapped at Romad to shut up and ordered him to send people to pursue them, believing they couldn't have gone far. Under the light of the sunset, Cirrus and Ceylon had climbed onto a rooftop in the city. Ceylon suggested going down to the street, but Cirrus explained they needed to stay away from people because if they were discovered as runaway slaves, the whole area would become hostile. Ceylon gasped. "Would you like me to translate their escape through the rooftops?" Lamenting that life in the Holy Order was very comfortable and now understanding why pilgrims fell so easily on their journey. She shuddered as the terrifying image of Saint Alina appeared, thinking that if she returned, she would fall into her hands again. Ceylon shouted, with determination that she would never return to this weak body, then complained that if Leppenhart were here, everything would be resolved, which made Cirrus curious about his power. With an expression full of determination, Ceylon declared, "We must find a way to see Leppen." She joined her hands to pray, pleading with the goddess Philones to guide the thread of fate to transform this unfortunate separation into a destined reunion. A brilliant stream of pink energy spread through the alley, signaling the turn of fate. The narration explained that love is a curse that turns coincidence into destiny when blessed by the goddess Philones. Ceylon thought to herself with a dejected expression that this spell was intended to match compatible couples, not to be used in this way. As they walked, Ceylon praised Cirrus for being truly strong, even stronger than the elf assassin Relsha she knew, while Cirrus also praised Ceylon for being a high-level priestess despite her youth. Ceylon thought to herself that talking to Cirrus was interesting, like talking to a human being and not a slave, and wondered if Cirrus was a special case. Both had arrived at an old ruined wall. Ceylon confirmed that this was the place where the goddess Philones had guided them. Ceylon and Cirrus started in amazement upon sensing someone's presence, an unknown man. Slowly stepped out from a ruined arch, advancing toward them. Cirrus frowned, realizing instantly, it's not Lord Leppenhart. Lantes smiled smugly with his hand on the hilt of his sword and said, "Here you are, girls. Thanks for helping me warm up a bit." Turning around, Lantes warned, "Are you going to try to run again? I advise you not to." Cirrus growled, deciding the only way was to take down the enemy in front of her, and she lunged into the attack. Cirrus launched a powerful slash toward Lantes. Lantes easily blocked Cirrus's attack and commented, "These aren't the skills of an elf assassin in training. The girl has real talent." Lantes continued saying sarcastically that she seemed to have put in a lot of effort, something unusual for a slave, while Cirrus broke free and retreated. Cirrus looked at her opponent with an expression of horror, thinking to herself, "Who is this man?" Ceylon realized in panic that the enemy must be a famous knight or swordsman and immediately joined her hands to pray to the goddess Philones, asking for the bravery of a lion. A stream of pink holy light enveloped Cirrus while Ceylon recited a strengthening spell, granting her the strength of a giant, the sharp eyes of a hawk, and the agile legs of a bull. Lantes recognized it was the Holy Impact spell and was amazed, thinking this girl couldn't be just a high-level priestess, but must be of bishop rank to cast so many spells at once. Ceylon cheered enthusiastically, boasting she was once a prominent figure in the southern kingdom, and shouted, "Cirrus, finish him," to which Cirrus immediately responded. Strengthened by the holy light, Cirrus launched a torrential attack against Lantis, making him silently acknowledge the difference having a priestess's support made. The impact created an explosion of pink energy, and Cirrus's sword shattered. Cirrus froze with an expression of horror at seeing her weapon destroyed so easily. Lantis coldly brandished his sword, creating a bright red cutting trail, and mocked, "I was just joking around a bit, and you already thought you had a chance." Ceylon stood still with a bewildered expression, unable to believe what had just happened. Lantis looked at his sword emitting a bright red aura, and thought to himself that he didn't expect to have to use his aura just to deal with a common elf. Ceylon held the wounded Cirrus, wondering angrily why an aura user would appear in a place like this, while Ceylon thought that sending someone so strong to capture slaves was a waste. Lantis turned around and mocked the two subordinates who had just arrived. Ceylon recognized with horror the identity of her opponent and shouted, "Wait, he is Lantis," which made Lantis turn around and ask with interest. Ceylon remembered that Lantis von Kalpanata had been a famous knight of the kingdom of Tikan. In the past, Lantis, coming from a noble family, had awakened his aura near the age of 40, bringing joy to the whole kingdom. However, Lantis hid a dark secret that could not be revealed. The flashback showed Lantis with depraved desires, starting by torturing elf slaves and then extending to humans and nobles. Back in the present, a resentful Ceylon called Lantis a monster and recounted that she had always been told not to go out at night for fear of being kidnapped by him. Lantis only laughed with disdain at Ceylon's accusation, responding with indifference that he also had to make a living. Ceylon grit her teeth with indignation upon hearing Lantis admit he had fled here after killing hundreds of people and that he hadn't had an exciting chase in a long time. Ceylon explained that for the Rolfane Merchant Guild, the benefit of having an aura user outweighed Lantis' notoriety, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Lantis, symbol of the pinnacle of power that had helped the Rolfane Merchant Guild rise, raised a glowing finger toward them and declared, "I will temporarily seal your holy power." Lantis said he knew well the consequences of letting a high-level priestess talk while using his invisible skill to attack Ceylon. Romad reminded Lantis with concern not to wound the elf further or Lord Tarek would be angry, but Lantis dismissed him, saying any priest could heal her. Lantis looked askance at Ceylon, commenting that this priestess was also quite beautiful, and then ordered Romad to capture her too. Ceylon screamed in panic that he was a man, which made Romad and another subordinate show an expression of disgust and think to themselves, "Not again." Lantis smiled with an enigmatic grimace and said it would be a unique experience. With a threatening expression, Lantis reached out his hand towards Ceylon, who was trembling with fear, and promised creepily, "I'll be gentle." Tezcan unexpectedly lunged to intervene. His arm was cut, splashing blood, as he shouted that Lantis would never touch him. "Would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how Tezcan handles Lantis?" Lantis appeared thoughtful, a bit surprised by his subordinate's act of disobedience. Lantis commented that Romad was the most vivid, beautiful, and fragile undead he had ever seen, as he still stood his ground despite having the tendons in his arm severed. Ceylon was horrified to the extreme when Lantis coldly declared it was a pity he had to amputate Romad's limbs. A burst of bright, golden energy occurred unexpectedly, sending Lantis and all his subordinates flying through the air. Ceylon looked up with wide eyes, her expression full of wonder and hope. Tezcan appeared through the dust and smoke. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I found you, bastards." Wrapped in an aura of power, Tezcan roared furiously because they dared to try and take Cirrus, while a voice rose calling his name. Lepin. A wave of colossal energy emanated from Tezcan, shattering the ground and repelling everyone in the area. Tezcan, quick as lightning, stepped in front of Cirrus and Ceylon to protect them. Lantis looked at the newcomer with a cautious expression and wondered, "Who is this guy?" Lantis felt an aura as immense as a mountain and a colossal energy source emanating from Tezcan's body. Lantis grabbed Romad, who had just confirmed he was the one who bought the assassin, and questioned furiously, "Didn't you say he was just a nobody?" Lantis looked at Tezcan with a tense expression, thinking to himself that just looking at him was enough to put all his senses on alert, He couldn't believe Romad had called him a nobody. Standing behind Tezcan, Ceylon thought silently that if even an aura user couldn't measure his strength, it meant he was also an aura user, and then thanked Tezcan for protecting Cirrus. Lantis estimated that Tezcan was likely over 30 years old and drew his sword with excitement, telling himself it had been a long time since he encountered someone truly strong. Tezcan smiled with a provocative grimace. Tezcan looked directly at Lantis and threw down a challenge. Having fun playing knight? You're nothing but a dirty old pervert. Come at me. Lantis showed a grin from ear to ear full of bloodlust, ready to accept the challenge. Tezcan also smiled, showing his teeth. His body began to radiate a brilliant wave of golden energy. Enveloped in a powerful aura, Tezcan lunged forward like an arrow. Lantis also charged, brandishing his sword high to prepare for the impact. Tezcan's fist and Lantis's sword clashed, creating a violent explosion of energy. The shockwave from the impact spread, shattering the ground and making Lantis's subordinates cower in terror. Tezcan and Lantis grappled with each other at the epicenter, surrounded by waves of energy and debris. Tezcan roared, concentrating his strength into his brightly glowing fist. Lantis smiled, showing his teeth with delight, enjoying the fierce confrontation. Both exchanged a series of blows at a terrifying speed. Punches and sword slashes clashed continuously, creating sparks of energy. Two subordinates, standing at a distance, were in a panic. One shouted, asking if they should flee, but the other dismissed it, arguing they would die if they got caught in the battle. Another powerful impact sent Tezcan backward, crashing against the wall of a building while Cirrus and Ceylon looked up. Cirrus hugged Ceylon and asked in amazement, Lord Leppenhart is an aura user? Didn't I tell you? Cirrus watched the battle with a steady gaze. She seemed to know well the power of the person she followed. Lantis, while blocking a blow, thought in amazement that his opponent was clearly not someone who had just awakened their aura. Lantis quickly retreated, dodging a wave of bright red aura launched by Tezcan. Tezcan lunged forward at him. Amazing speed, the trail of his aura tearing through the stone surface. Tezcan threw a punch that concentrated aura, creating an explosion of focused energy. Lantis, amazed by his opponent's skillful aura control, speculated that he couldn't be a newly awakened one, but might be over 40 years old. With an expression of frustration, Lantis grit his teeth, thinking to himself that both hypotheses about Tezcan were completely absurd. Tezcan used his bare hands to block Lantis's attack, causing a loud shock. Tezcan grit his teeth, silently annoyed, not understanding why such a scoundrel possessed such formidable swordsmanship. While blocking continuous sword slashes with his bare hands, Tezcan swore with frustration that from now on he would hit anyone who said martial arts forged character. Lantis jumped onto a stone pillar, temporarily creating distance from Tezcan after the fierce series of clashes. Lantis, pensive, amazed that Tezcan could block his sword with bare hands, a speculation about his identity flashed through his mind. Standing up high, Lantis asked Tezcan aloud, Are you the disciple of the Fist King, Gerard? Tezcan remained silent without answering, his sharp gaze fixed on Lantis. Lantis continued questioning with disdain, Why does someone as strong as you care about a simple slave? Tezcan asked in a raspy, angry voice, Who are you calling a slave? He shouted furiously, The people that you drag away as slaves also have thoughts and feelings. Lantis appeared stunned by Tezcan's violent and emotional reaction. Tezcan continued shouting, questioning Lantis if he had ever tried to talk to them or wondered why they were called slaves. Tezcan unleashed his anger with a punch, creating a violent wave of aura that sent Lantis flying through the air. Would you like me to translate the final part of this battle to see how Tezcan finishes off Lantis? Lantis flew through the debris, roaring, What the hell are you babbling about? Tezcan grit his teeth, remembering his past life, and realizing the inherent belief of humans in considering other races inferior to them. While fighting, Tezcan shouted, questioning why humans ignored the feelings of other races and claimed the right to enslave elves. Lantis responded fanatically that humans were the chosen rulers and that other races being slaves was the will of the gods of Yer. Tezcan launched a punch at Lantis, furiously asking since when the noble descendants of the elves were destined to be slaves. Tezcan shouted, clenching his fists, posing the question of whether Lantis had ever thought that if humans didn't rule the world, they themselves would be the ones in chains. Tezcan lunged, launching a powerful aura attack toward Lantis. Tezcan remembered the scene of humans cheering while the orc, dwarf, and elf races were enslaved one after another, all because they were humans. He continued attacking and shouted that by accepting that others are enslaved, one is accepting the possibility of becoming a slave themselves. Lantis shouted in shock and fury, "You're crazy. Do you really believe elves are equal to humans? A terrible aura explosion occurred, throwing l'entabaquois." Tezcan stood firm in the middle of the energy flow, declaring in a loud voice, "Cirrus is not a slave." Lantis was thrown through the air, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. Lantis rose with difficulty, reflecting on the slavery deeply rooted in the continent to the point of creating a system of servitude for the weakest humans. As Tezcan prepared for the next attack, Lantis thought that this erroneous belief would eventually turn against its own origin, but stupid humanity remained unaware. Lantis's face was drenched in sweat, revealing extreme tension in the face of Tezcan's power. Tezcan launched a powerful kick, striking Lantis directly. Lantis was thrown to the ground by a kick while Tezcan thought that if they didn't change their mentality, everyone would have to live with the constant fear of being chained, lying on the ground. Lantis showed a bitter and tired expression, with sweat pouring out. Tezcan, with his whole body burning in aura, stood tall in front of staggering Lantis. With a firm gaze and his face full of wounds, Tezcan thought to himself that everything had to change. Lantis rose with difficulty, grinding his teeth and shouting that he would change it at any cost. Tezcan lunged, launching an extremely powerful hook directly to Lantis's face. Lantis cried out in pain as blood came out of his mouth after the devastating blow. Tezcan continued hitting, making Lantis sink deep into the cracked ground. With one last punch, Tezcan unleashed a gigantic stream of aura energy. Lantis was thrown through the air, crashing through a brick wall. Tezcan stood firm among the rubble, clenching his fists and declaring firmly, "I will change it at any cost." Standing on a high rock ledge, Tezcan declared that he would never allow anyone to dare call Cirrus a slave again, and that he would eradicate the concept of slavery from everyone's minds. Cirrus looked up with eyes full of tears, wondering in amazement if Tezcan was crazy for declaring he would change the whole world for her. Cirrus remembered the moment when Tezcan shouted that she was not a slave, and at that moment she thought he was truly crazy. In her thoughts, Cirrus recalled Tezcan's words questioning the prejudice of slavery, that accepting that others were enslaved was also accepting the possibility of being chained oneself. Cirrus remembered Tezcan's indignant question, since when were the descendants of noble elves destined to be slaves? An image of the high elf matriarch, Cirrus's ancestor, appeared in her mind, reminding her of her noble lineage, back to the present. Cirrus's gaze became sharp and full of determination. Lantis lay dying among the rubble, pleading for mercy with a trembling voice. Tezcan looked at him coldly and asked why he should spare the life of a pervert, while Lantis swore by his sword that he would use the rest of his life to repent and do good deeds. Tezcan commented that Lantis seemed sincere, and Lantis hurriedly confirmed it with a panicked expression. Tezcan looked at Lantis with contempt, saying he hated the Church of Zaire because they believed a simple confession could wash away all sins, and that if he truly repented, he should confess. Lantis shouted desperately that he would confess, so that Tezcan wouldn't have to stain his hands for scum like him, with the image of Lepenhard. Appearing behind him, Tezcan responded coldly that his hands were already stained with filthy blood. Lantis wore a smile of relief, believing he had been forgiven, and said, "Fine, I will believe in your word." Tezcan cracked his knuckles and asked in a raspy voice, "If you truly repent, then you should think you deserve to die to pay for your sins," which made Lantis stutter in fear. Cirrus and Ceylon observed from a distance with expressions of shock at a loud noise. Tezcan launched an extremely strong punch at the ground right in front of Lantis, making the earth shatter. With a cold and piercing gaze, Tezcan warned Lantis not to use the word repentance lightly, because it wasn't a word for someone like him. The scene changed to a panoramic view of the ruined area under a starry night sky. The battle was over. Tezcan turned to ask Cirrus and Ceylon if they were okay, and said he had healed himself, which made Ceylon mutter about the best first aid kit, and then quickly deny it when asked. Cirrus looked at Tezcan with her face slightly flushed, asking him hesitantly if he was okay and calling him Lepenheart. Tezcan blushed, embarrassed by Cirrus's conversation, while Cirrus thought to herself with an expressionless face that he was truly a strange person. Ceylon, would you like me to translate the next IDs to see how their journey continues? Pointed to the fleeing subordinates and informed Tezcan, who immediately shouted at them to come back. The subordinates were extremely frightened when Tezcan blocked their path and threatened to give them an unforgettable experience. Romad, the leader of the group of subordinates, was sweating but tried to remain calm and asked who Tezcan was and who had sent him. Tezcan invoked a staff of blue energy and said he would still show them a little mercy. Romad and his henchmen broke into a cold sweat, thinking to themselves about the contradiction of someone claiming to be merciful while holding a staff. The scene changed to a night sky with a bright full moon shining through the clouds. Romad and his subordinates were sitting on the ground with large lumps on their heads, and Tezcan repeated the question. Let me ask again, who sent you to do this? Under Tezcan's interrogation, a terrified subordinate revealed that the ringleader was Tarek, the head of the Rolfane Merchant Guild, and pointed the way to his mansion on the outskirts of Hepling. Tezcan froze upon hearing Tarek's name, remembering that this was the man who had mistreated Cirrus for 10 years in his previous life. Romad realized Tezcan's intention and stopped him in panic. Wait, are you planning to go see him? No matter how strong you are, you mustn't do it. Romad explained that Tarek controlled the second largest merchant guild in the kingdom of Chadan, and that harming him would make Tezcan the enemy of the entire kingdom. Tezcan only replied briefly, I know, and smiled in a terrifying way, which terrified Romad and his subordinates. Tezcan kept his promise to spare the subordinates' lives, telling them to huddle together so they wouldn't freeze to death, which led to a scene of ridiculous crowding and uncomfortable complaints. The scene changed to a luxurious and splendid mansion under the night sky. In a luxurious room, a purple-haired noble named Beret asked Tarek when the elves that were being brought would arrive. Tarek replied with irritation that he didn't know and wondered why Romad was being so delayed. Beret continued asking why they had bought these elves, and Tarek replied they were a reward for Landis. Tarek noticed a bit of noise outside, but Beret dismissed it, thinking it was just the usual commotion from the servants. In the hallway outside, 2 guards were patrolling when they were unexpectedly attacked by Tezcan and Ceylon. Tezcan struck a guard's face hard with the shaft of his spear. The blow sent both guards flying, falling unconscious instantly. T, with a sigh, admitted that not killing was harder, while Ceylon used a spell to heal and erase the painful memories of a guard. Tezcan asked about Ceylon's spell, and she explained that physical attacks also left painful memories. Ceylon said it was lucky she was there to erase the witness's memories. Otherwise, Tezcan would have snuck in to slit Tarek's throat and leave, but Tezcan replied he wouldn't miss the scene of that bastard being beaten to death. Suddenly, the orc gladiator Talcata ran out to block the path, brandishing his sword and shouting that he would stop the intruders. Tezcan faced Talcata, saying the man the orc protected was not worthy, and asked why someone with warrior blood would draw his sword for him. Talcata declared firmly that he was a warrior with a duty and that he would not allow anything to undermine his determination. Tezcan asked the orc coldly, is your will to live as a slave? Talcata replied that a warrior must complete his mission. Tezcan retorted that Tarek was not his master, but the orc insisted it was his duty. Ceylon thought secretly about the innocence and honesty of the orc race, while Tezcan smiled and said he didn't know she could speak orc. Cirrus came out, surprising Tezcan because she also spoke orc and offered to take care of the situation. Cirrus drew her sword with a determined look and declared, this time, I have another weapon. Talcata looked at her, commenting that the weak elf of old had now become strong. Tezcan told Ceylon to watch Cirrus and intervene if the situation became dangerous, and she accepted confidently. When Tezcan turned around, Talcata called out to him, but Tezcan reminded him that his opponent was the elf in front of him. Talcata admitted Tezcan was right, which made Tezcan think to himself that he was a typical orc. A faint mist of purple smoke emanated from the crack of the door of a luxurious room. Tezcan frowned at smelling a familiar and unpleasant scent coming from the door. He recognized the smell of opium and opened the door slightly to look inside. Tezcan's eyes opened in amazement at the scene unfolding in the room. Inside the room, shrouded in purple smoke, was the bare, sweaty back of a man. The room was submerged in a purple haze, and on the wall were dark spots that looked like blood. Beret and Tarek, both shirtless, turned in startle and wondered who the stranger was. Tezcan appeared in the doorway, making Tarek stammer in panic, asking who he was and shouting for the guards. With an expression of deep disgust, Tezcan thought he had seen everything filthy in the world, but this scene really exceeded the imagination. Tezcan stared at the scene before him, his eyes glowing with anger, and thought to himself, "This is something I cannot stand." In the room, an elaborately decorated box emitted a strange purple mist. "The Merchant Guild leader," Tarek shouted, terrified. "Who are you?" "Guards. Is there no one here?" Tezcan's gaze became icy, filled with murderous intent. He saw the body of a platinum-haired elf with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Would you like me to translate what happens when Tezcan confronts Tarek inside that room?" Beside her was another purple-haired elf, also dead, with a tear of blood rolling down her cheek. Wrapped in an aura, Tezcan grit his teeth and wondered why this world is full of people who do not deserve to live. Tarek kept shouting desperately, calling for Talcata, and not understanding how the intruder had been able to get so far without an alarm. The Merchant Guild leader trembled as he faced Tezcan, asking, "What do you want? Money?" Tarek continued speculating frantically, thinking that Tezcan had been sent by the Taubman Merchant Guild to claim a market. While Tarek swore in the name of the Rolfane Merchant Guild that he would pay double, Tezcan only thought coldly of Sirius's suffering at the hands of this disgusting monster for 10 years. Tarek promised to prepare a contract immediately and ensure there would be no retaliation, but Tezcan only thought to himself that this time he would not miss the opportunity as before. Tezcan launched a devastating punch to Tarek's face, deforming it. Tarek fell backward onto the floor, moaning and asking in horror, "What have I done to deserve this?" Tezcan grabbed Tarek by the hair, growling that he was trash who had dared to torture Sirius, which made Tarek ass-dazed. "Who is Sirius?" Beret watched in horror as blood splattered while Tezcan punished Tarek, saying that those same hands and feet had desecrated and kicked Sirius. Tezcan stood over Tarek's body, saying that now he knew the pain of those who had died unjustly at his hands. Beret trembled, pointing at Tezcan and shouting that he was a murderer, but Tezcan only replied with sarcasm, "How funny. Aren't you a murderer too, Beret?" He shouted that he had lived his whole life without any shame, and Tezcan confirmed coldly, "Yes, I see you are a shameless bastard." Sirius and Ceylon cautiously opened the door to look, their faces showing shock and concern. Tarek's bloody body lay on the floor, while someone thought in horror, "How?" Sirius stared at the scene before her, exclaiming dazed, "Too brutal." While Tezcan stood by the corpse, Sirius commented that that man deserved a much worse end, and Tezcan completely agreed with her. Sirius noticed Ceylon's calmness and said, "You seem quite used to situations like this." Ceylon, the priestess, replied that she had been an adventurer for a while. Ceylon excitedly related how Sirius had defeated Talcata, praising her strength, but Sirius humbly replied that without Ceylon's healing ability, she wouldn't have been able to stay on her feet either. Tezcan used his perception skill and confirmed that Talcata seemed to be still alive, though barely breathing. Beret shouted in horror as he remembered his crimes, pointing at Tezcan's group and yelling, "You are the murderer I brought back." Sirius approached coldly to interrogate Beret. "Was it you who killed that girl?" Which made him stammer in fear. And what of it?" Sirius drew her sword with an icy look as she said that Beret's miserable life was not enough to compensate for that girl's death. With the image of a terrified Beret reflected in the sword blade, Sirius said with determination, "But this is the least I can do," while Beret still couldn't believe he was about to die just for an elf slave. Fresh blood splattered the elaborate wall. One of the wounded elf servants held a dying Beret, desperately calling for help. A sword pierced through Beret decisively. Sirius stepped in to protect the elf servant, raised her bloody sword, and declared, "I will not allow your filthy hands to touch that girl." Tezcan remained in silence, witnessing everything that was happening. The scene changes to a vast forest covered in snow under the night sky. Warm flames began to flicker in the middle of the night and the white snow. Tezcan, Sirius and Ceylon stood guard for a large group of newly rescued slaves of various races, all gathered around a bonfire. Talcata informed Sirius that there were 17 female elves and 9 orcs. all slaves from the mansion, and stated that her owner was now their master as well. Ceylon commented that the gender ratio was very unbalanced, and Cirrus explained it was because there was no demand for male elves or female orcs in the market. Cirrus watched in silence as an older elf used her language to comfort a younger, frightened elf. Recalling the image of Tezcan fighting with fury, Cirrus thought to herself, "Perhaps I was wrong about him." Tezcan turned around holding an ornate object and said to Cirrus, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Ceylon asked curiously what it was, and Tezcan explained it was a slavery document along with the seal of the head of the Rolfane Merchant Guild, admitting it wasn't easy to find. When Ceylon asked him where he had found it, Tezcan smiled and explained he had seen a safe while breaking through the office wall. Ceylon commented that the action was stupidly reckless, which left Tezcan stunned, responding that in his 50 years of life no one had called him that, surprising Ceylon with his age. T turned around and thought to himself if his personality was becoming simpler and more reckless, while Cirrus and Ceylon looked at him with perplexity. Ceylon asked why he was carrying the slavery document, and Tezcan replied mysteriously while holding the seal, "Because it is necessary." Tezcan stood in front of all the rescued slaves and declared that he would grant them freedom if they did not want to continue living as slaves, stating that the choice was theirs. The group of slaves of all races looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what freedom meant and thinking that their new master's orders were too difficult to comprehend. Ceylon told Tezcan that they didn't even know what freedom was and asked if he planned to become a slave trader, but he denied it. Tezcan stamped the seal on the document placed on a tree trunk while Ceylon watched from behind. He explained that once the Rolfane seal was stamped here, they would no longer be Tarek slaves, and this was the necessary procedure to ensure them a safe place to live. With a serious expression, Tezcan thought that freeing them without a home or the will for self-sufficiency would only put them in greater danger, so he would start by changing their mindset. The scene changes to a city with buildings of classical architecture illuminated at night. A sign hung outside a building with an ornate drawing of a woman's face. "Would you like me to translate the group's next steps as they seek a safe haven for the rescued slaves?" Inside a luxurious room, Sybil Taubin sat in a chair and exclaimed in terror, "Lord Leppenhart, aren't these Lord Tarek's slaves?" Sybil Taubin asked Tezcan how he had bought all the slaves. Tezcan replied that he would soon find out and asked him to keep them safe and in secret. Tezcan warned Sybil that he would be the only one who knew the truth once the news spread tomorrow morning. So if the secret was revealed, he would be the only suspect. Tezcan claimed it was just a harmless threat, but Sybil Taubin kept sweating and swallowing hard in fear. Tezcan poured a pile of gold coins onto the table and said he would give Sybil 100 coins to cover expenses, which left him extremely astonished. While putting the money away, Sybil thought to himself that Tezcan had looted the Rolfane mansion and then offered to take the group to a place on the outskirts of Heppeling along with his other slaves. Tezcan asked if Sybil could guarantee they wouldn't be harmed or treated as slaves. Sybil replied it was guaranteed, but considered 100 gold coins to be too much. Tezcan clarified that he wanted to use that money to educate them and not to train slaves, which surprised Sybil since he had received training money from Tarek. Tezcan presented a plan to teach them to read, write and according to their level, accounting, history, philosophy, and even medicine and pharmacology. Sybil Taubin couldn't believe it, asking why Tezcan would go to so much trouble to educate slaves. Tezcan argued that the more skilled the slaves were, the better for the master, but Sybil still doubted their ability to learn, to which Tezcan replied that if he succeeded, both would benefit. Sybil reluctantly agreed to try, but warned it would be very difficult because no scholar would want to teach demi-humans. Tezcan admitted he knew the arrogance of scholars well, which made Sybil wonder about his plan. Tezcan smiled and explained that they would hire the commoner students of the scholars who needed money to teach. Sybil objected, arguing that those who hadn't finished their studies couldn't be good teachers, but Tezcan only needed them to teach basic knowledge and noted this method was much cheaper. Sybil agreed to arrange it, but still with disdain, saying that teaching knowledge to slaves was like teaching babies to count. Tezcan became serious, thinking to himself that the idea of educating slaves was not new and had already been proposed in the past. He remembered that the elite had always rejected this idea, considering it as ridiculous as teaching a dog to paint because the ideology of human supremacy was deeply rooted. Sybil Taubin reflected pensively while Tezcan was determined to use that same belief to his advantage. In his thoughts, Tezcan realized that not educating slaves was a deliberate strategy to prevent resistance, a practice whose motive most humans today have forgotten. He reflected that once these slaves were educated, Sybil would be amazed by the results and would start training his own slaves, as the master benefits more when the slaves are more capable. He imagined that if the plan succeeded, slave education could become a trend spreading across the continent, with an image of a map of kingdoms appearing. Tezcan smiled with determination, telling himself that this plan to change perception was something he hadn't been able to achieve in his previous life, and that it would begin now. The scene changes to a large building in the city of Hepling at night, where the group is located. Tezcan, shirtless, called out to Ceylon with a confused expression and asked hesitantly, "Do you have any money?" Standing in front of Cirrus and Ceylon, Tezcan scratched his head and confessed he had completely forgotten about travel expenses and had given all the money to Sybil. Cirrus looked at her new clothes and asked if she should return them. Tezcan waved his hand in panic, hurriedly saying that wasn't necessary. Cirrus let out a little giggle. It was the first time she had laughed since becoming a slave. The next morning, the entire city of Hepling was in chaos. The cause was revealed. Tarek, the head of the Rolfane Merchant Guild, and Beret, the heir to the Karen Merchant Guild, had been found brutally murdered. 2 city guards were confused as the investigation hit a dead end, since the employees questioned remembered nothing and only gave contradictory descriptions of the suspect as a giant, beautiful elf. 2 weeks later, Tezcan's group arrived at a snowy ruin, facing a horde of undead monsters blocking the way. The red-haired acolyte raised her hands in prayer, shouting, "O great Philones, grant your purifying light to these cursed ones." A column of bright pink light descended from above, enveloping the undead horde as she completed the spell. Cirrus lunged into the middle of the monsters, brandishing her sword to block a skeleton's attack with a resonant metallic clash. Tezcan stood with his arms crossed, allowing the weak attacks of the undead horde to crash harmlessly against him, thinking to himself that the two coordinated quite well. While fighting, Ceylon wondered when Tezcan had accumulated so much experience and how old he was when he first stepped on a battlefield. Tezcan commented that Ceylon was a more exceptional priestess than he had imagined, with the potential to even surpass his old rival, Saint Ellen, and wondered why such a person had no reputation in his previous life. Tezcan smashed a skeleton with a punch, asking Ceylon if she was hurt, while she commented that the magical creatures in these ruins of Elysian were stronger than elsewhere. 2 weeks after leaving the kingdom of Chadan, the group arrived at the kingdom of Graham near the Cedalad mountain range, where the forgotten ancient ruins of Elysian were located. Standing before a gigantic door, Tezcan declared he would find what was necessary to restore his magic, while Ceylon realized the door was sealed. Ceylon asked about Tezcan's plan and reminded him they should hire a mage, but he just told her to give him a few seconds to cast a spell. Ceylon, amazed, asked the spell, and Tezcan confirmed that he had been a mage in the past. Ceylon shouted with extreme indignation, thinking to herself that Tezcan was not only skilled in martial arts and had awakened his aura, but was also intelligent and now knew magic. Ceylon asked skeptically what Tezcan was doing, and he replied he was concentrating his magic power, making her wonder why he would need so much for a 3-circle spell. Tezcan closed his eyes and concentrated, murmuring an ancient incantation while sweat broke out. "I command you by the ancestral name." A gigantic blue magic circle appeared over the door as Tezcan commanded the power of the seal to open. The door radiated a bright light as Tezcan shouted, "Door, open," and the 3 looked at the torrent of light. An unimpressed Ceylon mocked that it had taken him 13 minutes and advised him not to call himself a mage, which made Tezcan retort irritably, "Shut up. The important thing is that it opened." Tezcan has finally opened the ancient ruins. "Would you like me to translate what secrets they find inside?" He thought to himself about his previous life as the first 10-circle mage, feeling frustrated and impatient to find the echo of selection upon entering. The 3 were shocked by the scene before them, and Tezcan could only exclaim. The group looked out over a vast stone hall, but it was completely empty, which made Tezcan wonder why the place was deserted. In a corner of the empty room, only a wooden mallet that looked like an abandoned prosthetic remained, leaving the ruins behind. The 3 walked bundled up through a snow-covered forest. Tezcan sighed with disappointment, and Cirrus consoled him, saying that perhaps someone else had arrived first and that those ruins didn't belong to him. Tezcan thought deeply to himself. He knew the ruins of Elysian weren't supposed to be discovered for another 17 years, and that he should have been the one to find them, proving the future had changed. Ceylon and Cirrus cheerfully held up the wooden mallet, considering that at least they weren't leaving empty-handed and that it seemed to be an amazing artifact. Cirrus took the piece of wood, and green energy erupted as she pronounced the name of the weapon, Nylon. The piece of wood transformed into the magical bow Nylon, capable of firing multiple arrows depending on the user's concentration. It was a relic of the world tree of Elvenheim. Cirrus fired a powerful energy arrow from the bow Nylon, and amazed Ceylon realized it was a bow and asked Cirrus, who confirmed it was an incredible weapon. Ceylon wondered how Tezcan knew it was an artifact, and he explained it was the bow Cirrus had used, quickly correcting himself to say he had only heard of it. Ceylon tried to comfort Tezcan by saying there were still many other ruins, but he stated that nothing could replace the echo of Elysian. As the group walked through the snowy landscape, Tezcan thought to himself that it was the only artifact that could restore his magic power. Then he announced they had reached the village of Jalen and that he wanted a good meal. A sumptuous banquet table was laid out with all kinds of appetizing dishes like roast meat, bread, soup, and meatballs. The innkeeper was happy to see the group of three eating with gusto, while Cirrus and Ceylon praised the delicious food. The innkeeper mentioned that a group of arrogant people had recently arrived who wouldn't stop complaining about the food, revealing they were knights from a noble family. Tezcan narrowed his eyes upon hearing the innkeeper say those knights had come to explore some ruins. Tezcan offered a coin to the innkeeper to ask for more information, but she waved her hand in refusal and said she would tell him for free. The innkeeper related that a week earlier, Viscount Kelburn had arrived with an expedition, including people who seemed of an even higher rank than his, especially a knight wearing golden armor from head to toe. She commented that despite his shiny armor, the knight was very polite and respectful, even toward country folk like her. While eating, Tezcan reflected, realizing that the description of golden armor and a golden sword could only belong to the golden knight of the Tense family from the Kingdom of Graham. The scene changed to an imposing castle under the glow of the sunset. Inside the castle, at a long dining table, Viscount Kelburn praised Captain Eustace for having defeated the demonic creatures in the ruins. Eustace Tense, the golden knight of the Kingdom of Graham, ate quietly and listened to the Viscount's praise. Eustace Tense reassured Viscount Kelburn, telling him not to worry, for as promised, a third of the artifacts would belong to him. The scene of the majestic castle situated on a cliff under the sunset. Viscount Kelburn fawned over Eustace Tense, saying that forging a relationship with him was more important than money and that he was willing to give up all the artifacts. Viscount Kelburn asked Eustace what he planned to do with the adamantium and orichalcum, to which Eustace replied he had commissioned his dwarves to manufacture armor and weapons. Eustace took a sip of wine and praised the Kelburn family for having many talented dwarves, living up to their reputation in the mining industry. Viscount Kelburn laughed loudly, humbly saying it was an excessive compliment, then introduced his two daughters and urged them to greet the famous golden knight, Eustace. Eustace coldly rejected the Viscount's matchmaking intention. "Excuse me, but I have no intention of becoming intimate with any woman other than my wife." Viscount Kelburn felt uncomfortable. Thinking he had offended Eustace and remembering a rumor, he changed the subject to ask about his younger brother. Viscount Kelburn's smile froze on his face as he realized he had made a grave mistake. Eustace Tense crushed the cup in his hand. With a sharp gaze and a raspy voice, he declared, "I do not have a younger brother." The Viscount Kelburn and his two daughters turned pale with fear, and he quickly stammered an apology for his lack of respect. The Viscount's two daughters suddenly screamed in terror at some sight. A frantic servant came running into the dining room and shouted, "A demon has come out of one of the artifacts outside." A giant demon named Sephidahin was massacring knights, and cries for help echoed everywhere. Eustace Tense stood quietly by the window, looking out, thinking to himself that a summoning artifact must have been mixed in with the others. Eustace smiled with a meaningful and malicious grimace as he observed the chaotic scene. He grit his teeth and thought with contempt, "That fool." A knight commander on the city wall shouted orders. "Watch out for his sword. Evacuate everyone and get into formation." The commander continued ordering the mages to retreat and the knights to raise their shields. A knight obeyed. raising his elaborately decorated shield. A young black-haired knight led a group of soldiers, bravely advancing toward the demon with a determined expression, a gray-haired high priest. And his companions raised their hands in prayer. "O great Arius, this humble servant implores your aid. Please grant the brave the strength to destroy this evil demon." The mages chanted in unison, summoning a giant ice wall from the ground to block the demon Sephidahin. "O cold wind from the frozen lands, appear at my command." Ice wall. The ice wall successfully trapped the demon Sephidahin while the knights on the walls and under the city gate took their combat positions. Would you like me to translate how Eustace Tense handles the rampaging demon Sephidahin? The group of knights led by Russ faced the trapped demon, and he ordered, "Good. We'll immobilize it and wait for Captain Sir." Loth turned and shouted with an expression of anger and panic upon seeing his companion acting strangely. "What the hell are you doing, Russ?" Despite the order, Russ charged forward, roaring, "Demon! No enemy can resist the sword of House Tense." Russ leaped into the air, raising his sword high, preparing to deal a powerful blow to the head of the demon Sephidahin with a determined expression. Russ swung his sword downward, and it emitted a faint stream of energy. The sword cut with a brilliant trail of light, aiming directly at the head of the demon Sephidahin. Russ grit his teeth as the demon's blood splattered over him, but he realized something was wrong. Russ's attack was easily blocked by the demon's armored arm. The demon Sephidahin roared and struck downward with its other hand, aiming directly at Russ. Sir Lot shouted terrified, "That fool!" as he witnessed Russ being thrown through the air and slammed hard against the ground. Russ knelt on the ground with blood running down his temple after receiving a devastating blow. A brilliant golden ring streaked through the air, making Russ look up in surprise. The golden ring pierced through the ice wall and struck the demon Sephidahin directly, causing a massive explosion. Eustace Tense approached coldly, ordering, "Sir Lot, leave that fool and maintain the perimeter." Russ looked up, whispering his name. The other knights sighed in relief and cheered at the sight of the captain. "Captain Eustace, the captain has arrived." Eustace looked at Russ with contempt and said, "Do not utter my name. Do you think we are brothers? No great knight of House Tense could be born from a filthy nobody." Russ's face was shrouded in shadows, but one of his eyes suddenly glowed with a mysterious golden light. Eustace Tense faced the demon Sephidahin, realizing this was the type of monster that only aura users could deal with. He brandished his great golden sword, striking it forcefully against the ground, creating a great tremor. Eustace whispered to the weapon, accumulating a brilliant golden energy around it. He raised the sword to the sky, and its energy erupted violently. With a determined look, Eustace commanded, "Awaken, Eldred." The sword began to transform. Its parts separated and moved with a complex mechanism. Innumerable, rectangular golden fragments flew out from the weapon, enveloping Eustace in a whirlwind of light. The golden fragments began to assemble with precision into armor over his legs. The transformation process continued. The golden fragments covered Eustace's entire body, forming full armor. The armor, golden, gradually appeared under the bright light, completely covering Eustace. With the golden armor complete and wielding the transformed great sword, Eustace taunted, "Come here, demon from another world." In a room elsewhere, someone wondered about Eustace's identity. Seriously, is this Eustace the Golden Knight? Ceylon confirmed that Eustace was very famous, while Tezcan excused himself, saying he had lived his whole life in the mountains and didn't know. Ceylon explained that Eustace was one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent, as powerful as an aura user, which made Tezcan turn to ask Cirrus if she had heard of him. After Tezcan suddenly praised Cirrus's pajamas, she only replied briefly and somewhat shyly, "Ah, yes." Tezcan expressed skepticism, believing that a magic swordsman could not rival an aura user because their power came from objects. But he also admitted that the Eldra armor was the strongest weapon of this era. An explanatory panel appeared stating that the Eldred magic armor and the Eldrim sword were forged with the magic metal true gold, Eldril, powerful artifacts passed down through generations of the Tense family. The wearer of the armor. Eldred can use powerful magic with a simple command and has combat capabilities equal to those of an aura user. The demon Sephidahin roared with anger while a warning text indicated that this power was only effective if used correctly. Eustace, in his golden armor, launched an attack at the demon with a stream of blue energy swirling around him. Eustace Tense, in his golden armor, descended from above, brandishing his sword to attack the gigantic demon Sephidahin. A close-up of the armor, bursting with burning energy as Eustace shouted, "Awaken, Eldrin!" Sephidahin roared savagely, lunging directly forward. A terrible explosion described as 8-circle destruction magic, material annihilation, shook the ground. Back in the present, Tezcan lay in bed and explained to Ceylon that the Tense family had actively researched how to harness the full power of Eldred, because having a powerful tool did not mean being invincible. Tezcan continued, thinking that the Tense family's level in using enchantment magic was even superior to their swordsmanship, as the image of Eustace conjuring appeared. Eyes of death pierce the darkness, and the leopard's roar strengthens the limbs. Tezcan commented that they had abandoned swordsmanship to rely on artifacts, but that might be a better option for the family, while Eustace used his sword to cut dark creatures with a poisonous aura. He thought to himself that even dedicating a lifetime to swordsmanship, there was no guarantee of becoming an aura user. Meanwhile, the Golden Knight appeared at least once in every generation, and the image of Eustace launching a fiery attack was illustrated. Tezcan concluded that having a warrior with power comparable to an aura user in the family was a huge advantage, while Eustace created a devastating explosion. Eustace used a freezing technique, and Tezcan admitted that a magic swordsman using Eldred would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Back in the battle, Eustace stared through the slit of his helm and ordered, "Begone." Eustace planted his greatsword, releasing a powerful discharge of lightning toward the demon. "Would you like me to translate what happens to Russ now that the battle is over?" The attack struck Sephidahin, creating a dazzling explosion of light before the eyes of the knights on the wall. Rus and the other knights cheered with joy over the victory. Eustace stood tall over the debris with his great sword on his shoulder after having defeated the demon. A close-up of Eustace's golden helm. His eyes glowed with determination. Back in the room, Tezcan wondered thoughtfully, "Will I be able to defeat him?" Ceylon entered with a worried expression, asking Tezcan if he planned to fight the Tense family. He replied that he needed to recover the artifacts they had taken, stating he would steal them. Ceylon seriously objected, saying she cooperated with him in the kingdom of Chadan because he was doing the right thing, but the House of Tense had explored the ruins and become the rightful owner of those artifacts. Ceylon touched Tezcan's face and asked, "If you take them, won't you be considered a thief?" Which made him admit sheepishly, "You're right." Tezcan thought deeply to himself about how to convince Ceylon without revealing his past life, and then decided to tell her, "Ceylon, I think I need to tell you the truth because you are my companion." Tezcan began to explain, recalling his martial arts school, and Ceylon confirmed she knew he was the disciple of the Fist King, Gerard. A lantern burned in the room, creating a serious atmosphere for the conversation. Ceylon asked if his master had placed those artifacts in the ruins and entrusted him with the task of recovering them. Tezcan, while Cirrus slept soundly, confirmed it was a training tradition of the school. Ceylon wondered why Master Gerard hadn't taken the artifact himself. Tezcan explained they were used as rewards for the disciples. Tezcan offered more convincing proof, asking how he could know about Nylon and the shortcuts if he hadn't known the ruins beforehand, which left Ceylon stunned as she realized it made sense. Tezcan avoided her gaze, looking guilty, and said, "I'm sorry, Ceylon, but not everything was a lie." Ceylon admitted it also seemed a bit strange to her, as Tezcan was not the type of person who would steal from others, which made him sweat even more. Ceylon asked him again if he really needed to recover his artifacts, and Tezcan affirmed that was the issue, while the image of Eustace Tense golden armor appeared. Ceylon sighed, thinking everything had become complicated and that theft seemed to be the only option, while Eustace Tense took off his helm with a resigned expression. The scene changed to the battle from the day before. Sir Loth praised Eustace Tense for defeating the demon Sephidahin, and Eustace Tense coldly assigned him the task of clearing the area. Eustace Tense stood over Russ, who was kneeling, and said with contempt, "A pathetic strike limited to a simple downward slash does not deserve to be called the sword of House Tense. You need to know your place." Russ looked up with a bruised face, but eyes full of determination, thinking to himself that this was still the sword of House Tense, and so was he. The scene changed to the next day with the image of a fortress at dawn. A sharp blade swung through the air. Russ was practicing swordsmanship alone on the wall at dawn. Russ continued brandishing his sword diligently with an expression of intense concentration. Sir Loth in another night approached, asking Russ, "Hey Russ, why did you do that stupid thing yesterday?" Russ, while brandishing his sword, replied with indifference, "I was just trying to kill the demon," which made Sir Loth shout angrily that no one had ordered him to do that. Russ responded to the questioning firmly. "I, too, am a sword of the Tense family." With a piercing gaze, Russ challenged, "If there's a problem, challenge me. I will gladly accept." "Sir." Loth and his companion turned around and left. Sir Loth muttered curses, "Dirty bastard." Sir Loth thought to himself that Russ, though strong, had only learned a single sword technique, the downward slash and the breathing technique that accompanied it. Russ's blade drew a perfect curve in the air. His rhythm was so flawless that it was almost invisible. A master swordsman would have praised it as a magnificent strike, but apart from that technique, Russ's other skills were lamentably deficient. In a flashback, Russ remembered that although the Tense family had forgotten true swordsmanship, they still had enough knowledge to teach the guards, but he was not allowed to learn. Being an illegitimate son, the vassals opposed him learning swordsmanship, so in the end his father could only teach him a single technique. Russ's father explained that this was a fragment of the great path of the sword that their family had once possessed, as well as the true way to use aura, and he hoped Russ could awaken this lost power. Young Russ smiled with determination upon receiving his father's sword. Back in the present, Russ continued brandishing his sword, not wanting to let down his father's expectations. The true swordsmanship of House Tense once possessed great power, but now all that remained was a downward slash, a pathetic technique that no one valued anymore. From a tower window, Eustace Tense watched and thought that the downward slash would never help Russ reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship because the rest of the path of the sword had never been lost. Eustace Tense smiled with disdain and silently called Russ an idiot. However, as he continued to watch Russ practice incessantly, Eustace still showed some reflection. Russ panted. Sweat ran down his face due to exhaustion. He grit his teeth, putting all his strength into every sword stroke. Eustace Tense concluded in his thoughts, seeing Russ roar with effort. He's a genius. The scene changed to a snow-covered forest at night. A hooded figure slipped quickly along. Tezcan, in disguise, was infiltrating Viscount Kelburn's castle and thought that this new life was truly interesting, allowing him to experience sneaking into a place with a mask. Tezcan quickly subdued 3 patrolling knights while murmuring apologies. 2 other patrolling knights complained about having to stand guard when the Golden Knight was already there, arguing that Viscount Kelburn couldn't compare. Suddenly, one of the 2 knights went on guard and asked his companion if he felt something. "Would you like me to translate the encounter between the disguised Tezcan and the knights guarding the castle?" Clinging to the ceiling just above, he thought, "Now I understand why thieves like to stick to walls like lizards." Tezcan slid down the empty hallway, thinking with complacency that this robbery wasn't hard, or perhaps it was because he was just too good. He observed 2 knights in green armor standing guard and deduced they must be Count Tense guards. Tezcan, surprise, attacked another knight from behind, making the remaining guard shout terrified. "Who's there?" Tezcan squeezed the enemy in a lock, making him weep helplessly and silently praise the effectiveness of control techniques. Standing outside a large window with a tide guard, Tezcan determined that this was the place he needed to find. He recognized a complex magical net covering the window, identifying it as motion and heat detection magic, but felt frustrated at not being able to deactivate it. Tezcan deduced that a magic barrier must have a core and quickly discovered a glowing stone embedded in the wall. He took the core stone, noting that the ancient characters engraved on it radiated magic energy. Tezcan crushed the stone with his foot, completely shattering the magic barrier in a flash of blue light. Inside was a warehouse full of wooden barrels, wine casks, and weapon racks. Tezcan entered the treasure chamber, recognizing familiar objects like the Demon Slayer treasure, the sealing jar, the infinite bag, and the blue sky harp. Feeling a surge of nostalgia, he examined various swords and was annoyed to see they were poorly organized, confusing the Talid sword with the Helion blade. Suddenly, Tezcan discovered his target, a black cube with glowing purple veins, and exclaimed, "Here it is, the echo of selection." Just as he was about to approach, a small tinkling sound rang out unexpectedly, making him stop. Tezcan looked down and saw a thin, glowing magic thread wrapped around his ankle. He looked up with wide eyes, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Tezcan looked up, his vigilant golden eyes under the hood. An alarm bell hanging from the ceiling began to ring and glow. Tezcan sweated, wondering in amazement. Is this just a simple rope trap? Awakened by the strident sound of the bell, Viscount Kelburn sat up in bed and roared. Guards! What's going on? While fleeing, Tezcan thought with frustration that he couldn't believe he had been caught by such a ridiculous trap after overcoming the hardest parts. When the knights lunged, Tezcan subdued them easily and thought it was hard to hold back without accidentally killing someone. A knight captain ordered the soldiers to maintain their positions and asked the mages to provide support. The mages stood on the wall, conjuring huge fireballs and launching them toward Tezcan. Tezcan grabbed the terrified captain, apologizing while the perplexed guard asked, why a huge explosion occurred when the fireball impacted Tezcan and the captain he used as a shield. Another knight shouted horrified, You used him as a shield, monster! While Tezcan thought he only did it because he knew the captain's armor was enchanted. A knight ordered to fire arrows, and a volley of special arrows flew toward Tezcan. Tezcan used both hands to deflect the approaching arrows. He noticed a sticky liquid dripping from the arrows, and chains began to wrap around his body. The knights shouted orders to support their companions while the arrow chains bound Tezcan, who realized they were trying to immobilize him. Bound tightly by the chains, Tezcan muttered, Damn it, these knights must have been trained too well. A shield flew and stuck into the ground in front of the knights. Russ led a group of knights, charging and roaring. Catch that bastard. Receive the sword of House Tense. Sir Loth shouted, terrified and desperate. Russ, no. Still bound. Tezcan looked at the approaching Russ and wondered, what is that idiot doing? Russ roared it, brandishing his sword and charging forward with an expression of determination. Sir Loth shouted in panic, trying to warn, maintain the formation. Russ. Ignoring the warning, Russ jumped, raising his sword to attack the bound Tezcan. Chain, Tezcan thought. Russ? This name doesn't ring a bell. Why does it feel familiar? Tezcan analyzed, noting that every movement, breath, and step of Russ seemed normal. However, he was very impressed with the young man's sword strike. His eyes shone as he observed the technique. Russ skillfully dodged the flying chains and launched his slash. A huge explosion of energy occurred when Russ's sword impacted, blowing away the surrounding chains. A close-up showed that Russ's sword blade could only strike one link of the chain, creating sparks but failing to break it. Russ broke into a cold sweat, amazed to realize his most powerful attack had been blocked. Tezcan easily struck Russ directly in the abdomen with his hand while the latter was still stunned. Russ was thrown far, rolling several times on the ground while Tezcan wondered who he was. Tezcan thought, finding it strange that someone capable of such an impressive sword strike couldn't dodge a simple punch, while Russ looked at him with resentment. Tezcan suddenly remembered a mantra. The sword of heaven will tear the air. Tezcan, would you like me to translate what happens when Tezcan realizes Russ's true potential? He gathered strength, creating brilliant golden trails as he moved his arm. He concentrated energy in his fist, preparing for a powerful attack. Eustace Tense, in his full golden armor, appeared and said, So that's the Golden Knight. Those skills are too good to be used in someone else's house in the middle of the night. Tezcan looked at Eustace and replied with indifference, I have my reasons. Eustace Tense said he would listen to those reasons later. Tezcan remembered the teaching of his old dojo. Striking first always ensures victory, and then charged forward. Eustace Tense, in his golden armor, lunged at a terrifying speed. Tezcan leaped into the air, directly facing the lunging Eustace. A close-up of Tezcan's golden eyes, shining with determination. Eustace's blue eyes inside his helm also shone with intense concentration. Tezcan leaned back, dodging a lightning attack from Eustace. Eustace threw a punch, but Tezcan quickly raised his iron gauntlet to block it. Tezcan stopped Eustace's punch with his gauntlet, while the Golden Knight's great sword grazed his face. Eustace brandished his sword, creating a cross-shaped burst of energy, but Tezcan stepped back to dodge it. Both maintained their distance after the exchange of techniques, with the ground around them shattered. Sir Loth and Russ watched from afar, wondering in confusion why Captain Eustace had stopped in the middle of the battle. Both Usis and Tezcan thought to themselves that their last attack had been a suicidal and reckless maneuver that could have killed them both, and both admitted, I was wrong. Usis unleashed his magic, declaring he would merge with the darkness of the abyss, and let out a powerful roar. Purple shadow tentacles enveloped Tezcan. Usis called that technique the Shadow Scream. Tezcan spun with ease in the middle of the dark magic encirclement. Usis wondered in amazement how his opponent knew the weak point of the Shadow Scream, and admitted that Tezcan was very skilled at dealing with magic. Tezcan invoked a shadow demonic creature, replying with indifference. Well, for me it's nothing new. Usis brandished his sword, shattering a large section of the wall to dodge the demonic creature's attack. The other members of the expedition hastily jumped out of the battle's path as Usis lunged through the debris. Tezcan launched a potent punch, impacting directly on Usis's chest. Usis, without his helm, groaned in pain and couldn't believe such a destructive force could have pierced his armor. Usis' tents flew through the air, declaring, the wind will become arrows, while bursts of blue energy sprouted from his sword. He continued reciting an incantation as the streams of fire and wind energy merged. Burning heat gathered to attack the enemy. Usis shouted, commanding his sword as a gigantic stream of energy formed. Awaken, Eldrin. A close-up of Usis's armor, glowing intensely while magic energy swirled around him. A gigantic energy beam from Usis's sword shot directly at Tezcan, creating a violent explosion. Tezcan was completely engulfed by the golden energy explosion, with the ground around him shattered. Trapped in the torrent of light, Tezcan opened his eyes in horror and thought to himself, damn it, this could really kill me. The explosion created a gigantic fireball, destroying a section of the wall in the area. Thick smoke and ash rose from the center of the explosion, hiding everything. When the smoke cleared, Tezcan was still standing in the middle of the debris, apparently unharmed. Tezcan reflected, realizing the previous magic was matter destruction, and was amazed that his opponent could use such advanced magic. Usis wonder-dazed if Tezcan had blocked that attack, but then dismissed it, thinking no one could have survived that technique unharmed. Usis concluded that Tezcan was an aura user since he hadn't dodged, and Usis's superhuman vision couldn't follow his movements. Usis extended his arms, releasing a burst of purple dark energy, and declared, the breath of decay spreads through the air. Tezcan was enveloped in a whirlwind of purple energy, but calmly realized it was just acid mist, and that he could easily dissipate it with a gust of wind. Tezcan struck the ground with force, causing the earth around him to crack. He created a powerful gust of wind, dissipating the purple acid mist in an instant. Immediately after dissipating the technique, Tezcan lunged directly toward Usis at an astonishing speed. Tezcan launched a direct punch at Usis, creating a powerful shockwave. Usis was thrown backward, crying out in pain and silently amazed by Tezcan's speed. Damn it, he's too fast. Tezcan launched a potent punch, affirming to himself that Usis was definitely an aura user level. Tezcan attacked relentlessly, forcing the Golden Knight to use his great sword to defend against consecutive punches. Usis told himself that his difficulty was due to not having correctly assessed his opponent's power, but now that he knew it was aura, things would be different. The Sword of Tints was not weaker. Tezcan dodged skillfully, thinking to himself that aura users were annoying, but magic was not much better from afar. Would you like me to translate the final clash between Tezcan and Usis to see who comes out on top? Russ and Sir Loth watched in amazement as a tower collapsed after a massive explosion. Usis roared, filled with incomprehension. Why would an aura user do this? I don't understand. Tezcan thought to himself that Usis had already recognized his identity, and at the same time, he decided he couldn't use the golden aura of the unbreakable gem openly because it was too recognizable. Usis analyzed his opponent, noting that Tezcan's physical strength was unreasonable if he wasn't an aura user, but seeing no aura manifest, he assumed he had only just awakened. Judging confidently that his opponent was inexperienced, Usis lunged and declared, in that case, he's no match for me. Usis activated the full power of his armor and sword, shouting, Awaken Eldred. Awaken Eldrin. Give me the power to destroy all things. Sensing the terrible current of energy, Tezcan frowned and realized, damn it, I'm in real danger. Eustace rose into the air, lifting his glowing greatsword, and shouted, Eldril light. Tezcan narrowed his eyes, realizing it was a familiar stream of golden light. Tezcan tensed his muscles until they bulged and gave a silent thanks. Thank you very much for being the Golden Knight. A stream of golden light enveloped Tezcan's iron gauntlet. Tezcan's gauntlet clashed directly with Eustace's blade of light, creating a deafening screech. With used the spiral guard skill, creating a whirlwind of golden energy to stop Eustace's destructive attack. The knights were thrown back by the shockwave of the impact, shouting in horror, What the hell is this? Rus staved, intently at the center of the explosion with a stunned expression, murmuring the name, Eustace. A gigantic explosion of energy erupted from the point of impact, enveloping the entire area and tossing surrounding soldiers into the air. Through the dissipating curtain of dust, Tezcan was launched into the air while Eustace remained firm in his golden armor. Eustace followed him with extreme surprise, unable to believe his opponent had blocked the Eldril light. Tezcan thought to himself that he had used the spiral guard a bit late, and his hands still felt the aftereffects of the dark energy. Propelled by the force of the explosion, Tezcan flew through a castle tower. He plummeted directly toward the ground, covered in white snow below. Tezcan crashed down, breaking a wide area of ice on the surface of the frozen lake near the castle. Sir Loth ran toward Eustace and asked with concern, Captain Eustace, are you all right? Eustace ordered Sir Loth to go quickly and check the artifacts to see what Tezcan had taken, and also requested a search party be prepared because they couldn't allow him to escape. When Sir Loth asked if the intruder had died after that impact, Eustace affirmed that someone like that couldn't die so easily. Elsewhere, Cirrus was sleeping when she suddenly opened her eyes wide in panic. Ceylon rubbed his eyes and asked what was wrong, and Cirrus replied that she felt something wasn't right. Cirrus sat up in bed looking out the window, telling Ceylon she had a bad feeling. She wondered if something had happened to Lepin, while the image of Tezcan sinking into the freezing waters appeared. In a flashback, the scene changed to a bustling city during the day. City guards were chasing two figures across the rooftops, shouting, Over there! Chase them! Catch the thieves! Cirrus was pulling Ceylon's hand to escape while Ceylon complained, Cirrus, I'm a man. Don't you think this is a bit embarrassing? An informant stealthily handed a coin to the guard captain and said, Sir, I saw them go that way, which made the captain thank him for the cooperation. The guard captain led a squad that surrounded Cirrus and Ceylon on the roof, declaring they had proof both were accomplices of the giant intruder. The captain pointed his sword at them and ordered, You have no escape. Lower your weapons and surrender. Cirrus drew her weapon, a burst of green energy enveloping her as she lunged and shouted, Nylon! A guard shouted in amazement as his companion was knocked down by a strange object. What is that, Rod? Sir Loth informed Eustace Tense that the intruders were more skilled than they had imagined. Eustace Tense watched with piercing eyes, deciding to act himself. You've done enough. From here on, I'll handle it. While Cirrus insisted, Ceylon reluctantly accepted being carried by her and thought to himself how Lepin's lack of muscle training had damaged his self-esteem. Cirrus concentrated power in her weapon and shouted the incantation, Roar, Windblade. A violent explosion of wind energy launched Cirrus and Ceylon into the air, making the monks scream in terror. The Golden Knight Eustace Tense floated in the air in his golden armor, declaring coldly, It's over here, scum. Cirrus and Ceylon looked at the powerful enemy. She recognized he was the Golden Knight of Graham and immediately drew her sword. The armor, Eldred of Eustace, appeared with intricate patterns, radiating an extraordinary aura. Through the slit of his helm, Eustace realized that Cirrus's sword was no ordinary weapon. Eustace speculated that they weren't common thieves upon seeing an elf possess a precious sword and be accompanied by a high-ranking monk. Ceylon clenched his fists, thinking angrily that Lepin had underestimated the world too much to be captured, and that he had already had a bad feeling about this. Cirrus and the Golden Knight lunged at each other at breakneck speed, ready for a fierce confrontation. Cirrus swung her sword, attacking Eustace on the rooftop, creating a resonant metallic clash. Would you like me to translate the rooftop battle between Cirrus and the Golden Knight? Eustace's armor glowed with magical light as he easily neutralized Cirrus's attack. Cirrus opened her eyes in horror, sweating profusely as she realized the massive power gap between her and her opponent. Returning to the present, Tezcan woke up in bed with his upper body wrapped in bloody bandages and told himself his body was trashed. Tezcan held his head, reproaching himself for acting stupidly and pathetically by facing the wearer of the Eldred armor while chained. However, he smiled, satisfied while holding a black box in his hand, thinking the result wasn't so bad since he had obtained the Echo of Selection. Tezcan looked dazed around the strange stone room and wondered where he was when a boy dressed for winter entered and asked, "Oh, you're awake already? How do you feel?" The person who found Tezcan revealed himself to be a dwarf named Eidos. Tezcan, still weak, introduced himself as Lepenhard, and Eidos asked another dwarf girl named Tila to bring porridge. The dwarf warrior Tila of Steel Hammer, who was introduced as being of marriageable age, cheerfully brought the porridge and greeted Tezcan. Tezcan thought to himself that it was strange for dwarves to be so friendly toward humans, while Tila looked at him, smiling. An elderly dwarf, Priest Healthy of the Fist, entered and excitedly called Tezcan, Savior of our people. Tezcan was stunned and confused by the title of Savior. Helfiet began to explain that about 6 years ago, their high priest had received a prophecy. The prophecy spoke of a person with a body of steel and supreme wisdom who would come from the dark path, bringing destiny and salvation. Helfiet related that the high priest had secretly informed all the dwarves on the continent, and since then, he had always waited for the signs of the prophecy every winter. Tezcan forced a smile, thinking to himself that Allport, the god of the dwarves, had changed his wording again. He remembered that. Allport was the god who always gave convincing prophecies, and he realized that 6 years ago was the moment he was reborn into this world. Tezcan deduced that Allport had acted as soon as he appeared and felt that this god was very generous to be willing to support him again despite his past failures. Tezcan asked Eidos if they had saved an unknown human just because of the prophecy, and Eidos replied that he trusted that the god Allport would never speak empty words. The scene showed a dark and cold cave, likely where Tezcan had been found. Tila exclaimed in amazement at Tezcan's incredible recovery speed. Tezcan could already stand and stretch. He thanked Tila for taking care of him, which made her reply embarrassedly that she had only brought him a bit of barley porridge. Tezcan thought to himself that if he'd had meat, he would have recovered faster, and then Tila said that old Helfiet wanted to speak more with him. Tila guided Tezcan through a crowd of dwarves, and he realized this was the Steelhammer tribe, mountain dwarves enslaved by the Kelburn family. The scene showed the dwarf settlement in the mountains, where they still strove to preserve their traditions and culture despite being slaves. An illustration showed a human female knight asking a dwarf to show her how to identify or veins, but the dwarf only responded in an incomprehensible way. Tezcan listened to the explanation that the dwarves were enslaved to preserve their culture and religion, while other dwarves whispered that he was the savior. Tezcan asked about the number of dwarves, and Tila of Steelhammer confirmed about 60 people here were all slaves of Viscount Kelburn. Tezcan wondered why he saw no men, and Tila explained they were all working in the mines of the Seatlaf mountain range. Understanding that the dwarf families were taken as hostages to prevent a rebellion, Tezcan apologized with remorse for asking. They approached a large, finely carved stone door leading into the mountain. Inside the temple, old Helfiet of the Fist welcomed Tezcan as the savior, but he humbly asked to be called Lepenhard. Old Helfiet smiled and honestly confessed that they themselves didn't know why Tezcan was their savior. Helfiet commented that Tezcan did not consider them slaves, but Tezcan responded that personal sympathy is different from deciding the fate of an entire race. Helfiet explained they only cling to the hope granted by the god Allport and believe the prophecy is not a lie, even if the method of salvation remains a mystery. Helfiet said his duty was to support Tezcan and found it very strange that he accepted the title of savior so calmly, as if he had already anticipated it. Tezcan asked the reason he was called, and Helfiet revealed that the high priest wanted to see him. Helfiet explained it was the high priest of Allport, Father Mackellen, and an image of Mackellen appeared. Tezcan thought to himself that Mackellen was also the high priest 30 years ago and agreed to go see him. Helfiet commented that Tezcan was a very interesting person, which left him perplexed. Helfiet expressed his surprise that Tezcan accepted the story so easily. unlike other humans who cannot hear the voice of truth. Tezcan only smiled discreetly and with confidence. He thought of the fall of the Antares Empire in his past life and hoped that Magellan, a wise dwarf, could help find a solution to change history. Helfiet pointed at the map, indicating that Father Magellan is in the Great Forge, which is also the Great Temple of Allport, a secret place known only to a few dwarves. Helfiet decided to send a guide and introduce Tila of Steel Hammer, the last to carry the warrior blood of the clan. Helfiet looked at Tezcan with suspicion, realizing he knew too much about them, from the high priest to the secret location of the Great Forge. Helfiet explained that humans usually avoid speaking with dwarves when they know they can hear the voice of truth, and Tezcan stated he already knew that. Helfiet narrowed his eyes with suspicion, realizing Tezcan truly understands the abilities of his clan. When Helfiet asked how he knew them so well, Tezcan smiled and refused to answer, saying it was not yet the right time. Suddenly, Eidos ran in hurriedly, shouting, "Hey, Mr. Savior, would you like me to translate the urgent news Eidos has brought to Tezcan?" Eidos gives urgent news, asking Tezcan if he has two companions, an elf and a boy, who accompany him. Tezcan freezes with a grim expression upon hearing that they are being held at Viscount Kelburn's castle. In a castle hallway, Eustace Tense furiously orders them to find the thief's hiding place, declaring they should forget chivalry and use any form of torture. Eustace shouts, demanding the two guards ensure they extract all information, and they obey in unison. Eustace looks on with determination, thinking to himself that he will discover the true identity of those captured. In the dungeon, Cirrus and the magenta-haired girl are kneeling in a magic circle. Eustace observes that the elf has a captain-level magic sword, and the priestess has holy power equivalent to a bishop's. The scene changes to a dark dungeon corridor. Eustace is determined to discover their true identity. The two guards, Rento and Varus, discuss how to torture. Varus explains that the goal is to make the prisoner long for death from pain rather than killing them, which Rento finds difficult. Cirrus and the magenta-haired girl are handcuffed and hanging from the wall, while the shadows of the two guards stretch across the floor in front of them. Rento tells Varus he will begin the interrogation. Cirrus looks at him defiantly, while the magenta-haired girl grits her teeth with concern. Half an hour later, the scene is still the silent dungeon corridor. The two guards, Rento and Varus, look exhausted and sweaty, apparently worn out. The magenta-haired girl talks nonstop, explaining about the dojo of Gerard, the king of the fist, and how they train the students. The girl continues her speech, asking Varus if he thinks such training is impossible and suggesting that he himself doesn't train that hard. The magenta-haired girl explains the entire plan in detail, from the recovery of the artifact and the fact that the Tense family took it first, to the reason they had to act and why she stayed in the village waiting. Varus looks exhausted, wondering why the prisoner has confessed everything without torture, while magenta-haired girl complains about having a dry throat from talking so much and asks for a glass of water. The magenta-haired girl drinks the glass of water with satisfaction, while Varus asks worriedly if she shouldn't be more loyal to her companions instead of revealing everything like that. With a cold expression, the magenta-haired girl responds that there is nothing to hide, but Varus remains worried that the reputation of the Fist King's successor will be ruined. She dismisses it. If I cared about my reputation, I wouldn't have gone stealing in the first place. Cirrus, in chains, says she understands the situation and asks if they know where the stolen artifact is, but the magenta-haired girl responds indifferently that they don't and reiterates they were just waiting at the inn. Varus shouts in desperation, unable to believe she has no contingency plan in case something went wrong. The magenta-haired girl naively asks why they would need a contingency plan, since an aura user couldn't fail at a simple robbery, which makes Varus nod awkwardly. Varus and Rento are standing side by side, both confused and wondering if this is really how an interrogation is carried out. The scene changes to a vast snowy mountain region, where a fortress sits atop a tree-covered hill. The shot zooms in on a snowy forest with towering trees and a light snowfall. Tila of Steel Hammer appears in the forest, exclaiming in surprise, "How impressive!" Tila sits behind Tezcan by the campfire, unable to believe he could find a servant so quickly, while he explains he only needs to expand his aura's perception circle. Tila asks worriedly if it's okay to hunt here, since it's Viscount Kelburn's hunting ground, but Tezcan responds that from now on he has decided not to worry about trivialities. Tila appears perplexed by Tezcan's response, exhaling a cloud of mist into the cold air. Tezcan explains with determination that he won't be able to free other races if he follows all the rules, and that freeing slaves is already illegal. A close-up of a large piece of meat roasting over the fire with fat dripping off, looking very appetizing. Tezcan devours the piece of roasted meat and thinks to himself that he needs to quickly recover his physical strength. Tila watches Tezcan eat with amazement and voracity. Tila opens her eyes wide, completely stunned by the scene before her. Tezcan's body begins to radiate a brilliant golden energy, indicating he is recovering quickly. Tezcan kneels by the campfire. His entire body erupts with a powerful aura that spreads around him. Tezcan raises his hand toward the campfire. A bright golden aura envelopes his arm. He unleashes a powerful stream of energy, creating an explosion that scatters the surrounding snow and leaves. Tila opens her mouth, amazed by Tezcan's power, barely managing to exclaim, "Okay." Tezcan stood up with his robust and unharmed body, confidently declaring, "Now I'm at 100%. The scene changes to a majestic fortress situated on a cliff in the middle of a snow-covered land. Inside the fortress, Yus's tents remained pensive by the window, looking out. He thought with certainty that this couldn't be a coincidence, as among so many artifacts, Tezcan couldn't have accidentally taken just that one. Yus's gaze turned sharp as he stated that the young man definitely knew something. The story goes back 1 month to a magnificent hall. A hooded figure approached Yus and asked if he was Captain Yus, the Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grimm. Yus asked the stranger to reveal his identity, and the stranger showed him an emblem, saying that the heir of the Tense family would recognize that symbol. Yus recognized with amazement the emblem of the Silver Sages. He remembered the day he became heir, when his father revealed a secret to him about the Silver Sages. His father explained they were powerful beings capable of destroying entire nations, possessors of wisdom and knowledge that transcended their era, operating only in the shadows and appearing when humanity faced a crisis. Yus recalled that even a nation's king was considered mid-rank among the Silver Sages. He then knelt and greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Silver Sage." Yus has a connection with the Silver Sages. Would you like me to translate how this secret affects his pursuit of Tezcan? The Silver Sage threw a scroll to Yus, which startled him and made him ask what it was. The Silver Sage entrusted the exploration of the Elysian ruins to the Tense family and said they could keep all the artifacts found as long as they brought back one thing, the echo of Elysian. The Silver Sage's purple eyes glowed menacingly as he warned that if they failed, there would be consequences affecting the fate of the Tense family. Back to the present. Yus Tense frowned, hand on his chin in thought, while a drop of cold sweat ran down his temple. In the middle of his thoughts, Yus Tense heard a knock on the door and allowed entry. The 2 guards, Varus and Rento, entered with pale faces, reporting they had finished the interrogation. The prisoners seemed to be telling the truth, but their statements were very strange. Yus Tense narrowed his eyes, showing curiosity at the information just received. In another corridor of the fortress, 2 guards stood watch at a large iron door. Rento asked Varus if he was cold, but Varus shuddered and replied that he was only thinking about what had happened yesterday. Varus remembered the horrible scene where Tezcan crushed the armor with his bare hands and wondered how common soldiers could face someone like that, secretly wishing never to see him again. The 2 guards discussed the theft of one of the objects and how Captain Yus had captured the thief's accomplices to lure him into a rescue. Varus said in a panic that he preferred to be knocked out like the night before and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. In another scene, Tezcan, with his body radiating a bright golden aura, advanced alone toward a fortress in the middle of the snowy mountains. Tezcan's entire body glowed with powerful energy as he thought of the name, Horn of Calamity. Back in the room, Yus Tense realized with amazement that the young man was an apprentice of the Unbreakable Dojo. Yus reflected, wondering why a Silver Sage would want something belonging to the Unbreakable Dojo. He analyzed that a high-ranking priest like Ceylon would not be trained in espionage, so it was likely he truly believed what he was saying. Yus considered that Cirrus and the dark pink-haired girl were just pawns, and that the mastermind behind it all would be willing to abandon them without hesitation. Yus thought with frustration about chasing a fugitive, considering that even if they caught him, it would be useless if they couldn't recover the echo of Elysian. and suddenly felt everything was very annoying. A dazzling golden light from outside the window illuminated the entire room, drawing Eustace's attention. A gigantic energy explosion erupted violently just outside the fortress wall. Eustace, tense started in terror, rushed to the window, and shouted, "What is that?" With eyes wide in shock, Eustace recognized the familiar energy stream and thought to himself, "I know this energy source." Tezcan stood in the middle of the burning aura, wondering if he had returned, and saying he knew his companions were there. The scene was chaotic with explosions and black smoke rising from a fortified fortress. A sub-captain shouted loudly, ordering the Knights of House Tense to show Tezcan their power. Tezcan smiled with disdain, declaring that this battle would not end like the night before and that he himself was different. The sub-captain ordered Rento and Varus to attack, and both obeyed in unison. A violent energy explosion launched Rento and Varus into the air just as they lunged. Tezcan explained that armor was useless against an aura attack and mocked his opponents for having no countermeasures. A group of priests began to recite an incantation, and the head priest invoked blessings so their bodies would become as firm as rocks. Blessed, the sub-captain charged furiously at Tezcan, shouting for him daring to harm Rento and Varus, and then exclaimed, "Die." Tezcan easily blocked the successive sword strikes of the empowered knights with his gauntlets. He executed a powerful sweeping kick, launching several soldiers into the air. Tezcan struck the ground, creating an earthquake that made sharp stone stakes emerge, defeating even more knights. The mages entered the battle. One of them raised his hand and shouted the spell, "Ice Arrow." Another mage concentrated energy in his hand, shouting the spell, "Fire Arrow." A blindfolded mage summoned a lightning bolt from the sky with the spell, "Lightning Storm." Tezcan held his breath, realizing he had to deal with the mages first. He launched the technique Chain Strike, Energy Blast, firing a series of energy bursts toward the mages. A mage received a direct hit from Tezcan's energy burst. The mages were scattered. One cried out because of an injured leg, while another terrified one cursed Tezcan, calling him a cruel bastard. Tezcan thought to himself that mages often lost concentration from a small wound and felt disappointed that none of them showed any guts. Tezcan decided to change his target to the priests. While knocking one down, he grabbed another by the neck while a priest shouted, asking him to fight fairly. Tezcan retorted about fairness when they were attacking a single person, and then with the other hand he knocked out another priest who was shouting, calling him a monster. Priest Ron, being strangled, pleaded with difficulty for his life while another shouted asking Tezcan to let him go, and Tezcan thought of the basic tactic when facing priests, subdue them without causing wounds. In the middle of the chaos, the knights shouted orders to each other. "Father Smith, use the net. Throw the net. Fire the fire crossbows." Tezcan tensed his body, releasing a powerful torrent of orange aura that exploded around him, sweeping away dirt, rocks, and enemies. Two knights watched the scene from afar with expressions of horror, realizing that Tezcan's power was completely different from the night before and wondering if this was the power of a true aura user. The knight Lot, standing behind Russ, asked him angrily why he was just standing there without participating in the battle. Tezcan is tearing through the defenses. Would you like me to translate Russ's response to the knight Lot's demand? With a look of fury, Knight Lot scolded Russ, calling him a bastard and threatening to make sure he was expelled as soon as they returned. Russ looked up, his face without a trace of fear, only intense concentration, murmuring, "Oh." Russ's eyes watched the battle closely. He whispered in awe, "So that's what it looks like." Russ began to understand, imagining Tezcan's aura as a brilliant torrent of light that went out and strengthened the flow of power, sometimes merging into one. Russ's eyes widened as he realized, "I see it. I see it all." Russ continued his line of thought. Now, he could see why Tezcan moved that way, because the power flowed like that. Everything had become clear and easy to understand. He remembered the image of his father and himself as a child practicing with the sword, realizing that this was something no one had taught him before. In his memory, young Russ smiled while holding a wooden sword, thinking to himself that this was something no one could teach him. Russ understood that only those who reached the true peak of martial arts could grasp the genuine movement, breathing, and flow. Seeing Tezcan fight, Russ realized, that is how I should have moved. That is the movement of a true master. With a smile of admiration, Russ gripped the hilt of his sword as a torrent of blue energy began to emanate from his body, a sign of his aura awakening. A gigantic torrent of orange energy erupted, sweeping through the area of the castle's inner courtyard. Tezcan turned his head with an expression of annoyance upon sensing a new presence. Yusa's tents leaped into the middle of the battle, making the ground crack as he landed right in front of Tezcan. Tezcan gave a mocking smile, looking at the newcomer and saying, "You only show up now?" Yusa's tents landed with majesty, carrying his great sword on his shoulder while his subordinates called out to him with admiration, "Captain Yusis, in the name of the Tense clan, I will no longer tolerate your reckless behavior." Looking down, Yusis Tense faced Tezcan, who was surrounded by fallen knights, and questioned him. "Look at what you've done to my knights." Tezcan unmasked him. "Don't act like you just arrived. You've been there for a while, haven't you?" Tezcan pointed at the wall, telling Yusis Tense directly, "You fool, you've been hiding behind the wall and watching this whole time. Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" Tezcan crossed his arms, analyzing that Yusis's magic armor gave him power comparable to an aura user, but lacked the perception circle, and then mocked. "Maybe you wanted to see my skills, but using your subordinates as test subjects is a bit cruel, don't you think?" One of the knights on the ground showed skepticism at the accusation, while Yusis Tense frowned with anger. Tezcan continued to mock Yusis for arriving so late, which made Yusis shout furiously that he had only oversleep, and Tezcan called him the Sleepy Knight. Unable to stand it any longer, Yusis roared, "Shut up," and released golden energy from his sword, declaring he would make Tezcan pay for dishonoring the Tense clan. Yusis Tense's great sword transformed. Its parts separated and glowed intensely. Yusis Tense stared at Tezcan with determined eyes, his whole body enveloped in a powerful torrent of energy. A whirlwind of yellow energy arose from Yusis, covering the entire area. Tezcan stood firm against the torrent of energy, gave a confident smile, and said, "Very well, let's do it for real this time." Yusis rose into the air. His magic armor had completely transformed into brilliant, winged battle armor, floating in the air. Yusis Tense began to recite an incantation, activating the power of his armor. Eyes of death that pierce the darkness, leopard's roar that strengthens the limbs, and with the dragon's senses I shall observe the whole world. He raised his glowing sword, finishing the incantation. "The pure flow that creates the world shall strengthen my blade." Tezcan smiled, realizing his opponent's sword was a blade of pure magic, and thinking it could undoubtedly counteract aura. Yusis, in his golden armor, lunged from the sky, clashing with Tezcan and creating a terrible energy explosion that covered the entire area. Both lunged at each other at breakneck speed, continuously unleashing lightning attacks and defenses. Tezcan realized that no matter how resilient his body was, he couldn't stop a pure magic sword as a small wound appeared on his arm. Inside his helm, Yusis showed amazement at his opponent's resilience. Yusis swung his glowing magic sword high, preparing for a full-strength attack aimed at Tezcan. Tezcan quickly crossed his arms, using his iron gauntlets to block the deadly blow. The blade clashed with the gauntlets, creating a heavy impact that caused the ground under Tezcan's feet to crack. Amidst the cloud of dust, Tezcan gathered strength for a powerful thrust, lunging directly forward. He rose into the air, aiming a direct punch at Yusis, who was floating in a stone dungeon. The loud noises of the battle above made the entire room shake. The dark pink-haired girl eating with Cirrus asked about the noise, assuming perhaps Lord Leppenhardt had arrived to rescue them. Cirrus was surprised when her companion teased, "You act cold and distant, but you seem pretty sure he'll come to rescue you, right?" Which made her respond awkwardly. Cirrus lowered her head to look at her plate of food, confessing she didn't really understand Lord Leppenhardt or why he treated her so well. The dark pink-haired girl suggested that maybe he just especially liked elves, and Cirrus admitted that at first she also thought he was just playing a role. Cirrus remembered the moments with Tezcan and said that looking into his eyes, she felt there was something deeper. The dark pink-haired girl sighed, saying that's how men make women fall in love with them, which made Cirrus ass-dazed. "Excuse me?" The dark pink-haired girl explained that women in love always think their man is special, only to later, after getting married, lament "you fooled me," and said that was something a nun at the orphanage had taught her. The dark pink-haired girl leaned against the wall in frustration, complaining that Lepenhard had ruined everything, while Cirrus calmly accepted that she was also an accomplice and responsible for not stopping him. Xylan philosophized that sometimes in life you can't follow all the rules, and at the same time revealed she was about to turn 20, only 3 years younger than Lepenhard, which made Cirrus comment that he seemed more mature than he looked. Would you like me to translate the moment Tescon's punch finally connects with Eustace? Cirrus shouted in surprise because she thought Xylan must be 20 years younger, and Xylan quickly reminded her not to let Lepenhard hear that. The cell door burst open. A pink-haired girl appeared and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xylan and Miss Cirrus?" The girl introduced herself as Tila, held up a bunch of keys, and declared she was helping Lepenhard while removing Cirrus's handcuffs. Tila said she would explain the details later and urged them to leave, which made Cirrus ask curiously if she was a dwarf. Seal naively admired Tila's pointed ears and commented that she looked exactly like a human except for the ears. Cirrus joked that Ceylon was still a naive boy, which made him retort in confusion since she had just praised his maturity. A group of guards appeared on the stairs, shouting to ask who they were and how they had escaped. A guard lunged, brandishing his sword to attack Cirrus. Cirrus calmly dodged the sword attack of the lunging guard. Tila stepped forward quickly, using her massive battle axe to cleanly block another guard's attack. The dwarf girl gripped the handle of the axe, preparing to counterattack. Tila swung the axe in a circle, launching a guard downstairs. She slammed the axe hard against the ground, creating a shockwave that cracked the stone floor and knocked down the remaining guards. Ceylon stuttered in awe at Tila's strength, while she just scratched her head, smiled, and said humbly that dwarves are usually quite strong. Tila urged everyone to hurry and ran toward the window with a flare-like object in her hand. She threw the flare through the glass window, firing it into the sky. A brilliant pink explosion burst in the sky over the fortress, creating a clear signal. Standing on a nearby roof, Tescon saw the signal and smiled. It seems Tila made it. Eustace tense, recognized the location of the dungeon, and questioned, "Wait, you were a decoy all this time?" Tescon growled, his body emanating a powerful aura, and declared, "Why else would I have caused such a fuss? Now I can finally unleash all my power." Eustace tense lunged with fury, shouting, "You mean you weren't fighting with all your strength this whole time? You arrogant bastard." Tescon launched a powerful kick toward the lunging Eustace tense. Close-up of Tescon's fist about to strike Eustace Tense's helmet directly. Eustace Tense unleashed an energy cannon shot with his sword, creating a series of explosions that launched Tescon away. Eustace Tense looked through the slit of his helmet, thinking with determination, "I will not accept losing this battle like this." Eustace Tense struck the ground with his sword, causing the earth to break and launching Tescon into the air. Tescon grit his teeth. His fist erupted again with brilliant golden energy. From the air, Tescon launched a punch at the ground, creating a devastating explosion that destroyed everything around him. Eustace Tense brandished the glowing greatsword Eldred toward the sky and shouted, "Roar, Eldrin." Tescon charged through the smoke and debris, preparing for another attack. Tescon launched an extremely powerful punch at the center of Eustace Tense's chest armor. Tescon showed amazement and thought, "It doesn't feel like I hit him." The energy from Tescon's punch was completely absorbed and neutralized by Eustace Tense's armor. Bands of darkness from Eustace Tense's armor suddenly extended, wrapping around Tescon's arm. Tescon looked at his opponent, Eustace Tense, standing imposing in the middle of the golden energy, completely unharmed. Eustace Tense used magic to create multiple illusions of himself surrounding Tescon, who commented, "He's using mirror of illusions." "These aren't mere illusions. I can feel the presence of all of them." Tescon smiled, analyzing the situation. "I thought he would lack experience fighting an aura user since he doesn't know the sensory circle, but it seems he knows how to handle the battle well. He's using mage tactics." Eustace Tense and his illusions raised their swords in unison, shouting, "Awaken Eldrin. Release the light of destruction." Tescon faced one of the Golden Knights directly and asked bluntly, "Are you the real one?" Immediately, Tescon launched a powerful punch at the face of the Golden Knight he had just questioned. Eustace was truly stunned. Sweat broke out as he wondered in amazement how his opponent could find him instantly. Tescon thought confidently, assuming that as a mage, He couldn't overlook the differences in magic patterns. Usis Tense roared defiantly. I don't know what trick you used, but the sword of the Tense family never fails. Usis Tense summoned a burning magic circle and ordered, Scorching heat, gather to attack the enemy. When the flames erupted violently, Tezcan adopted a defensive stance and shouted, Spiral Shield. Usis Tense immediately switched to ice magic, declaring, The frozen mist covers the earth. Tezcan tensed up, using the Spiral Shield to completely crush the approaching frozen attack. Usis Tense eyes glowed behind his helmet as he continued changing elements. The wind will become arrows. Tezcan persisted in using the Spiral Shield, creating a rotating air current to deflect the entire wind attack. Surrounded by the ice storm, Tezcan roared and continued maintaining the Spiral Shield against the magic of the Winter King covering the world. Would you like me to translate the moment Tezcan finds the opening in Usis's elemental onslaught? Usis Tense switched to dark magic, declaring that the breath of decay was spreading through the air as streams of purple energy lunged toward Tezcan. Tezcan stood firm, using the Spiral Shield to repel the rising tide of dark magic. Usis Tense watched with frustration as Tezcan easily used the Spiral Shield to destroy even the Earth Spears and thought, What the hell is that skill? It deflects everything. Tezcan smiled, explaining that other aura users couldn't use the Spiral Shield, not because it was complex, but because it was a risky skill. An illustrative diagram appeared, showing that strengthening defenses by covering the body with aura was something any aura user could do. The next diagram explained that rotating the aura in that state was impossible because if they tried, the torsional force would tear their bodies apart. Tezcan explained confidently that only practitioners of the Unbreakable Dojo had bodies strong enough to withstand this skill, even though it consumed an enormous amount of aura. In another scene, the Golden Knight Usis Tense interrogated his subordinate with anger. Who is it? Who's behind you? The knight named Russ pointed confusedly at another companion, which further infuriated Usis Tense, who roared, Are you trying to make me look like a fool? Usis grabbed Russ's face. Dark energy and orange light erupted around his hand as he shouted, Tell me who incited you to do this. Usis unleashed his power, invoking columns of brilliant golden light and shouting, Awaken Eldred! Awaken Eldrin! Usis's entire body erupted in energy, declaring that he would obtain the power to destroy everything with the Eldril light. Back to reality. Tezcan observed his opponent, thinking that the skill could not be underestimated and that he would use his strongest trump card to respond. Tezcan adopted a stance, preparing to unleash the ultimate technique, Destructor Horn, to face Usis's massive current of energy. Tezcan's fist rotated with brilliant golden energy, lunging forward. Usis Tense stood firm, his sword radiating a dazzling light, ready for the clash. Tezcan grit his teeth, concentrating all his strength into the fist that glowed intensely. Tezcan's quadruple horn of calamity skill clashed directly with Usis's light attack. A terrifying explosion occurred that shook a solid stone fortress in the distance. Tezcan's fist held firm. The whirlwind of energy began to absorb and transform the power of the explosion. The whirlwind of energy around Tezcan's hand accelerated, absorbing the opponent's entire attack flow into itself. Tezcan released all the accumulated energy, creating a violent counterattack explosion. Usis Tense was repelled, his armor cracking. In extreme surprise, what skill is this? Tezcan's spinning punch completely pierced through Usis's light attack. The energy from Tezcan's punch erupted, shattering Usis's attack and devastating the surrounding ground in a decisive blow. Usis Tense grit his teeth in horror, realizing his stance had collapsed before a frenzied power. He analyzed his opponent's technique, understanding that Tezcan had stacked multiple layers of aura in his fist to create a series of consecutive explosions. Usis imagined the explosions spreading outward like giant waves from throwing a stone into water, shaking the entire world. Then the energy spun, dragging everything around it into a whirlwind, and Usis admitted his stance collapsed as he couldn't withstand shock. With the last remaining wave, Usis roared, determined to refuse losing this way. Tezcan's fist, glowing with spinning energy, was shown in a close-up as he prepared to release all his power. A deafening explosion emanated from Tezcan's punch. The energy erupted in a destructive whirlwind, pulverizing the ground into fragments. Tezcan stood firm at the epicenter while Usus was launched into the air by an irresistible force. Tezcan delivered the final blow, concentrating all his energy on the opponent. Usus was launched backward, spinning uncontrollably in the air within the energy whirlwind. He crashed against a stone wall with a loud explosion, shattering a large part of the wall. Amidst the desolate landscape, Tezcan stood tall, while Usus's greatsword Eldrin was broken in half and stuck in the ground. Tezcan remained serene amidst the dissipating dust, his bare body covered in small scratches. Sir Loth and another guard stood petrified, stammering in horror. How is it possible that Captain Usus and Eldred have lost? Usus lay motionless among the debris. The broken sword of the Tense family lay right in front of him as proof of his defeat. Tezcan walked over to the sword, thinking to himself that since the magic sword Eldrin was still intact, the Eldred armor would also recover, though it would take about half a year. Tezcan approached Usus and dug up the broken sword, making the fading Usus think, I knew it. He's going for Eldrin. Tezcan handed the broken sword to the stunned Sir Loth and said, I'm sorry. The object I took is very important to me, so I had no choice but to use force. Sir Loth hugged the broken sword, thinking to himself with a look of amazement, wait, what? So he didn't do all this just out of greed? Tezcan turned around, thinking that although he wanted to give him Eldrin, it wasn't right. He would give him his holy light sword Messiah from his previous life, and then said, well, I'm off. A voice echoed, stop right now. As a sword pointed toward Tezcan, Russ, a young knight, lunged forward and shouted, this isn't over. The sword of House Tense has not yet fallen. Sir Loth furiously scolded Russ, who was in front of Tezcan, but Russ affirmed with determination, I too am the sword of House Tense, and it has not yet fallen. Sir, Loth grit his teeth with anger, thinking to himself, that bastard is at it again. When we get back, I'm definitely kicking him out. Who shouted? D. Would you like me to translate what happens when Russ challenges the man who just defeated his captain? And he brandished his sword, lunging directly toward Tezcan, followed by the other knights. Tezcan observed calmly, thinking that Russ only knew a downward strike, so there was probably nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a brilliant flow of blue energy emanated from Russ's sword. The flow of blue energy meandered powerfully through the air. A blue aura enveloped Russ. His eyes shone with power. Tezcan opened his eyes in amazement as the sharp stream of aura lunged directly toward him. He jumped back hastily, dodging the attack that made the ground beneath his feet crack. A gash appeared on Tezcan's chest. Blood began to flow. Tezcan looked at the wound on his body, which could resist most swords, wondering in amazement what had just happened. Russ stood firm, his entire body wrapped in sword aura, terrifying the other knights. He declared, I am simply recovering the sword of Tense. Tezcan stared at the aura, frowning and thinking, wait, I've seen the color of this sword aura somewhere before. He looked at the glowing sword and realized it was a transparent aura of deep blue, like the sky, and then wondered, could it be? In Tezcan's memories, a gray-haired hero wielding a sword emitting an identical aura roared, Demon King, we will destroy you and end this dark empire. Tezcan exclaimed the title Cyrus, Star Sword in amazement, making a dazed Russ ask, how do you know my name? Tezcan remembered that the young knight's full name was Cyrus von Tennyson, a name granted when he was knighted. However, since no one recognized him as a true knight, everyone simply called him Russ, the name his commoner mother had given him. Tezcan reproached himself for not recognizing the young man, despite knowing he belonged to the Tense family. He remembered that the Tense family would be famous in the future thanks to the Golden Knight, but in his time, they had produced a star sword that would help elevate their status and wash away the shame of relying on magic tools. Russ blushed and asked again in confusion, how do you know my name and call me Star Sword? That noble title isn't something just anyone can claim, making Tezcan wonder if he was embarrassed. Tezcan waved his hand with indifference, lying, oh, I just confused you with an acquaintance. Don't worry. Seeing Russ's clear expression of disappointment, Tezcan thought to himself, oh, this boy is disappointed? Why is he so predictable? Tezcan smiled, thinking of the Cyrus he knew in his previous life, a rigid and cold person, and then concluded that people really do change as they grow up. Cyrus regained his determination with a sharp look and prepared to attack. He struck the ground and leaped into the air, raising his sword which emitted a blue aura, and lunged directly toward Tezcan. Russ's sword clashed violently with Tezcan's fist, creating a piercing metallic sound. Tezcan narrowed his eyes, concentrating on the confrontation. The force of the impact made the ground beneath them crack into a gigantic spiderweb. Tezcan tensed his muscles, throwing a potent punch with an orange-yellow aura enveloping his fist. His punch impacted heavily against the sword Russ was using to block the blow. Russ grit his teeth and roared, gathering all his strength to resist Tezcan's attack. A gigantic burst of blue energy suddenly exploded from Russ's body, repelling Tezcan. Tezcan stood firm, realizing that Russ had used his aura to protect his body and nullify the shockwave, and then praised, "Not bad for someone who just awakened his aura." The aftermath of the clash between Tezcan and Russ launched the surrounding knights into the air, making them shout in terror, "Retreat! We'll be dragged into the battle." Tezcan realized something unexpectedly during the combat. Wait a moment. Russ brandished his sword at breakneck speed, making Tezcan think to himself, it's impossible to predict his attacks. Tezcan reflected on the theoretical foundations of martial arts, a system built by countless martial artists over the years, and even Master Gerard taught according to these same principles. He realized that Russ fought like a wild beast without restrictions, without following any stance or form, which theoretically would lack power and be full of openings. However, as he dodged Russ's sword strikes, Tezcan was amazed that they were both powerful and revealed no openings. Tezcan realized that Russ wielded his sword freely, but without breaking any conventional logic, silently admiring that this once-in-a-hundred-years talent deserved the title of Star Sword. In Tezcan's memories, Lepenhart, with an expression of pain, wondered if the 4 warrior kings had fallen due to that incredible talent. The memory continued showing the old group of heroes, and the adult version of Russ declared confidently, "That's right, that filthy orc stood no chance against my sword." Lepenhart shouted with rage as he remembered the enemy who had killed Tazid, his subordinate and close friend. "You say that Tazid, the powerful orc warrior, is dead?" Back to reality, Russ launched an attack that made Tezcan exclaim in his mind, "He is Tazid's enemy. He has crushed my aura with ease." Tezcan tensed, releasing a burst of fiery orange energy that enveloped his entire body. Undaunted, Russ shouted with determination, "I am the sword of House Tense." Tezcan realized that Russ was about to use his downward slash skill, the one he had practiced the longest, a strike powerful enough to split the world in half, and destiny would make him his archenemy. With eyes glowing with killing intent, Tezcan decided, "I'll kill him right now and put an end to this cruel fate." Tezcan lunged, throwing a punch directly at Russ's downward slash in a fierce collision of energy. Just before the attacks connected, Tezcan looked directly at Russ and said, "I must say, it's a pleasure to see you again so soon. And now goodbye." Tezcan's punch dominated completely, creating an orange energy explosion that launched Russ into the air. Would you like me to translate what happens next to Russ after that devastating blow? Russ fell heavily to the ground unconscious among the debris, while Tezcan stood firm after the final blow. Tezcan stood firm in the middle of the dissipating orange energy with a piercing gaze after delivering the final blow. Narrowed his eyes, realizing something unusual after his attack. Unexpectedly, Russ, although covered in blood and wounds, struggled to stand up and declared, "I am the sword of House Tense, and it shall never fall." Tezcan looked at the young knight with amazement, silently calling his true name, Cyrus. He thought to himself that it had been a punch thrown with clear killing intent, unlike when he fought Usus or others. However, Russ did not die nor even fall. He only staggered there like a soulless corpse, exhausted of strength. Tezcan narrowed his eyes with a murderous thought rising in his mind. Should I finish him off? Still, he hesitated upon seeing Russ's unwavering gaze, feeling as if something were telling him not to do it. The image of the future hero version of Russ appeared in Tezcan's mind as he told himself it would be better to eliminate a potential threat right now. However, a faint smile appeared on Tezcan's lips as he thought of another reason. He remembered his late orc friend Tazid and believed that a warrior with such a great soul would never want his enemy to be defeated in this way. Tezcan smiled slightly, certain that Tazid would be very angry if he did it. Turning his back on Russ, Tezcan declared that his duty was to give Tazid a fair battle and decided, "I will spare you." Russ stammered in amazement, and Tezcan ordered him, "Survive and become stronger." With a burning gaze, Tezcan continued with a voice full of determination, "For my friend, Tazid." A flashback showed Tazid and the future hero version of Russ fighting fiercely. Tezcan remembered they had challenged each other many times and progressed together. Tezcan realized that Cyrus's very existence had helped Tazid become a great warrior, and that killing Russ now would ruin his friend's future, so he decided to leave him for Tazid. Tezcan strode away, leaving Russ stunned among the debris. Russ, along with Lot and Varus behind him, stared dazed at the back of the man who had just spared his life. Russ grit his teeth, sweat breaking out from extreme pain. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Lot shouted in terror. A violent explosion of blue energy erupted from Russ, shattering the surrounding ground. Kneeling at the epicenter, Russ roared with a sound that echoed in the sky, while sharp columns of earth and rock emerged from the ground. The scene changed to a quiet snowy forest under the morning light. In a flashback, the magenta-haired woman exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing that Tezcan had returned safely. Standing beside Cyrus and the magenta-haired woman, Tezcan listened to his friend recount the involuntary experience of being locked in the fortress dungeons. The magenta-haired woman turned to scold Tezcan, asking if he had ever thought of the danger Cyrus, an elf, might have faced. Tezcan asked Cyrus in a panic, while she responded calmly that she was fine and that the knights had treated her very properly. Cyrus told the embarrassed Tezcan that they had been lucky this time and needed to be more careful, and then asked if he had gotten what he was looking for. The magenta-haired woman asked curiously about the use of the glowing black cube in Tezcan's hand, and he lied saying the master had only told him to take it. Khan suggested they all leave, and the scene opened to a fortress on a snowy mountain. Back to the present, the soldiers were transporting materials to repair the damaged wall. A soldier informed Varus that he had witnessed Russ's power with his own eyes inside a room. Eustace, tense, with his upper body bandaged, stood by the window listening to the news that the tense guard finally had an aura user. Eustace listened pensively, realizing everyone was talking about Russ. He seethed, thinking about how Russ had obtained the power of aura. Eustace's face darkened with jealousy, wondering how the son of a filthy nobody had obtained that power. He remembered bitterly how his father had always favored Russ, and how the elders, though praising him in appearance, secretly yearned for an aura wielder. In Eustace's mind, the image of Russ radiating a greenish-blue aura appeared along with the bitter thought that the Tense family now had a warrior capable of raising the clan's reputation on his own. Eustace's face darkened with fury. He grit his teeth and wondered, and what about me? Eustace was in the room bare-chested, silently observing his golden armor and greatsword. The Eldred armor and Eldrin sword, symbols of the House Tense sword, rested motionless on their stands. A close-up of the greatsword Eldrin, glowing with a magical golden radiance. Eustace clenched his fists with a look full of determination, asserting, "I am the true sword of the Tense family." Meanwhile, Russ was alone at the top of the snowy mountain, contemplating the bright sunset. He smiled softly to himself, feeling the great change taking place. Russ smiled with satisfaction, thinking that just by awakening his aura his whole world had changed, and soon he would catch up to everyone. Suddenly, Eustace appeared from behind and spoke in a mocking voice, saying that Russ shouldn't be happy because they had both failed. Eustace climbed to the top of the mountain, facing Russ, and said he had heard he had awakened his aura. "Would you like me to translate the tense confrontation between Eustace and the newly awakened Russ?" With a somewhat fake smile, Eustace proposed, "Could you show it to me?" Russ, without the slightest suspicion, confidently summoned a brilliant blue aura that enveloped his sword. Eustace looked up at the powerful stream of energy emanating from Russ with an indecipherable expression. He smiled and softly praised, "How beautiful." Russ felt euphoric with happiness, thinking to himself that he had finally been recognized. He smiled radiantly, believing that he too had been accepted as a sword of the Tense family. The moment Russ lowered his guard, Eustace suddenly used his greatsword to stab him directly in the chest. To his extreme dismay, blood splattered, and Eustace maintained a cold expression while Russ gasped. "Why?" Eustace roared with fury, concentrating all his strength into his greatsword. "It shall reside in my blade and resonate with power." Russ realized with horror that Eustace was deliberately driving the sword deeper to ensure his death. A violent explosion of energy erupted from the point of impact between the two. With a cruel expression, Eustace declared that the Tense family only needed one sword, and that was him, and he refused to recognize an inferior. Russ, tensed in pain, tried to push away the greatsword that was stuck deep in his chest. Eustace was startled by the unexpected explosion and wondered what was happening. Pushed back by the pressure, Russ lost his balance and fell off the cliff. His sword also went flying. Eustace followed him with his gaze with an expression of annoyance and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He looked down at the river upon hearing a splash, confirming that Russ had fallen. Eustace thought pensively that life was unpredictable and that in countless stories, heroes who fell into a river always returned to take revenge. Considering this was a common scenario, Eustace concluded that it was best to prepare in advance and then tapped the ground with his foot. Sir Lot and the other knights approached to ask, and Eustace immediately slandered him, saying that Russ had attacked him to usurp his position as head of the family. Sir Lot and the others were astonished and quickly believed the story. They were angry that a commoner like Russ had been granted such talent. When a knight asked where Russ was, Eustace explained that he had defended himself, wounding Russ in the abdomen and making him fall into the river. He could hardly have survived. Eustace thought confidently that even if Russ survived, it wouldn't be a problem since an Ori user couldn't compare to the power of Eldred. He ordered everyone to search for Russ while he silently mocked him. Eustace smiled with disdain and thought, "You've really earned everyone's affection." With a sinister smile and glowing eyes, he called Russ little brother. The scene changed to a vast and cold snowy mountain region. Cirrus curiously asked Tezcan how he had met Tila, and he explained that he had fallen into the river, was washed away, and was rescued by a group of dwarves. Cirrus was surprised when Tezcan revealed that there was a prophecy from Allport that he would be the savior of the dwarf race. Tila cheerfully confirmed that Lepenheart was the savior from her clan's prophecy, and that was the reason she followed him, which left Cirrus completely amazed. Ceylon was surprised not to know that dwarves also had religious beliefs, and Tezcan commented that humans often underestimated other races, while Tila stated they even had priests. Ceylon wondered why dwarves believed in Allport, a god considered evil, and Tezcan asked him in turn what Allport had done wrong. A diagram appeared explaining about the 12 gods under the main god Ser, along with 2 lesser-known guardian gods, Eldia of the elves and Allport of the dwarves. Ceylon thought confusedly that although he knew Allport was considered an evil god, he had never been taught the reason. Cirrus suddenly shouted and pointed forward, drawing Tezcan's attention. She said she might be wrong, but there seemed to be a person in the river. In the frozen river, a man in armor lay, face down, motionless. A close-up of Russ's face. He was unconscious and sweating profusely from the pain. After pulling Russ to the shore, Tila examined the stab wound on his body, while Tezcan wondered how he had gotten there and replied evasively when asked if he knew him. The group stood around Russ, who lay in the snow, and Tezcan wondered if this was a continuation of the prophecy. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the snow, indicating the group was heading to a safer place. Russ groaned softly as he rested in the moving carriage. Waking up in a wooden space, Russ sat up and wondered dazed. Where am I? Memories flooded his mind. Russ remembered the moment Eustace pushed him off the cliff and whispered his half-brother's name. In a flashback, Russ remembered his days of hard training with the hope that if he proved himself worthy of being the sword of the Tense family, Eustace would recognize him. But then Russ bitterly realized that Eustace never intended to recognize him. The image of his brother appeared with an expression of contempt. Back to reality, Russ threw his head back and let out a bitter, desperate laugh. Tezcan, who was already wearing a warm coat, approached and asked upon seeing that Russ had awakened. You're awake? How do you feel? Russ sat by the campfire, asked if Tezcan's group had saved him, and Tezcan confirmed they had pulled him from the river. Bruce asked where he was and was told it was the domain of Bade. He thought to himself that 3 days had passed since he caused the commotion in the domain of Kelburn. Tezcan explained that Russ's wounds were very serious, and Ceylon added that fortunately, he was an Ori user, so he was able to heal him. Ceylon, would you like me to translate Russ's reaction to the news that his life was saved by the thief he was supposed to capture? He commented that Russ's aura had saved him from fatal internal injuries, while Russ grit his teeth with hatred thinking of Eustace's name. Tezcan said there was no need for thanks, but Russ suddenly bowed formally and expressed his sincere gratitude for saving his life. Tezcan said he hadn't paid for the carriage, and Ceylon cut in cheerfully, telling Russ to thank him since he was the one who paid. Tezcan thought to himself that having the future Star Sword as debt was an advantage, and then offered Russ some money for the trip back to his family. Russ looked down uncomfortably, not knowing how to respond. The scene changed to a snow-covered mountain range under the night sky. Russ, now dressed and standing in the middle of a burning fire illusion, said that returning home was no longer an option since he was now considered a traitor who had attacked the heir. Tezcan realized that once again he had changed history, as Russ was supposed to challenge and succeed his brother, and then asked what his current plan was. Russ sat by the campfire, thinking pensively about Tezcan's question. He looked at the starry night sky and thought that if he returned to the Tense family, he would only be seen as a traitor. Russ suddenly proposed, "If it's not too much trouble, please allow me to accompany you," which made Tezcan, who was drinking water, spit it out in surprise. The whole group was stunned by Russ's proposal. He explained that it was a knight's duty to repay the debt of saving his life, and that this was the only way since he had been disowned by his family. Tezcan said in a panic that it wasn't necessary to go to that extreme, but Russ insisted since it was thanks to Tezcan that he had awakened his aura, and he wanted to follow a true master to train. Tezcan thought confusedly that Russ didn't even know who he was, while Russ stated it was enough for him to know that Tezcan was the successor of the Fifth King Gerard. Tezcan considered that in his previous life, Russ had traveled everywhere seeking other aura masters to train, but now with the identity of a traitor, he could no longer do so. Tezcan realized this would force Russ to seek an aura user from another country to learn from, and that person was him. While Russ knelt and swore loyalty, Tezcan fought an intense internal battle. On one hand, the idea of Star Sword Cyrus following him. On the other, illusions of Lepenhart and Tazit appeared, reminding him that this was his friend's archenemy in the future. Tezcan thought that turning enemies into allies wasn't so bad, but realized that the hero Alex and the Saint Ellen were too young and Tezron couldn't do it. He dismissed the Light, Mage, Jade, Arclight, considering him too cruel and the killer of Cirrus. Back to reality, Tezcan smiled and told Russ he didn't need to swear loyalty, but he wouldn't mind if they became companions. Russ, Ilatet, asked if he could consider Tezcan as an older brother. Tezcan asked Russ's age and learned he was 23, then revealed he was 27, which left Russ completely amazed. In a magnificent castle under a snowy night sky, a completely different scene unfolded inside. Eustace Tense knelt and said, "Forgive me, Silver Sage." A figure shrouded in dark purple energy appeared, responding coldly, "I am disappointed." The illusion of the Silver Sage looked down at Eustace, questioning if the assigned mission was too absurd. Eustace grit his teeth, enduring the humiliation when asked if the Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grimm was only this. He thought to himself that he couldn't believe he had to endure this affront without being able to do anything, and then stammered an apology. Eustace was horrified by the Silver Sage's power to send an illusion into his own bedroom, and pleaded for his family to be spared. Eustace looked up at the illusion with a desperate expression, fearing for the future of the Tense family and begging for mercy. The wisp of magical purple smoke dissipated as the Silver Sage's illusion vanished. Elsewhere, the true Silver Sage, a black-haired man named Leston, held a sphere of energy and told himself he shouldn't have trusted that magic swordsman. A voice echoed, informing Leston that Duke Idenat wished to see him. Leston entered a luxurious room and bowed to an older man, who returned the greeting. "Welcome, Sage Leston." That man, Duke Idenat, also Sage Epectus, asked Leston why he had used the sacred seal. Duke Epectus praised Leston as an exceptional individual for awakening his aura at 20 and possessing amazing prophetic abilities. He reminded Leston that the reason he was chosen as a Silver Sage wasn't for his current skills, but for the immense potential value he held for the future. Leston admitted, "I am aware, and I am sorry." Duke Idenat said there would be no punishment because the sacred seal wasn't used for anything important, but Leston needed to know his place. Duke Idenat allowed Sage Leston to withdraw. With a sharp look, Duke Idenat followed him with his eyes and began to think. Leston thought of the name Tezron with a calculating expression. A brilliant silver emblem appeared next to the words, "The Silver Sages." The text explained that they were the protectors of humanity and a secret society that ruled the continent from the shadows. Images of hooded silver sages appeared, described as possessing enough power to control the rise and fall of nations. Leston walked down the hall, thinking with frustration that he was still at the lowest level of the hierarchy and had a long way to go. An internal monologue described the Demon King, who once sowed fear, now reborn with a body of steel and the wisdom of a great mage, wondering who could stop the looming nightmare. Leston was determined to stop the Demon King before he recovered all his magic, considering the loss of the echo of Elysian in his hands a painful failure. Leston believed there was still hope because not even the Demon King could easily recover his old magic with his brain, but realized he needed to be stronger. Leston recalled Jade's information that the Demon King gained his power from the echo of Elysian and the relics of the four Great Guardians, so he must seize them first. Leston is on to Tescon's true identity. Would you like me to translate how he plans to intercept the next Guardian relic? With his purple eyes glowing intensely, Leston silently challenged. Just wait, Demon King Lepenheart. The scene changed to a carriage moving through a snowy landscape, driven by Tila as Russ walked beside it. Inside the carriage, Ceylon seemed annoyed at being cheerfully surrounded by Cirrus and Tila. Russ looked at the carriage and thought to himself, what a strange group. Russ remembered that this group was very peculiar. They divided household chores by drawing lots, and Tescon had lost, so he had to wash the dishes. Tescon was carrying a bowl of dishes to wash when Russ approached and asked him why he did the chores himself when he could let slaves do them. Cirrus smiled upon hearing the conversation, thinking that even if the world treated them as slaves, to Tescon they would always be valuable companions. Tescon told Russ he would understand if Russ decided to leave out of annoyance, while Russ thought to himself that martial arts masters were usually quite eccentric. Tescon took off his jacket and began washing the dishes in the cold stream, while Russ affirmed that no matter who Tescon was, he had sworn loyalty until the day his swordsmanship was perfect. Russ thought firmly that until then he would serve Tescon, and all he needed to do was follow his will. While heading to the carriage, Russ wondered what Tescon would be doing inside. Russ assumed Tescon must be meditating to reach some kind of martial enlightenment, imagining him sitting calmly, surrounded by a purple aura inside the carriage. Tescon exhaled and thought he had recovered enough mana to try again, then said, Ignite. He activated the magic cube that glowed purple, selecting challenge mode. Level 1 beginner. Tescon found himself in a purple virtual reality space and thought he was fed up with it. Maybe it was time to change the scenery a bit. He decided to choose something more pleasing to the eye and began sliding through the virtual control panels. Tescon, satisfied, created a beach setting with two girls in bikinis having fun in the water. With an expression of satisfaction, he thought to himself that the Silver Era was truly a lucky period. A system message rang out. Welcome to Magical Beat, and Tescon turned with a serious expression. Virtual panels began flying toward Tescon at great speed. Tescon tensed, shouting the incantation. O powerful winds, turn into projectiles and annihilate my enemies. Wind projectiles. Turquoise energy bullets shot from his hands, creating consecutive explosions as they destroyed the approaching targets. He continued reciting another incantation. O burning heat, gather and take form. Fire arrows. Tescon realized the number of targets was increasing and that his spell-casting speed couldn't keep up with the rhythm. The two virtual girls in bikinis began scolding him in an ancient language, urging him to concentrate and asking if that was all he could do. Tescon got frustrated for missing 3 targets, while the virtual girls continued to criticize. How could you miss so many? You should be good at this by now. The screen showed the words, Congratulations. Tescon sighed in relief for having made it while the virtual girls cheered, telling him he was amazing. Tescon meditated while holding the magic cube in his hands and commented that the echo of Elysian was great, but had too many unnecessary features. An explanation. Panel indicated that the Echo of Elysian artifact was a magic learning tool in the Silver Era that helped improve motivation and magic skills through games. Tescon held the artifact and reflected, thinking that the people of the Silver Era must have really hated learning magic to have created something like this, and wondered why only one remained in the world. He thought to himself that with this artifact, Testrin's brain could also recover some of its magic capacity, though it wouldn't compare to his previous life. Suddenly a voice shouted loudly, "Lepenhart!" Ceylon and Cirrus poked their heads from behind Tezcan, and an excited Ceylon pointed forward and said, "Look over there." The majestic view of the city of Strasbourg appeared on a snowy mountain path under the twilight. A panoramic view of Strasbourg, an important military and commercial center, and the crossroads of the northern trade routes. A representative of the Tauban Merchant Guild handed Tezcan a scroll and said, "This is the information you requested from the Tauban Merchant Guild. Please sign here." Tezcan, now in a warm coat, began reading the document while Russ stood behind him, thinking to himself that he could finally update information on his previous self. He read the information carefully, which indicated that at age 16 Lepenhart contracted a mysterious mental illness, behaving erratically and insisting he was Tezron. The scene changes to the true. Lepenhart in a luxurious study reading documents and confirming that the Fist King Tezron had reincarnated in this timeline. Back to the present, Tezcan murmured that he had hoped it wasn't true, but that it was perhaps inevitable, confirming that Tezron had swapped bodies with him. He continued reading, learning that Lepenhart had become an official mage at 20, had left the magic tower of Delphia, and no one had heard from him since. Tezcan reflected, comparing it to his previous life when he had to wait until his late 20s to leave the tower, and wondered how Tezron had achieved that. Tezcan stood up, created a small flame in the palm of his hand, and told Russ they needed more information and would ask the Taobang Merchant Guild to recommend a bounty hunter. As he left with Russ, Tezcan announced they would prepare and depart the following morning, thinking it was time to tell everyone their true destination. A scene of ancient buildings crumbling appeared in the twilight. At the inn, Ceylon excitedly told Russ and Tazit, "At first I thought Lepin was just a village boy, but when he took off his shirt and defeated that demon, it was really impressive." Tezcan was outside listening to the conversation and thinking to himself if he should take Ceylon and Russ, two humans, to the Great Forge. He looked silently into the distance with a thoughtful and determined expression. Tezcan gathered his companions, stating they were also his comrades, and said he had something to discuss. He crossed his arms and declared that their goal was not an ancient ruin from the Silver Era. Ceylon asked in surprise if they weren't going to the Edelad Mountains, but Tezcan confirmed that was still their destination. "Tezcan, Strasbourg is just the beginning. Would you like me to translate the reveal of their actual destination within the Edelad Mountains?" He explained that before revealing the true goal, he needed to talk about his dream and his life's purpose. He raised his hand toward them and declared that he did not consider elves, dwarves, or orcs as slaves. Ceylon and Russ showed surprise when Tezcan said he wanted others to have the same thought. With a determined look, Tezcan clenched his fist and declared that his dream was to create a world where other races were not treated as slaves. The entire group, including the pink-haired girl, Cirrus, Ceylon, and Russ, were left speechless by that powerful declaration. Russ asked awkwardly, assuming Tezcan wanted to release the elves and dwarves into the wild. Tezcan seriously corrected Russ's words, saying that they also had intelligence and emotions like humans, and that the word wild should only be used for animals. Russ scratched his head in confusion, admitting Tezcan was right, but still unable to fully comprehend it. Tezcan explained to Russ that for humans, considering other races as people was as hard to accept as considering livestock as people. Ceylon smiled and commented that such a dream sounded very much like Tezcan's style. She asked if he wanted to change the entire world, and Tezcan confirmed his final goal went much further than liberating slaves. Tezcan looked directly at the group, saying he wanted to fight against the entire world to make his dream a reality, and asked, "Will you follow my ideals?" Ceylon smiled radiantly, and was the first to respond firmly, "I'll follow you, Lepin." Cirrus and Russ looked with surprise at Ceylon, who admitted she didn't completely agree and honestly thought it was a wild idea. Ceylon closed her eyes and continued, saying that a world where other races were slaves was truly wrong, and it wasn't every day she found someone with such a grand vision. The pink-haired girl suddenly lit up with a heart aura, shouting that she must spread the doctrine of love to other races and that she would go down in history. Ceylon asked Tezcan what would happen if he asked her to attack nobles to free slaves, an obvious crime, and she replied mischievously that if it were necessary, she'd just have to put on a mask. Russ declared with a resolute expression, "Honestly, I don't understand anything you're saying, brother, but I've already sworn loyalty to you. Your path is also my path." Tezcan thought to himself that Russ sounded like a typical knight, then told the group to keep quiet because he was about to share many secrets. Amidst the majestic landscape of snowy mountains, Tezcan revealed that their destination was the Great Forge, the sanctuary of the dwarves and the place where they worshipped the god Allport. The group advanced through a narrow, craggy canyon covered in snow. A pink-haired dwarf warrior, Tila of Steel Hammer, roared, "O great Mother Earth, please grant me strength." Tila of Steel Hammer lunged and slashed a monster. Ogre, splashing blood. Russ also fought fiercely against another ogre, shouting, "How dare a low-level monster attack a human blessed by Ser?" Tezcan observed calmly, explaining that dwarves could connect with Mother Earth to temporarily increase their strength, and that Russ was an Ori user, so the ogres were no match for them. A harpy monster screamed desperately as it was destroyed, falling next to a goblin's corpse. A multi-headed monster was sliced to pieces. A huge monstrous bear opened its mouth and roared in pain as it was attacked. Tezcan stood firm amidst the encirclement of fierce wolf and bear monsters. After the battle, the group stood among the monster corpses, and Tezcan commented that this place was worse than most ruins, which is why the dwarves had chosen to settle here. Russ showed concern, asking if the dwarves could really survive in such a place, though he didn't doubt Tezcan. A giant griffin suddenly attacked. Tezcan fired a fireball at it and told Russ, "Just follow me and you'll see for yourself." The griffin suddenly split into countless illusions, enveloped in a stream of purple magic energy. Tezcan realized it was a phantom griffin and that he needed to attack its real form. He asked Russ to give him cover so he could use magic. Tezcan raised his hand, recited the incantation, Gatella de Fasted Fawn, Mirror of Truth reveal your light, and cast illusory annihilation magic. A gigantic beam of green light swept through, making the flock of phantom griffins scream and dissolve into thin air. Russ and Cirrus watched the scene in awe. Russ exclaimed he couldn't get used to this, and Cirrus nodded, saying she was also surprised because not long ago his magic skills were very poor. Tezcan thought fireballs wouldn't last long, while Ceylon shouted that her mana was running low and urged everyone to attack. Cirrus thought that Tezcan sometimes did very cute things, then told the pink-haired girl that it would take about 2 weeks to arrive. Russ was alarmed to hear it would take 2 weeks of travel with constant ambushes, but Tezcan said calmly that they wouldn't be going that way. Tezcan smiled and explained to everyone that there was a shortcut that would only take 1 day to arrive, surprising the pink-haired girl. The next day, the group arrived in front of an ancient stone structure covered in ice and snow. Standing on a rocky ledge looking out over the desolate valley, Tezcan announced to the group, "We have arrived." When they entered, Russ recognized them as ruins from the Silver Era, and Tezcan confirmed they were the ruins of Diamond. Cirrus wondered how Tezcan knew of such a place, and he replied awkwardly that he had just gathered the information by chance. Cirrus looked at Tezcan with eyes full of suspicion, thinking she couldn't understand what he was planning. Tezcan sweat with worry, wondering what Cirrus might be thinking of him. Cirrus continued her line of thought, wondering what she thought of Tezcan, while Russ offered to go ahead and asked him to cover the rear. Tezcan said their destination was not inside, but on the periphery, then placed his hand on a glowing door, making it open automatically to Russ's amazement. Tezcan smiled forcefully and explained that his master had explored this place in his youth, but Cirrus still looked at him with an expression full of skepticism. Tezcan sweated and secretly decided that from now on he would blame his master for everything related to the ruins to avoid suspicion. Cirrus observed Tezcan, thinking that he knew too many details for someone who had only heard about the place. She thought, feeling as if he had already been here before, while Tezcan turned to urge everyone to move forward. The red-haired girl and the pink-haired girl looked around in amazement. The red-haired girl asked if this was the Great Forge, since it looked very different from the rumors. Tezcan touched the wall engraved with ancient runes, explaining that it was the ancient Jukra language and that it made him feel somewhat nostalgic. Suddenly, Tezcan struck the wall with force, creating an explosion of light that shattered the stone tiles, making Russ shout in terror from behind. Tezcan remained impassive while the light from the broken wall revealed a gigantic and glowing structure behind. A dazzling torrent of light burst forth violently. Tezcan lowered his fist, calmly observing his achievement, while Russ behind him remained dazed. "Rus!" The pink-haired girl and the red-haired girl shouted in awe at the dazzling light. A brilliant golden light covered everything, revealing a new space. The pink-haired girl looked up with an expression of wonder and amazement. The group found themselves in the middle of a gigantic domed hall, surrounded by the fragments of the newly destroyed wall. Two gigantic statues of dwarf warriors guarded the magnificent hall. The entire group was astonished, realizing they had reached the Great Forge, covering a 2-week distance in the blink of an eye. The red-haired girl pointed anxiously at the rubble and asked Tezcan, "Lepin, we didn't destroy this place, did we?" Tezcan responded naturally, "Of course we did," which made the red-haired girl ask if that was okay. But he reassured her, saying it was all in the prophecy. Tezcan thought to himself with complacency that he had reached the Great Forge based on memories of his previous life. He remembered that he had also destroyed the temple in the past without issues since Allport already had a prophecy. Suddenly, a group of dwarf guards appeared on the balcony, shouting furiously in their language, "The temple has fallen. There are intruders." Tezcan thought that since the prophecy had changed, these dwarves wouldn't be able to understand the situation and would attack them. Tezcan and the group sweated, laughing forcefully at the violent reaction of the dwarves. A dwarf commander tensed his crossbow, roaring an order for everyone to open fire. Cirrus complained about the dwarves' irascible temper, but Russ defended them, while the red-haired girl questioned Tezcan because he did it knowing beforehand, to which he could only admit. Russ commented that the dwarves seemed bloodthirsty, and Cirrus agreed, comparing them to a father finding a stranger in his daughter's room. Russ unsheathed his sword, which radiated a blue aura, and shouted, "How dare you threaten a human blessed by Ser?" Tezcan turned and shouted, ordering Russ to lower his weapons, leaving the young knight stunned. Tezcan raised both hands to the sky and shouted in the dwarf language that they had no ill intentions. Countless arrows from the dwarf temple guards flew toward him, but they all bounced harmlessly off Tezcan. Tezcan stood firm under the rain of arrows, his face covered in cold sweat while the arrows continually bounced off his body. The guards, dwarf temple guards, shouted in terror that the arrows had no effect and that he was a monster, while Tezcan thought he had no intention of mocking them. Tezcan continued shouting, calling the dwarves sons of the great Mother Earth who can hear the truth, and stating they were not enemies. He grit his teeth, thinking that since dwarves were living lie detectors, they would know he was telling the truth. A dwarf temple guard appeared skeptical, questioning how a human could not be their enemy. The dwarf guard from above demanded Tezcan say who he was and why he had come. Tezcan thought it was embarrassing to say this, then declared aloud, "I am your savior, the one who comes from the prophecy of Allport." The red-haired girl blushed with shame, asking how he could say those words without modesty, which made Tezcan respond to her with irritation. Tezcan continued explaining that he had come following the directions of the Steelhammer clan to meet the High Priest Macklin, while Russ behind him showed skepticism. Immediately, the dwarves' attitude changed completely. They cheered with joy that the savior had arrived and rushed to welcome him. The red-haired girl commented in amazement that their attitude had changed in an instant, while Tezcan was surrounded by the crowd of dwarves with an expression of confusion. The scene changed to the Great Forge, an underground city situated 30 meters deep under the Seatlaf mountain range. This gigantic underground city had a diameter of 2 kilometers, illuminated and heated by rivers of hot springs and geothermal rocks on the cave ceiling. A dwarf guide introduced this as the Master Smith Zone, making the red-haired girl, the pink-haired girl, and Cirrus marvel at their incredible skills. Russ was perplexed, wondering why, with such formidable strength, they didn't rescue their enslaved kin. Russ turned to ask the red-haired girl what she meant, and she explained that if one does not recognize the unusual, they will never ask questions. Russ sank into thought, trying to understand the deep meaning of the acolyte's words. The dwarf guide revealed that the Great Forge was originally a ruin from the Silver Era and that they had only renovated it, which made Russ suddenly understand. Tezcan explained that even in the Silver Era, this must have been a dwarf city, which led Russ to ask curiously, "How do you know, Tezcan?" He pointed to the door and said, "Look at the height of the entrances." He continued, arguing that this proved the dwarves had been prosperous enough to build their own cities, and that if they had been born to be slaves, that would have been impossible. Tezcan thought that perhaps it was still hard for Russ to accept this truth due to deeply rooted prejudices about other races, while Russ reflected pensively. "Would you like me to translate the group's first meeting with High Priest Macklin?" A dwarf invited the group to stay the night and have dinner, which delighted the red-haired priestess, while Cirrus thought to herself that she too would like to duck down and pass through the door. A sumptuous table was served with bread, 2 bowls of stew, and a plate of sliced meat. While chewing voraciously, the red-haired priestess asked the dwarf what kind of meat it was. The dwarf revealed it was boiled purple snake liver, which made Cirrus hurry to clarify that elves are usually vegetarians, but the pink-haired girl pinched her because she had eaten dried meat the day before. The dwarf explained proudly that although it wasn't delicious, it was a rare specialty good for health, especially for men. After hearing the explanation, the boys ate voraciously while the 3 girls looked at them with contempt and muttered, "They're animals." A female dwarf arrived to inform them that they should take the savior to the central tower, and Tezcan told the group to rest while he went. The dwarf guide and Tezcan climbed a long staircase, and he explained that not just anyone could enter there, but the main reason was that people were too lazy to climb. The path toward the main hall was decorated with majestic stone statues of dwarf warriors. Other statues held battle axes and wore horned helmets, showing the dwarves' sculptural mastery. Khan climbed the last steps of the staircase to enter the main hall. He raised his head with an expression full of determination and expectation. An elderly dwarf, with a long white beard, was standing on a raised dais. Behind him was the flame symbol of his clan. The elder looked at Tezcan and welcomed him. "Welcome, savior chosen by the prophecy." A text appeared presenting him as the High Priest Macklin Port Hammerline. Tezcan was stunned to hear the familiar name and exclaimed in his mind, "Macklin." The image of a magnificent dome appeared, intricately carved with golden motifs, perhaps part of Tezcan's memories. In the memory, a ruined throne appeared before an exquisitely carved ancient tree. In the memory, Lepenhart said to the Fist King Tezron, "You are very strong, Tezron, Fist King." The Fist King Tezron declared that victory was his, that everything was finally over, and that the others would be freed from the evil energy. Tezron launched an attack and shouted, "Disappear, nightmare of the continent," while Lepenhart began to recite an incantation, determined to bend the laws and cheat fate. Lepenhart continued the incantation, declaring that he would reverse the flow, exist under the law of resistance, and become a distorter of space and time. The Fist King Tezron's face showed clear determination as he launched his decisive blow against Lepenhart. Tezcan woke up from his memory with eyes wide open in surprise. He realized, stunned, that he had just immersed himself in a memory. Sitting at his desk, Tezcan wondered if he had fallen asleep and admitted that he only intended to relax his mind for a bit. He looked at the pile of books and documents, thinking to himself, it's still not enough. Tezcan reflected on 6 years of incessant work, awakening his aura at 20 in this weak body, pressuring the elders of the Magic Tower, building relationships, and becoming a member of the Silver Sages. He stood by the window, admitting that although everything was going according to plan, awakening his aura and mastering S-rank magic was still not enough to defeat the Demon King. He remembered the terrible power of his original body as the Fist King and worried about how much magic power the Demon King had recovered. Tezcan assumed the Demon King was probably searching for his lost magic and his loyal subordinates. He concluded that he himself also needed strong allies who could help him defeat the Demon King. The scene changed to a long, vast corridor inside the dwarf fortress. Returning to the meeting, Tezcan remembered Macklin as his most loyal subordinate, a trusted friend, and at times a respected teacher, and then greeted him. "Long time no see, Macklin, High Priest of Allport." Macklin responded to the Savior's sincere greeting, but found it strange and asked if they had met before, as he had not left that place in many years. Tezcan explained that this might be confusing, but the last time he met Macklin was 10 years in the future. Macklin broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself if the Savior might be mentally ill, while Tezcan asked him to let him finish speaking. Tezcan sighed as he began to explain his complex story. He told Macklin seriously that he had traveled back in time. Khan related that he had told everything to the Macklin of the future about how he had wandered the continent as a great mage, seeking the pinnacle of magic and protecting other races from humans. He also told the story of how he became the Demon King of the Antares Empire, waging wars against the entire continent and finally reaching a tragic end. Tezcan admitted his story sounded ridiculous, but affirmed it was the truth, and that believing it or not depended on Macklin. Macklin responded that even for a dwarf who could hear the voice of truth, this was still a difficult story to believe, and that if it weren't for the Oracle of Allport, he would have thought Tezcan was crazy. Macklin proposed a small test to see if Tezcan was truly crazy or a sage who had transcended time. He argued that if they were as close as Tezcan said, he should know some secret of his. Macklin looked directly at Tezcan, stroked his beard, and asked him a simple question: "What color is my beard?" Tezcan smiled, thinking to himself about this simple test. He replied mischievously, "How can it have a color if you don't have a beard?" Tezcan. As he spoke, he pulled on Macklin's fake beard and commented that some things never change, even after 30 years. Macklin smiled, asked if Tezcan knew the secret behind that beard, and added that it was a blessing from Allport. Tezcan explained that in the dwarf world, a beard was a symbol of masculinity, but Macklin had suffered an illness since childhood that prevented him from growing a beard, which would hinder his position as high priest. Would you like me to translate how Macklin reacts now that his deepest secret has been revealed by a stranger? Macklin, now completely convinced, said that not even his fellow dwarves could tell if that beard was real or fake, and stated, "Now I'm sure you are telling the truth." He said he had sought out Tezcan to guide the savior, but since Tezcan already knew everything, there was only one thing left to do. Macklin knelt on one knee before Tezcan, bowing his head solemnly. In the name of all dwarves who serve Allport, Macklin Port Hammerline swore loyalty to Leppenhart Waldenters. Tezcan wondered pensively if in this life he could reciprocate their loyalty, and then he asked Macklin to rise. Tezcan said that Macklin was wrong, that he needed his guidance more than ever because in his previous life he had failed by trying to resolve everything with strength alone. While contemplating the landscape of the dwarf city, Tezcan thought to himself that this time he could not repeat the mistakes of his past life. Tezcan explained to Macklin that in his past life, he had welcomed enslaved races and taught them human knowledge, hoping that humans would follow his example. Macklin commented that it was a strategy that wasn't too bad, but that it would take at least 100 years to change the world, a period of time too long for Tezcan. Tezcan admitted with a serious expression, "Yes, that is the problem, creating dark magic and golden energy in his hands." Tezcan said he was gradually recovering his power and that re-establishing the empire would not be difficult. However, he extinguished the energy and stated that he did not want to become a fearsome figure nor stain this continent with blood once more. Tezcan asked Macklin if he understood his dilemma, and the old dwarf replied that he had already seen the problem. Macklin looked at Tezcan with piercing eyes and said he was underestimating this world. Tezcan was perplexed when Macklin declared that he had not failed because of relying on brute force. The old dwarf explained, "It was because you relied only on it," and stated that the world was not that simple. When asked if he hated humans, Tezcan replied that he didn't hate them, but didn't especially appreciate them either. Macklin said he had guessed as much and pointed out that in Tezcan's history, there were no human allies. Tezcan was stunned when Macklin commented that while he respected other races, he tended to despise humans. Macklin questioned why Tezcan had not allowed humans to join the Antares Empire's army in his past life. Tezcan explained that he could not trust them and that they also didn't need to fight for freedom or equality. He continued justifying himself in confusion, saying he didn't use humans in administration because long-lived races like elves or dwarves were less prone to corruption. Macklin concluded that Tezcan had not given humans the opportunity to participate in the government, accepting them as part of the nation, but without granting them rights or obligations. Tezcan responded awkwardly that everything was much easier without them, which led Macklin to comment that he had truly lived up to his title of Demon King. Macklin explained that a Demon King didn't necessarily have to drink blood or pile up corpses, but could be someone who ignored talented people. He defined the Demon King as someone powerful, but who didn't know how to look around, who only listened to those who agreed with him, and sought to distort the world to his whim. In a memory, Leppenhart sat on the throne with his subordinates, and Macklin concluded, "That is the definition of a Demon King." Macklin told Tezcan directly that although he was kind, it could not be denied he was also a Demon King, which made Tezcan break into a cold sweat. Tezcan rubbed his forehead and asked why Macklin hadn't said these things in his past life, and he replied that by the time he joined, the massacre of dwarves was already widespread. Macklin continued pointing out that more than half of the institutions of the Antares Empire had been created by Tezcan, which made Tezcan admit he had no right to criticize. With a pensive expression, Tezcan asked Macklin, So where should I start? Macklin explained that Tescon's greatest mistake in the past was turning the conflict into a war between humans and other races, while humans were already massacring each other. Macklin concluded his advice by saying that it was never wise to be too ambitious from the start, and that was all he could guide. The scene changed to a vast and desolate mountain region covered in white snow. A gigantic ice dragon roared fiercely in the middle of the snowstorm. A group of mountain warriors was trying to restrain the ice dragon with strong ropes. Rus leaped through the air, unleashing the sevenfold slash technique enveloped in a blue energy aura. Russ's energy slashes struck the hard scales of the ice dragon and bounced off uselessly. Russ landed, thinking in frustration that he was not yet strong enough to execute this technique, an attempt to emulate Leppenhart's concentrated energy cannon. Cirrus Tensterbau fired a bright green energy arrow and shouted, "Nylon!" The arrow hit the mark, but Cirrus realized that the dragon was too big and her attack was like pricking it with a needle. Cirrus opened her eyes wide in wonder at the ineffectiveness of the attack. A bearded warrior shouted an order to his companion. "Now, Catamate." And a dwarf warrior named Catamate replied, "Understood." Catamate, the dwarf warrior, leaped high, brandishing his gigantic battle axe. The blade of Catamate's axe erupted in a bright red aura. Catamate shouted and struck the glowing axe with force against the ice dragon's head, creating a large explosion. Catamate, enveloped in a fire aura, declared confidently, "It seems we'll have a feast today." Russ and the red-haired acolyte looked extremely surprised. Russ exclaimed that he didn't expect there to be aura users among the dwarves. The red-haired acolyte added that it wasn't just one, but three, as images of Catamate, the bearded warrior, and a dwarf warrior with a horned helmet appeared. Russ broke into a cold sweat, thinking with horror that a dwarf's power had surpassed even a small nation, and wondered how it was possible. The narration. Would you like me to translate how Tescon explains the secret behind the dwarves' hidden power? He explained that a month had passed since they began living in the Great Forge, and despite the cultural differences, they had gradually grown accustomed to the dwarves. The narration continued, saying that what surprised him most was the existence of 3 dwarf aura users, and Russ seemed to have learned something from them despite the shock. The scene changed to the mountains covered in white snow, while the narration announced that the winter blizzard covering the Great Forge was becoming increasingly intense. The red-haired acolyte was elated, shouting with joy, I've grown a whole centimeter." Russ and Cirrus congratulated the red-haired acolyte, while a group of dwarves, including Tila and Yitos, discussed with curiosity why humans got so excited about growing. The red-haired acolyte turned to ask Russ about Leppenhart's situation, and he responded that he was continuing as usual. Both looked toward a large tower in the distance. The red-haired acolyte wondered what Leppenhart would be doing there. The narration presented the gigantic steel tower in the center of the Great Forge, which contained the energy source that activated the geothermal stones. The energy source was revealed as a gigantic sphere of light, an underground sun called Magrim. Tescon, in his original body with red hair and no shirt, stood before Magrim and thought to himself that the Silver Era was truly impressive. He thought about how the traditions of the enslaved races had faded, causing the dwarves' magical knowledge to almost disappear, but fortunately, the Magrim relic still remained. Tescon reflected that divine power was influenced by the strength of believers, and when the dwarves' power weakened, only the god Allport could awaken Magrim, though he believed he could do it too. He realized that Tessrin's body was not compatible with magic, so he needed Magrim's power to transform it, a sophisticated process, but not difficult for a former great mage. Tescon remembered that in his past life, after a year of research, he had managed to control Magrim and create level 10 magic, nuclear blast, destroying an entire kingdom with a single strike. He explained that to use Magrim to strengthen his body, he had to take off all his clothes to avoid interference with the magical resonance, and he felt quite embarrassed. Tescon floated in the warm light of Magrim, thinking to himself that fortunately no one was there and hoping no one would find him in that situation. A surveillance device similar to a camera is mounted on the ceiling in operation. 2 dwarf women observe the screen, admiring Tescon's muscular back and comparing him to their husbands. A group of 3 dwarf women, revealing they have been married for decades, cheer excitedly as they see Tescon turn on the screen, showing his muscular chest. Text appears over a snowy mountain landscape. Day 40 living in the Great Forge. Inside the Magrim relic, complex energy circuits glow with an intense red color. The energy changes to a purple color, emitting powerful bolts of magical electricity. Tezcan, in his original red-haired body, stands in the middle of the energy flow and recites, "O son of ice, spirit of the north wind, come to my call." A giant ice spirit is summoned, and Tezcan floats in the middle of the magical storm. Tezcan lands, satisfied with having successfully executed a level 5 summoning spell, and tells himself it is time to wander to increase his magic power. Standing over a vast map, Tezcan considers his options, deciding to travel through the ruins to reach the kingdom of Krobentz, following Macklin's advice. In another scene, Ceylon trains hard, pushing himself through a pull-up. Tezcan, dressed in warm clothes, approaches Ceylon, who is shirtless, and comments, "Ceylon, you've gained some muscle." Ceylon blushes and asks, "Really? You noticed?" Ceylon flexes his muscles with pride, while Tezcan looks at him with a somewhat amazed and perplexed expression. A hand picks up Ceylon's white monk robe, which has been carefully folded. Ceylon, now dressed, asks Tezcan why he has returned before lunchtime, and Tezcan responds that he is ready and asks if they are about to depart. Tezcan asks Ceylon if he's grown fond of this place. Ceylon admits that in part he has, but he's also curious to know if the doctrines of Philinance have spread correctly among the dwarf clan. Ceylon mentions that Russ also had a sudden premonition and locked himself away to train, which secretly amazes Tezcan since Russ, having just awakened his aura, had already reached enlightenment. Two dwarf children play cheerfully. One raises a toy hammer and shouts, "Demonic dragon, take my hammer." The other with an axe responds, "My axe will pierce the blue sky." An elderly dwarf reminds the children that they cannot pierce the sky in the Great Forge because everything would collapse, while Cirrus, sitting nearby, smiles. A close-up of Cirrus resting her chin, silently observing the children with a caring and warm gaze. In a flashback, elf children show each other their finds happily, including a lizard and a herb with tasty roots. Cirrus thinks to herself that she thought she had forgotten all those memories, while the image of a smiling elf girl, herself as a child, appears. Tezcan approaches and asks Cirrus what she is doing. She responds that she is watching the children. Cirrus tells Tezcan that the children here are very free as she watches them run and jump along the cobblestone path. With an expression of sadness, Cirrus thinks of the difficult future that awaits the children, and even that some of them might not survive to adulthood. Tezcan calls Cirrus with concern, but she reassures him, saying not to worry, that she was just remembering her home. Tezcan pensively repeats the word home with a look full of reflection. A map appears pointing to the Espellet Desert, also known as the Land of Wailing, which was once the home of Cirrus's Danine clan. Tezcan cheerfully proposes taking this opportunity to visit Cirrus's home, joking that it's like his wife's house. Cirrus blushes and says it would take at least 2 months to get there, but Tezcan approaches and whispers that there is a way to prepare everything in the Great Forge. Tezcan smiles with determination and says, "Let's go, just the two of us." The scene changes to a vast desert with towering rock pillars under a clear sky. A close-up of 2 gigantic rock pillars rising in the desert with sunlight shining through the opening between them. A violent explosion of purple magical energy bursts into the air. Tezcan, would you like me to translate the secret teleportation method Tezcan uses to cross 2 months of travel in an instant? And Cirrus appear in the middle of the flow of magical energy, and he proudly says that the Tidian Diamond teleportation portal has taken them to the Espellet Desert in an instant. Cirrus comments in amazement that only powerful mages can activate silver arrow relics, but Tezcan explains that a 6-circle spell is enough if the exact location is known. Cirrus grabs Tezcan's collar with a suspicious expression, asking him if his master had taught him this, making him sweat and stammer that his master had a mage friend. Cirrus's eyes narrow with distrust as she stares at Tezcan, who is still surrounded by the remnants of the magic. A gigantic sandworm monster with jagged teeth and green eyes emerges from the ground, emitting a deafening roar. Tezcan adopts a combat stance, clenching his fists as energy begins to accumulate around his arms. Tezcan lunges, delivering a powerful punch to the gigantic sandworm monster. After defeating the monster, Tezcan realizes it's a sand lizard and explains that they occasionally appear in the desert and are a good source of food. He uses shadow barrier magic, creating a purple magic circle to block the sunlight. Next, Tezcan casts Fire Field, creating a blazing magic circle to roast the sand lizard. Finally, he uses water drainage, a water magic circle to extract moisture from the lizard's blood and create drinking water. Tezcan thinks to himself that magic is very convenient, while Cirrus offers to skin the monster. Cirrus offers a piece of roasted meat to Tezcan and invites him to try it to see if it's well cooked. While eating, Tezcan asks Cirrus how far her home is, and she responds that it's a half-day walk to the west. Tezcan smiles optimistically and says, "Who knows, right?" Even though Cirrus thinks no one is left alive. Cirrus looks at Tezcan with a perplexed expression at his optimism. Night falls over the desert, and in the distance, an illuminated stone structure can be seen. At dawn, the stone structure is revealed more clearly among the vast sand dunes. Tezcan and Cirrus have arrived, standing in front of an adobe village built on a cliff that now looks desolate. Cirrus remembers her mother's words in the past. "My daughter, one day you will grow up and protect this tribe." Other memories surface, from being praised while practicing with the sword to cheerfully telling her father she could help him. Back to reality, Cirrus walks through the ruined village and thinks to herself that everything is just as she had predicted. She wonders why she has returned here if no one remains, with an expression of pain. Cirrus remembers the faces of her parents, the voices of her friends, and the breath of her siblings. Everything had disappeared, she realizes bitterly. She realizes she cannot even remember the name they used to call her. Cirrus monologues that she wants to cry, but her tears dried up like this desert 50 years ago, while Tezcan standing beside her looks at her with an uncomfortable and sorry expression. Tezcan thought with confusion upon seeing the deserted village, remembering the Danhain clan that was very prosperous in his previous life. He wondered in a panic if the future had been altered again and worried that he had caused this. Tezcan turned to ask Cirrus if she found this village strange, but she responded asking if it was the first time he had seen a ruined village. Tezcan questioned how the village could stay in such good condition after 50 years of abandonment, leaving Cirrus stunned. Tezcan pointed out the signs that someone had maintained the place until about 2 weeks ago, and Cirrus agreed that it was strange. Cirrus's ears twitched slightly upon hearing a voice echoing in her head, pleading, "Please." She looked up with an expression of wonder as the voice continued to whisper, "Come." In an illusion, Cirrus saw an image of herself from behind with long, braided hair, hearing the plea, "Please save us." The scene in the illusion showed a group of elves, including children, being escorted by a group of mercenaries through the desert. An elf named Shaylin encouraged the frightened girl Netina to be strong and not show weakness before the enemy. A mercenary suggested selling the elves to make money, but Brights snapped that after deducting expenses, they would take a loss. Brights lamented with frustration over the hard work under the scorching heat for a pittance. He remembered that everything had started to go wrong since the meeting with Tezcan, whom he called the Mountain Bumpkin. A mercenary asked if the mage Clonto had any magic to cool down, but the mage only responded with disdain. Brights was angry for having spent money on hiring a useless mage, but his subordinate consoled him, saying that at least it was better than nothing. The subordinate pointed to the 3 captured elves, including Shaylin and 2 children, as an achievement of the journey. The mercenaries complained that children didn't sell well, and that one of them was a boy. Brights looked up suddenly with a look of surprise, noticing a small object flying toward them from a distance. Cirrus lunged like a whirlwind, making a soldier shout a warning to Brights while the others cheered, thinking they were about to catch a bag of gold. The scene changed to a magnificent and majestic mansion under a clear blue sky. Inside the mansion, a knock was heard on a luxurious wooden door. A young woman named Felina opened the door slightly, asking hesitantly, "Tezron, can I come in?" Tezcan was standing by a sunny window, reading a letter among high stacks of books, and Felina asked if he was reading that again. Tezcan reminded her coldly, "Felina, hadn't we agreed you wouldn't ask trivialities?" To which the girl replied with confusion, "Oh, that's true. Would you like me to translate the contents of the letter that is Tezcan, so preoccupied in his study?" Tezcan threw a piercing gaze forward, his mind highly focused. Tescon's narration introduced Felina as the childhood friend who had always been by his side, helping him get the chance to awaken his aura. In a flashback scene, Felina cheerfully told Tescon that his smile reminded her of the old days, while the narration revealed that she should have been a friend of the Demon King Leppenheart. Tescon asked about the old days, and Felina naively replied that it was when his name was Leppenheart. Tescon did not dismiss it, thinking she was talking nonsense, and asked about the task he had entrusted to her. Felina held up a scroll with enthusiasm, reporting that the reputation of the new Fist King Leppenheart was spreading and that it was interesting he shared a name with the young Tescon. Tescon seriously stated that his name was no longer Leppenheart, but Felina still considered it an interesting coincidence despite his expression of disgust. Tescon read the contents of the scroll, muttering about how the Golden Knight was nearly humiliated by a new aura user, suggesting it was a conspiracy from another clan and that this would solidify the reputation of the new Fist King. Tescon claimed not to understand why people were impressed with the new Fist King. Felina explained that power always has its own appeal and then asked about the meeting with Captain Eustace. Tescon smiled smugly, relating that he had sent a letter to recruit Eustace and had received his consent, confident that he now had a powerful ally to fight the Demon King. Felina cheerfully announced that she had found the right person according to Tescon's criteria. She introduced him as Stefan von Altion, the second son of Marquis Altion, with the image of a majestic knight in silver armor appearing. Tescon thought to himself that although he had never heard the name Stefan, he would make him useful. Tescon smiled, thanking Felina for her good work, and drew her into a warm embrace that made her blush with shame. While embracing Felina, Tescon revealed a sinister expression, thinking, "Demon King Leppenheart, you have stolen something from me, so I will also take something from you." With glowing red eyes and a malicious smile, Tescon resolved, "And in the end, I will take it all." A mercenary shouted to inform Captain Britt that an elf was approaching, exclaiming, "A bag of gold is coming. Get ready to catch her." The group of mercenaries, with fierce expressions, brandished their weapons and lunged at Cirrus. A mercenary swung his axe downward, but suddenly stopped with a look of amazement as he saw a flash of red light before his eyes. Cirrus lunged, knocking the mercenary down in a blur with blood splattering, standing in the middle of the encirclement. Cirrus made a soldier shout in panic, "Damn it! Everyone catch her! She's no normal elf!" Cirrus dashed at a terrifying speed through the desert, leaving a trail of dust behind her. She dashed past a sword strike and then launched a spinning kick that hit the face of another mercenary. Cirrus closed her eyes, and a blue energy began to accumulate around her. The mercenaries only managed to see a blur pass before their companions fell. Cirrus gripped her sword, and powerful currents of dark energy swirled around her. Britt, the leader of the mercenary group, was sweating profusely, shouting in panic. Where did someone like her come from? The mage Clonto appeared. A blazing magic circle appeared under his feet as he recited, "Fire, obey my command. Become the flame that punishes my enemies." Clonto launched a gigantic fireball toward Cirrus, causing a violent explosion. The entire area was enveloped in flames and smoke after the magic attack. When the smoke cleared, Tescon in his original red-haired form was embracing Cirrus inside a hexagonal defensive barrier and asked, "I finally caught up to you. What were you thinking, charging in like that?" Clonto was stunned and then ground his teeth, threatening, "Don't any of you move, or you'll die." Tescon looked at Clonto with a mocking smile and asked, Well, how unexpected to find you here. Are you a slave hunter now?" Britt recognized Tescon. His face paled with fear, and he stammered, "You." Britt remembered the horrible past with Tescon and thought, "Many years have passed, but I'll never forget what he did. So, that guy remembers me too." Tescon stroked his hair, revealing his prosthetic arm, and said with an expression of weary disgust, "Artificial illusions are convenient, but remembering scum like you is torture." Tescon approached the group of mercenaries and said, "Allow me to ask you a few questions." Tescon asked if those 3 elves were the only ones left alive, but Britt responded sharply, "Do you think I'm going to answer you?" With a cold gaze, Tescon threatened, "You must answer. Whether I forgive you like last time or not depends on your answer." Britt jumped in fear and hastily admitted, "Fine, there are only those 3 left." Tescon continued questioning, "How many people have you killed? How many elves have you massacred?" Britt was confused and bewildered by Tescon's question. After Britt stammered that it was perhaps about 40 people, Tescon's eyes glowed with murderous intent in the darkness. Tescon turned away, muttering eerily, "I see. So that's it." Purple magic energy erupted around Tescon's hand as he roared. "Then the time has come for you to pay for the blood spilled." The mage Clonto, from the mercenary group, hastily created a magic circle and shouted at Britt. "What are you doing, Britt?" A gigantic magic shield moved to block Tescon's energy attack. Clonto broke into a cold sweat, wondering in amazement. "What? How can someone his age be as strong as me?" Tescon began to recite an incantation in an ancient language, concentrating a vast amount of magic energy in his hand. Tescon unleashed a gigantic discharge of purple lightning, attacking the entire group of mercenaries and making them scream in pain, defeated and lying on the ground. Clonto shouted in despair, "Are you doing this for those elves? Fine. Take them all." Tescon floated in the air, his body radiating heat, saying that Clonto should have been reduced to ashes, but that he lacked mana. Tescon grabbed Clonto's face, growling, "I don't need them," while the mage screamed that he would hand over the elves. As Tescon prepared to deliver the final blow, Clonto pleaded in terror, "Wait. At least tell me why I must die." Tescon replied coldly, "Didn't I tell you? I have come to collect the blood debt for the dead elves." In his last act of desperation, Clonto stammered a strange question. Was there even a human among those elves? In an instant of pause, the image of Tescon with his original red hair appeared, his face glowing with iron determination. The mage. Clonto asked tremblingly if those elves were Tescon's property, justifying that they were only wild elves. Tescon clenched his fist, replying coldly, "You're wrong. I said I would collect the blood debt for the dead elves," which made Clonto ask in horror about the justice of this action. Tescon questioned Clonto if he had ever felt guilty killing them or if he only saw them as animals, even though they also had emotions and acted like humans. Sweating profusely, Clonto stammered, calling Tescon a madman. Tescon asked Clonto, a mage, what the difference was between humans and wild beasts. Clonto replied that humans are beings who can think for themselves, possess reason, and seek values beyond instinct. With a jealous gaze, Tescon asked why Clonto didn't consider that elves were also part of that. Clonto shouted, arguing that even humans who do not behave as such are treated as slaves. So how can elves born as slaves be considered human? He continued shouting, challenging Tescon if he was fighting against slavery and considering himself wiser than the whole world. The image of his old master Gerard Cromprotiis appeared in Tescon's mind with the warning, "You are underestimating this world." Turning away, Tescon stated, "I don't want to live like a slave." He turned back with a firm look, asserting that if that was true for him, it must also be true for others, and that there was nothing wrong with believing in something so obvious. A furious Clonto screamed at Tescon not to impose his beliefs on others and called it pure arrogance. Tescon calmly admitted, "Yes, it is arrogance," but added that if he had to blindly accept the norms of a distorted society. Tescon squeezed Clonto's face with his hand, making him scream in pain. He coldly slammed Clonto's head against the ground, finishing him with a crunch and declaring, "I prefer to be arrogant." The three surviving elves, including Shaylin, Natina, and a boy, were together with bound hands and faces full of fear. Cirrus appeared. She cut Shaylin's bindings with a knife and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Which left Shaylin silent with surprise. With a hesitant expression, Cirrus asked, "You are?" Shaylin recognized the person in front of her and exclaimed in amazement, "Shaylin." Shaylin's eyes opened wide, full of wonder as she recognized her old friend. She pressed her lips together, trying to contain the emotions overwhelming her. Standing in the middle of the vast desert, Shaylin whispered Cirrus's ancient name, Serendi. Cirrus was stunned to hear the long-forgotten name again. A memory flashed in Cirrus's mind, an image of her and Shaylin as children, cheerfully inviting each other to hunt desert scorpions. Cirrus realized with amazement, "That was the name they called me. I am Serendi Lorelpiana. I remember my name." Cirrus, emotional, took Shaylin's hand, saying with a broken voice, "You're alive." And Shaylin replied, "Yes, and you are too." Suddenly, Shaylin gave Cirrus a hard slap on the chest. Cirrus was completely stunned by her friend's action, calling out Shaylin in confusion. The elf boy named. Raid asked curiously if they knew each other, but Shaylin coldly interrupted him, Don't talk to her, Raid. Shaylin looked at Cirrus with contempt, saying, So, Serendi, you're still alive, but you've become the plaything of a filthy human without an ounce of honor or pride. Cirrus stood paralyzed, unable to utter a word at Shaylin's accusation. Tezcan suddenly appeared beside Cirrus, embracing her shoulder protectively and declaring, She is my companion, not a slave. Shaylin was stunned. To see a human who could speak the elven language, while Tezcan said sternly that he could not tolerate her treating Cirrus as a slave, even though they were family. Tezcan looked at Cirrus, urging her firmly, Cirrus, say it yourself. Say you're not a slave. Cirrus lowered her head, her gaze wavering as she wondered, Am I really not a slave? Her eyes reflected the confusion and pain over her own identity. Tezcan looked at Cirrus with an unwavering gaze. He questioned her, asking if he had ever treated her like a slave or acted without consulting her, and then growled, Then why do you keep belittling yourself? Cirrus looked up and replied confusedly, But Master Leppenheart, you never actually told me that I'm not a slave. Tezcan froze and asked in surprise. His expression hardened as he realized the truth in her words. He broke into a cold sweat upon realizing his mistake. Cirrus opened her eyes wide in wonder when Tezcan said directly for the first time, You are not a slave. He firmly declared in front of the other elves that the two of them were equals and that she was a free elf. Tezcan looked at her, waiting for a reaction. Cirrus responded with a strange calmness on her face. I know you don't treat elves as slaves. She stated that she knew very well that he truly considered other races equal to humans. Even so, she wondered to herself, Why don't I feel happy? And realized something for certain. Cirrus looked directly at Tezcan. Behind her, the image of her past self appeared and said, You aren't really seeing me. You're seeing someone else through me. Tezcan stood motionless. Within him resonated the thought that he had believed he had saved Cirrus. Cirrus continued, explaining that thinking of herself as a slave made everything easier to accept, and that she preferred to be treated as a slave rather than be seen as a replacement. He bitterly admitted his illusion that he had only saved Cirrus from her own past, and that in this life he was just a human buying elven slaves with money. A memory surfaced, showing the scene of Tezcan meeting Cirrus for the first time when she was a ragged child. He put a coat on her and asked if she had a name. In the memory, he gave her the name Cirrus Valencia, but the girl only responded emotionlessly, wondering if a slave needed a last name. The memory continued showing the scene of him trying to tell her not to consider him her master, and Tezcan realized how ironic this situation was. In the chaotic memory, Tezcan shouted to himself, Cirrus is not a slave. Cirrus lowered her head and said sadly, I cannot accept a sincerity that doesn't really belong to me. Tezcan looked silently at the sky and replied, I understand, Cirrus. He declared firmly, You are free. Do whatever you want, Cirrus. Tezcan corrected his words, calling her by her true name. No, Serendial Arelpiana. He explained that what he was about to say now was different from what he had said before. Tezcan stood before Cirrus, giving her a choice. Whether you stay by my side or leave is entirely your choice. Whatever you do, I will respect your will. Cirrus looked at him and asked in surprise, Are you telling me to leave? Tezcan replied, I don't want you to leave my side, but I will never imprison you again. All I can do is plead with you. After a moment of silence, Cirrus looked at him and said, Please give me time to think. Tezcan turned to speak with Shirlan, asking if she could help little Netina reunite with her family. Shirlan, while preparing the camels, told Tezcan she wouldn't reveal their village's location to humans, and repeated, She is not your slave. Tezcan was going to say he would wait there, but Shirlin interrupted him, inviting him to go with them, as it would be a dishonor not to reward her savior. When Tezcan asked if it was okay, Shirlin and the other elven children looked at him and said that he could probably find their hiding place quickly anyway. Tezcan smiled and commented that it was a very logical way of thinking, and Shaylin responded that elves were always rational. The group rode together on camels through the vast desert. Shirlin turned to apologize to Serendi, explaining that if she were in her situation, Serendi would have done the same, and Serendi nodded in silence. Shirlin looked at Tezcan riding behind and smiled as she told her friend, You found a good human. Cirrus looked toward Tezcan with a soft gaze and nodded. That's right. He really is a good person. Shirlin told Cirrus, I understand. That must be why you told him your name. Cirrus asked in surprise again, and Sherlin pointed out. He called you by your true name a moment ago, didn't he? Cirrus remembered the moment when Tezcan pronounced her full name, Serendia Laurel Piana, instead of just Cirrus. Looking at Tezcan's back as he rode the camel, Cirrus wondered silently in amazement. How did he know the name that even I had forgotten long ago? The scene changed to an elven settlement, hidden deep within an arid desert canyon. An elven scout informed Elder Relhard that they were running out of water and could only hold out until tomorrow at the latest. Another scout reported that the humans seemed to have abandoned the search and the bodies of the fallen warriors had been buried under the desert sand. The 343-year-old Elder Relhard of the Panhem clan prayed that the souls of the deceased would rest in peace in the arms of the spirits. The scout urged them to leave immediately while they still had enough water, and Elder Relhard ordered everyone to prepare to depart at sunset. The Elder Relhard wondered anxiously what they should do, since returning to a village whose location had been revealed would not be sustainable in the long term, and pleaded for Eldia to guide them. Suddenly, Elder Relhard raised his head in wonder, realizing that someone was approaching. The group of Tezcan, Cirrus, Sherlin, Raid, and Netina rode on camels deep into the canyon. An elven scout on the cliff recognized Sherlin, Raid, and Netina among the approaching group. Elder Relhard was alarmed to see they had brought a human and shouted, ordering everyone, "Don't let them pass." The elven warriors acted immediately, raising their slings and shouting loudly, demanding the group of strangers not come any closer. Bullets fell around the camel caravan, but Tezcan calmly told Sherlin not to worry, that they were only warning shots. Tezcan picked up a bullet and explained to Cirrus that they were made of glass melted from sand, and, although rudimentary, they still used elemental magic. Tezcan further explained that without the World Tree, they couldn't summon enough elements to fight, but they could still create the fire necessary to melt the sand. Tezcan revealed that after centuries living in the desert, Cirrus's tribe had developed a strong compatibility with the fire element. That was why she still had tanned skin after 50 years of separation, making Cirrus ask in surprise if his master had told him that. Tezcan awkwardly explained that a friend of his master coincidentally had extensive knowledge about elves and dwarves. Standing in front of the cliff, Tezcan spread his arms and shouted loudly toward the elves, declaring it was time to prove they had no ill intentions. Countless stone bullets were fired toward Tezcan, but they all bounced harmlessly off his robust body. The warriors, elves on the cliff, were astonished to see their attacks were ineffective. One called Tezcan a monster, which irritated him a bit. Tezcan firmly declared he was not an enemy, and, as someone who knew their history well, pleaded for a gesture of friendship from the descendants of the great elementals. The elves were stunned. A scout whispered to Elder Relhard that Tezcan knew both their language and their customs, wondering if he really was an enemy. Tezcan looked up and calmly accepted their suspicions. It's understandable. Tezcan clenched his fist, and a brilliant burst of yellow energy erupted around him. Elder Relhard opened his eyes in horror and shouted upon recognizing the source of that energy. Cirrus became alarmed seeing the powerful energy emanate from Tezcan and shouted at him, asking what he was doing. A fleeting image showed a warrior unleashing the 4-stack Calamity Horn technique, confirming that Tezcan was an aura user. Tezcan smiled confidently, thinking to himself that humans might consider this a threat. Elder Relhard declared that the elves were rational beings and that someone as strong as Tezcan would not need tricks, stating that his good intentions were genuine. Tezcan turned to look at the astonished Cirrus and said, "Let's go to your true home." The scene changed to a vast desert canyon under the light of the sunset. Inside a tent, Sherlin put a hand on Cirrus's shoulder and introduced her to the elder. "She is Serendi, daughter of Aureli Piana. Do you remember her, sir?" Elder Relhard explained with emotion that Cirrus was the child they thought lost on the Day of Nightmares, expressing his joy that both the lost family and the former members of their tribe had returned. The elder called Tezcan their savior, but he responded humbly, "Not at all. Now let's prepare to return." The elves returned to their village of Ruelda, which appeared under the night sky. Under the night sky, the elves of the Panhine tribe danced, sang, and chatted happily around a large bonfire to celebrate. An elf raised his glass to toast amidst laughter. The festive atmosphere was vibrant. Cirrus was surrounded by her old friends. A girl named Geraint asked happily, "Welcome back, Serendi. Do you remember me?" And Cirrus recognized her with joy. Sitting alone at a distance, Tezcan silently observed the scene of Cirrus happy with her people. Cirrus laughed and spoke radiantly, conversing excitedly with the elf friends from whom she had been separated for so long. Tezcan rested his chin thoughtfully with a complex expression, meditated. Cirrus looks so happy. Will she still choose to stay by my side? After a moment of hesitation, he decided to get up. Tezcan approached the elves gathered around the fire and declared, I still have work to do here. I have something to ask of you all. He looked towards Cirrus and clearly expressed his desire for her to experience the unique power of the elf race. Elder Relhard smiled in response, confirming that Tezcan's intention was spirit magic. Tezcan explained that although he could control elemental power, that was only summoning magic and not pure spirit magic, and only they could teach that to Cirrus. Elder Relhard agreed that teaching spirit magic to Serendi was a duty of the entire tribe, and at the same time created a small flame in the palm of his hand. However, he sadly squeezed his hand to extinguish the flame and confessed that without the World Tree, their power had weakened drastically, being barely enough to light a fire but not to fight. Relhard suggested it would be better for Cirrus to learn magic from Tezcan, but he countered with a question. But wouldn't it be very sad if an elf couldn't communicate with the spirits? Deeply moved by Tezcan's understanding, Elder Relhard looked at him with gratitude and said, You really understand us very well. The elder looked at Cirrus, who was dancing happily, and then turned to Tezcan to tell him that if she chose to stay and he wanted to be by her side, the Danheim tribe would accept him. He solemnly declared to Tezcan, From now on, you are our brother. Tezcan listened in silence to the elder's sincere and meaningful offer. The next morning, the dawn illuminated the adobe houses of the elf village, announcing the beginning of a new day. Tezcan related that he had stayed in Ruelda for 3 more days. While waiting for Cirrus's decision, Sherlyn began to teach her spirit magic, explaining that she first needed to learn to feel the elements, but Cirrus was still confused. Sherlyn thought to herself that it had taken her several years to achieve it, so she couldn't expect Cirrus to master it in just 3 days. Suddenly, Cirrus felt the power, and orbs of red energy began to glow around her, which made her ask in surprise, Oh, is it like this? Sherlyn exclaimed in amazement, unable to believe that Cirrus had not only finished the theory, but had also mastered elemental affinity. The narration explained that most elves did not learn so quickly, but the rigorous educational process since childhood as a slave had sharpened Cirrus's learning capacity as fast as that of a human. Tezcan watched from afar, thinking with satisfaction that Cirrus had grasped the basics. Then he asked her if she was happy, and she confirmed it cheerfully. Tezcan directly asked Cirrus with gravity, Do you want to stay with them? Cirrus looked down thoughtfully, considering his question. She looked up with a firm gaze and responded, Yes, I want to stay and help them. Tezcan showed clear disappointment, but Cirrus continued, saying that even if she stayed, their lives would not change. Cirrus turned her back to Tezcan, looked at the villagers, and asked hopefully, If I follow you, can I change their lives? Among the elves, Tezcan promised with determination, Of course. I swear on my life, we will definitely change their lives. Would you like me to translate the group's departure from the desert as they head toward their next destination? Cirrus smiled radiantly and decided, Then, I want to follow you for the future of the entire tribe. Tezcan smiled with relief and let out a small laugh. His joy overflowed, transforming into a louder, hearty laugh. He raised his face to the sky and burst into uncontrollable laughter, his face flushed with happiness. Tezcan promised himself he would change the world for the woman who had chosen him, and then, out of excessive joy, accidentally shot a fireball into the sky, startling everyone. He awkwardly explained he was just too excited. Tezcan turned to Cirrus with a confident smile, declaring, Cirrus, allow me to show you right now how the future of your tribe will change. Khan led Cirrus and Elder Relhard to a barren canyon, where he stood on a high rocky ledge looking down at them. Elder Relhard asked his savior why they had come here, and Tezcan confirmed that this was the tribe's emergency refuge. Tezcan loudly declared that from now on, this place would be the village of the Danheim tribe, which made Elder Relhard ask in amazement, since there was no water there. Tezcan turned to Cirrus and asked her to give back the nylon staff, leaving her perplexed and not understanding what was happening. He explained that she had awakened elemental affinity in just 3 days and asked if she wanted to know how that had been possible. Tezcan revealed the secret. It's because you're the owner of this Nylon, explaining that she had been recognized by the contract and had the right to use its power. He firmly gripped the Nylon staff and drove it with force into the arid ground. Tezcan closed his eyes, channeled energy into the staff, and recited an incantation, explaining it was the seed of a great tree created to be a protector. From the ground, a young green sprout radiating a bright light began to germinate and ascend. Cirrus and Elder Relhard opened their mouths in wonder at the marvelous scene unfolding. Khan smiled confidently as fresh green leaves began to envelop him. Elder Relhard broke into a cold sweat, muttering in extreme disbelief, impossible. Before the eyes of the two elves, the sprout had become a gigantic tree, radiating a warm and sacred light. Water unexpectedly gushed from the base of the tree, splashing and startling Elder Relhard. A crystal-clear stream flowed from the base of the tree, forming a waterfall, leaving Elder Relhard and Cirrus stunned and exclaiming in awe. Tezcan asked Elder Relhard if he could feel it, and the elder could only stammer that it was impossible. The elder felt an enveloping warmth, a sensation of fullness connecting every cell, and an extraordinary emotion awakening the soul. With tears in his eyes, Elder Relhard realized this was what all elves knew through legend, and sobbing, he exclaimed Elvenheim. He reached out his hand forward with the utmost happiness and exclaimed, "It is the world tree, Elvenheim." The demonic Baunigelan, a lost branch of the world tree of Elvenheim, awakened its life force, took root in the earth, and amplified mana energy to perform complex magic. An elven scout asked, crying and trembling, "Who are you? Are you the savior sent by Eldia?" Tezcan replied he was a friend, and that returning a favor was a friend's duty. Tezcan turned to Cirrus, apologizing for having used Nylon and promising to find her something better, which made Cirrus ask in confusion, "Who are you, after all?" Tezcan smiled and suggested, "Shall we return to the Great Forge?" A spatial portal with a glowing purple energy flow opened in a stone corridor. When Tezcan and Cirrus crossed the portal, a pink-haired woman ran up cheerfully and asked, "Where did you go?" The pink-haired woman teased Ceylon, saying his shoulders looked wider, which made Ceylon embarrassed while she thought to herself that he was very innocent. A group of dwarves came running, shouting with joy, "Master is back," and affectionately reproaching him for having left without notice. Tezcan smiled at the group of dwarves and asked, "Has everyone made progress?" A dwarf shouted, "Loudly Vala area," and fired a torrent of air projectiles, which Tezcan praised as perfect, while the others anxiously awaited their turn. Tezcan explained the formation of the Dwarven Magic Legion, praising them for working hard to feel magic power in just 2 months and advising them to practice with the theory books. Russ approached to greet Tezcan, and Tezcan immediately asked if he had discovered what he was feeling, to which Russ replied that he understood a little. Russ stared at Tezcan, who was sweating, and said that now he understood clearly, which made Tezcan ask with concern what it was. Russ commented, "You are truly great." Then he explained he wasn't referring to his body size, but to Tezcan's soul, and doubted if he was really only 23 years old. Russ continued, saying it felt as if Tezcan had lived several more lives than him, leaving Tezcan speechless while Russ wondered what power he had acquired. The pink-haired woman said it was time to leave the Great Forge, and Tezcan confirmed they would go to the ruins to make money, but that wasn't the final destination. Tezcan declared they would go to the Kingdom of Crovence, because there was someone there with the same purpose as him. Below was a map of the region. While Leppenhart Tezcan finished his work at the Great Forge, another movement had begun in the distant and frozen Friesland. The scene changed to the eternal tundra at the northern edge of the Kingdom of Grimm, where a small camp had been established in the middle of the white snow. A young member of the expedition complained about the cold, but the elder advised him to endure it to conserve his magic power and lamented that only 10 remained of the initial 30+. The elder explorer said that in any case, the trip to the ruins of Salcana had been a great success, and that what they had discovered this time far surpassed everything before. He showed an elaborately decorated ancient book, saying it contained records of the Silver Era, which had always been a mystery. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking that presenting this book to the Academy would cause a stir, and that if he could reveal the secrets of the Silver Era, it would be a great achievement. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside the tent, making the young explorer ask, startled, "What's happening? Is it monsters?" The elder explorer opened his eyes in horror at the chaotic sound outside. Looking out, he saw a horrific scene, a group of armed men massacring his companions, and he realized they were bandits looking for the artifacts. "Would you like me to translate the identity of the person in the Kingdom of Provence who shares Tescon's mysterious goal?" The dark-haired leader of the attack group coldly ordered, "Kill them all." Stefan in his berserker armor and Eustace in his golden armor led the group of warriors that pounced on the expedition. Stefan and Eustace exchanged a cruel look. Stefan's eyes glowed red while Eustace's emitted a golden light. The massacre was fleeting. Stefan and Eustace easily cut down the expedition members in a pool of blood. The elder explorer trembled, surrounded by blood, and shouted, "If you want the artifacts, take them all. Just spare my life." Tescon, the leader of the group, approached and said, "I'm sorry, Mage. You are the reason we came to this distant land." Tescon brandished his sword and killed the elder explorer in a spray of bright red blood. The blonde-haired woman standing behind Tescon asked with concern, was it really necessary for Tesron to do that? And he replied that it was an order from the Silver Sages because these people had opened a door that should not be opened. The ancient book fell onto the blood-stained snow. Tescon said that this was a history that should not be revealed for the protection of humanity. The blonde-haired woman remained perplexed, arguing that the Silver Sages were the protectors of humanity, yet this was the murder of innocents. Tescon picked up the book and called it a small sacrifice. Tescon turned to Stefan and asked, "What do you think, Stefan? Is the berserker armor useful?" Stefan, standing on a pile of corpses, smiled complacently and replied, "It is unmatched, Lord Tesron. If I come to master it completely, I could even make an arrogant aura user kneel before me." Eustace approached, saying that Stefan wasn't the only one dreaming of revenge. Then he asked Tescon what they should do with these artifacts. Tescon ordered that the useful items be kept and the rest sold, and that the objects on the list be recovered and placed under the protection of the Silver Sages, while Eustace's armor emitted a clinking sound as if it were storing items. Eustace explained that the Silver Sages were the protectors of humanity and that many Silver-era artifacts were very dangerous and had to be handled by the right people. Eustace commented that the pendant that maintained heat was very effective, and Tescon replied that it was also an artifact that only the Silver Sages possessed. Tescon glanced sideways at one of the bags containing artifacts with a concentrated expression. He pulled out a black cube with glowing purple veins and realized with amazement, this is the echo of Elysian. He thought deeply if this was an artifact that should not be revealed to humanity and was surprised to learn that another one still existed. Felina approached Tescon's tent and asked about the history the Silver Sages were hiding, but he warned her, "Don't try to find out, Felina." Tescon said firmly that only the Silver Sages had the right to know that knowledge. The scene changed to a vast dwarf industrial city with metallic buildings and a tangle of pipes. A large metal door in the city opened slowly. The elder Helfia Delfston, standing on a high step, asked the young elf what she wanted to know. Cirrus, with her cloak, replied with a clear voice that she wanted to know everything about Lord Leppenheart. Cirrus explained that from his treatment, his gaze, and his actions to the fact that he knew her true name which she had forgotten, he didn't seem like a stranger at all. The elder, Helfia, told Cirrus that Leppenheart was afraid she wouldn't be able to understand him. Cirrus was stunned, not understanding why, and exclaimed, "Why?" The elder, Helfia, looked at her and said that before giving her advice, he wanted to ask her something. "Can you trust him, Cirrus?" She stated decisively that she could trust him even if he declared himself a god. But Elder Helfiat said that wasn't the kind of trust he was referring to. Elder Helfiat looked directly into Cirrus's eyes and asked again with gravity, "Can you really trust him?" Cirrus swallowed hard. Sweat ran down her cheeks as she reflected on the elder's implicit question. After the conversation, Cirrus walked alone along the deserted path lit by the lights of the dwarf city. In another room, Tescon in his original red-haired form was sitting at a table, looking silently out the window, deep in thought. Tescon in his original form, with red hair, asked Cirrus, "You heard everything, didn't you, Cirrus?" With an expression of amazement, she looked directly at Tescon, confirming that she had heard. With a hardened face, Cirrus admitted, "That's right. It's truly a story beyond imagination." The dwarf elder Helfiat Delfston explained that the person Leppenheart was someone who had traveled through time. The Narration continued with the image of Lepenhard as a legendary 10-circle great mage who took on the burden of becoming the Demon King to change the world for other races and went back in time after his failure. Then, the story shifted to Cirrus Valencia, leader and protector of all spirits, a high-level mage revered as the incarnation of Elpia, but called the goddess of madness by humans, which made the current Cirrus understand the reason for Tescon's special treatment toward her and say that it would have been better if he were only projecting his old image onto her. Tescon asked seriously, "Then, can you forgive my behavior?" A tear rolled gently down Cirrus's cheek upon hearing his question. Cirrus turned around and declared firmly, "I will follow you, Lord Lepenhard. That is all I can say for now." She looked at Tescon, asserting the limit, "Because I am not the Cirrus of your memories." Having said this, Cirrus turned around and left, leaving Tescon alone. She stopped for a moment, before leaving, saying, "But, Cirrus." She turned to look at Tescon with a slight smile and said, "I don't hate you." The door closed after Cirrus left, and Tescon remained motionless at the table. Tescon was dazed, his cheeks flushed from Cirrus's unexpected confession. "Would you like me to translate the next scene where the group prepares to enter the kingdom of Crovence?" He scratched his head in confusion, wondering, "So in the end, did she forgive me or not?" The narration explained that Lepenhardt's next destination was the kingdom of Crovence in the east, the largest granary and one of the most powerful nations on the continent. A flashback introduced King Gottrim I and his heir, Prince Telion, who seemed destined to succeed to the throne without issue. However, shortly after King Gottrim's death, Prince Telion also passed away from a mysterious disease, which caused problems to arise. Following the death of the king and the prince, the throne of Crovence remained vacant, deeply dividing the nobility. This division led to the emergence of two rival candidates, creating two factions fighting for power. The army of the Karsus faction, raising red banners, roared slogans in support of Lord Karsus and swore to defeat the usurpers. In response, the army of the royal faction with blue banners also shouted, vowing to annihilate the traitors in the name of the legitimate royal family. The first candidate presented was the 18-year-old second Prince Eubal of Crovence, who rode at the front of his army. Being the son of a concubine, Prince Eubal's right of succession was considered significantly weaker. The other candidate was Lord Karsus, son of Duke Fernando, who also led his troops on horseback. Although he was not a direct son of King Gottrim, Karsus still possessed a powerful royal bloodline. The kingdom of Crovence was now immersed in a cruel civil war between two men, both with blonde hair and determined green eyes. At 28, Karsus was a knight renowned for his extraordinary martial prowess and enjoyed the full trust of his subordinates, while Eubal had a reputation for being a useless hedonist. Half a year had passed since the throne became vacant, and the conflict between the Karsus and Eubal factions intensified, evidenced by torn and blood-stained banners. In the Delphina domain in central Crovence, a large mansion stood under the night sky. Standing on the balcony, Prince Eubal wondered how much longer they could resist and lamented the terrible famine occurring at this crucial moment. Eubal thought melancholically that he had never asked to be king, but was forced into this conflict only to face disaster. A girl, a dwarf named Phinia, asked Eubal if he hated being king that much, and he admitted frankly, "Yes, I really hate it. But the other option is being beheaded." Phinia reminded Eubal not to be indifferent, because if he lost his life, she would be next, and then she wondered desperately why she had fallen in love with such a man. Eubal drew Phinia into his arms, saying they were still safe because the enemy couldn't act until they had enough provisions, but once they were ready, their time would be up. Phinia suggested they flee while they had the chance, but Eubal only smiled and asked if they were fleeing for love, while she asserted they would be exiled. Eubal confessed that he was not used to living in misery, but Phinia replied confidently that she had been raised with hardship and could take care of him, though he thought that wasn't true. Phinia approached Eubal and said it didn't matter, because in this world she was just a slave, regardless of whether he was king or not. Eubal embraced Phinia and said sadly that perhaps there would be no place in this world that would accept them as a couple. In the luxurious room, both exchanged words of love while a suit of armor stood guard nearby. Suddenly, Eubal and Phinia were startled to hear a comment. "Wow, that's a bit excessive." Phinia reacted immediately, grabbed the battle axe from the armor, and shouted, "Who goes there?" She brandished the giant axe, threateningly and demanded the intruder reveal themselves. A man completely covered by a cloak appeared and introduced himself. "My name is Lepenhart, a mage. I have come to offer my humble help to the next legitimate king of Crovence." Yubel asked in surprise if the stranger came to join his faction, and Phinia confirmed to him that he wasn't lying. Yubel muttered that a dwarf who could hear the voice of truth like Phinia wouldn't let a lie pass, and then commented that the stranger had a robust physique. Lepenhart thought to himself that he had deliberately used a wide cloak to hide his body, and then responded to Yubel's question that he was almost like a combat mage. Yubel questioned if Lepenhart really came to help him, repeating the phrase "that's a bit excessive," but Lepenhart denied it and said he had misheard. Phinia exposed him immediately with a serious expression. "He's lying." Yubel sighed, telling Lepenhart that he didn't care since it was natural for others to see them that way. Lepenhart thought to himself that this dwarf was annoying like a living lie detector, and then said his lover was an elf. Yubel was amazed while Phinia confirmed firmly that this time he wasn't lying. Lepenhart asked why they were looking at him like that, and thought to himself that he didn't expect there to be another eccentric like him in the world. Yubel stood up, crossed his arms, and seriously asked Lepenhart how he could help, while Phinia remained on guard. Lepenhart thought it wasn't good to keep up the mystery, so he offered a provision valued at 100,000 gold coins. Both Yubel and Phinia opened their mouths in amazement at that enormous figure. Yubel broke into a cold sweat, calculating that the amount was equivalent to half the annual royal budget and was enough to feed the entire kingdom for 3 months, which made him doubt. Yubel asked Lepenhart how many aura users he had under his command, and after hearing the answer that he had none, Lepenhart suggested that 6 aura users would be of great help. Prince Yubel reflected deeply. In the entire kingdom, there were only 5 aura users, and yet this mage could mobilize 6. He then asked the prize for that help. Lepenhart responded that when Yubel became king, he wanted to be granted a fief. Yubel asked in surprise, "Just that?" Lepenhart clarified that the fief must be completely autonomous and independent from the laws of the kingdom of Crovence. With a determined look, Tezcan said in a grave voice that what he wanted was a place where elves, dwarves, and orcs could live freely. Prince Yubel. The scene changes to a small town in the Delphina fief at night. Would you like me to translate the terms of the secret agreement they reach regarding the independent territory? Cirrus was waiting and asked Tezcan, "Did the conversation go well?" Tezcan, while walking, he replied to Cirrus that the conversation itself was fine. The problem was what would happen afterward. Tezcan lowered his hood, explaining that unlike his previous life, he couldn't risk summoning meteors, but instead needed legal recognition of autonomy through something humans couldn't refute. Cirrus asked Tezcan if he already knew Prince Yubel, and after hearing a no as an answer, she continued asking who had become king in his previous life. Tezcan revealed that in the past, Lord Karsus had ascended the throne, while Prince Yubel had met a tragic end at the guillotine. Cirrus asked worriedly if history would repeat itself. Tezcan replied confidently that it probably would have already happened if he hadn't intervened. Looking from the upper floor, Tezcan stated that this time he would do things right, while Xylan below said he believed they would have good results, especially if everyone started seeing the other races as teammates. When the whole group had gathered, Xylan asked about the conversation, and Tezcan replied that everything seemed fine for the moment. Xylan looked at the map with the marked locations and said in amazement that they had explored 10 ruins in just 1 month, a notable achievement. The dark red-haired woman showed irritation, while Xylan complained that fighting demons was easier than recovering artifacts. Fortunately, he had trained his body. The dark red-haired woman asked Tezcan if they really possessed 100,000 gold coins. He immediately explained that they didn't have cash, but they had grain of equivalent value. She realized it was the grain they had bought from the Tauban Merchant Guild, remembering the transaction scene, and Tezcan sitting next to the sacks. Tezcan explained that due to the famine and the war, the value of that grain had skyrocketed, and when the pink-haired girl said it sounded like a scam, he replied that as long as they didn't lie, there was no problem. Xylan raised his hand with a question. He pointed out that Tezcan had spoken of 6 aura users, but currently there were only the 2 of them and 3 dwarves. Then he asked if there was an elven aura user among them. Tezcan explained that there were elven aura users, but due to poor relations, he hadn't included them, and added that he himself didn't really belong to that count either. Xylan was worried because they were missing 2 people, But Tezcan reassured him, saying that the great orc warriors Karkin and Estella would join, which made Xylan ask in amazement. Orcs? There are aura users among the orcs? Tezcan began to talk about a wild region southeast of the Raquet Mountains, known as the Orc Testing Grounds. He described the orc warriors there from the Blue Bear tribe as proud warriors who balanced wisdom and instinct, not like cowardly slaves or gladiators consumed by desire. Tezcan smiled, thinking to himself that perhaps Taysai was also there, and wondered how much he would have matured. Xylan admitted that there were some talented orc gladiators, but he was still skeptical about their true strength. Tezcan only smiled confidently at his companion's doubt. He asserted that they were the strongest combat group he had ever known, even stronger than humans, elves, and dwarves combined. The scene changes to a dark space where enormous rocks were floating. On two rocks, two star-shaped magic circles began to glow with a brilliant green light. The magic energy from the circles began to accumulate, emitting particles of bright light. From the center of the circles, columns of green energy shot into the air. The energy gradually condensed and took the form of a human figure. An energy entity of an old man with white hair and beard appeared, telling Sage Leston that he was satisfied and praised his efforts. Sage Leston, dressed in green, replied respectfully, "Thank you, Guardian Daos." Guardian Daos declared that dangerous knowledge must be strictly controlled to protect humanity, as everything was for the survival of the human race. Having said this, the energy image of Guardian Daos dissolved into the air in a column of light. Lepenhart, in his dark robe, thought to himself why he had been called here for such trivial matters, but he knew he still had to ascend to a position of influence. He sighed, thinking that he would love to give a long lecture on the dangers of the Demon King, but telling the truth would only make him look like a madman. Lepenhart remembered that in his previous life he had learned from the Mage of Light, Jade Arclight, that Dukarondad was a silver sage. Therefore, in this life he had told him the events of the past in the form of a hypothesis, so he could become a silver sage himself. The narration revealed that the great Silver Era was not led by humans. Those who dominated that glorious civilization were the elves with the world tree and the dwarves, the rulers of the underground. 1,000 years ago, these ancient civilizations even had proper names: the Eldraz civilization and the Aljathran civilization in the ancient language. Eldraz meant the blessing of Eldia, while Aljathran meant the grace of Alport. The names of the gods of the elves and the dwarves were used to name their civilizations. Lepenhart reflected that the Silver Sages had covered up this truth, and to erase it, they needed an equally convincing lie. That's why they replaced it with the name Silver Era. He despised their reason for protecting humanity, arguing that those actions had actually made the human race weak and stupid. A map appeared showing the group's route from the kingdom of Crow Vents, passing through Fidoland to reach the testing grounds of Destlon. The scene showed a desolate land with sharp rocky promontories, known as the Deadland of Destlon. On horseback, Tezcan explained to the group that he had heard the orc tribe abandon weak babies in the wild, and the elderly were forced to leave the village. Tezcan continued, saying that was why orcs considered leaving the village voluntarily to be an honorable act, but the dark red-haired girl frowned and asked, "But doesn't that make them savages?" Cirrus intervened, arguing that the dwarves were lucky to inherit so much, and although abandoning the weak was cruel, in such a harsh environment, it was understandable. Tezcan thought to himself about the tension in the group and felt a headache, while Felina asked him how he planned to convince the orcs. Tezcan admitted he had a plan, but wasn't sure it would work, and this time he would have to wait and see, which made Cirrus ask, "Won't you use the method from your previous life?" Rus turned to look, and Tezcan explained that in his previous life he had Tazita by his side. Rus suddenly looked forward with a serious expression and warned, "Something is approaching." A gigantic, muscular figure lunged rapidly toward them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tezcan and Rus opened their eyes in amazement at the speed and the sudden appearance of the enemy. An army of orcs with dark skin and bulging muscles, their eyes glowing, charged with battle axes and roared in their language. Tezcan tensely translated the threat for the group. "This is our land. All humans must die." Then he muttered, "How terrifying." The horde of dark-skinned orcs roared in their own language, their faces contorted with fury. Rus broke into a cold sweat, while Xylan commented tensely, "It seems they don't want to talk." An orc shouted, brandishing his enormous axe against Cirrus. Cirrus leapt agilely over the heads of the attacking orcs, landing and cracking the ground. The pink-haired girl struggled, using her small axe to block the enormous blade of a battle axe from an orc who had her surrounded. Russ fought to defend himself while exclaiming in amazement, "The orcs are truly incredible." Tezcan stood with arms crossed as the orcs' weapons bounced harmlessly off him, then said calmly that they had a fatal weakness. Tezcan brought his hand to his mouth with a cold gaze while reciting the incantation. Sand flow, become the dream of the abyss. He snapped his fingers, and a powerful current of purple magic energy spread out. An enormous magic circle with ancient characters covered the entire battlefield. It was a wide-area sleep spell. The orcs suddenly fell, plunging into an instant sleep, which made Russ turn with an expression of wonder. The dark red-haired girl asked in amazement why the magic had been so effective so quickly, since she thought sleep spells were completely useless in real combat. Tezcan explained that was the reason the orcs were no match for humans, as their magic resistance was very low. The dark red-haired girl agreed that if someone cast a mental defense spell they would be stronger, but Tezcan added that these weren't even warriors. An image of a brave green-skinned orc warrior standing over the corpse of an enormous sand lizard appeared while Tezcan explained that true warriors hunted monsters, while those not worthy enough patrolled the train. Rus looked at an orc sleeping soundly at his feet and asked in disbelief, "So at this level, they still aren't worthy of being warriors?" Suddenly, Tezcan looked into the distance and said, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Rus also looked, his face pale and sweating profusely as he muttered, "Heavens." On a rocky ledge, a row of fully equipped orc warriors, looking much more formidable than the patrol, stared down at them. A mysterious figure completely wrapped in cloth, leaving only his glowing green eyes exposed, stood before the line of orcs and declared, "This is our land. Humans are not permitted here." Tezcan spread his arms and proclaimed to the orc warriors on the cliff, "Oh, noble spirits of warriors, we have come here to forge friendship with you." The hooded figure looked down with suspicion and responded, "Friendship? Humans are very cunning. I do not believe you." Tezcan stated that he knew that, and that's why he wanted to prove his sincerity, which made the hooded figure even more cautious. Tezcan declared in a loud voice that true warriors is shown through their spirit and their sword, and then proposed performing the ritual of combat to prove their sincerity. An ancient illustration appeared, explaining that the ritual of combat was a call for orc tribes to establish trust by challenging each other's strength. Tezcan thought to himself that only the strong were worthy of trust, but he wasn't sure if they would accept performing the ritual with humans. The dark-skinned orc warriors roared with excitement, thinking that this human understood their traditions, and urged their leader to accept the offer. Tezcan commented calmly that they had accepted. Cirrus said with typical Orcish discouragement, while the pink-haired girl was perplexed by their quick acceptance. Russ asked Tezcan if Cirrus and the pink-haired dwarf girl would have to fight, and Tezcan explained that orcs did not discriminate by gender on the battlefield. The bright red-haired girl asked worriedly if she would also have to fight, but Tezcan smiled to reassure her, saying she wasn't a warrior and didn't need to participate. The hooded figure declared the start of the ritual of combat and ordered those who wanted to prove their worth to step forward. Cirrus was the first to step out. She unsheathed her sword and introduced herself. "I am Cirrus Valencia of the Danheim clan." A burly orc warrior came out to face her, roaring in an ancient language. "I am Halkato, son of Dorada, who has inherited his sword. I will face you." Cirrus looked at the orc warrior named Halkato with a confused expression, not understanding what was happening. Halkato repeated the challenge in the common tongue, which surprised Cirrus as she realized he was speaking to her. The bright red-haired girl was surprised to learn that orcs also spoke the common tongue, then turned to ask Russ if he knew any other languages, which made the young man admit embarrassedly that he didn't. Cirrus let out a determined cry and charged directly toward Halkato, her platinum hair fluttering in the wind. Halkato roared in response, striking the ground with force to prepare for Cirrus's attack. Cirrus's sword and Halkato's weapon clashed, creating a shrill metallic sound and sparks. Halkato grit his teeth, secretly amazed by the incredible strength emanating from Cirrus's small body, while both held their weapons firmly locked. Cirrus, while brandishing her sword, thought to herself that her opponent was very strong, but insignificant compared to her training sessions. She and Hokkaido lunged at each other, their weapons clashing and sending sparks flying. Hokkaido used his muscular strength to push Cirrus back, causing the earth and rocks under her feet to shatter. He swung a wide sword strike, but Cirrus dodged it quickly. Cirrus automatically avoided Hokkaido's attack. She responded with a precise strike to Hokkaido's head. Would you like me to translate the conclusion of Cirrus's duel and the next challenger in the ritual? Hokkaido was momentarily dazed by the unexpected attack. The surprise quickly vanished, replaced by an ear-to-ear grin full of excitement. Hokkaido, while blocking the blow, shouted loudly, recognizing Cirrus as a true warrior. Cirrus remembered Lepenhart's words, who had said that the dark-skinned orc tribe was the strongest combat group he knew, stronger than humans, elves, and dwarves combined. She focused on blocking a powerful attack from Hokkaido. Cirrus realized that Hokkaido's swordsmanship had reached a high level. However, she also noticed that his sword was not up to the level of that skill. Thinking this, Cirrus decided to attack this weak point. She charged directly forward, aiming at Hokkaido's weapon. Hokkaido roared incomprehensible words, Skaven Sitara. The weapon in his hand began to vibrate and emit a dazzling glow. Energy enveloped the blade of Hokkaido's sword, strengthening it. The two swords clashed once more, creating a large explosion of energy. Cirrus was pushed back, exclaiming in amazement, "What is this?" Hokkaido roared, his two weapons radiating a bright white aura, and declared, "The weapon is the warrior's soul. My soul cannot be broken." Tezcan realized with amazement that it was the spirit weapon. Standing with the group, Tezcan shouted to reassure Cirrus, "Don't panic, Cirrus. That's the secret technique of the orcs, the spirit weapon." When Cirrus asked for more, Tezcan explained briefly that it simply made the sword harder and sharper. Cirrus thought to herself with confidence, comparing this ability to Tila's Earth Resonance and wondering if it should be considered a legendary sword. Tezcan urgently said that experienced warriors also used it in many other ways, but he didn't have time to explain everything. Cirrus and Hokkaido lunged at each other, and the two streams of power from their weapons collided, creating a large explosion. Cirrus automatically dodged an attack from Hokkaido. Hokkaido struck the ground with force, but Cirrus managed to block his attack with her sword. Cirrus noticed that her opponent was losing his balance and thought, "I must seize this opening." She lunged with the conviction of victory and thought, "I've won." The tip of Cirrus's sword drove directly into Hokkaido's chest, creating a strong impact. Cirrus was shocked to the core when her attack was blocked. Hokkaido used his crossed arms to stop the blade, and a layer of skull-shaped bone armor had formed on his arms. Hokkaido looked at his armor-covered hand with an expression of surprise and self-satisfaction. "Push back." Cirrus looked up with incredulity. "Ugh, my attack was too shallow." Hokkaido threw his two glowing weapons towards Cirrus, who was down on the ground. An orc warrior among the crowd shouted with concern for his companion. Cirrus opened her eyes in horror, seeing the two weapons flying directly toward her. The two blades flew, and Cirrus could only exclaim in panic, "What is that?" Tezcan suddenly remembered that the weapons could fly on their own, while Cirrus shouted in anger for not having said so before. A large explosion of light occurred as the two weapons lunged, and Tezcan shouted Cirrus's name. A dense cloud of dust rose from the ground after the impact. Hokkaido's two weapons floated in the air after the attack. The two blades grazed past her, embedding themselves in the ground just behind her. Cirrus landed safely, her cloak fluttering while Hokkaido watched. Hokkaido praised Cirrus as an excellent elven warrior and said he didn't expect to fight alongside his friend. Cirrus grit her teeth, thinking that this was the secret technique of an entire race and wondering if she would have to admit defeat. She lunged through a shattered rock, determined not to give up. Cirrus growled that she hated losing, especially losing due to the unique characteristics of a particular race. Suddenly she stopped, realizing something in her thoughts. Unique characteristics of a race? Tezcan explained that Hokkaido was using the secret technique of the orcs, and Cirrus wondered if the elven race had its own secret techniques. Tezcan affirmed that they did, and an image appeared showing Cirrus summoning the wind spirit Sarana, who responded to the call of her friend Serendi. Tezcan realized with amazement that it was the wind spirit Sarana, and thought that summoning a spirit showed her exceptional maturity. Cirrus stepped hard on the head of the newly summoned wind spirit. She used the wind spirit as a launch pad, jumping high into the air. Would you like me to translate the final clash between Cirrus and Halkato following this airborne maneuver? Cirrus flew very high, leaving a trail of turquoise energy behind while Halkato looked up. Halkato also leapt into the air, his two weapons flying after him to confront Cirrus. She brandished her sword to block Halkato's attack in midair, creating a shrill metallic clash. Cirrus landed softly after the aerial clash, kicking up a dense cloud of dust. Halkato was sweating, looking at Cirrus with a smile of admiration despite being on the verge of losing. Cirrus placed her sword at Halkato's neck, smiled confidently, and declared, "Checkmate." The hooded figure raised a hand, solemnly declaring that the stranger had won amidst the loud cheers of the dark-skinned orc warriors. The bright red-haired woman ran over hastily to ask Cirrus if she was okay, and she replied she was. Tezcan smiled, praising Cirrus for doing very well, and she thanked him politely. The pink-haired girl asked worriedly about stepping on the spirit. Tezcan explained they were pure creatures that held no grudges, which made Russ think they had the memory of a goldfish. Tezcan thought to himself that Cirrus tended to act impulsively once she grew fond of someone, while she walked cheerfully with the red-haired woman. When the second match of the battle ritual was announced, the dwarf warrior Tila hoisted her enormous battle axe and excitedly declared it was her turn. Tila lowered her head in extreme disappointment, muttering that she had lost. Staya, the orc warrior, commented that Tila had the qualities of a warrior but hadn't fully developed them, and that holding back was a sign of disrespect toward one's opponent. Staya continued by pointing out Tila's flaw in being unable to gauge an opponent's strength and advised her to strive harder. Tila was confused and didn't understand, so Tezcan translated that Staya was praising her for knowing her limits well, but that holding back wasn't necessary. Tezcan told Tila that she had already been recognized by them anyway. Then he turned to order Russ to get ready. Russ, it's your turn. Try not to reveal your killing intent. Russ stepped forward, his sword radiating blue energy, and shouted, "I am Cyrus Von Tennis, heir to the Sword of House Tennis. I am here to prove a warrior's worth." The hooded figure stared intently at Russ with glowing red eyes, exclaiming in amazement an orc word, "Karuga." Staya immediately leapt into the air, lunging toward Russ like an arrow. She landed on the ground with terrifying force, causing the earth to crack and rock spikes to emerge. Staya introduced herself as Stala Longar Beta and declared she would personally face Russ, astonishing the other orc warriors. Stala pointed at Russ and declared that he was a Karuga, blessed with the gift of battle, the indomitable fighting spirit, leaving Russ with a look of amazement. An image of a great orc warrior appeared with the explanation. Karuga is a title for warriors blessed with an indomitable fighting spirit, an extraordinary aura user who surpasses even the spirit weapon skill. Tezcan explained it was the title for the greatest warrior of the orc tribe in this era, while other orc warriors shouted Karuga in awe at Russ, who wondered what would happen if Lepenhard intervened. Staya tensed her purple energy and roared, "I am the warrior Staya, mother of the blue bear tribe. I will fight you." Russ also unleashed his blue aura, took a combat stance, and thought to himself, "She is really strong." Two streams of purple and blue energy collided violently, creating a large explosion. Russ was repelled by the force of the attack. Staya stopped Russ's slash with her bare hands and laughed with delight. Staya attacked continuously, overwhelming Russ and forcing him to defend with difficulty. Russ grit his teeth, enduring, and admitted to himself, as expected, she's on a completely different level from the other orcs. Stala attacked while praising him. An interesting attack. You have considerable talent, boy, but you still lack experience. Stala stopped suddenly, showed her fangs with a smile, and asked, "Oh wait, you don't understand the orc language?" She jumped back a distance and said aloud, "You're great, but I'm already old." Rus was confused by Stala's words, wondering, is she trying to make me lower my guard? Staya stopped hesitating, clenched her fists, and shouted, "Never mind, just fight." Stala spawned threw two curved swords and shouted the name of the technique, mind-guided blades. One of the two curved swords shot forward, emitting purple energy. The second sword also launched with astonishing speed. Stella ordered her weapons. "Go forth, my sisters." Russ had to move and swing his sword continuously to defend against the two flying swords attacking him from all directions. He blocked an attack and realized. So this is the spirit weapon technique my brother mentioned. She's controlling the weapons with her mind without needing aura. It's very hard to face. Stella lunged, throwing a punch wrapped in purple energy toward a stunned Russ. The punch created a violent explosion of energy right in front of Russ. Russ tensed to block Staya's punch, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I've already faced my older brother's aura attacks. This is nothing." Stella spun, creating a spiraling current of purple energy that attacked. Russ was grazed by a stream of energy which made him stumble, and he was wounded from a distance. Tezcan observed and thought to himself that Russ had dueling skills but lacked experience fighting aura users. If he only focused on Stella, he would be attacked from all directions. With blood on his body, Russ stood firm, looking at his opponent with determination and wondering, "What will you do, Russ? Would you like me to translate Russ's counter-strategy against Staya's mind-guided blades?" Stella declared confidently that victory was hers, but Russ shouted in response, "It's not over yet." Russ concentrated his energy, thinking to himself that he wasn't skilled enough to use this technique in real combat, but he still hoped it would be effective. Russ's eyes glowed with blue energy. Tezcan showed surprise at this sudden change. Stella was also amazed, exclaiming, "What is that?" Russ unleashed his spectral division ability, creating countless blue illusory swords that surrounded him. The illusory swords flew towards Staya like a storm. Stella smiled with disdain, thinking to herself, "Illusory swords? I can feel 3 real ones. The rest are just decoys." A close-up of 3 real swords lunging amidst the illusions. Staya's energy attack easily dissipated the illusory swords. Even so, Staya had to admit, this boy has potential. Unexpectedly, one of the real swords slipped through, leaving a cut on Staya's abdomen. Russ stood firm with his glowing sword, facing Stella astonished by the wound. Tezcan, in his red-haired warrior form, thought to himself about Russ's impressive ability to control aura. Staya clutched the wound, realizing it was a technique to separate perception from reality, but declared confidently that it wouldn't work a second time. Russ grit his teeth with concern, wondering if his attack had failed. With eyes glowing purple, Staya roared and lunged forward like a storm. Russ shouted once more, "Spectral Division," unleashing a rain of blue, illusory swords. Stella smiled with disdain, thinking that distinguishing between illusions and real swords to dodge was not difficult at all. She slipped skillfully between the illusory blades, rapidly approaching Russ. Staya continued advancing, easily passing through Russ's illusions that vanished around her. She dodged all the illusions with confidence, believing she had fully understood her opponent's technique. Surpassing the last layer of illusions, Stella aimed directly at the figure of Russ she believed to be real. She brandished her weapon, preparing to finish off Russ, who remained motionless in front of her. Unexpectedly, the real Russ appeared from below, launching a strong kick to the abdomen that sent Staya flying through the air. Russ looked at Staya, who was coughing up blood, with a triumphant expression, while she wondered in horror how he could replace his true presence with an illusion. Tezcan, in his red-haired form, wondered dazed if Russ had already grasped the essence of the illusory sword and admitted he was a true genius. An explanation appeared indicating that spectral division uses aura to transcend spatial illusions and can even control the presence of the aura. The explanation continued, revealing that the true purpose of the technique is to teleport aura through space to attack, this being the basis of the stellar sword Cyrus's illusory sword. Tezcan, back in Leopard's body, thought it was strange to see that technique again and assumed Russ had mastered it after many days of confinement in the Great Forge. Russ looked at Stella, recognizing her as a warrior with an indomitable spirit, and decided he must end the match soon so he could face Tezcan. Stella smiled broadly with excitement, saying the fight was a lot of fun, and shouted, "Let's finish this," as she lunged into the attack. Her 2 swords glowed with purple energy as she shouted an attack order. Stella unleashed her ultimate technique, calling the purple energy "Swords My Two Sisters." Countless trails of purple light shot through the air, forming a rain of swords. Dozens of giant purple energy swords flew forward simultaneously, ready to strike the target. Russ shouted terrified, "What is this?" The rain of purple energy swords passed through Stala, heading directly toward Russ. Russ tried to defend himself, while enormous currents of energy fell, shattering the ground. After the attack, Russ found himself alone on a devastated and ruined land. Russ dropped his sword to the ground, raised both hands to the sky, and shouted, "I lost." Halkato raised his fist to the sky, solemnly declaring that the third duel of the ritual of combat had ended with victory for the Blue Bear tribe, amidst the cheers of his people. Tezcan smiled and told Russ he would like to experience that technique directly when they trained, but Russ responded irritated that it was useless because Tezcan wouldn't even bother to dodge. Tezcan glanced at Stala's swords and said confidently that those swords wouldn't be a big problem for him either, but he wouldn't know for sure until he tried. Tezcan took off his cloak, revealing his muscular body, and declared, "Now it's my turn." Stala and the other female orcs blushed looking at Tezcan. She wondered if he really needed to participate in the ritual when everyone already seemed impressed. However, Staya asserted they could not skip the established ritual, and Tezcan solemnly introduced himself as Lepenhart Waldentears, declaring he would participate in the ritual of combat. A giant, hooded figure suddenly appeared behind Staya and asked, "Wife, may I accept this man?" Tezcan was startled, because he hadn't felt the person's presence from that distance, while Staya turned cheerfully to ask her husband when he had arrived. The hooded man explained he saw something interesting and watched from a distant rock, which amazed Tezcan because that distance was at least 300 meters. Stala asked her husband why he returned so soon and where the Serpent King was. He replied calmly that he caught it and gutted it on the way home, which made her happy because there would soon be a great feast. "Would you like me to translate the upcoming duel between Tezcan and the legendary orc chieftain?" The man takes off his hood, revealing himself as a giant orc with silver-white hair. He introduces himself as Chief Karkin of the Blue Bear tribe and offers to fight in his wife's place. Tezcan clenches his fists, thinking that Karkin is the largest man he has seen since his master, and excitedly accepts the challenge. "Karkin, good spirit, let's fight." Tezcan extends his hand, surrounded by purple magic energy, and recites the incantation, "Let sleep descend." Immediately, Karkin falls to the ground while Tezcan observes from a distance. The giant orc chief curls up and sleeps soundly right in the combat arena. The red-haired knight and the dark-skinned knight showed disappointment, thinking the fight ended anticlimactically and wondering if this counts as a victory. Stala shouts furiously that is not the way of a warrior, but Tezcan responds calmly that he only revealed he is both a warrior and a mage to ensure a fair fight. Karkin wakes up dazed while Tezcan explains that magic is also his weapon, and it would be a lack of respect not to use all his power to fight him. Karkin completely agrees, arguing that not using magic would dishonor the duel, and expresses his gratitude for Tezcan's consideration. The dark-skinned orc warriors mutter. At first, they doubted that magic was a cheap trick, but finally, they trusted the chief's decision. Tezcan clenches his fists, thinking joyfully that thanks to this body he can gain their trust faster than in his previous life, and shouts to continue the battle. Tezcan and Karkin lunge at each other. Their energies clash violently, creating a great commotion. The scene changes to a rugged, snow-covered mountain region under the twilight light. The corpse of a giant monster resembling a sand lizard lies motionless on the ground. Tazid stands in front of the enormous corpse and says this prey will be enough for them to eat for a while. A young eagle looks at Tazid with a cheerful expression, making him ask, "What are you looking at, King of Shadows?" Sid throws a large piece of meat to the Grelvis and affectionately scolds it. "Take this, you cunning beast." Suddenly, a brilliant explosion of golden light bursts in the distance. Sid and the Grelvis turn to look at the dazzling light, wondering what it is. Halkato, another orc warrior, smiles confidently and says, "Let's go back." Tezcan, in his original red-haired form, lunges forward with a confident smile, his body radiating a fiery orange energy. "Chief!" Karkin roars. The great sword in his hand also emits a powerful green aura. The two streams of orange and green energy clash against each other, creating a terrifying explosion that shakes the ground. Tezcan throws an energy punch forward creating a wave of hot air. Tescon's concentrated energy stream flies directly toward Chief Karkin, who is brandishing his sword, preparing to block the attack. Chief Karkin uses his great sword to stop Tescon's energy punch, creating a thundering metallic clash. Tescon smiles with disdain, silently praising his opponent for being a true orc who knows how to use a giant weapon. Tescon launches a series of consecutive energy orbs toward Chief Karkin. Chief Karkin quickly uses his sword to deflect all the attacks, creating a series of small explosions. Tescon thinks confidently that this demonstration has been enough to prove his worth as a warrior. Tescon unexpectedly casts a spell, creating circles of purple energy that envelop Chief Karkin, and recites the incantation, "Let sleep reign." Enhanced sleep. Chief Karkin immediately falls into a deep sleep, snoring loudly with a sleep bubble coming out of his nose. Tescon lunges toward his sleeping opponent, observing that despite being an aura user, the orc's magic resistance is still very weak. With a determined look, Tescon prepares to deliver the final blow to Chief Karkin, who is sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Chief Karkin, though his eyes are still closed, brandishes his great glowing sword, slashing toward Tescon. Tescon is startled and quickly raises his hand to block Chief Karkin's unexpected sword strike. Chief Karkin, still asleep, murmurs, wondering if the magic had failed. The red-haired knight and Russ watch in amazement. She wonders if an aura user can fight while sleeping, while Russ considers this a valuable lesson. Russ secretly thinks about controlling aura to create conditioned reflexes and wants to practice it later, while Chief Karkin wakes up, sighs, and wonders, "Oh, have I been tricked again?" Tescon thinks he had never seen this unconscious combat skill, then realizes it wasn't necessary in his previous life because he had developed a mental defense amulet. He recites the incantation, motionless as a statue. Paralysis. Chief Karkin is enveloped by purple paralysis magic, floating over a magic circle. Chief Karkin's face revealed signs of being affected by the magic, showing his lack of magic resistance. Although paralyzed, Chief Karkin counterattacked in automatic combat mode, using his aura to compensate for his weakness. Chief Karkin laughed loudly and praised, "Haha, how interesting," while Tescon also silently recognized it was an impressive skill. Tescon decided not to use any more magic and resolve the combat with pure martial arts, shouting, "Now, let's fight for real." Tescon responded with enthusiasm. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear," and both lunged at each other, unleashing powerful punches and kicks. Their collisions generated terrifying explosions of energy. Amidst the landscape of shattered earth and rocks, Chief Karkin brandished his sword, creating a torrent of green aura while Tescon agilely dodged the attack. The dark-skinned orc warriors, including Stala, watched the earth-shaking battle in amazement. Would you like me to translate the final result of the duel and the alliance agreement that follows? Chief Karkin roared full of excitement. "Let's end this, human warrior." Tescon smiled and replied readily, with pleasure. Tescon concentrated energy in his fist, creating a torrent of glowing, golden aura. Tescon and Chief Karkin's gazes met, both showing determination for the imminent attack. Tescon unleashed the supreme technique of the Four Horns of Calamity, his body enveloped in a powerful and brilliant stream of golden energy. Chief Karkin responded with a fallen lightning attack, brandishing his gigantic greatsword downward with a torrent of green energy. The two supreme techniques collided, creating a terrible commotion that caused the ground to break into large fragments. Countless fragments of earth and rocks were thrown into the air due to the aftershocks of the collision. In the middle of the desolate landscape, Chief Karkin floated in the air while Tescon stood firm on the ground, both facing each other after the devastating attack. An explosion of glowing golden energy submerged the battlefield, creating propagating shockwaves. A gigantic column of energy erupted violently among the jagged rocks. The energy gradually dissipated, leaving traces of bright light in the air. The sky returned to calm, with only particles of energy dust falling like snow over the devastated land. In another space, the pink-haired acolyte was healing Tescon's bare back, making him shout, "Ow!" Gentler. Tescon grimaced in pain while the pink-haired acolyte grumbled, "Just a moment. Stay still, you're not going to die. Endure it." Stala, who supervised the combat, declared a draw according to the custom of the orc tribe and commented, "The skills of these two warriors are like those of twin brothers." Felina asked the pink-haired girl in amazement if healing magic was always so painful, and it was explained to her that it was because the opponent's aura still remained in Tescon's body. A diagram appeared explaining that aura, holy force, and magic force have distinct properties. Unlike holy force and magic force, which tend to repel each other, aura does not repel other forces, but it does not harmonize with them either. The pink-haired girl turned to ask Karkin if he wanted to be healed, but he refused and said his body would heal itself. Karkin put a hand on Tescon's shoulder, solemnly recognizing him as a reliable warrior and declaring, "Oh, human warriors, now we are brothers." Karkin cheerfully proposed, "Since we've settled our differences with swords, why don't we make peace with a round of drinks?" The scene shifted to a desolate area where the warriors had gathered. A large bonfire was lit, illuminating the night. Orc and human warriors toasted together in an atmosphere of reconciliation. Tescon sat next to Felina, whispering with a tired air about the incredible capacity of the orc warriors to drink. Karkin cheerfully offered Tescon a cup of wine and called him brother, making Tescon secretly think about how strong and difficult to drink that liquor was. After tasting it, Tescon was surprised to realize it was delicious and wondered if his taste had changed, while Karkin expressed relief that he liked it. Karkin shouted excitedly, ordering Stala to bring the whole barrel of wine, which made her grumble that he was only good at finding excuses to drink. Tescon downed a large barrel of wine to the astonishment and admiration of the dark-skinned orc warriors, who praised him as a true warrior. Two dark-skinned female orc warriors talked, opining that Cirrus and Tila did not look like warriors due to their lack of musculature, which piqued Cirrus's curiosity and forced Tila to explain the orc tribe standards. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned orc warriors worried about the small figure of the pink-haired acolyte and offered her food continuously. She thought with distress that she was already too full and begged them to stop. Russ sat thoughtfully next to an enormous dark-skinned orc warrior, wondering if this was what his older brother had spoken of. Karkin and Tescon looked together in one direction, and Karkin announced that the shepherds had returned. Tescon straightened up with an expression full of hope, thinking secretly that his savior had arrived. Tescon's face revealed an expression of expectation as he recognized the person who had just arrived. In another scene, Tazid, a green-skinned orc warrior with long black hair, was standing in the middle of the forest. Tazid appeared in front of Tescon with a more mature appearance, smiling and saying, "Do you recognize me? I know I've changed a lot." Karkin asked in surprise if they knew each other, and Tazid explained that it was Tescon who had guided him there. The three sat around the bonfire, and Karkin commented that it was an interesting coincidence. Karkin seriously asked Tescon the reason for his arrival in this wild land. Tescon smiled and replied that he wanted to find a better land for the Blue Bear tribe. Looking at the vast orc settlement, Tescon expressed the hope that they could lend him their strength. Karkin crossed his arms, going straight to the point. "So if we fight, we get lands?" Tescon confirmed and pointed to a map, clarifying that their objective was the domain of Viscount Helpain, located near the Aran mountain range. Karkin turned to ask the opinion of Tazid, who had grown up among humans, and he stated that although he didn't trust humans, he believed Lepkinart, his savior, would not lie. Karkin expressed his concern for the safety and stability of the tribe, and Tazid suggested they should ask the opinion of the Godmother and the Weapon Father, since they were wise people. A large tent decorated with giant fangs appeared majestically under the night sky, likely the residence of the elders. A burly orc warrior introducing himself as Gralta, the Weapon Father of the Blue Bear tribe, welcomed Tescon with respect. Standing behind Tescon, Karkin declared that this new brother had brought a new destiny and that the tribe must make a wise decision for the future. The scene shifted to a desolate and arid land with sharp Rocky Mountain ranges under a clear blue sky. Would you like me to translate the details of the strategic alliance formed with the Blue Bear tribe elders? A few days later, Tescon rode with his group, announcing that the conversation had been successful and that 100 orc warriors would join after the tribe was relocated to a safe place. A member of the group asked why Tazid was accompanying them, and Tescon explained that they needed a messenger to guide the orc tribe later on. Russ commented that their group was becoming increasingly diverse with elves, dwarves, and now orcs, which made Tescon secretly think that he was very perceptive. A map appeared, clearly showing the Termania Road, one of the main trade routes of the Kingdom of Provence. Under the cover of night, a long caravan of carriages advanced along the path, escorted by many people in hooded robes. From above, two hooded figures secretly observed the caravan moving through the forest. The commander of the reconnaissance group was skeptical, seeing that the caravan only had about 100 guards, far fewer than the 500 he had anticipated. The scout reported that the caravan had no mages and that its protective force was suspiciously weak. The commander noted that the caravan had no actual cavalry. Many looked like children forced to serve, and there was even an orc gladiator, so he assumed they were soldiers disguised as refugees. The commander concluded that Prince Yubel's situation was worse than expected, as his faction was so weakened that he could not split his troops to protect the supply convoy. The scout laughed with disdain, calling the opponents poor child soldiers, and ordered his troops to show mercy when attacking. The horses' hooves began to gallop over the earth, signaling the imminent attack. The commander led the cavalry into the attack, demanding in the name of Lord Karsus, the legitimate ruler of the kingdom, that the caravan lay down its arms and kneel. Suddenly, the caravan escorts threw their cloaks into the air in unison. A series of white cloaks fluttered, obscuring the view and revealing muscular figures underneath. The commander of the Karsus faction and his soldiers were petrified, amazed by the unexpected scene unfolding before their eyes. 3. Robust dwarf warriors emerged from under the white fabrics, laughing loudly and declaring, "We were already waiting for you, bastards." The commander of the Karsus faction and the scout panicked, wondering who would be crazy enough to use moles as soldiers, and thinking those guys with pickaxes had lost their minds. A helmeted dwarf warrior leapt into the air, brandishing his battle axe. The scout of the Karsus faction looked up with an expression of extreme wonder. The dwarf warrior lunged from above, surrounded by a powerful current of energy, aiming directly at the enemy ranks. The commander of the Karsus faction broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe the dwarf's extraordinary jumping strength. The eyes of the three dwarf warriors suddenly glowed with an intense, bloodthirsty red light. The dwarf warriors launched themselves into a massacre of Karsus's army in a chaotic scene, despite the terrifying screams of the enemy. The commander of the Karsus faction tried to calm his soldiers, shouting orders for the infantry to advance and calling the dwarves moles. From above, two huge armies officially clashed on the path between the trees. The three dwarf warriors stood before the battlefield, noting that the enemy outnumbered them 8-1, but they would obey the savior's order not to use their aura and would defeat them slowly. The soldiers of the Karsus faction roared with confidence, despising the small dwarves and throwing themselves into battle. The dwarf warriors easily broke through the defenses, using their bare hands and weapons to crush the soldiers of the Karsus faction. From a distance, Tezcan commented calmly that the enemy was no match for the dwarves, while Felina exclaimed in amazement at their terrifying power. Tezcan explained that the Karsus faction had been taken by surprise both tactically and mentally, as they could not have anticipated facing three aura-using dwarves. The commander of the Karsus faction shouted in despair, asking who the master of those dwarves was and why an honorable person would allow his knights to be killed by such insignificant beings. The three dwarf warriors looked at the commander with contempt, calling him a fool and commenting that an ignorant man could not be blamed. Halkata rode forward, roaring with fury and swearing to kill the enemy. The commander of the Karsus faction also spurred his horse, shouting furiously at the filthy orc and warning him not to underestimate him. Halkata brandished his sword and decapitated the commander of the Karsus faction with a single blow, splashing blood everywhere. Riding up to Tezcan's carriage, Halkata reported loudly, "Master, I have taken the head of the enemy, General." Tezcan looked a bit uncomfortable, secretly thinking that although he had been educated by the Tauban Merchant Guild, Halkata's mentality hadn't changed, but he also considered that the plan was already half successful. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion under the night sky, the building of the Delphina domain. Inside, Tezcan and the nobles of the Yubel faction were seated around a long banquet table in a luxurious hall. Count Fianin, Prince Yubel's grandfather, acknowledged the help but considered Tezcan's request to be excessive. Tezcan calmly repeated his condition: officially recruit the slave races as regular soldiers and hire them as mercenaries. A noble stood up angrily, considering the stubbornness of mages to be annoying and calling Tezcan's request an unrealistic illusion. Another white-haired noble mocked what a force of only 100 men could do, but Tezcan corrected the figure to 126 and announced that the Blue Bear tribe would join soon. The other nobles protested in unison, arguing that elves and orcs were useless in a large-scale war and suggested selling them to hire mercenaries instead. Tezcan looked directly at the white-haired noble and asked if he didn't trust them, receiving an affirmative response. Of course not. Tezcan smiled confidently and proposed. Then, allow us to prove it. The scene shifted to the high and robust walls of a fortress. A wider view showed the magnitude of the fortress with its rows of buildings and fortified walls inside. Tezcan declared that they would use their own strength to capture the Sinai Fortress, a majestic military structure surrounded by waterfalls. Would you like me to translate the strategic plan for the assault on the Sinai Fortress? Count Fianin was stunned, unable to believe his ears, asking, "Did you just say the Sinai Fortress?" Tezcan looked at him directly and confirmed with certainty. That's right. Count Fianin slammed the table and roared, saying Tezcan was joking and not to think that winning one battle made him a strategic genius, because the Sinai Fortress was guarded by Knight Tervold, the strongest Aura user in the kingdom. Tezcan remained calm, stating that his people were strong enough and that if they were treated well, they would bring victory to Prince Yubel. Count Fianin called Tezcan a fool who knew nothing of war with contempt, but Prince Yubel interrupted him. Prince, Yubel asked why everyone was angry, while Count Fianin considered this plan to be just a senseless waste of valuable slaves. Looking at Tezcan, Prince Yubel asked if he intended to leave the military supplies, and Tezcan replied that they would only take enough for a week. Prince Yubel smiled and explained that most of the military supplies would stay, and that with a unit of only about 100 men, he would have no loss, which made another white-haired noble express his support. I am the legitimate heir to the royalty of Provence. Prince Yubel stood up and ordered Tezcan, take the Sinai Fortress and prove your loyalty. Tezcan bowed his head in obedience and responded solemnly, At your command, Your Highness. The scene changed to a path through a dense forest covered by fog. Night fell over a vast camp situated in a valley, surrounded by majestic snowy mountains. In the camp, Tezcan asked for Tazid, and Cirrus confirmed he had left with the King of Shadows. Then she asked about the meeting, and Tezcan told her everything was going according to plan. Russ smiled with disdain, calculating that with 3,000 enemy troops against their 200, normally triple the numbers would be needed to besiege a fortress. Halkada declared confidently that the Knights of Provence were no match for the warriors of the Great Forge and the Blue Bear tribe, while Russ added that they had 6 aura users forming an unprecedented army. The pink-haired acolyte smiled, saying that soon the position of orcs and dwarves throughout the continent would be elevated. Tezcan affirmed that, naturally, the elven race would also have to join this movement. The elder Relhard, along with 2 other elven warriors, approached, happy to announce that thanks to their savior, Elbenheim had been resurrected and humans would no longer despise them. Tezcan extended his hand, invoking a blazing fireball in his palm. The flames erupted fiercely, mixing with swirling currents of darkness. The energy concentrated into a gigantic fire creature, making Cirrus and the pink-haired acolyte exclaim in awe. Cirrus said that in time, other spirits would also feel this rebirth. When the gigantic fire creature roared, Elder Relhard recoiled terrified, shouting that it would burn everything. Prince Yubel appeared unexpectedly in the camp, seeing the chaotic scene and asking, What is going on here? Tezcan was surprised to see Prince Yubel appear with Phinia, and the prince explained that Phinia wanted to meet the other dwarves. Prince Yubel asked Tezcan if they really had a chance to win, and Tezcan affirmed they did, but that it would require a lot of determination. Prince Yubel smiled, saying that in any case, he was happy to see Phinia content. Prince Yubel expressed his absolute trust in Tezcan, saying that just seeing Phinia smile was enough for him to be grateful to Tezcan. Tezcan smiled confidently and promised Prince Yubel, I will not disappoint you, Your Highness. Days later, at the Sinai Fortress, with the arrival of spring, the flame of war also broke out. Inside the fortress, shouts echoed alerting of an enemy attack. Tervold, the aura user of the Kingdom of Provence, stood on the wall and asked skeptically, You say there is an enemy attack? Then what is it I am seeing? Tervold looked from above, observing an army gathering outside the fortress. The attacking army was a diverse collection of elven, orc, and dwarf warriors. Turvold's assistant reported that the army was composed mainly of dwarves carrying Prince Yubel's emblem, and she doubted their ability to win with such small numbers. Turvold mocked, suggesting that a slave's life was worth more than a human's, and wondered if this was a trap. Turvold ordered the mages and knights to form reconnaissance teams, explaining that at least 50 people per group would be needed to survive if this was a trap. Standing on the wall, Turvold gave a cruel order: kill all the men. Capture the female elves alive as spoils of war. As his cavalry began to gallop, Karsus's cavalry charged, shouting slogans to annihilate the enemy and reminding each other not to kill the female elves. A knight in the cavalry narrowed his eyes with determination as he charged forward. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the ground, throwing the charging cavalry into the air. A knight and his horse were thrown into the air by the terrible destructive power of the explosion. A dwarf warrior wielded his battle axe that glowed with aura energy and asked, "This time we're allowed to use aura, right?" A dwarf warrior wielded his sword that glowed with aura and shouted, "The Savior has allowed it. Let's unleash all our power." The dwarf warrior with the horned helmet bared his teeth in a fierce and excited smile. The horned helmet dwarf used his green aura to tear through the enemies while the black-bearded warrior with a red aura roared, "Attack now, Cadmite." Karsus's soldiers shouted terrified upon seeing their knights defeated, realizing their opponents were no ordinary dwarves. The horned helmet dwarf decapitated a knight, laughing loudly and declaring that he could finally avenge his people. The black-bearded warrior delivered a devastating punch to the enemy, saying excitedly that it had been a long time since he fought anyone but monsters. The horned helmet dwarf leapt into the air, brandishing his war hammer, which emitted a green aura, and shouting, "Comrades, let's show them our power." From the wall, Turvold and his assistant were shocked to realize that all these dwarves were aura users. Would you like me to translate the moment Turvold enters the fray to stop the dwarf onslaught? A scout informed Turvold that the fortress gate was under threat, making him stammer in order to activate the fortress's defensive magic. Inside the fortress, the mages cast spells in unison, creating a gigantic magic circle that glowed intensely. The magic circle covered the entire Sinai fortress, erecting a solid hexagonal energy shield. Rus looked at the shield and admitted they were at a disadvantage, but Tezcan replied calmly, "Don't worry, everything is going according to plan." The elves, led by Elder Relhard, began to pray, and their bodies erupted in a fiery stream of energy. Their magic summoned an army of screaming humanoid fire spirits. Turvold shouted in terror at the sight of the fire creatures, quickly ordering the archers to fire arrows. The arrows flew right through the bodies of the fire spirits without causing any damage. A Karsus scout exclaimed in amazement that it must be fairy tale elemental magic, but another soldier dismissed him and shouted that elves couldn't use that kind of magic. A gigantic fire spirit lunged directly against the magic shield, shattering the defensive barrier protecting the fortress gate. Cadmite charged forward with his axe on his shoulder, shouting loudly that Elder Relhard had done very well. Mite brandished his gigantic battle axe, powered by a bright red aura. A terrible explosion occurred when the axe struck, sending soldiers and debris from the fortress gate flying through the air. The Karsus soldiers shouted in horror. The fortress gate has fallen. Standing among the debris, Cadmite led the army of dwarves as they stormed the fortress, followed by the roaring fire spirits. Sir Turvold roared in anger, ordering all units of the Fernando clan to launch an attack. Sir Turvold led the cavalry, declaring he would handle the main enemy himself and urging the soldiers to show the power of knights. Cadmite gave orders to his comrades, warning that human also appeared to be an aura user. Sir Turvold unleashed a powerful blue aura, despising his opponent. "How dare you inferior rats pretend to use the aura like us humans?" Mite, unfazed, leapt into the air to deliver a downward strike upon Turvold. Two streams of aura, one red and one blue, collided violently as their weapons crossed, creating a massive wave of energy. Sir Turvold broke into a cold sweat, thinking in amazement that his skills should have been superior. Mite also realized that his opponent was not an insignificant rival and wondered if any race could match the speed of human development. The knights of the Karsus faction witnessed the combat in shock, unable to believe a dwarf could hold out against Sir Turvold. From afar, Tezcan observed the battle, commenting that it was lucky Cadmite could face Turvold and that it seemed he wouldn't lose. The elder, Relhard, looked tired as he maintained the magic, thinking to himself that everyone was gradually becoming exhausted. A reddish-haired youth impatiently asked Tezcan if they should just stand and watch, but Tezcan explained that this battle was to show the power of the other races. The youth worried that if they lost, everything would be in vain, which made Tezcan admit it and wonder why the orc reinforcements were arriving so late. Suddenly, Tezcan felt something and turned his head to look in one direction. On the summit of a nearby cliff, a powerful orc army had appeared, ready to enter the fray. Tazid shouted to Tezcan, "You're late." He then explained it took longer because they had to avoid being seen by humans and that his brothers were arriving. Tezcan thought with frustration that he should have considered their travel time, blaming Testrin's brain, while a map showed the long distance the orc army had traveled. Tezcan ordered Tazid, "There is no more time. You must enter combat right now." Tazid showed an ear-to-ear grin full of bloodlust. With glowing red eyes, Tazid stood before the powerful army of dark-skinned orcs, whose green eyes also glowed in the darkness. The dark-skinned orc warriors mounted on roaring giant wolves chanted together the war song of the green spirits. The orc army continued to advance with the call of the warriors' blades tearing the sky and the heroes' axes splitting the earth. And they broke through the fortress gate, roaring that their burning blood would lead them to victory. The Karsus soldiers panicked at the sight of the unexpected enemy, giving hurried orders to raise their swords and brandish their axes. The orc warriors charged into the enemy formations, massacring mercilessly in a bloody scene. The massacre continued as the orc warriors encouraged each other to fight until their hearts were shattered, believing the warrior spirit would guide them. The Karsus soldiers screamed in despair, terrified at never having seen orcs like these, and calling for help as more and more monsters appeared. A fully armored knight tried to calm the soldiers, shouting at them to settle down because they were nothing but vermin. The soldiers were horrified by the brutal monsters and their gigantic weapons as an orc warrior mounted on a wolf charged through the formation. The reddish-haired youth commented that the enemy must be very surprised since in this era there were no records of tactics or equipment for non-human races. Tezcan explained the weapon preferences of the races. Elves preferred light and sharp blades. Dwarves liked long weapons. Trolls relied on natural materials. And orcs believed that the bigger and more beautiful, the better. The orc warriors launched enormous flying blades, sweeping the battlefield and massacring the Karsus soldiers, making them scream and flee in despair. The reddish-haired youth admitted that the strength of the orc warriors was more than expected, but Felina pointed out the weakness of the spirit weapon. It only took 2 coordinated people, one to deal with the flying blades and the other to attack the orc. Tezcan commented that ignorance was terrifying because this world not only despised other races but also blinded humanity itself. At that moment, a bearded warrior radiated a green sword aura, easily blocking the orc's attack. Turvold was overwhelmed by Cadmite in a fierce clash, and he wondered in shock, "What the hell is going on?" Would you like me to translate the final confrontation between Cadmite and Turvold as the fortress falls? From afar, Tezcan asked Felina if she felt great watching humans die right before her eyes. She replied that of course she didn't, because she was also human. Tezcan explained that this was no different from humans trying to live as humans, and that was the essence of this war, while the image of Turvold being defeated appeared. Cadmite stood on the wall, raising his axes and shouting that the enemy commander was dead, ordering the soldiers to eliminate the remaining ones. The scene shifted to the magnificent capital Croton of the Kingdom of Crovence, situated among majestic snowy mountains. In a luxurious office, Karsus slammed the table in anger upon hearing the report. "It's absurd," but a subordinate affirmed it was true. Karsus couldn't believe his ears, insisting on asking his subordinate if he was sure Sir Turvold had died. The subordinate confirmed the information based on the accounts of the survivors, which caused Karsus pain because Turvold was his master. Karsus murmured, calculating that his forces had been reduced to about 12,000, and with the fall of the Sinai fortress, the capital Croton, with only 4,000 defenders, was in danger. Karsus ordered that his father and grandfather be contacted and demanded that the nobles gather all their forces in the capital because they wouldn't have a second chance. 2. Subordinates secretly admired Karsas's calm and determination at such a young age, considering him the true worthy ruler of the kingdom. One day after the fall of the Sinai fortress, the scene showed that the fortress was now under the control of the Allied forces. At the top of the wall, Prince Yubel told Tezcan that he still couldn't believe he was there, feeling like a dream. Tezcan smiled, repeating his promise not to disappoint the prince and saying that the warriors were resting, celebrating after the great victory. When Yubel asked about the reaction of the nobles, Tezcan shrugged, saying they were annoyed but couldn't do anything because they had no merit. Their soldiers had to camp in the field while his rested comfortably. Prince Yubel admitted that this victory was entirely due to Tezcan and his soldiers and then asked for the casualty report. Tezcan reported that 17 dwarf warriors and 9 orc warriors had perished. Fortunately, no elf had died, but all were injured. Yubel commented thoughtfully that although this figure was small compared to the enemy's losses, it was a significant loss for Tezcan's meager army. Tezcan thought to himself that Prince Yubel was actually a kinder person than he had imagined, and although he felt guilty for not supporting Karsas, he decided to choose the right person for him. Tezcan believed that from now on in Prince Yubel's army, no one would dare to despise the non-human races, but the problem was that others still remained. An arrogant noble approached, condescendingly offering to buy Tezcan's excellent slaves and telling him to name his price. Tezcan replied patiently that they were proud allies and not slaves for sale, but the noble only mocked him, thinking he was making things difficult. Tezcan grit his teeth with anger, thinking to himself that he really wanted to punch this guy, but he couldn't do it. Meanwhile, rumors that non-human races had taken the Sinai fortress spread throughout the capital, but the guards considered it absurd that a dwarf had killed Sir Turvold. The nobility also whispered about the fall of the fortress, some skeptical about the orc's strength and despising Prince Yubel for associating with slaves. That night, in a city tavern, an orc brought firewood, and the tavern owner scolded him. "Then take it to the backyard quickly, you idiot." 2 customers witnessed the scene and concluded complacently that the rumors about the orc's strength were nonsense, since this was their familiar submissive appearance. One customer mentioned the rumor of a monk from the Order of Philinants who was in command of the dwarves, illustrated with the image of an ethereal red-haired figure. The other found this very strange, since temples usually avoided using slaves to preserve their reputation. Suddenly a tall knight with long black hair leaned over their table and asked politely, "Excuse me, could I hear more about that story?" The 2 men were startled by her appearance. One of them stammered, asking what she wanted. The knight, holding a glass of wine, asked calmly if they knew anything more about the monk from the Order of Philinants they had just mentioned. The frightened man replied that he only knew that person commanded other races. The other added more information. Thinking about it, I heard it was a very young boy, about 14 years old. It said he had red hair and was so beautiful he could be mistaken for a girl." The knight burst into laughter, and then crushed the glass in her hand, terrifying the 2 men. The wine trickled over the hand, still holding the remnants of the glass. She brought her wine-stained fingers to her lips and licked them with a sinister smile and her violet eyes glowing intensely, thinking to herself, "Finally I've found you, my fiancé, Xylan Philmarces." On the great plain of Eden in central Krobans, 2 colossal armies deployed, facing each other in a vast field. Karsas's army, with red and gold banners, stood imposing in reddish and silver armor. Opposite them was Prince Yubel's army, with blue and gold banners in gleaming silver armor. Karsas's faction outnumbered them with 10,000 men, while Prince Yubel's only had 3,000 soldiers. The young man with reddish-brown hair and a cloak commented that Karsas had gathered his entire army as soon as he heard of the fall of the Sinai fortress, an act worthy of a future king. A knight on horseback from the Karsas faction rode forward, introducing himself as Raven Bonasperius and shouting a challenge. "If there are warriors among you, step forward." Raven turned his horse, mocking that Yubel's faction must have used cowardly tactics to defeat Knight Turvold, and asked if anyone dared to face him. In the ranks of Yubel's army, a dwarf warrior recognized Raven's magic sword, while the bearded warrior beside him offered to take care of that one, who was weaker than Turvold. Raven looked ahead and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Russ, enveloped in a blue aura, stepped forward and replied, "I am Cyrus of House Tense. With the same will as Prince Yubel, it is an honor to face the renowned Knight Spiritus." Raven was surprised to see that his opponent did not look to be even 30 years old. Russ spurred his horse and charged with the conviction that this battle would not be easy at all. The two knights on horseback lunged at each other, their swords clashing and making sparks fly. Would you like me to translate the duel between Russ and Raven as the Battle of the Eden Plain begins? They crossed each other on the battlefield after the first attack. Raven turned around and brandished his flaming sword toward Russ. Russ raised his sword to block the strike. His blue aura clashed violently with his opponent's red aura. Yubal's soldiers cheered excitedly, realizing their faction also had an aura user, and that was Cyrus. From a distance, Karsus watched the duel and ordered Raven to win, as Yubal's faction having more aura users increased their morale. Raven exerted himself, praising the young man's skills as truly impressive. Russ also grit his teeth in response, admitting that Raven was as strong as they said. Russ thought confidently, I can do it. Even if I lose in swordsmanship, real combat experience will give me an advantage. I'll have to thank him later. Two streams of blue and red aura collided violently as Russ and Raven lunged at each other on horseback. A close-up of the determined eyes of Raven and Russ at the moment of the confrontation. A large explosion of energy erupted from the clash of the two swords, throwing them both through the air. The young man with reddish-brown hair and a cloak smiled and commented, I only sent him to test his strength, but he fights better than I expected. At this rate, in a few years, he'll be called a swordmaster. Raven roared, refusing to lose to a brat, and launched a gigantic sword energy technique. With a firm expression, Russ also gave his all to prepare for the attack. Rus shouted the name of the technique, Phantom Division, and created countless sword illusions with his blue aura. Raven exclaimed, terrified, what kind of technique is this? Using aura to create sword illusions. In the middle of the rain of illusory swords, Russ lunged and slashed Raven, making blood splatter. The soldiers of the Karsus faction screamed in terror the name of the Spiritus Knight. Raven fell to the ground, covered in blood, and murmured desperately, how can you use such a powerful technique at that age? Yubal's army cheered, long live Knight Cyrus, while Russ, mounted on his horse, told himself that the Phantom Division skill, though impressive, still had a low success rate. Karsus was sweating, gritting his teeth in anger over the defeat of his knight. Karsus drew his sword, roaring an order to the entire army. All forces charge. Prince. Yubal did not hesitate either, shouting an order to his army. Everyone, advance under the blue banner. Yubal's army charged in unison toward the enemy. Russ led the army, encouraging the dark-skinned orc warriors behind. Let's go, brave warriors. The orc warriors mounted on giant wolves roared bellicose. Fight until your hearts burst. The warrior spirit will bless us all. An officer of the Karsus faction shouted as the two armies collided. Don't back down from these monsters. We have a numerical advantage. Maintain formation and knock them off their mounts. A green-skinned orc warrior mounted on a giant wolf lunged into the enemy ranks, easily knocking down a Karsus knight who screamed in terror, calling for help. The blonde commander of the Karsus faction exclaimed in horror, damn it, the rumors are true. What the hell is Knight Sada's assault squad doing? A soldier reported that Knight Sada's team had been unable to penetrate the main enemy camp, which infuriated the commander since that camp was only guarded by about 200 men. In Yubal's camp, a group of brave dwarf warriors declared that although they weren't agile, they fully trusted their defensive capacity to hold the position. A gigantic flare erupted on the battlefield, engulfing Karsus's army while soldiers screamed terrified. Ah, it's a fire demon. The commander ordered the mages to counterattack immediately, but they replied helplessly that they couldn't use magic because the flow of mana was being disrupted. The commander wondered how powerful the enemy mages must be to achieve this, and why they hadn't used high-level magic to attack from the start. The young man with reddish-brown hair from Yubal's faction stood in the middle of a purple magic circle, thinking to himself that although he lacked mana, he did not lack talent. A blonde female elven warrior launched into a massacre of the enemy troops, making the Karsus soldiers scream in terror that an elven sorceress was killing people. With his face soaked in sweat and completely overwhelmed, the Karsus commander grit his teeth and ordered, retreat. Prince. Yubal raised his sword high on horseback, jubilantly proclaiming victory to his entire army. The battle was later known by historians as the Battle of Eden, concluding with the victory of Prince Yubal's faction and countless corpses of Karsus's soldiers left on the battlefield. On the Eden Plain, Yubal's troops marched through the city amidst the cheers of the people. Long live Prince Yubal! Long live the true king! Count Fianan informed Yubal that those who had supported Karsus had changed sides, and Karsus was entrenching himself in the capital, while many other nobles requested an audience to show their loyalty. Yubal smiled, calling the traitors raccoons, while Count Fianan added that the powerful Ori-using warriors still maintain a neutral stance. Yubal asked confidently if they could draw the neutrals to their side in the name of the king, arguing that the situation was now different and they didn't need to despair so much. Count Fianan stroked his beard, admitting thoughtfully that Yubal's words were correct. Yubal looked forward with a determined gaze, telling himself he must become a king, a true king who served his people to reward this nation. The scene moved to the majestic and splendid Henrik Castle. 2 guards crossed their halberds, blocking an entrance and shouting, "Halt!" 2 guards at Henrik Castle crossed their axes to stop a black-haired woman and asked, "You look like a paladin of year. What business brings you here?" A guard looked closer, thinking to himself that the girl's face was clearly very beautiful. However, the guard felt uneasy seeing the girl's strangely large shadow projected long across the ground. "Would you like me to translate the encounter between the mysterious black-haired woman and the castle guards?" The scene changes to a panoramic view of the majestic Hendrik Castle. In the castle courtyard, Xylan was panting while doing push-ups while Leppenhart supervised and ordered him to switch to squats. A narration explained that Xylan had received the nickname Young Saint after the recent battle, and Leppenhart reminded him that he should rest before continuing training. Xylan stood up with effort, his expression full of determination, declaring that he wanted to become strong as quickly as possible, even if he had to give it his all. Leppenhart and Xylan looked toward a corner of the courtyard where Cirrus was trying to calm the wind spirit Sarena after a battle to the death. Leppenhart told Cirrus that he had already warned her that Sarena would be angry, but Cirrus dismissed it, saying that Spirit's memories are worse than a goldfish's, so she will forget soon. Leppenhart broke into a cold sweat, wondering if Cirrus had always been like this, and suspecting that her personality in her previous life was just a facade. A soldier approached to inform Leppenhart, "Lord Mage, a woman has come looking for you." The soldier explained that the visitor was initially looking for the young saint, but something made him think she had actually come for Leppenhart. The scene moves to the interior of a luxurious and splendid living room. The black-haired woman in armor introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you, Lord Leppenhart. I am Paladin Christine, servant of the god Air." Leppenhart wondered in confusion why a paladin had come to see him, while Christine explained that she had come to seek the priest Killian Fulmarsis, not him. Leppenhart realized the confusion was due to his build, and then seriously asked Christine what business she had with Killian. Just at that moment, Xylan poked his head out from behind the door and asked, "Who is looking for me?" Christine turned with a radiant smile and exclaimed, "Oh, Xylan." Xylan froze, his face turned pale with horror, and he screamed Christine's name. Christine approached Xylan intimately, calling him my love and asking how long he intended to run from his destiny, which plunged Xylan into extreme panic. Leppenhart stopped Christine and questioned her. "Wait, what relationship do you have with Killian after all?" While Killian remained terrified behind, Christine looked down in silence with a serene expression. She looked up with an enigmatic smile. Christine declared confidently, "In the name of the great god, we have been betrothed." The scene changes to an ancient castle, beginning a flashback. Inside a luxurious room, the story of Christine and Xylan's past is revealed. Back to the present, Xylan packed his things in a panic and stated with determination, "I have to flee. I have to leave here immediately." But Leppenhart tried to calm him. Leppenhart insisted on asking if they were really engaged, and Xylan shouted in denial, "Of course not." The flashback introduces Christine Silistana, coming from a noble family in the kingdom of Jelaine, and it was predicted she would become an extraordinary beauty. As predicted, Christine became a beautiful woman, but the only problem was that she had grown too much, reaching 2 meters in height. An oracle of the god Air descended, prophesying that she was the daughter of the gods destined to meet the man of the sun. Christine received the title of Paladin of the Order of Sayre. After rigorous training, she was sent on a mission to the kingdom of Basilai. There she met her destiny, Killian Fulmarsis, who the flashback reveals was Xylan. Seeing Xylan moving calmly through the battlefield to heal wounded soldiers, Christine believed this was her ideal partner. As soon as she returned to the Order of Sayer, Christine rushed to declare, "The prophecy has been fulfilled. I have found the father of the Great One." The Order fell into chaos because the rational members could not accept that a woman over 20 years old would marry a boy of only 12. Two elders of the Order told Christine that she must be mistaken and that the Saint of Air could not be a child like that. But just at that moment, another oracle of Sayer descended, affirming, "It is him," which astonished everyone. In response, the Filanence Order, though doubting, accepted the prophecy on the condition that Christine must win Killian's heart. Xylan remembered that the nightmare had started there and asked Lepenhart if it was a political marriage between the two orders, to which he replied, "One could say so." Xylan lamented that Christine's obsession had reached a fanatical level and that she always appeared wherever he went. Xylan confessed that he had actually started this pilgrimage to escape from Christine, hoping she would give up. Lepenhart asked the reason why Xylan wanted a muscular body, and he explained that if his physique resembled other men's, perhaps Christine would lose interest. Lepenhart tried to console him, saying that height isn't everything, but Xylan shouted terrified that Christine's personality was the truly scary thing because she never listened to anyone. In the flashback, Christine was holding a child and had planned to name the son Stein and the daughter Ellen, which terrified Xylan because she planned to raise them according to the Sayer sect. Lepenhart stopped suddenly with a look of perplexity upon hearing an important detail. Lepenhart quickly asked the daughter's name again, and Xylan confirmed with irritation that it was Ellen, then asked crossly why that was important. Lepenhart turned away, muttering the name Ellen repeatedly as a terrifying memory began to flood him. Images of the final battle in his previous life, including the Saint Ellen, flashed through Lepenhart's mind. Lepenhart realized with shock the startling truth, thinking to himself, Killian is the father of the Saint Ellen. While Xylan, dazed, didn't understand what was happening. The narration introduces the Saint Ellen as one of the 5 strongest people on the continent, who possessed the divine power to resurrect even the high priest Macklin, which eventually led to his death at her hands. Lepenhart remembered that Ellen had been the nightmare that tormented him in his previous life, with the ability to bless armies, turning them into berserkers. Lepenhart looked at Xylan with horror, unable to believe that this cursed woman was Xylan's daughter. Would you like me to translate Lepenhart's next move to prevent the birth of his future nemesis? With a tense expression, Lepenhart told himself that this could not be taken lightly. Lepenhart revealed that Ellen's immense divine power was not natural, but was created from a forbidden ritual of the Order of Sayer called the Holy Grail Plan. The Holy Grail Plan was explained as a cruel ritual in which the conceived child would absorb the father's life force, and, upon birth, would take the mother's life. Lepenhart warned Xylan that this plan sacrificed both the father and the mother, and that if he married, he would surely die, but Xylan naively misinterpreted that as the phrase marriage is the grave of love. Lepenhart seriously advised Xylan not to actually marry Christine, which moved Xylan to tears because finally someone was on his side. Xylan suddenly changed his attitude, smiled, said goodbye, and declared he would flee immediately, leaving Lepenhart open-mouthed in shock. 2 of Yubel's soldiers saw the scene and wondered if the young saint had fought with the Lord Mage, which is why he was preparing to leave. Xylan asked Lepenhart with a serious expression, "Do you know what will happen to me if I'm caught while I'm here?" To which Lepenhart could only respond awkwardly, "Well, yes, that's true," but Lepenhart became serious. Considering that Killian was one of his valuable companions who had supported his dreams and could not be treated like a high-level potion, he then asked if running away would help him escape from Christine. Xylan smiled and asked in turn, "So what do you expect me to do, Lord Lepenhart? Will you stop her for me?" From the balcony, Lepenhart looked at Xylan, who was in the courtyard, and asked, "So you plan to abandon my faction?" 2 of Yubel's soldiers peeked from behind a corner of a wall and stammered awkwardly, "Aye, aye." Xylan, standing next to his suitcase, explained that he didn't really want to leave, but the situation forced him to, and he couldn't ask everyone to flee with him. Lepenhart asked in confusion if there was another way, like convincing Christine that pursuing someone who doesn't return her feelings would only generate resentment. Xylan responded with a smile that if he had been able to convince her with those words, he wouldn't have had to leave Filanence in the first place. The 2 of Yubel's soldiers blushed and whispered to each other about the tense and awkward atmosphere. A loud voice shouted Killian, and Christine suddenly appeared right in front of Xylan and Leppenhart. Christine exclaimed excitedly upon seeing that Xylan already had his luggage ready. "Let's go back quickly and celebrate the wedding," Xylan shouted, horrified, and turned to reproach Leppenhart. "Ah, they caught me because of you, Lord Leppenhart." With a disturbing smile, Christine approached and said, "Come on, Killian, let's go home and we can live happily ever after. We just need a son and a daughter." Leppenhart asked Christine, dazed, why she liked Killian, while Killian shouted in panic that she didn't listen to anyone. Christine explained with a smug smile, "Well, if we marry, our children will grow to a reasonable height," which surprised Leppenhart. "For that reason?" Xylan shouted angrily. "Being short is not a curse." But Christine replied indifferently that of course Xylan would hate that. Christine's eyes shone intensely as she declared that their encounter was destiny orchestrated by the goddess, and tried to drag Xylan away, who was shouting, No, I'm not going." Xylan desperately asked Leppenhart for help, but he could only watch helplessly and wonder what he could do. Xylan's face darkened, gritting his teeth with final determination. Xylan shouted loudly, giving a definitive rejection. "I'm sorry, Christine. I already have someone I love." The eyes of Christine widened in shock at Xylan's declaration. Xylan grabbed Leppenhart and shouted, "Actually, I'm in a relationship with Lord Leppenhart. I can't accept your feelings." Christine was petrified, unable to believe what she had just heard. Leppenhart was also dazed, not understanding what was happening. The surrounding soldiers also seemed confused and dazed at the unexpected situation. Xylan continued lying fluently, stating that he and Leppenhart were connected by the red thread of Philinint's destiny, while thinking to himself that it wasn't entirely incorrect. Both Xylan and Leppenhart remembered that their fateful moment was just a prayer for a compatible companion, and both felt extremely uncomfortable. The two soldiers whispered among themselves, thinking that although a bit strange, Xylan and Leppenhart seemed like a great couple. Leppenhart whispered, asking why me, and Xylan replied in panic that he needed to choose someone impressive enough. Xylan embraced Leppenhart, acting in front of Christine, and asked how to deal with the consequences, forcing Leppenhart to respond reluctantly. "Yes, my dear Killian." Christine's face darkened as she murmured, "So that's how it is. So that's how things are." Xylan looked at her, secretly hoping she would give up, but Christine's face transformed into a maniacal smile, her eyes glowing with a red tint as she declared, "Of course, true love always comes with challenges." She raised her hand, her voice full of determination, in the name of true love. Christine pointed directly at Leppenhart and growled, "I, Christine, a paladin of Sayre, challenge you." The surrounding soldiers opened their mouths in amazement, muttering among themselves at the sudden challenge. Cyrus stood to the side, silently observing the whole matter with a serene expression. Leppenhart put his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparándose para un enfrentamiento inevitable, looked at Christine, who was drawing her sword, and asked in perplexity, "A duel between you and me?" Christine affirmed that if Leppenhart really loved Killian, he had no choice but to accept, while Leppenhart thought to himself how absurd it was for a mage to have to duel a knight. Leppenhart was sweating profusely while Killian encouraged him enthusiastically from behind. "Lord Leppenhart, I trust you. Show them the power of our love." Leppenhart turned and shouted at Xylan, who was pleading, "Do you want me to fight this woman right now?" While Xylan begged him to win to save him. A blonde elf named Cyrus thought to herself that their gazes matched perfectly, wondering if they were actually dating, which made Leppenhart scream in panic in his mind that they were not dating. "Would you like me to translate the duel between Leppenhart and Christine as they battle for Killian's future?" Christine raised her sword with a defiant expression and declared, "As a paladin of Sayre, I will give you the first strike, mage. Prepare to fight." Leppenhart stood firm. Gritting his teeth and accepting the situation, he thought to himself that he had no other choice. Leppenhart decided to take Christine down with a powerful spell and began reciting an incantation to summon lightning as purple magic energy swirled around his hand. Christine showed astonishment, realizing that Leppenhart was a mage of a much higher level than she had imagined. Leppenhart launched the lightning storm spell, creating a gigantic whirlwind of magic energy directed straight at Christine. He thought to himself that he had reduced the spell's power so as not to kill her, but he believed it would still be enough to bring her down. Christine narrowed her eyes with determination, unfazed by the imminent attack. She prayed, "Oh, Sayer, let your blade shine." And a brilliant torrent of golden light erupted from her body, repelling the lightning storm. A Yubel soldier exclaimed in amazement, asking if this was another aura user, but his companion realized the sensation was different. The soldier explained it was the divine sword, a weapon used only by the paladins of Sayer, while Christine stood firm in the midst of the divine light. Lepenhart realized that only 1 in 10 paladins could use the divine sword and quickly cast defense and acceleration spells. He fired a blast of air projectiles, but Christine, enveloped in golden light, mocked that those trivial attacks could not stop her. Xylan shouted in panic, asking why Lepenhart was only using magic, which made him think irritably that it was natural for a mage to use magic, especially when his life was in danger. Lepenhart explained that this was magic requiring precise control and continuously cast complex spells like Veil of Darkness, Grease, and Shadow Prison. Christine was surrounded by a series of complex magic circles and pillars of light that immobilized her. She looked down with surprise as her feet suddenly froze to the ground. Lepenhart remained confident amidst the magic circles, calculating that it would take Christine at least 30 seconds to break free from the ice, and declared he would end the match. Christine smiled, deciding to use the power granted by the god Air as her body radiated frosty energy. She closed her eyes, concentrating her strength to prepare to break the layer of ice. Christine opened her eyes with determination while Lepenhart narrowed his, amazed by the sudden change. The dense layer of ice imprisoning Christine's legs began to crack violently under tremendous pressure. Lepenhart was stunned as he realized what was about to happen. With a roar, Christine completely shattered the ice with pure physical strength, making Lepenhart wonder if she had used magic to strengthen her body. In a funny flashback, a red-haired knight asked in amazement if Christine was an aura wielder, but Christine cheerfully denied it, saying the god Air had granted her a sufficiently strong body. Lepenhart questioned Christine angrily. "Hey, who taught you that breathing technique?" Christine smiled as she remembered that when she was young, an old man had taught her this breathing method to stay strong. She believed the god Air had guided her to him, while Lepenhart broke into a deep sweat upon realizing, "But that old man is my master." Lepenhart thought to himself in panic that the unbreakable gem's breathing method had caused Christine to develop disproportionately and completely ruined her marriage prospects. When Christine innocently asked if there was a problem, Lepenhart stammered, hurriedly denying that there was any problem at all. Christine roared, declaring that the battle would continue, and charged forward with her glowing sword. Lepenhart did not flinch, unleashing a powerful magic technique, Flying Wing Sword, Winged Wind Slash. Christine used all her strength. Her sword emitted a bright golden aura to block Lepenhart's purple magic attack. Lepenhart thought to himself, explaining that Christine's breathing technique was a unique body development method from the unbreakable gem specialized in increasing height. Based on her development, Lepenhart speculated she had practiced for at least 10 years and admitted she had considerable talent, since not just anyone could master it. Christine shouted while resisting the magic. "Ah, why won't he give up?" Lepenhart asked in confusion who would try to lose a duel, leading Christine to accuse him of using sweet words to seduce Killian. Christine shouted, "I'll show you the power of love," leaving Lepenhart perplexed before she concentrated a gigantic sphere of purple energy. A gigantic explosion of purple magic energy engulfed the entire area, the result of the combined attack from Christine and Lepenhart. Lepenhart stood over Christine, who already lay fallen, and declared, "It seems I have won the duel. Now, will you give up on Killian?" Christine grit her teeth, tremblingly admitting, "Yes. It seems I have no choice now but to withdraw." Suddenly, she dramatized it, lamenting she didn't have enough strength to rescue Killian from the villain, which made Killian, who was nearby, shout in horror, "Hey, don't say such strange things." Killian tried to explain with an uncomfortable expression that their relationship was completely innocent, while Lepenhart whispered with disgust, "I'd rather not share anything with you." Urged by Killian, Lepenhart shed forced tears and agreed, regarding our fragile Killian, while Killian smiled broadly, telling him to smile. Christine ran away, shouting dramatically, I swear I'll come back to rescue you, Killian. Lepenhart and Killian watched in silence as her figure faded. A leaf floated in the air and then fell. Killian asked worriedly how Lepenhart planned to handle the consequences, to which Lepenhart simply replied that they would see as they went along. The next day, in a luxurious office, what happened was reported. Count Fianan listened with an amused expression and commented, "Oh, so that's what happened." In a busy banquet hall, the nobles whispered that, although unexpected, Lord Lepenhart and a young saint seemed like a quite good couple. A white-haired noble and Cadmite were also discussing it. Cadmite said that, thinking about it, there had been signs since they were in the city. "How, Cato, would you like me to translate the rumors spreading through the army regarding Lepenhart and Killian's relationship?" How Cato asked Russ if love existed between men, and Russ explained that knights sometimes had young squires with an appearance as beautiful as girls. Russ used the young saint as an example, making How Cato understand. While a fully armored knight named Hans approached to introduce himself to the orc warrior, Cirrus smiled happily, witnessing the scene. Thinking to herself that they were building mutual respect and moving one step closer to the future that Lepenhart dreamed of. Cirrus, Killian, and How Cato stood in front of Lepenhart's room door, calling for him to come out while he was completely covered by a blanket on the bed. Lepenhart tossed under the blanket and shouted that it was all Killian's fault, but Killian replied that complaining wouldn't change anything. Cirrus asked Lepenhart why he was worried, suggesting that rumors spread because of Killian's beautiful face, and that was also the reason why Killian had to train every day. Both Killian and Lepenhart opened their eyes in wonder, appearing to realize something at the same time. Lepenhart and Killian had an idea at the same time, saying in unison, "That's it." And exactly, Lepenhart announced, excitedly, that he would begin a special training to turn Killian into a strong man, and Killian responded enthusiastically that he had been waiting for this. From behind, Cirrus and How Cato watched Lepenhart and Killian train intimately. Cirrus was worried that this would spread the rumors even further, while How Cato thought the rumors would eventually pass. A panoramic view of a fortified city with imposing walls, outside of which a gigantic army deployed in formation in front of the city gates. A soldier from Yubal's side declared loudly that the traitor Karses had paid the price and demanded the gates be opened for the true king. From atop the wall, a defending knight shouted back, calling Prince Yubal an ally of demons and declaring this act a stain on Crovent's history. Lepenhart was among the army ranks, showing his frustration at the exchange of words and thinking to himself, "Seriously, why talk so much if we're going to fight anyway?" Prince Yubal on horseback drew his sword, exhorting the warriors to show their bravery for the true king, and the entire army responded in unison. The chaotic battle for the city began with a series of orders issued by both sides, from maintaining positions, firing arrows, and raising shields to scaling the walls. Prince Yubal led the attack, shouting to encourage his soldiers, "Please, everyone." Chief Karkin and his wife Stala, mounted on giant war wolves, charged excitedly onto the battlefield with loud laughter. Russ rode alongside a bearded warrior who complained of seasickness from the horse, and he explained that a warrior on horseback looked very cool and told him to hang in there. The soldiers on the wall were terrified to see the riders approaching. They recognized the aura wielders and shouted, "Cyrus." The defending commander on the wall, terrified, ordered the archers to fire and promised 100 gold coins to whoever hit one of those demons. Karkin easily used his aura to deflect the approaching rain of arrows, mocking how pathetic they were. Rus also skillfully deflected all the arrows aimed at him with his sword. Seeing that bows were useless, the soldiers on the wall switched to throwing long spears toward Yubal's army. The bearded warrior was hit by several spears but suffered no damage. He laughed out loud and asked if it was any different from arrows being just a bit thicker. Russ roared, and the sword in his hand erupted with a bright blue aura. Russ brandished his sword, creating a series of blue aura slashes that swept everything in their path. A series of giant blue aura gashes from Russ swept across the battlefield. Raven Bonasperius exclaimed in amazement, "That's..." Another soldier also recognized the technique upon seeing Russ on horseback. "Isn't that the giant sword of Knight Spiritus?" Raven roared furiously, "That bastard! How dare he use my technique?" The wave of blue energy continued advancing with terrifying destructive force. Soldiers from Karsus' side were swept away, shouting in despair and calling for retreat, believing that staying only meant a useless death. On the back of his giant wolf, Karkin observed the scene and praised, "Oh, Garuda Russ, a truly powerful blow." Karkin decided to join the battle, shouting, "Then I'll do it too," and leapt into the air with his wolf, radiating green energy. A Karsa's soldier looked up in horror as Karkin descended from above. Karkin unleashed the Thunderfall technique, creating a destructive rain of green energy. Karkin and his wolf landed on the ground, which had been completely devastated. Both Karkin and Russ stood firm on the battlefield, radiating an overwhelming aura. The soldiers of Karsa's side trembled, asking in horror, "Is this the power of an aura user?" Stala Langarbada threw herself into the battle and commented, "Everyone is doing very well." Stala recalled Leppenhart's instructions to attack fiercely by tearing down the walls instead of aiming at the soldiers, and she told herself it would be a shame if she were the only lazy one. The two swords on Stala's back began to vibrate and emit a purple aura. A series of purple flashes shone as the swords were released and shot out. The two magic swords flew through the air like a flock of birds of prey. Stala ordered her weapons. "Go forth, my two sisters." One sword lunged, easily breaking a soldier's shield while Stala ordered, "Scream." Stala's two swords emitted brilliant purple energy, striking directly against the wall with a roar. "My sisters." Spheres of purple energy enveloped the swords as they embedded themselves deep into the stone wall. A series of terrifying explosions shook the entire battlefield, sending debris from the wall flying. Would you like me to translate the moment the city walls finally crumble under the Allied assault? A soldier from Karsa's side was thrown through the air, screaming in terror, "Ugh, what is this now?" Karkin, stunned and sweating, wondered, "Since when does my wife know how to do these things?" A thick-bearded dwarf warrior praised, "Oh, that demolition technique. How refreshing," while the one wearing the horned helmet nodded and wondered if orcs knew about architecture. Russ smiled smugly, thinking, "Good, one more skill for the list. It'll be easy with a little practice." On the ruined wall, Karsus said with frustration that this was the reason he wanted to avoid a siege, while his commander bowed, apologizing for being unable to resist. The commander suggested, "There's no other choice. We must retreat to the royal palace," and Karsus reluctantly agreed. A scout ran up panting to inform the stunned Karsus, "Your Majesty, Prince Yubel's troops are retreating." Karsus looked at the retreating troops and roared, "Retreating from a battle already won? Traitors, your lives are already in Prince Yubel's hands." A commander from Yubel's side shouted loudly toward Karsus, asserting they could enter the royal palace at any time. The commander on horseback continued to question him loudly. "In the name of the true king, how can you endanger the people of the capital? If you truly care, hoist the white flag and accept judgment." Karsus grit his teeth, realizing bitterly, "I see. This plan is to turn me into a villain." "Prince." Yubel smiled and told Leppenhart, "Lord Leppenhart is truly wise. This battle is our victory," while Leppenhart looked forward with complacency. A white-haired noble told Prince Yubel to return to the mansion, believing Karsus would soon surrender to avoid useless bloodshed. Night fell over a large castle, probably where Karsus's forces were camped. In a luxurious hall, Karsus and the nobles of his faction sat around a long table in a tense atmosphere. Duke Fernando, Karsus's father, asked his son, "What do you think, Prince Karsus? Is there any way to reclaim victory?" Another noble commented that the enemy side had aura users, and Karsus lowered his head in frustration, wondering where Yubel had obtained such forces. Duke Fernando opined that Yubel's side had arrogantly withdrawn without besieging the capital, suggesting they should temporarily withdraw troops to reconsider strategy, but Karsus opposed it because the royal seal and crown were still there. Karsus emphasized that if they abandoned the cathedral, Prince Yubel could hold a coronation, and once the capital was lost, they would lose the entire war. A noble proposed seeking help from neighboring kingdoms, but another opposed it, arguing that allowing foreign intervention would cause the kingdom to collapse even if they won. Another noble shouted furiously that if they did nothing, Prince Karsus's fall was inevitable. The other nobles in the meeting room were sweating, looking extremely tense at the current situation. Another group of nobles also seemed worried and confused, not knowing what to do next. Karsus stared with a furious expression, thinking that to be exact, all of them were facing destruction. Karsus screamed with frustration, internally seeing that even his father and grandfather agreed with the cautious opinions of the nobles. Duke Fernando grit his teeth and suggested they should have assassinated Jubal, but Carses replied coldly that they had already tried many times. Duke Fernando turned to ask the opinion of Raven Spiritus, an aura user, and Raven declared that although Jubal was cruel, he still carried royal blood, and as a knight, he could not be disloyal. The other nobles whispered among themselves at Knight Raven's declaration of principles. Raven added, unexpectedly, that he agreed with the idea of assassination, surprising Carses and the others. Raven stared, clarifying that the target of the assassination was not Prince Jubal. Raven declared they must assassinate the mysterious mage Lepenhart. As the image of Lepenhart, smiling beside, an orc warrior appeared. Prince Jubal's army had left the Hinder district and camped on the outskirts of the capital near Viscount Sedrin's mansion, an ideal spot with nearby forests and streams. That night, a victory party was held at Viscount Sedrin's mansion, where Prince Jubal praised everyone who had participated for the future of the kingdom. Everyone raised their glasses together and chanted the motto, for the true king. Prince Jubal wondered why it was necessary to praise the neutral nobles who had done nothing, and Lepenhart explained it was essential to maintain unity. Lepenhart continued explaining that they needed to give credit to the nobles to avoid resentment toward other races, and that only the wise saw the full picture instead of just praising those who fought. The neutral nobles were very pleased. One said he felt embarrassed by Lepenhart's praise, while others lauded Lepenhart for his true knowledge of war. Prince Jubal secretly thought that Lepenhart had sharp political insight for a mage, and that he should learn from him. A white-haired noble praised Lepenhart for being young and skilled in dealing with people. Lepenhart responded humbly, "You flatter me too much." A red-haired girl introduced Viscount Halton to Chief Karkin of the Blue Bear tribe. The Viscount, visibly nervous, greeted him and praised Karkin's ability to speak the human language. Karkin explained he could speak thanks to the communication necklace, a wonderful gift from Lepenhart, and expressed his pleasure with the conversation. Viscount Halton praised Karkin's soldiers for being impressively brave, unlike what people usually think of orcs. Stala cheerfully threw an arm around Viscount Halton's shoulders, startling him, while Karkin explained that orcs honor warriors and despise cowards. Two other dark-skinned orc warriors watched from afar with disdain. One was angry at being called a non-orc, the other advised his friend to ignore it and drink. Lepenhart reassured his allies, advising them not to expect much from humans and to push forward for the goal of liberating oppressed races. Lepenhart reflected that it was a good start and believed everyone would gradually get along. He was determined to trust his companions more after the failure of his previous life. The red-haired girl continued introducing Cadmite, a renowned warrior of the Great Forge, and a noble recognized him as the one who had supposedly killed Knight Turvold. In another corner, the elves conversed happily with the nobles, showing they were integrating well thanks to their harmony-loving nature. Count Feenan asked Russ about the battle with Knight Spiritus and how he had acquired that skill, but Russ only replied curtly that he had practiced by brandishing his sword. Two other nobles commented on Russ's attitude, opining that a true warrior would feel uncomfortable holding a wine glass instead of a sword, and that aura users are often temperamental. Would you like me to translate the moment Raven's assassination plot begins to unfold against Lepenhart? Lepenhart observed Russ from afar, secretly worried about his inaccessible personality, but also relieved that no one seemed to bear him ill will. Lepenhart left the party, thinking as he walked that the true war only begins after victory, and that the real challenge would arrive when Jubal ascended the throne. He walked through the deserted hallway and wondered, "Where are you, Cirrus?" Suddenly, Lepenhart stopped with a serious expression, as if perceiving something unusual. A figure in a black hooded cloak, holding a large sword that glowed with an intense red, stood in silence at the end of the hallway. Lepenhart frowned, thinking that he couldn't feel that person's presence, so it could only be a ghost or an aura user with perfect control over their presence. Raven revealed himself under the cloak, thinking, "Forgive me, mage, it is all for the future of the kingdom." Lepenhart shouted, in surprise, as Raven lunged to attack. "Spiritus!" Lepenhart tensed, using his bare arm to block the blade of the lunging sword. Close-up of Lepenhart's strong arm stopping Raven's sword. Raven recognized the opponent's magic in surprise and praised. "Iron Skin magic, quick reaction mage." Lepenhart launched a series of unarmed combo attacks against Raven. Raven parried while hesitating. But Iron Skin cannot be this strong. Lepenhart channeled purple dark magic into his hand, roaring, flame of destruction, fire projectile. A huge burst of purple energy shot directly toward Raven. Raven took a stance, declaring he would fight seriously upon realizing Lepenhart was no ordinary mage. Lepenhart thought in panic, realizing he had become the target and considering fleeing from Raven. Raven leapt into the air, his sword glowing intensely, preparing to deliver a final blow from above. Lepenhart decided to face him, thinking, there is no other choice. Lepenhart adopted a martial arts stance, gathering blue energy in both hands to prepare a counterattack. Raven was stunned to realize the opponent used not only magic but also martial arts, thinking, these martial arts. Is he a battle mage? Lepenhart thought he could pretend to be a battle mage if he didn't use aura, while Raven warned that 6 other aura users in the mansion would soon feel his presence. Raven enveloped his body in a burning aura and challenged, do you think you'll survive until then? Lepenhart reflected, wondering how long he could hold out without using aura. Raven lunged with a burning sword strike, determined. I'll end this with a single blow. Lepenhart concentrated all his energy into his fist, creating a gigantic fireball to face him directly. Raven opened his eyes in amazement at the incredible power of Lepenhart's counterattack. Lepenhart grimaced in pain, realizing his body couldn't withstand the sword aura without a protective weapon. Raven was astonished by the opponent's durability and wondered if it was magic, but then roared that it would be useless anyway. Both lunged at each other. Raven's sword and Lepenhart's fist collided, creating a series of violent impacts. Raven was repelled by an extremely powerful force, shattering the surrounding stone floor. Lepenhart slid forward, evading the attack and preparing for a quick counterattack. He launched a very powerful hook to the flank of Raven. The punch was thrown. With all the strength of Lepenhart's robust body, Raven received the full impact of the attack, an explosion of power at the point of collision. In the moment of proximity, Raven was stunned to see Lepenhart's body begin to emit a brilliant golden light. Lepenhart stopped Raven's sword with his bare arm, which burned with a golden aura. Raven stammered in horror upon realizing the nature of that energy. That is, Lepenhart smiled smugly as his entire body was enveloped in aura, admitting things weren't going according to plan, while Raven shouted, Aura? With a look of confidence, Lepenhart said that underestimating an aura user was a stupid mistake he wouldn't repeat a second time. Raven recognized it was the golden aura of the successor to the Fist King Gerard, and couldn't believe that person was a mage. Lepenhart, to whom they called Lepenhart, replied calmly that life is always full of surprises. Raven erupted in power, declaring that at first he had felt a bit guilty for having to assassinate a mage, but now he could give his all without hesitation. Lepenhart clenched his glowing fist and challenged, come with all your strength. Raven grit his teeth, his eyes shining with extreme determination. He raised his sword high, concentrating a huge amount of red energy, preparing for his most powerful attack. Raven launched the Great Sword Attack, releasing a gigantic burst of red energy toward Lepenhart. The bright red energy of the slash destroyed part of the building as it advanced. Lepenhart, enveloped in a golden aura, tensed, preparing to face the attack. A gigantic burst of fire erupted when Lepenhart directly confronted Raven's attack. Would you like me to translate the conclusion of this high-stakes duel and its impact on the political alliance? The terrible explosion shook the ground, scattering debris everywhere. Raven landed on a roof, mocking. How vulgar, trying to imitate a mage only to reveal your true nature. Lepenhart also landed, retorting defiantly. You were the one who started this, you know. Raven roared with fury, determined. If it has come to this, I will annihilate you completely. Lepenhart shouted spiral defense, creating a whirlwind of golden aura that enveloped his body. Raven's red energy attack collided violently with Lepenhart's defensive whirlwind. Raven was stunned to see Lepenhart piercing through his attack. Lepenhart launched a devastating punch to Raven's abdomen, shouting, Gastrikian. Raven spat out blood, his body receiving a fatal blow. Down in the street, a guard captain and his men shouted in horror. What the hell is going on here? Lepenhart let out a cry of euphoria after successfully executing the strike. Lepenhart executed a swinging lariat, grabbing the screaming Raven and spinning him through the air. Raven was thrown directly to the ground with extreme force. The impact created a gigantic crater, destroying the pavement and surrounding structures. Raven lay motionless among the debris, his body giving off white smoke, completely defeated. Raven Benes Spiritus lay dying among the rubble, bitterly admitting, "It seems the assassination attempt has failed." He thought desperately that he couldn't die like this, as he was the last remaining aura user on Prince Karsus' side. From above, Lepenhart lunged like a meteor, aiming directly at Raven Bonaspirius's motionless position. Lepenhart landed with terrifying force, creating an explosion that shattered the ground into pieces. Raven Bonaspirius's dazed face appeared among the rocks flying out from the shockwave. Lepenhart stood firm in the middle of the crater, his muscular body enveloped in a glowing golden aura. A group of soldiers from Yubal's side witnessed the scene stunned. One of them stammered, "That aura, the golden aura." The other soldiers looked at Lepenhart with awe, recognizing it was the light of Gerard, and exclaiming that they had heard rumors about this man. Lepenhart stood tall in the golden aura, and his title was acclaimed, Fist King. Fist King Lepenhart. A group of dwarf warriors talked, surprised that no one knew their savior was an aura user. They thought he just wanted to hide his imposing physique. Prince Yubal opened his mouth in wonder, unable to believe that this man was the Fist King of this era. Lepenhart thought confidently that the heir of the unbreakable gem couldn't be a weakling, because if they were weak, they would have been beaten to death before even stepping out into the world. The crowd of soldiers surrounded Lepenhart, cheering in unison, "Fist King," making him think that although he had tried to hide it, he couldn't stop now. The news of Knight Spiritus' death spread quickly to the capital, along with the rumor that his victor was the new Fist King. Meanwhile, Karsus' army murmured about Knight Turvold's death at the hands of Dwarf, suggesting his reputation had been exaggerated. Lepenhart and Cirrus rode together. He commented that humans still look down on other races, but Cirrus opined they just refused to acknowledge the differences. Due to the previous battle, the walls of the capital Croton had weakened, allowing Prince Yubal's troops to advance easily. Meanwhile, Karsus' army had decided to retreat to entrench themselves in the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace Gate, detailed with 2 crowned lions, stood imposing and firmly closed. Prince Yubal looked at the Imperial Palace Gate and thought to himself, "I didn't think I'd have to see that gate again." Yubal asked Lepenhart why Karsus' side remained entrenched after 3 days, suggesting their internal faction must be divided. Lepenhart declared he would attack it himself, making Count Fianan ask in amazement, "Oh, the Fist King will act personally?" The red-haired assistant reminded Lepenhart that he had said he wouldn't appear in public, but he replied that now that his identity was exposed, there was no need to hide it. Lepenhart advanced alone toward the Imperial Palace Gate amidst cheers from Yubal's soldiers. "The Fist King is going to battle." A knight from Karsus' side on the wall shouted, ordering all archers to fire and assuring his companions not to be afraid. A volley of arrows was fired, flying rapidly toward Lepenhart. The arrows bounced off Lepenhart's robust body while he commented calmly, "It doesn't even tickle." A large rock from a catapult flew and hit Lepenhart's head. He only smiled slightly and said, "This actually tickles a little." Soldiers from Karsus' side continued firing fire arrows at Lepenhart, but they too were useless. Boiling oil was poured from the wall. Lepenhart only exclaimed calmly, "Wow, how hot." Standing in front of the great gate, Lepenhart made the soldiers on the wall scream in horror, calling him a monster and desperately asking for help. Lepenhart tensed, a bright golden aura enveloping his fist, and shouted, "Those who want to live, get away from the gate." Yubal's soldiers witnessed the scene in awe, praising the Fist King's indestructible body. As he threw the punch, Lepenhart reflected on the strange paradox that the same action in his previous life and this one produced completely opposite reactions. 2 days earlier in a hall, the nobles of Yubal's side murmured with enthusiasm about the fact that the mysterious sage was the Fist King. Would you like me to translate the moment Lepenhart shatters the palace gates and confronts Prince Karsus? The nobles continued discussing, opining that the orcs and dwarves chosen by the Fist King must be formidable and different from the slave races they knew. Lepenhart spoke with Cirrus, expressing his bewilderment that the enslaved races previously considered evil when he was the Demon King were now seen differently. Cirrus explained that warriors and mages were perceived differently. Anyone could brandish a sword, but magic was a rare talent that people could not imitate. Cirrus explained that for the people, a demon king with unpredictable power was a terrifying presence, but they identified more easily with a fist king who fought with his own hands and muscles. Lepenhart turned around, asking Cirrus if that meant he could now unleash his full power. Cirrus smiled and confirmed. That's right, if you're the Fist King, Lepenhart. The image of a glowing fist with a golden aura illustrated the idea that while mana was the power of a few, fists and muscles were something everyone possessed. The fist clenched tighter, manifesting the aura state that everyone craves, and with this fist, Lepenhart will turn the tide. Lepenhart unleashed a powerful technique called Quadruple Horn of Calamity, creating a terrifying explosion of energy. Lepenhart's entire body erupted in a glowing golden aura. He thought that now everyone's gaze would be of admiration and not fear, while a commander of Yubel's side shouted, urging the entire army to advance behind the Fist King. Karsus's soldiers charged bravely, shouting their determination to die as knights and swearing loyalty. Long live Lord Karsus. The scene was chaotic. As Karsus's soldiers were massacred, they still shouted words of loyalty to their king until their last breath. Lepenhart charged forward and shouted, demanding the opponent cease their useless resistance to save their lives, since the outcome was already decided. The scene shifted to the interior of a splendid but empty royal hall lit by magnificent lamps. Karsus, in his full armor, stood alone in the vast hall with sword in hand, ready to face his enemy. Prince Yubel, along with Phinia and the soldiers, entered the hall and solemnly declared, "This is the end, Karsus." Karsus faced Yubel with a confident smile, saying it had been a while since they last saw each other standing. Behind Yubel, Lepenhart watched in silence and wondered if he himself had had a similar expression in the past. Prince Yubel asked Karsus about the others, and Karsus replied that his father and grandfather had gone into hiding so the lineage would not be extinguished. Count Fianan mocked, saying they had been branded as traitors and doubting if they could find a safe place in this kingdom. Karsus revealed with an air of triumph that his family had gone to the Duchy of Chadan, and that even if they lost power, the survival of the lineage was enough for him. Count Fianan commented thoughtfully that they had finally fled to the Duchy of Chadan, just like the Antaz of the Taiken Kingdom. Prince Yubel looked at Karsus and asked, "Why didn't you go with them?" Karsus smiled with disdain and asked in turn, "Why do you think I didn't, Prince Yubel?" Prince Yubel deduced that Karsus would rather die here than live as a puppet king, and that his flight would trigger a war between nations. Prince Yubel thought to himself that Karsus cared for his people more than his own life, something admirable even in an enemy, and then said, "Very well, let's end this your way." Karsus unsheathed his sword, asking confidently, "Then who will take my head?" Prince Yubel stepped forward with shield and sword, declaring that he himself would finish his cousin, a traitor, but still of royal blood. Count Fianan asked, alarmed, what he was saying. Yubel, but the prince replied that although he knew he was no match for Karsus, he must show a king's courage. Prince Yubel glanced at Lepenhart, saying he felt confident having an aura user as support and signaled him to intervene when the time came. Karsus mocked, "Come here, you useless person who only knows how to depend on luck to get this far." Prince Yubel charged directly toward Karsus, who was waiting. The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying, both staring intently at each other. Karsus and Prince Yubel fought fiercely, the sound of metal echoing throughout the hall. Karsus shouted sarcastically that Yubel had skipped his night training to go out with a dwarf woman, but apparently he had been hiding his true strength. Prince Yubel, while blocking the attack, replied calmly, "Not exactly. It's just that I never had a reason to use it." Prince Yubel raised a shield to block a powerful attack from Karsus. Count Fianan and Lepenhart watched with stunned expressions. The Count could not believe the strength Prince Yubel was showing. Karsus, while trying to break the defense, was secretly amazed by Yubel's strength and shouted, "Are you going to hide behind that shield? What a shame for a knight." Prince Yubel continued firmly blocking Karsus's consecutive attacks. Prince Yubel pushed Karsus back and explained that he used to think everyone was lenient with him for being the prince, but in reality, he had grown up with Phinia and was also quite strong. Prince Yubel, while blocking, explained, And to keep up with her, leg training is mandatory, so I never skip my daily deadlifts and squats. Leppenhart thought to himself that spending time with such a strong dwarf meant training was mandatory, while Phinia blushed with embarrassment. Karsus roared with anger. So now you dare to come out and face me? That won't be enough. Karsus mocked. Do you really think that this is enough to face a knight? How ridiculous. Then he charged to attack Prince Eubal, who raised his shield to block. The narrator explained that Prince Eubal's martial arts were taught by Phinia, originating from dwarf warrior techniques, so they were not suitable for the higher center of gravity of humans. Prince Eubal remembered the moment he asked Leppenhart for help, and he had agreed to help. Seeing the prince in danger, Leppenhart lunged and shouted, "The prince is in danger." Karsus, astonished and furious, exclaimed, "How dare you interrupt a sacred duel? Do you still call yourself an honorable fist king?" Leppenhart threw a direct punch at Karsus and replied, "Well, our martial arts don't care much for honor. Would you like me to translate the final strike of this battle and the coronation that follows?" Karsus grit his teeth and shouted, "Damn it," while trying to block Leppenhart's attack. Leppenhart's fist, enveloped in a glowing golden aura, launched at an astonishing speed. Karsus narrowed his eyes with determination. As he was enveloped by the dazzling golden light, a violent explosion of golden energy erupted, spreading throughout the hall. Karsus's soldiers shouted and covered their eyes as they were thrown back by the powerful blast of light. From the outside, a brilliant light emanated from the castle windows, illuminating the entire night sky. Watching from a distance, Count Fianin was stunned by the scene that had just occurred. Count Fianin had still not recovered from a shock. His face showed an expression of extreme surprise. When the dust dissipated, Leppenhart stood alone in the middle of the devastated hall. Leppenhart grabbed the already unconscious Karsus by the hair and lifted him from the ground. Leppenhart lifted the unconscious Karsus by the hair and declared, "The traitor Karsus's throat has been cut." Prince Eubal observed the scene before him with an expression of slight awe. The prince's expression. Eubal's expression quickly turned decisive as he made a choice. The prince. Eubal walked with a firm step up the stairs leading to the throne. With the royal ring in hand, Prince Eubal ordered, "Let the traitor's head be displayed for all to see." Prince Eubal solemnly placed the crown on his head, officially assuming the succession. Among the ranks of the army, Phinia cheered loudly. Honor to the birth of the new king. Leppenhart and the soldiers knelt before Eubal, who was sitting on the throne, and shouted, "O king, my king!" With the crown on his head, Eubal too. The new king of the kingdom of Crovence was officially crowned. The news of the end of the Crovence civil war spread quickly across the continent, leaving many stunned since they had predicted Prince Eubal's defeat. That same day, another hero was also born, the Fist King Leppenhart, who had defeated the famous Golden Knight of Graham. Leppenhart had led the kingdom to victory with the help of other races, whose extraordinary feats on the battlefield astonished the skeptics. A furious hand struck the newspaper announcing the victory with force. In the kingdom of Graham, Tezcan grit his teeth while reading the news, thinking to himself, "Demon King Leppenhart. I didn't expect him to have recovered so much power." Tezcan was furious over the loss of Karsus, a tactically brilliant, wise ally and one of his most trusted. He stared into the void, hissing, "Cursed bastard. You are trying to eliminate all opposition at the root." Suddenly, the door to Tezcan's study burst open. Eustace Tense and Rusi broke in, Eustace shouting the news. "Lord Tezcan, have you heard the news? Russ is alive. Not only that, but he also defeated Spiritus." Eustace continued with contempt, saying that Russ was now following Leppenhart and called him a traitor, while Russ clenched his fist to contain his anger. Tezcan thought to himself that Eustace had changed, but as long as he opposed Leppenhart, he would remain a reliable ally. Tezcan asked Eustace if he had already grown accustomed to the armor of fury, while Russ stated that their only option was to face Leppenhart. With a resolute expression and burning eyes, Tezcan declared, "The time has come to act." Russ frowned but stood firm while Eustace smiled enthusiastically and asked, "Are we finally setting out?" Tezcan narrowed his eyes with a sinister smile, confirming his goal. Yes, to kill Leppenhart. The scene changed to a vast city, surrounded by solid walls, the royal capital of Croton. In the court, an elderly noble expressed dissatisfaction. arguing that granting autonomy to one person would set a bad precedent despite his great merits. Other nobles in the Great Hall agreed, opining that granting him the title of Count and the Viscountcy of Helfand was enough, but autonomy was excessive. The king, Yubel retorted, arguing that land was limited and that granting more territory would reduce rewards for others who had also served well. A noble with a mustache suggested handing over the entire Fernando family to Leppenhart as a reward, making the surrounding nobles break into a cold sweat. King Yubel smiled with disdain seeing the nobles in silence, fearing their own rewards would be reduced, and asked if anyone else opposed. Standing before the throne, King Yubel solemnly declared Leppenhart's investiture with the title of Count, granting him lands and autonomy, and naming his domain the County of Antares. A new emblem of the Kingdom of Crowvents was formed with the image of a powerful iron gauntlet among the stars. A new state, the County of Antares, had been officially born. The old castle of the Viscount of Helfanes had now become the White Palace, the center of the County of Antares. Inside the palace, morning sunlight filtered through the window of a luxurious room. A full view of the opulent bedroom was revealed, with a large bed, a chandelier, and exquisite furniture. The reflection through the glass panel showed the opulence of the room. In the sun-filled room, Leppenhart lay in bed, waking up slowly. A close-up of Kars's eyes as he woke up dazed and murmured, Kars sat up in bed, his face still sleepy and tired. Would you like me to translate what happens next in the newly established County of Antares? He looked out the window, trying to remember what happened. What the hell is going on? I clearly remember fighting the Fist King Leppenhart. And then a woman entered the room asking him if he was already awake, and a perplexed Kars asked her for her identity. The pink-haired dwarf girl smiled, introducing herself as Tila, one of Lord Leppenhart's companions, and greeted Lord Kars. Kars was surprised to realize she was a dwarf, and asked what had happened, since he thought he had died, while Tila explained she was worried because he wouldn't wake up. Tila, while leaving the tray of water on the table, explained that Lord Leppenhart had defeated Kars with such force that it took him a day and a half to wake up, making Kars think. He saved me? But there's no way Prince Yubel would allow that to happen. Tila explained that officially, Kars's head was on display in the central square of the capital Croton, while a crowd gathered to see the head hanging on a pole. Kars understood that not even Yubel's faction knew he was alive after Tila said they had decapitated a corpse that looked a bit like him and used magic to change its hair and eye color. Kars reflected, wondering how they could have orchestrated such a fake right in front of everyone, and remembered the dazzling aura when he was defeated, realizing it was like street magicians' tricks. Tila thought to herself that Kars was putting the scattered pieces of information together, and then explained more precisely that they had waited behind the secret passage near the Great Hall, and that Lord Leppenhart had destroyed the entire passage to leave no trace. Kars asked in amazement how they knew of the secret passage that only royalty knew, and Tila replied proudly that dwarves were masters of architecture unsurpassed compared to humans, and only needed to look to know. Kars still wondered about Leppenhart's motives, questioning why the Fist King had saved him, whether it was to rebel against Prince Yubel, sow discord among the nobles, or if this was a conspiracy by a foreign power. Tila turned around and transmitted Leppenhart's words. He said it would be a waste. Kars did not understand, perplexed. Tila looked directly at Kars and clarified. He said it would be a waste to let you die. After advising Kars to sleep more, Tila turned and left the room despite Kars calling after her in panic. Wait. Kars reached out his hand in vain as Tila left, completely confused and wondering. What the hell is going on, after all? A map appeared showing the western Gloten Mountain region, once known as the Viscountcy of Helfane. The map highlighted that land, now part of the Antares domain, and explained that this region was too small and modest to be called a true kingdom. A panoramic view of the newly established Antares domain, a vast city in the middle of majestic mountains. Russ smiled and said sincerely, "Congratulations on becoming king, big brother." Leppenhart responded kindly, suggesting that Russ could receive similar treatment if he wished. Russ said humbly that he could never be king of a nation, while Leppenhart admitted that calling this domain a nation was a bit embarrassing. Russ asked why Leppenhart had not asked for more land, assuming no one would object if he demanded some additional nearby fiefs. Leppenhart explained with a confident smile that if he had done so, he wouldn't have been granted autonomy, something more important than the extent of the land. He boldly declared that the remaining land could be acquired over time through territorial wars, which startled Russ, who was behind him. A dark-haired assistant arrived to report that the dwarves had gathered in the banquet hall, and Lepenhard invited Russ to go with him. In the banquet hall, a large group of dwarves from the Steelhammer clan was kneeling and said in unison, "We present ourselves before the White King." Lepenhard sat on the throne, looking at the former slaves of the Viscount of Helfane, and declared they were completely free and could leave at any time. He flatly stated that the mines now belonged to him, as the image of a vast mine appeared. Lepenhard proposed subleasing the mines to the dwarves, saying that true freedom is something earned through one's own effort. He granted them full management of the mines, asking them to extract ore and forge weapons to pay taxes and rent, and even offered a 360-month payment plan, so they could buy full ownership. In exchange, Lepenhard only demanded a trade monopoly on all equipment they produced, making the dwarf elder bow his head in gratitude, just as the rumors about the savior said. "Once again, we thank you." Lepenhard looked out the window, reflecting that although this land is small, the old Antares Empire started in a much worse way. A luxurious chandelier lit up, announcing that an official audience was taking place in the hall. A group of dwarves with thick beards and hair sat solemnly attending. By their side, stocky brown-skinned orc warriors, both men and women, sat with firm expressions. Finally, a group of Panheim tribe elves with platinum blonde hair and characteristic pointed ears was also present at the audience. Lepenhard smiled confidently and declared, "Now, I will distribute land to all of you." Standing before a map, Lepenhard pointed to a region and handed it over as territory to the Blue Bear tribe. The elder Relhard asked if that land was outside Antares territory, and Lepenhard confirmed it wasn't within the Crovince kingdom either. Lepenhard explained that the Gloaten Mountains officially belonged to no nation, so from now on, they would tacitly become Antares territory. Halkato feared that this mountain was not uninhabited and that causing trouble with humans would make them ally to attack. Lepenhard responded calmly that legally they were citizens of Antares, so if the mountain tribes descended, it would be considered a border invasion. Standing before the leaders, Lepenhard asserted that the name of the territory would protect them, a completely different situation from when they were nomads and feared the human army. The brown-skinned orc warriors rejoiced upon realizing this, while an elfo pointed at the map as Lepenhard began distributing territory to them. Lepenhard declared that this land was for all elves on the continent, not just for the Panheim tribe, and that it should expand even further in the future. Elder Rillard expressed concern about leaving the World Tree behind, but Lepenhard said nonchalantly, "We'll plant a tree here too." Elder Rillard objected, saying the World Tree was not something that could be planted anywhere, to which Lepenhard agreed, saying the problem wasn't the impossibility of planting what one wanted. Lepenhard thought to himself, revealing that only seeds containing the pure essence of the ancient tree could grow into a majestic tree like that, and he knew exactly where they were, even remembering having connected 7 world trees in his previous life. Lepenhard turned to Elder Helfried, saying that dwarves cared more about the belly of the earth, so the territorial area was not as important, and Lord Helfried agreed that for now, there was no problem. Elder Helfried expressed his disappointment regarding the land's geographical location, saying it was too far from the Great Forge, and that procedures for passing through human lands were too complicated. Lepenhard, would you like me to translate how Lepenhard plans to solve the logistics of the Great Forge and the next steps for his new kingdom? He pointed to the Gloaten Mountains on the map and said that was the reason he chose this land, because the Chloe dungeon was here. An elf asked if that dungeon was connected to the Diamond teleportation gate, and Lepenhard confirmed, saying they only needed to venture inside, activate the portal, and clear it. An enthusiastic bearded dwarf warrior clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Leave that to us, Savior. We'll take care of it cleanly." 2 elves pointed to an empty strip of land between their territory and that of the orcs, curiously asking Lepenhard what it was used for. Lepenhard smiled enigmatically and replied that the area was reserved for those they had not yet met, but would soon. In the Gloaten Mountains to the northeast, snow covered the majestic peaks. A blue-haired elf warrior with pointed ears stood in the middle of the snow. The elf warrior stood on a cliff, looking out over the endless snowy mountain range. The scene shifted to the Garen Mountains in the Jalaim Kingdom, in a sun-drenched forest. An orc warrior with hair braided in dreadlocks stood pensively. Images of the blue-haired elf warrior and a muscular human warrior appeared side by side, both with firm expressions. A month had passed since the end of the Crovence War of Succession. Two swords were stuck in a grassy field. In the Antares territory, the White Palace appeared magnificently under the sun. Inside the palace training courtyard, a human warrior and Tazid were fighting fiercely, their swords clashing and throwing sparks. The warrior shouted fallback, while using all his strength to block Tazid's powerful attack. Tazid roared, ordering the warrior named Dakar to attack his head. Dakar was pushed back, thinking the attack was unpredictable and that he needed to strengthen his swordsmanship before mastering Aura. Dakar sat on the ground, advising Tazid to carry a spare sword, but Tazid replied that a weapon is a lifelong companion, and he couldn't betray it. Dakar sweated, wondering about the case of Halkato, an orc warrior who used two swords. Tazid explained that Halkato simply had two companions, while he himself had no intention of looking for another, which made Dakar think things were complicated. Dakar sat yawning next to a large wolf statue while Tazid stood with arms crossed. Tazid commented that Dakar now looked very different from when he was in the war, and Dakar mocked himself, saying that laziness also had its limits. Tazid asked curiously if Dakar would show him that aura again, and Dakar replied, "The sword aura?" Dakar channeled the aura into the sword, making it glow blue, while Tazid commented that receiving the blessing of the fighting spirit often took decades, and asked if Dakar was already 10 years old. Dakar looked annoyed, thinking that Tazid was only about 9 years old, while Tazid asked why he had that expression since, by racial standards, he was the same age as him. Dakar admitted he knew, but it still felt a bit strange, while Tazid suggested they continue training after having rested enough. From the balcony, Cirrus observed them both and thought with a smile, both are working very hard. In another room, Xylan was also gritting his teeth and doing sit-ups, pushing himself in physical training. Cirrus also thought of Tila, who was on a mission with a man. Karsus, with his dark hair and stubble, touched his face and thought he still couldn't get used to this appearance. Tila reminded Karsus to get used to living in exile, warning that if King Eubel found out, not only Leppenhart, but everyone would have problems, and Karsus replied he had no complaints about Leppenhart's magic. While strolling, Karsus commented that the weather had warmed up and asked Tila if she was tired of watching him, admitting he was the second idlest person here, and Tila asked curiously who the first was. Tila replied that it was someone who still slept soundly upstairs, even though the sun was already high, as the image of a snoring Leppenhart appeared. Cirrus stood by the bed and woke Leppenhart, warning him he would get fat, but he replied sleepily that his body was not like a human's, so he wouldn't get fat just from being lazy for a few days. Pushed by Cirrus, Leppenhart got up annoyed, and thought that her old personality only appeared when she scolded him. Cirrus announced that breakfast was ready, and Leppenhart immediately got up happy to eat, while she thought to herself that he used to be a demon king with no manners. Looking at the sumptuous table, Leppenhart asked if Cirrus had made it herself, and wondered where the maids were, to which she replied sarcastically that they were all busy, unlike someone who only knew how to eat without doing anything. While eating, Leppenhart wondered if he was being too lazy, and Cirrus said that since things had calmed down, it was time for him to act, which made him ask curiously, "Act where?" Leppenhart explained that he would go look for fragments of the world tree to plant in the elven forest, and that the closest place would likely be the blue sky scepter, Gerunting. Cirrus asked in surprise about Gerunting and wondered if it would be similar to the magic bow Nylon. Leppenhart confirmed they were similar, both artifacts of Elvenheim imbued with the essence of the world tree, and admitted that the magic bow Nylon was truly amazing. Leppenhart smiled and promised to make Cirrus something similar later, which made her ask and wonder, "You can make something like that?" Leppenhart tensed, radiating powerful magic power, and declared confidently that it wasn't hard as long as he had enough mana, because, despite his appearance, he was a great 10th circle mage, while Cirrus thought to herself that he didn't look like one at all. Leppenhart told himself he also needed to increase his mana, complaining that this body was not compatible with magic, and that despite having modified it, he still hadn't been able to overcome the 7th circle barrier. Leppenhart turned to ask Cirrus to gather everyone so they could depart today, and Cirrus asked where they were going. He pointed on the map and explained they would go to the Mado's highlands southwest of the Settlard mountain range, where the Celt dungeon and something called Gerunting were located. He calculated that if they went through the Daiman transfer station, it would take approximately a week to arrive. 3 days later in the city of Sarad, the streets were full of people under the twilight. Lestine frowned with disgust upon learning that her target was not there. Felina informed Lestine that according to a merchant, the person they were looking for had left the White Palace 3 days ago and would be away for about a month, which meant they had almost missed them. While, would you like me to translate the details of Lestine's pursuit of Leppenhart as she tracks him toward the Mado's Highlands? Felina was asking Lestine about the next plan. Dakar drank furiously from his wine mug and cursed because he was finally about to meet Leppenhart. A senior customer in the tavern approached and reminded Dakar to be careful with his words. The customer questioned Dakar about why he was being so aggressive when his opponent was the renowned king of fighting, while Karsus observed silently nearby. The man continued explaining with admiration that the king of fighting was a hero who had ended the civil war, that his subordinates were also people who respected the spirit of chivalry. Karsus frowned with concern, thinking that lately too many young people idolized the king of fighting and that the rumors were spreading in an annoying way. The Holy Knight Christine appeared unexpectedly next to Lestine and Felina, asking directly if they knew where Leppenhart was. Christine put a hand on Felina's head, introduced herself as a holy knight in the service of Tanzan, and commented that Lestine's group seemed hostile to the king of fighting, Leppenhart. Dakar and his companions were surprised by Christine's imposing stature, while she declared she knew where Leppenhart was going and could give them his location. Lestine curled her lips into a smile, guessing that she wanted to exchange this information under a condition. Christine confirmed with a cunning smile, proposing to join them since she had a reason to kill Leppenhart. Lestine accepted, thinking that everyone there shared the same goal, but Felina thought confusedly that she had no such reason. 8 days after Leppenhart's group left the Antares district, they had ventured into the Celt dungeon south of the Settlard mountain range. Facing a giant guardian monster, Russ shouted to Tazid, "There's an opening. This is our chance, Tazid." And Tazid replied, "Understood, Russ. I'll take the left side." A purple energy entity in the shape of a beast roared a Filkrat Rinkara incantation. When the beam of purple energy swept across, Russ commented that the range of his attack was terrifyingly precise. From behind, Xylan commented that they fought very well together, while Leppenhart nonchalantly examined an artifact and asked Cirrus to keep it in the infinite bag. The monster roared furiously as danger warnings appeared, and Leppenhart shouted, "Russ, Tazid, it's almost time. Phase 2 begins, get ready." A magic chain broke, signaling that the current defense system could no longer hold and the battle was entering Phase 2. Dakar exclaimed in amazement, "Incredible. Just as predicted. My big brother's information never fails." Dakar thought this information was so accurate that not even a famous dungeon exploration expert could compare, and heard that Leppenhart got it from his master. Leppenhart wondered about his true identity, then smiled, concentrated magic energy in his hand, and declared, "Very well, it's time to cut the mana flow." Leppenhart released a massive stream of purple energy, proclaimed himself a mana master, and activated the Life Force Destroyer skill to break the enemy's vital vein. The powerful wave of purple energy hit a shadow version of the monster. Leppenhart informed his companions, "I have cut off the recovery energy flowing from the artifact's power. Russ, Tazid, finish it." Hearing the order, Russ and Tazid charged at the weakened monster from 2 directions. The monster screamed desperately, "I can't die. I won't die. There's no way I'll die like this." Witnessing the explosion that enveloped the monster, Leppenhart said coldly, "Die once and for all." Leppenhart stood over the monster's corpse and mocked, "You tormented weaker creatures in another dimension, and now you complain of injustice?" Cirrus approached holding a wooden staff and asked, "Lord Leppenhart, is this it?" Leppenhart turned to look at her with a confident smile. Cirrus hugged the staff with eyes full of admiration and said, "So this is the scepter of the blue sky, our new world tree, Gerunting." Cirrus smiled and asked Leppenhart, "Will we return right after finding Gerunting?" Standing among the pile of treasures, Leppenhart looked at the map and replied, "No, there's one more place to go," and explained it was the map his master had thrown to him when coming down the mountain. Cirrus asked curiously if it was the place where the gem's treasure was kept, while Leppenhart remembered the words of his master Gerard, who said he prepared a small gift in the Settlard mountain range. Leppenhart recalled his master's instructions to stop by there if they were nearby, and then told Cirrus that he hadn't been told what was there either. The group headed to Mount Pat in the Mado's Range, a mountain that wasn't too dangerous, located southwest of the village of Santerra. They arrived at a vast, desolate area of ruins that still radiated an imposing majesty under the sunlight. Cirrus looked around and commented, "What is this place? It feels like a great training ground for knights." The group composed of Leppenhart, Cirrus, Russ, Tazid, and Xylan entered the ruins. Russ felt a strange current of energy even though it wasn't a dungeon, but Leppenhart ignored it and urged everyone to look for the gift. The whole group stopped before a dark entrance with expressions of caution, ready for whatever might come. Tazid and Russ seemed tense, sensing that something was wrong further ahead. Cirrus also had a serious expression, sensing the abnormality of the place. Xylan also looked worried, staring into the darkness with an expression full of doubt. Leppenhart gave a half-smile, wondering why everyone was so tense if this was just the place where his master hid things for his disciples. Suddenly, the ground under Leppenhart's feet cracked, and he grit his teeth in anger upon realizing he had fallen into a trap. The entire floor collapsed, and a group of 5 people fell directly down a deep abyss. They all screamed in panic as they fell freely into the darkness, heading toward a faint square of light in the distance. Russ reacted quickly, concentrating energy and enveloping his body in a layer of blue aura to prepare for the landing. Tazid also remained calm, using his greatsword as a means to control the direction of the fall and reduce speed. Tazid landed skillfully on his sword, preparing for the imminent impact. Leppenhart shouted to Xylan, "Xylan, don't use divine magic. It's causing a conflict." While Xylan shouted back, "Then why did you use magic suddenly, Lord Leppenhart?" Would you like me to translate their struggle as they land in this hidden training ground and face its first trial? Amidst the chaos in the air, Tazid shouted that aura, divine power, and mana were colliding while Leppenhart argued with Xylan that he was a mage, and Russ yelled at them to shut up. The group landed safely, with Leppenhart holding everyone up with his sword while Tazid carried Xylan. Tazid looked up and told Leppenhart that the hole they had fallen through had disappeared, making Leppenhart wonder if space had been distorted. Cirrus called out to Leppenhart and pointed in another direction. Inside the vast stone hall, Leppenhart and Cirrus looked together at a gigantic stone wall engraved with ancient characters. The inscription on the wall was translated, being a message from the master to his beloved disciple, congratulating him on coming down the mountain and leaving him a gift in this place. Leppenhart wondered where the gift was since the place looked like an empty warehouse, while the whole group observed the wall. Leppenhart, Xylan, and Cirrus moved toward a hallway with light at the end. Leppenhart looked at the inscription with perplexity, not understanding the meaning of his master, being sure he would find joy in this gift. The group emerged into a vast sand arena surrounded by high stone walls. Russ looked around cautiously and asked where the danger was. Russ's eyes widened in amazement as he felt something approaching. A gigantic, blurry shadow zipped past at a terrifying speed. Xylan pointed forward in panic and shouted, "What are those things?" Commented that these shadows seemed strangely familiar, and Leppenhart nodded, asking suspiciously, "Are these shadows the gift?" An army of muscular golden energy ghosts materialized, proclaiming themselves as the predecessors of the unbreakable gem and screaming for vengeance against the successor of the Fist King. Leppenhart grit his teeth in anger, silently cursing his master for being a madman to leave such a horrible gift. The golden energy ghost warriors lunged forward, preparing for an all-out attack. Leppenhart faced the enemies with a resolute gaze. Russ unleashed his blue aura, preparing to throw himself into the battle. One of the muscular ghosts tensed his body, creating a layer of energy defense, and shouted, "Spiral Shield." Leppenhart shouted in horror, "What the hell is that?" The ghost warrior unleashed a burst of destructive energy with the Ki Blast attack. Russ was thrown back by the explosion, and the ground around him shattered. Cirrus concentrated energy in her sword, her eyes shining with determination. The elf shouted, brandishing her sword and creating countless turquoise energy slashes that attacked the enemies. Zagos screamed the unbreakable gem, while being struck by Cirrus's slashes. Dakar asked Leppenhart in panic how many disciples his master had killed, and Leppenhart replied tensely that he had heard the number was in double digits. Cirrus, while fighting fiercely against two ghosts, realized that meant more than 100 people had been beaten to death. Lepenhard admitted that possibility was real, making Cirrus turn pale as she understood they were facing more than 100 ghosts filled with resentment. Dakar looked at Tazid and the ghosts, desperately asking Lepenhard if, for the peace of humanity, he should put an end to his martial arts lineage. Lepenhard roared, his fists erupting with a bright golden aura. "I'm seriously considering it." A dazzling explosion of golden energy enveloped the entire arena. A multitude of ghosts shouted in unison's spiral shield, creating rings of defensive energy to counter the attack. Lepenhard stood with his clothes in tatters, asking in anger why that technique was so absurdly powerful, and the pink-haired elf girl replied that the resentment of those his reliable master had beaten to death was very deep. Xylan closed her eyes, shouted loudly, and unleashed a brilliant torrent of pink holy light. "O Philinans, let your divine light purify the impure." Enveloped by the holy light, the ghosts vanished in pain, their final words echoing, "Our resentment still lingers." "Unbreakable Jim, I curse you." The arena returned to calm. Only the bright glints of residual energy slowly fading remained. The pink-haired girl, exhausted, leaned on Tazid and thanked him while Tazid praised how incredible Xylan was. Lepenhard felt a bitter aftertaste after the battle, while Tazid wondered why healing magic caused so much pain. Tazid suddenly became alert, saying something was approaching and that this time it wasn't vengeful spirits, but a physical entity. Lepenhard thought to himself in panic, wondering if his master had also created muscular zombies. Two figures, Lestine and Christine, approached an iron door, one of them complaining that it was a dungeon full of ghosts with no relics. From behind Lestine and Christine, Lepenhard's group appeared on the other side of the door, looking tired. Rus opened his eyes in amazement upon recognizing the newcomers. A blond man with a ponytail named Yuda smiled sinisterly and exclaimed, "Russ, you're really here?" Lestine flashed a triumphant smile and declared, "I finally found you, Lepenhard." Christine licked her lips with an obsessive expression, saying in a sweet tone, "Xylan, I've come to save you." The pink-haired girl screamed in fear upon recognizing Christine and asked her why she was with them. Lepenhard narrowed his eyes. "Would you like me to translate the tense confrontation between Lepenhard's group and Lestine's vengeful party?" Quickly analyzing the situation and the new enemies that had appeared. Lepenhard was stunned to see Felina, a girl with light brown hair, standing with the enemy group. Lepenhard remembered that Felina was a childhood friend from his previous life at the Magic Tower and realized her presence foreshadowed something. Lepenhard shouted in amazement as he realized who could be behind all this. Could it be Tezron? Felina stepped aside as a familiar figure stepped out from behind, declaring, "I finally found you, Demon King Lepenhard." Tezcon, with his long black hair and a smug smile, appeared, leaving Lepenhard stunned. Tezcon looked directly at Lepenhard. Con sus ojos morados y ardientes gruñendo el nombre de la Efnhart, la Efna apretó los dientes mirándola. Tezcon with an expression of shock and resentment. Tezcon responded with a sharp look full of determination and defiance. Lepenhard stared straight ahead with a look of resentment. Tezcon responded with a sharp look full of determination. Lepenhard narrowed his eyes, with anger clearly visible on his face. The two faced off in a grand hall. Tezcon asked, "Who are you?" Tezcon straightened up, firmly repeating the question, "Who are you?" Lepenhard complained angrily that his old body, now Tezcon's, had become emaciated, reproaching Tezcon for having taken it without caring for it properly. Tezcon was amazed to see that his old body, now Lepenhard's, had become much taller than before. Lepenhard was surprised by the potential of his old body, but Tezcon dismissed it, shouting that the body was originally garbage and that he had to work very hard to make it that strong. Tezcon continued scolding, criticizing Lepenhard's brain for being slow like a monkey's, and then raised his fist to strike. Cirrus and the red-haired assistant stood behind Lepenhard, wondering in confusion if the other two were old friends. Tezcon regained his serious composure, declaring, "We finally meet again, Demon King Lepenhard," while Felina behind him looked at him with disdain, thinking he was trying to sound cool. Tezcon eloquently declared he would bring justice and put an end to everything, while the red-haired assistant asked Lepenhard if he knew that man, and he replied he was an enemy. Tezcon mocked Lepenhard for coming here in search of the master's gift, stating that this place radiated his sincerity. Lepenhart mocked him in turn, thinking that if this death trap was warm, his master must be a true gym addict, and felt lucky not to be like that. Tezcan shouted that fate had brought him here to face Lepenhart and put an end to all nightmares, which made Lepenhart retort sarcastically that the usurper of another's brain had finally learned to speak. Tezcan put on a serious face, calling out, "Lepenhart." Lepenhart also responded with a tense expression, "Tezron." Tezcan took a step forward, preparing for the confrontation. Lepenhart also struck the ground with his foot, ready to fight. Lepenhart charged forward, telling himself that it was no longer his body and he shouldn't worry about it. Tezcan lunged, roaring that the opponent should fear destroying his own body and declaring he would eradicate the future threat along with the old body. A close-up of Lepenhart's golden eyes and Tezcan's purple eyes, both glowing with determination as they faced off. Lepenhart and Tezcan lunged at each other, Lepenhart's fist and Tezcan's sword about to collide. A large explosion erupted from the impact, witnessed by Xylan and Cirrus who were nearby. Lepenhart launched a powerful attack, shouting the name Lepenhart. Tazid roared furiously, demanding that everyone stay away from the Savior's battle. Eustace Tense appeared in his gleaming golden armor, declaring he would deal with Russ first to wash away his family's dishonor. Russ faced Eustace, asking where the brother was who had once defended the knightly spirit and honor. Eustace dismissed Russ's words as noise and brandished his sword, ordering his sword Eldrin to awaken. Eustace flew through the air, declaring he would show Russ the true swordsmanship of House Tense. The paladin Christine screamed frantically, swearing that this time she would definitely save Xylan from the villain. Cirrus unsheathed her sword, trusting the pink-haired girl and praying to her friend the wind spirit Sylph to protect her blade. Felina lunged with a determined expression, thinking she needed to support her companions right now. Felina ran toward Lepenhart's group, telling herself that orcs were inherently weak in magic, so she would start with that target. Felina leapt through the air, recited an incantation, and summoned a hellish spear of dark magic. Xylan joined her hands and recited an incantation, praying to Philinins to grant her a holy shield to counter the forces of evil. Felina's magic spear collided with an invisible barrier, creating a dazzling explosion of light right in front of Tazid. Felina exclaimed in surprise, realizing her opponent was a high-ranking priestess with incredibly strong divine power. Xylan grit her teeth, confident that although of a different profession, her level was higher, so one woman wouldn't be a problem, and at the same time prayed to Philinins to do something about her. Lepenhart unleashed the chain destructive blast technique, launching countless streams of yellow energy forward. Tezcan dodges Lepenhart's attack and mocks. "Your attack is so simple, Demon King, but my chain destructive strike is not." Lepenhart, would you like me to translate the intense duel between the two soul-swapped rivals and the fate of their former bodies? Lepenhart blocks Tezcan's strike, sarcastically. "You dodge well. I heard the unbreakable Jim never bothers to dodge." Then he feels embarrassed that this body is so fragile. Tezcan roars, "Keep moving. Being in my body is impressive, but do you think dodging will help?" Tezcan begins to conjure, casting 2 magic circles simultaneously for the spell's Chant of Destruction, Lightning Strike and Chant of Doom, Light Rupture. Lepenhart scoffs. "Only double conjuring? At your age, I could already cast 4 spells at once." Then he lunges through the magic attacks. Tezcan is astonished to see Lepenhart pass through with ease, wondering, what is that torque? Why is the spiral shield so slow? Lepenhart and Tezcan fight and argue, blaming each other for damaging their bodies and brains, which confuses the red-haired woman observing. Lepenhart stands in the middle of Tezcan's magic circle, declaring he doesn't need to waste high-intensity aura techniques and will interfere with the power flow using flow interruption magic. Tezcan grits his teeth in amazement, seeing that Lepenhart can use this kind of magic with his brain, while the red-haired woman thinks to herself that the Demon King is truly terrifying. A gigantic stream of blue magic energy is unleashed by Lepenhart, shattering the ground. Lepenhart is also amazed by the power Tezcan can unleash with his body. Tezcan, who has raised a weak body with extraordinary intelligence, slides into the battle. Conversely, Lepenhart, with his indomitable body, struggles with a slow brain. Lepenhart realizes that if the fight drags on, his stupid brain will only cause him more disadvantages. So he decides to win quickly and decisively. Tezcan shows panic as Leppenhart lunges, approaching with a glowing fist. A close-up of Tezcan's face. Sweat runs down his face while Leppenhart is right in front of him. Leppenhart growls, preparing to throw a decisive punch. Just as Leppenhart approaches, Tezcan smiles triumphantly and shouts, "I've got you." Raising his sword, Tezcan swings his sword down, releasing a gigantic stream of energy right in front of a stunned Leppenhart. A massive explosion envelopes the entire area. The ground disintegrates under the power of the attack. Blood splatters in the air after the terrible explosion. Drops of blood fall onto the cracked ground. Leppenhart lands staggering, clutching the large bleeding wound on his chest. He looks up with an expression of pain and wonder, asking, "Is that aura?" Tezcan stands firm in the middle of the energy whirlwind, explaining that since this weak body cannot use the spiral shield, he has improved it to spiral blade to maximize penetration power. Leppenhart asks confusedly because he knows this body has no talent for manifesting aura. Tezcan scoffs, admitting that this body cannot follow the dojo's teachings, then sarcastically, "But that doesn't mean you use magic because my brain has that talent, right?" Tezcan raises his glowing sword and warns, "Don't forget who your opponent is, Demon King." He declares boldly in the rising aura, "I'm a Fist King, Tezcan." Tezcan looks at Leppenhart smugly, asking if there is anything the Demon King can do that he cannot. Leppenhart smiles with disdain, admitting that he hadn't anticipated this and recognizing Tezcan as one who shares the title of strongest on the continent along with the Star Sword, Sirius. Tezcan is irritated to learn that one of the strongest is on Leppenhart's side and never thought Sirius would be defeated and expelled by Judas. He adds that he used to be Russ's only friend, but it seems in this life he has found new companions, then comments that Russ was always very shy. Leppenhart sweats, interrupting the conversation. "Anyway, we're not friends here to keep chatting like this, right?" Tezcan responds with a smile that even Felina looks at them as if they were compatriots. And technically that's not wrong because both come from the same future. His gaze turns cold as he growls. "But we are not friends who can laugh together." Tezcan roars, releasing a more powerful aura. "To defeat you, I have forged my strength through countless training sessions, Demon King Leppenhart. Now is the time to reap the fruits." Leppenhart also erupts with a bright golden aura, shouting, "You've done very well with my body, truly impressive. But do you really think that's enough to defeat me? Magic won't affect me." Tezcan lets go of his sword, extends his hand forward, and admits, "Yes, you're right. Magic alone is not enough." He lunges forward empty-handed, shouting that in a duel of warriors, having more aura doesn't guarantee victory, and that he will prove it right now. A large explosion shakes the ground, throwing dirt and rocks into the air. Eustace tense, in his gleaming golden armor, shouts, activating the power of the Sword Awaken, Eldrang. Judas dodges the strike in the air and comments, "Haven't I seen that move several times already, big brother?" Russ faces Judas with anger, scolding him for being a shameless coward who dares to stab his brother. But Judas retorts, asking if stabbing others is okay. Russ roars, releasing a blue aura from his sword, and declares, "I no longer recognize a knight as dirty as you as my brother." Judas, Cirrus strikes the ground with her foot, invoking the wind spirit and crying, "My friend Sarana, I summon you in the name of our friendship." The Paladin Christine is held back by an invisible force, exclaiming in wonder, "What kind of strange act is this?" Christine stares at Cirrus, growling, "Just a slave and so aggressive? Don't tell me you're aiming for Xylan too." Which makes Cirrus ass-dazed. "What?" Christine covers her cheek, blushing with joy at the thought of Xylan's popularity, while Xylan and Felina behind her look at her with horror. Cirrus raises her hands to the sky, invoking a gigantic fire spirit, and orders, "My companion Ignatius, fight for me." Christine lunges at an astonishing speed, her body radiating a brilliant holy light, and prays, "O Sayer, please bless your servant." Felina narrows her eyes. "Would you like me to translate the clash between the elemental spirits and the holy power of the paladin?" Watching the chaotic battle with an expression full of determination, the red-haired assistant steps in front of Felina, warning, "You won't be able to help with anything, little mage," while Felina thinks to herself that she must take someone down quickly to break the stalemate. Felina purses her lips, her eyes shining with determination as she makes her decision. Felina opens her mouth, her eyes wide with amazement at the scene unfolding. In a comic illusion, Lepenhart and Tezcan fight in a rose garden, making Felina blush, cover her eyes, and wonder what those two are doing. Back to reality, Tezcan has pinned Lepenhart to the ground, explaining that dojos only teach standing techniques and not ground combat, making Lepenhart wonder painfully if this is wrestling. Lepenhart remembers the words of his master Gerard, who said that real men must fight on their feet and that rolling on the ground is a way to lose dignity, and always told him to strike instead of wasting time wrestling. Immobilized by Tezcan from behind, Lepenhart starts thinking in a panic. How could I attack in this position? Lepenhart suddenly remembers another teaching from his master, that he must crush those who cling to him. He roars and activates the spiral shield skill. Tezcan roared confidently while firmly holding Lepenhart. Did you really think I wouldn't anticipate that? An explosion of bright golden aura erupted from Lepenhart's body, but Tezcan kept him firmly held. The clash of auras pushed them both. But Tezcan did not let go of Lepenhart. Lepenhart exclaimed in amazement. Aura? Clash? What is this? I never learned this. Tezcan replied that it wasn't something taught, but rather the result of training. Tezcan mocked that Lepenhart's aura control was no different from a child's and explained that a slow spiral shield could be neutralized by cutting the flow of ki and blood. Lepenhart grit his teeth, enduring the tremendous pressure from Tezcan. Tezcan was also pushing himself to the limit to maintain control. Lepenhart thought desperately to himself, "Damn it, what should I do?" Lepenhart suddenly came up with an idea upon realizing his mistake. Tezcan flipped and pinned Lepenhart against the ground with the intention of delivering a final blow. Tezcan thought that Lepenhart's real mistake was pretending to be a martial artist from the start, while a stream of purple magic gathered in his fist. Tezcan's eyes emitted a purple glow as he prepared to use magic. Tezcan shouted the incantation, "Let everything become slippery, grease," and a stream of purple energy enveloped Lepenhart. Tezcan realized with amazement that it was an incantation that significantly reduced the friction of objects and was not intended for living beings. Lepenhart, whose body like Xylan seemed not to be recognized as human, was unaffected by the incantation. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lepenhart easily slipped from Tezcan's grip. Tezcan fell onto his back on the ground, surprised by how slippery Lepenhart was. Lepenhart shouted in frustration, "Grease," while Tezcan complained that he had only learned that technique for fun. Held firmly by Lepenhart, Tezcan desperately prepared another incantation, barrier-breaking magic. "Leave my hand! Break magic!" Held firmly by Tezcan, Lepenhart shouted furiously, "Damn it! Now that Tezcan knows how to use magic, it's really annoying. Did you forget what the master taught you? You have to roll shamefully on the ground to survive." Tezcan responded with a bitter laugh. "In this era, I'm not even a disciple of the invincible gem. A little shame is a small price to pay for the peace of the continent." Lepenhart retorted, "Talking about peace while holding someone's hand between your legs doesn't convince anyone." And Tezcan hurried to explain that it was an advanced martial arts technique. Seeing the scene, Felina blushed intensely, covered her face with her hands, and thought to herself, "My God, what are those two doing?" The blue-haired elf warrior commented with discomfort. This scene is a bit unseemly, and Cirrus, standing beside her, nodded in embarrassment. Tezcan also blushed with shame, thinking to himself, "I'm going to lose my mind." Lepenhart gathered strength, and an explosion of energy threw Tezcan away from him. Both lunged at each other, incessantly exchanging fierce blows, and Tezcan silently regretted not maintaining distance and using magic from start. For a moment, the image of the battle between the Golden Knight Usus and the blue-armored knight Russ appeared, while Tezcan thought that depending on someone for support right now was very difficult. Lepenhart looked in another direction with concern, wondering about the battle between Tazid and Stefan. In another development, Lord Stefan, with his armor glowing with red energy, was dominating Tazid with a powerful slash. Lord Stefan continued attacking fiercely. His sword struck Tazid's weapon. Tazid struggled to block Lord Stefan's attack, but seemed to be at a disadvantage. Lord Stefan stood firm after knocking Tazid down, making an observer exclaim in amazement that Tazid lost to someone like Stefan. Lord Stefan told Tazid with contempt as he lay on the ground. As expected of an inferior race, you cannot understand the situation, with a bright red aura emanating from his entire body. Lord Stefan looked at Tazid and ordered, "Lower your weapons and kneel." Tazid stood up with difficulty and roared defiantly. The warriors of the Blue Bear clan never surrender. Lord Stefan smiled with disdain at Tazid's senseless tenacity. "Do you think you are a knight?" Lord Stefan brandished his sword, preparing for the final blow, and shouted, "You should have begged for your life instead of lunging without knowing your place." Wild orcs are no different from beasts, while Tazid kept charging. Just as Lord Stefan's sword was about to descend, Dakar lunged unexpectedly to block the blow, and Tazid shouted, "Dakar, my companion!" Lord Stefan roared furiously as Dakar blocked the strike with an explosion of bright red energy. "Are you using that strange dark magic again? Would you like me to translate the counterattack from Dakar and Tazid as they combined their strengths against Lord Stefan?" Dakar's sword was pushed back by Lord Stefan's power, creating a screeching sound. Dakar's armor began to crack under the tremendous pressure. Lord Stefan launched a powerful attack, throwing Dakar far away, and shouted, "Out of my sight, bastard!" Dakar cried out in pain as he was thrown far, his armor shattering, standing amidst the dust and smoke. Lord Stefan looked at the fallen Dakar and said, "Regardless, I recognize that you held me back until this point." Tazid grit his teeth, with a look full of determination upon seeing his defeated companion. "Lord," Stefan mocked, recognizing Tazid's gaze, and commented, "Those eyes full of contempt and disdain. Humans have always looked at orcs that way." In a memory, Tazid was alone in the arena, remembering, "I have fought every day of my life. I was a gladiator." Tazid remembered bathing in the blood of a gigantic ogre monster, using old rusty swords to finish off his enemies. With a blood-stained sword in hand, Tazid remembered having fought both his own kind and condemned criminals, putting his whole soul into the rusty steel. The crowd of spectators with bright red eyes cheered wildly, and Tazid remembered their shouts. "Rejoice! Rejoice for my growth, for my proud soul." Tazid growled in his mind, his eyes burning with a turquoise flame. A true warrior can lose his life, but he will never lose his pride and honor. Dakar, still wearing his hood, was enveloped in a turquoise aura as Tazid proclaimed, "The weapon that carries my soul is my companion, Dakar. My pride is not that of gladiator, but that of a warrior of the Blue Bear clan." A series of images from Tazid's life appeared, from when he was saved and became Crota's son, until he found new masters and a new path. Tazid roared, "I am the descendant of a great warrior," while his axe transformed into a gigantic weapon of turquoise energy. Lord Stefan was stunned and stammered, What is that?" Tazid, with the energy axe in hand, felt the new power and thought, "This is the blessing of the fighting spirits." A truly extraordinary sensation. Lord Stefan shouted in disbelief, "What kind of strange dark magic are you using this time? That can't be aura. In no way could an insignificant orc awaken such immense power. How dare you imitate this power with such arrogance?" Tazid raised his weapon, shouting along with the image of Dakar standing up, "Let's go, Dakar!" Lord Stefan grit his teeth in fury, refusing to accept his opponent's power. Tazid responded with a firm look, his body enveloped in a turquoise aura. Both lunged at each other in an explosion of energy, Stefan's red power clashing against Tazid's turquoise aura. Lord Stefan brandished his sword, creating sparks as he blocked the attack. Tazid also parried the blow with force, flashes of light bursting from his weapon. Lord Stefan roared with rage, "How dare a simple orc like you?" During the combat, Stefan still couldn't believe what he was seeing, thinking that it couldn't be a true aura. Tazid roared, pushing his opponent back. "You've seen it with your own eyes, and you still won't admit it? You disgrace warriors." Tazid's weapon, glowing with energy, dealt a powerful blow to Lord Stefan's chest. The force of the impact broke a part of Lord Stefan's armor. Lord Stefan opened his eyes in horror at Tazid's unimaginable power. Both shouted while putting all their strength into the final confrontation. Tazid tensed his muscles, concentrated energy in his fist, and declared, "It's over." Tazid's weapon seemed to merge with his fist, forming a dazzling sphere of turquoise energy. Tazid's eyes glowed with pure power, ready to unleash the final blow. Tazid delivered a devastating punch, releasing a gigantic blast of energy toward Lord Stefan. Upon being hit, Lord Stefan spat blood, his body unable to resist. Lord Stefan fell to his knees, his armor destroyed, and the red light surrounding him fading. Tazid stood tall on the battlefield, looking at the defeated man at his feet. From afar, Russ smiled with satisfaction and thought, Tazid, although he always complains, has finally awakened. Eustace Tense, in his golden armor, was amazed and wondered. How can an orc use an aura? Russ smiled confidently, his sword radiating a blue aura, and replied, It's because he has enough skill to do it. Isn't that a simple truth? Eustace Tense roared absurd, and lunged to attack, his armor bursting with dark energy. Rus raised his sword to block Eustace Tense's fierce attack, creating a massive energy collision. A dazzling explosion erupted from the clash between the two. Both continued fighting fiercely, swords and auras clashing constantly. Russ thought, realizing he couldn't deal a fatal blow because his opponent's armor was too resistant. Although he had cut it many times, there wasn't a single crack. Russ's eyes shone as he had an idea, thinking, that's it. Exactly that. Eustace Tense lunged again with a powerful sword strike, shouting die. Russ leaned back, dodging the attack by a hair. Russ raised his sword, the blade radiating a bright blue aura. Would you like me to translate the conclusion of the duel between Russ and Eustace as Russ attempts to bypass that impenetrable golden armor? He launched a series of blue energy slashes toward Eustace Tense. Blue swordsmanship illusions simultaneously attacked Eustace Tense from multiple directions. Eustace Tense thought complacently that his armor would not break, while Russ smiled with disdain in his thoughts. Of course it won't break, but I can still pierce it. The blue energy concentrated on attacking Eustace Tense's helmet and breastplate. Russ withdrew his sword and raised his hand, concentrating the aura into the tips of his fingers. A point of dazzling light formed at the tip of Russ's index finger. The concentrated energy erupted in a brilliant beam of light. A powerful blast of blue aura was fired from his finger. Russ unleashed his full power, creating a storm of blue energy that swept toward Eustace Tense. Eustace Tense screamed in pain as he was engulfed by Russ's blue aura blast. Russ smiled with satisfaction, thinking that indeed there was always something to learn from the style technique. Felina screamed the name of the knight Eudes in horror. Eudes already lay motionless on the ground. His armor was shattered following Russ's attack. Tazid stood firm on the battlefield with Lord Stefan fallen at his feet. In another battle, Cirrus and the Holy Knight Christine fought fiercely. Felina screamed in panic again, this time calling for Tezcan. Tezcan frowned as he observed the situation, realizing that both Eudes and the Knight Stefan had been defeated. Russ lunged, approaching Tezcan with astonishing speed. Lepenhart and Russ attacked Tezcan simultaneously, creating a skirmish. Tazid approached Lepenhart and asked how he was. Lepenhart replied he was fine and would recover soon thanks to Xylan's help. Tezcan grit his teeth, thinking he had underestimated his opponents and hadn't foreseen the variables when the Demon King entered the battle. Lepenhart radiated a burning aura, shouting at Tezcan to surrender and declaring that he would not allow his dreams to be destroyed again. Tezcan declared he would withdraw today, but warned that next time it wouldn't end like this. Lepenhart looked at him with contempt and asked, "How stupid. Do you think I'll let you go that easily?" Tezcan replied defiantly, "Do you have any other choice?" Tezcan roared, beginning to recite an incantation. Summoning of the indestructible. I invoke the name of the curse. A blast of bright golden energy erupted from the ground. Ghostly fire warriors appeared, declaring they would resolve their grudge. The multitude of vengeful spirits advanced, questioning Tezcan about their reward after having trusted and followed him, making Lepenhart exclaim, "Are these things back again?" Tezcan looked back with resentment, threatening, "Just wait, next time I will definitely cut off your head." Lepenhart frowned, annoyed, wondering why the vengeful souls didn't attack Tezcan's side, whether it was because he was the rightful heir or because of Xylan's divine power. The group of Tezcan was retreating through a stone corridor. Felina said sadly, "I'm sorry, Tezron. I wasn't much help." Tezcan thought to himself that Felina, who was once the Demon King's friend, was now on his side, while Sirius had joined the Demon King's side, making negotiation impossible. While carrying the unconscious Yutas and retreating with his companions, Tezcan suddenly stopped and ordered, "Wait." The group discovered an ancient stone stele at the end of the corridor, and Tezcan realized it was a stele recording the vision of the path to overcome the 5th level of the Horn of Calamity. Tezcan deduced he had been wrong to think the Demon King had passed through this place, but in reality, he was still only at the 4th level. Realizing there was no reason to fear, Tezcan drew his sword with confidence, declaring that neither of them was a perfect mage or warrior. Tezcan brandished his sword, launching a powerful slash that shattered the stone stele into pieces. He looked back with a triumphant smile, thinking that although he lost the duel, he had blocked his opponent's path to the 5th level, and that was the final victory. The stone stele was destroyed, with fragments engraved with ancient script scattered across the floor. The scene showed the empty great hall with dust and debris falling from the ceiling. Returning to Leppenheart, the vengeful spirits of the warriors screamed in golden flames, declaring they would resolve their grudge. Xylan stepped out, with her hands raised to the sky, and prayed to Philinins to grant love to the unfortunate souls. A brilliant stream of pink energy emanated from Xylan, enveloping the lunging, vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits screamed in pain as they were purified by the energy stream, vanishing along with their unresolved grudge. Xylan fell to the ground panting, lamenting that this was the first time she had completely exhausted her divine power. Leppenheart approached the exhausted Xylan, explaining that those vengeful spirits were powerful because they were simple individuals who had been brutally beaten, and the simpler the grudge, the stronger it tends to be. Leppenheart noticed the spatial distortion disappearing and marveled silently that those vengeful spirits could create it through their hate alone. Leppenheart turned to ask the group if everyone was okay and urged them to give chase quickly, making Russ ask curiously, "Big brother, who exactly is Tezron?" Leppenheart explained to Russ that Tezron was like an old friend from his homeland, but due to their opposing views on non-human races, Tezron considered him an enemy. "Would you like me to translate the group's reaction when they find the shattered stele and Leppenheart's plan to overcome the lost knowledge?" While running through the stone corridor, Leppenheart added that Tezron believed liberating other races would cause great harm to humanity, which explained his exaggerated reactions. Tazit informed Leppenheart that the tracks seemed to split in 2 directions, one toward the stone crypt and then back up the stairs. The group stood in front of the crypt, looking at the fragments of stone stele, and Russ wondered if it was some kind of tombstone. Leppenheart looked at the fragments and wondered if Tezron had gone mad and destroyed it, admitting that he was naturally very temperamental. Cirrus said sadly that their tracks had disappeared, and in the end, the group had come here in vain. Leppenheart objected, reminding them that they had gained a new aura user, and Tazit confirmed with pride that he had received the blessing of the fighting spirits. Leppenheart thought to himself that he didn't expect Tazit to awaken his aura so soon, because in his previous life it took 10 more years to achieve it while fighting the kingdom of Helheim. Leppenheart concluded that they had found Gerunting, and had also received an unexpected reward, considering the trip had ended favorably, and urged everyone to go home to rest. The scene shifted to a rolling mountainous region covered by a dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the lush green foliage. Inside the dense forest, a trail appeared under the dappled sunlight. A group of young trolls fled in panic, one exhausted and unable to run while another shouted, urging them not to give up because the humans were approaching. An adult troll thought with concern that the young trolls didn't have the regeneration capacity of adults and could die of exhaustion or blood loss, fearing the prospect of being captured by humans for potion ingredients. A group of mercenaries followed the trail. A soldier informed Captain Rundon that they had run in that direction, and the captain ordered to close the circle. Captain Rundon laughed greedily, thinking that troll blood was an excellent ingredient for healing potions, and each vial could be sold for 10 silver coins, calling them walking gold mines. An adult troll hid behind a tree, tightly hugging 2 young trolls to protect them. The adult troll regretted not listening to the warning of Guru Maturo and having gone to the waterfall, thinking it was a safe place, but in the end, they were discovered. The adult troll told the 2 small trolls to hide there like a plover revealing itself to protect its eggs. The adult troll offered himself as a decoy once the group of mercenaries had discovered their position. The adult troll performed a magic ritual, murmuring about rising clouds, the wind, and the night of the poppies. A pink magic mist enveloped the forest, emanating from the troll's position. "Captain," Rundan shouted to reassure his companions, stating that this was just troll magic, and ordered them not to panic. A mercenary showed an expression of horror as he realized something was lunging. The adult troll lunged suddenly, swinging his fist to attack a mercenary. The mercenary screamed in pain as he was struck by the troll's attack. Blood splattered. Captain Rundan cursed in anger for having been startled and ordered the archers to take down the troll. The troll received countless arrows in his chest and shoulders, but stood firm with a fierce expression. A mercenary shouted in amazement as he saw that the troll's wounds were healing automatically. With bright red eyes, Captain Rundan ordered the troll to be bound with a net and then burned with fire to stop his regeneration ability. The troll tensed his muscles, facing the group of mercenaries surrounding him. Captain Rundan shouted in terror as he saw the troll's body beginning to swell. The narration explained that trolls were the most docile species among intelligent creatures. But when cornered, they became the fiercest. The troll roared with a thunder that shook the earth. The scene shifted to the outskirts of a small village called Farum. Inside a house, a man reassured the woman, saying the hunters were luring the troll, and told her to wait a bit longer. A villager asked the mage, who was beside him with concern, if the magic circle could contain a troll. The mage replied confidently while outside. A gigantic magic circle glowed intensely on the ground, ready for the trap. An old woman named Tay ran out leaning on a staff, shouting to warn everyone not to provoke the troll because they were making a huge mistake. When a young girl asked again, the old woman Tessa claimed that trolls were not monsters but the protectors of the forest. A villager apologized to Mage Russo, explaining that the old woman was just superstitious, and the mage reassured him, telling him to look after her. When Mage Russo went out, another villager asked if the preparations were ready. Mate Russo replied confidently that everything would be fine because he had set up 3 layers of barriers, which made the villager wonder why they had placed traps right in the village. He explained that since they didn't know where the troll would appear, placing traps in the village was to prevent a surprise attack. Mage Russo looked toward the mountain, thinking to himself about the high cost and the 3 days of effort to draw the magic circle, hoping everything wouldn't fall apart suddenly. Mage Russo started in horror as he sensed something. From the dense forest, a flock of startled birds flew scattered into the sky. The villagers also felt the danger and screamed in terror. "It's coming." A large explosion of fiery red erupted from the forest, blowing trees away. The destructive power of the explosion threw a group of nearby mercenaries into the air. A panicked villager urged Mage Russo to cast a spell quickly while he concentrated his magic energy. "Would you like me to translate the ensuing chaos as the enraged troll enters the village and disrupts Russo's traps?" The adult troll roared at the fireball as a blast of fire magic rushed directly toward him. The fireballs exploded on the troll's chest, but did not seem to cause significant damage. The burns on the troll's body recovered quickly, showing his regeneration ability. Mage Russo launched a series of fireballs, creating countless small explosions all over the troll's body. While the troll stood firm in the middle of the sea of fire, Mage Russo began to recite another spell while a villager shouted, pointing out that the magic circle was activating. From the magic circle on the ground, chains of luminous energy rose, forming a cage that tightly bound the troll. The troll roared furiously, struggling to free himself from the magic chains that tightened around his body. 2 villagers standing on a scaffold operated a giant ballista and shouted, "Let's go, monster!" The giant arrow shot out and slammed directly into the chest of the bound troll, creating a strong impact force. Mage Russo shouted that this was the end, then cast a green poison magic. The poison spread quickly in the air. The adult troll was covered by the cloud of poisonous smoke and cried out in pain as the mage exclaimed, "Poison cloud." With bloodshot eyes, the troll writhed in a cloud of poisonous smoke. Finally, the troll collapsed onto the magic circle, making the mercenaries and villagers cheer in victory. The troll now lay unconscious on the ground with his eyes tightly closed. He lay motionless without strength. The villagers together used thick ropes to firmly tie the subdued troll to a large cart. The crowd of Farum villagers gathered, sighing in relief and thanking the mercenary group for saving the village. Old woman Tessa, leaning on her staff, pushed through the crowd, warning furiously that they were making a grave mistake because the trolls were the protectors of the forest. With an expression of horror, old woman Tessa shouted that the forest was enraged and that provoking a troll would cause the forest's wrath to fall upon them. The old woman reiterated the warning about the forest's wrath, her eyes wide with fear. Captain, Rundon looked at the old woman with disdain and uttered contemptuous words. Truly a senile old woman. The scene shifted to the Gitaran Mountains south of the Kingdom of Haline on a bright moonlit night at the Gidden Pass. A dense forest was submerged in the night mist. The group of mercenaries escorted the cart carrying the troll through the forest, chatting about the bargain of 1,000 gold coins and ordering everyone to hurry to the next camp. A mercenary named Dren suddenly stopped, saying he had just heard a strange sound, which made his blue ponytail companion ask him about it. Both mercenaries turned to stare into the darkness of the forest from where the strange sounds came. The night in the forest was eerily silent. Among the towering trees, the mysterious sound continued to echo, signaling an unknown presence. The group of mercenaries stopped startled in the night forest upon hearing a strange sound. Captain, Rundon asked with concern what that sound was, while Dren recognized it as a drum sound. Dren listened tensely while a mysterious trail of light zoomed past overhead. A piercing scream echoed from the front, making the mercenaries ask in terror what had happened. The whole group gasped in fear after witnessing the horrific scene. The remaining mercenaries stood paralyzed, their faces pale with horror at the invisible threat. A member of the group fell to the ground. His companion shouted his name in desperation. Andon. The other soldiers remained stunned, wondering what was really happening. Dren stood firm, raising his crossbow with a determined but tense expression. He maintained his defensive posture, his watchful eyes scanning the somber forest. Suddenly, splatters of black blood flew through the air around Dren. The blood continued, spouting from the invisible attacks, dyeing the whole night red. The surviving mercenaries screamed in horror. A demon has appeared. A demon. Captain, Rundon roared, trying to calm everyone's spirits. Everyone calm down. Clearly, this is a monster attack. Immediately after, an invisible force tore through Captain Rundon's body in a spray of black blood. Surviving the attack, Rundon ordered, alert on all sides, and gather around the cart. Damn it, we've lost 4 men in an instant. Captain Rundon shouted, demanding that Mage Russo use his detection magic. Mage Russo struggled to cast the living being detection spell, and a gigantic turquoise magic circle appeared under his feet. The magic circle spread throughout the forest, emitting specks of energy light. Suddenly, Mage Russo coughed up blood, making Captain Rundon ask in surprise, "What's wrong with you, Russo?" The mage. Russo shouted in panic that his magic had been broken, which shocked Captain Rundon. Would you like me to translate the reveal of this invisible demon and how Leppenhart's group gets involved in this forest conflict? Mage Russo remembered with horror old woman Tessa's warning that the forest was furious and its wrath would fall upon them if they provoked the troll. Captain, Rundon shook Mage Russo, urging him to focus and quickly locate the enemy. A mysterious voice echoed in the forest, saying that his people did no harm to anyone while the mercenaries looked around cautiously. The voice continued, rebuking their greed for harming his people, which made Captain Rundon and Mage Russo break out in a cold sweat. Captain Rundon unsheathed his sword, loudly challenging the enemy who dared to harm those protected by the saint. Tentacles of darkness suddenly emerged from the ground, violently attacking the mercenary ranks. Captain Rundon showed extreme horror at the surprise attack. A mercenary screamed in terror as he recognized the enemy. It was Ivory Fong, which left Captain Rundon stunned. Captain Rundon's eyes contracted with fear upon hearing that name. A giant green troll with snow-white fangs appeared, murmuring an ancient incantation. Captain Rundon remembered, trembling, the legend of Ivory Fong, the demon who had annihilated more than 20 branches of the Alchemy Society and even famous monster hunting teams. Captain Rundon's face turned pale, sweating profusely as he realized the legend was true, and Ivory Fong smiled horribly. His eyes glowed with a menacing green light. Captain Rundon was left completely speechless by the overwhelming presence of the monster. In the cart, the adult, captured troll remained unconscious and bound. Despite the danger, Captain Rundon murmured about his gold with his gaze fixed on the sky, and Ivory Fong suddenly approached from behind, grabbed Captain Rundon's head and mocked. Your greed has overcome your fear. What a human. A piercing scream echoed through the night forest. A whirlwind of dark energy swirled violently among the trees, leaving a deathly silence. 1 week after the encounter with Tezcan, Lepenhart's group used the diamond teleportation portal to return quickly to the Antares domain. Subsequently, many events occurred in the Antares domain under the new emblem of the land, the Blue Bear Orc tribe. Established a camp in the Gloatin Mountains. Despite the risk of conflict with other mountain tribes, the domain's banner would protect them. The Geronin tree was successfully planted in the Elven Forest, and the Danheim Elven tribe remained to care for the New World tree. The warriors of the Elder Forge no longer had to hunt monsters for food thanks to the Tauban Corporation. Instead, they stayed to build a village in nearby mines. 20 days after their return, in the White Palace of the Antares domain, everything seemed to be going well. Lepenhart looked out the window and thought that although everything was fine, there was still a major unresolved problem. With a pensive expression, Lepenhart wondered how he should treat the humans. Standing next to Russ and Tazid, Lepenhart looked at an army gathering below, and they shouted, "It is an honor to meet the Fist King, Lord Lepenhart." A soldier named Godwin shouted, declaring he had come to swear loyalty to the Fist King and boasting of his reputation in the north of the Vasili Kingdom. Godwin brandished his spear, claiming that no one could oppose him and promising not to disappoint Lepenhart. Another warrior grit his teeth, boasting of having killed a wolf with his bare hands. A young recruit shouted for silence while Lepenhart observed, noting both experienced mercenaries and novice thugs. Lepenhart thought that before, no one followed him out of fear of the Demon King, but now everyone flocked to him, and then he thanked the gathered warriors. Standing before the crowd, Lepenhart announced there would be great rewards for those who demonstrated worthy skills, which provoked enthusiastic cheers. Lepenhart, Tazid, and Russ looked at each other with malicious smiles. Lepenhart thought to himself that he would beat them until they were bruised to select the useful ones. A warrior named Petra of the Bloody Wind stepped forward, saying it was an honor to face Lord Sirius. Russ commented to Lepenhart that today there were many people, about 100 soldiers and 20 knights, not counting other races. As the battle unfolded, Lepenhart thought that although humans should be accepted, those with strong prejudices against other races would be problematic. A blonde knight looked at Tazid with disdain and asked, "A simple orc is going to judge my skills?" Other recruits whispered that the arrogant blonde knight was about to be eliminated. One even called him a fool for not knowing that Tazid was an extraordinary orc. Tazid smiled with disdain, unleashed a powerful cyan aura around his body and weapon, and asked, "Oh, really?" The crowd of recruits screamed in terror. Upon realizing it was an internal sword aura, confirming that the rumor of an orc who could use aura was true, the blonde knight trembled with fear, stammering in disbelief that an orc could do such a thing, and Tazid grabbed him by the neck and ordered, "Leave." Watching from a distance, Lepenhart asked Russ about the outcome of the selection and if there was anyone useful. Captain Israel Bonquito approached, commenting that although the recruits had skills, he wasn't sure they had the qualifications to become knights. Lepenhart turned to tease Israel, "But are you still okay with an orc?" Which made the captain feel momentarily embarrassed at being reminded of the old matter. Israel quickly regained his composure, admitting that Tazid had the dignity and skills of a knight, which made Lepenhart secretly wish that everyone would think the same. Israel explained that more than half of the Antares Knight Order were former mercenaries, and he worried that hiring more would make them act without control. Lepenhart declared that a disciplined Knight Order was better and then handed over all future selection to Israel. Lepenhart entered the office, asking the elf-maid Flora if there was much pending work. "Would you like me to translate Lepenhart's next moves as he manages his growing domain and deals with the ominous threat of Ivory Fong?" Lepenhart was left speechless when Flora pointed to 2 huge piles of documents, confirming there was everything he needed to process. Sitting at his desk, Lepenhart lamented the pile of work while Flora coldly handed him a pen and reminded him that times had changed in the last 2 months. Lepenhart read a report and was shocked to learn that 1,000 refugees from the Kingdom of Krobans were arriving due to famine, groaning knowing he would be trapped here. Sirius brought tea and called out to Lepenhart while he thought about not being able to leave the Antares domain to search for the relics of the 4 gods. Sirius asked who had handled the work when he built the empire before, and Leppenhart replied that Macklin had acted as prime minister at that time. Cirrus offered to call Macklin to act as a representative, but Leppenhart explained that things were different now and that humans would oppose it. Cirrus realized they lacked human officials, while Leppenhart wished he could delegate all the work to someone trustworthy so he could travel. Both discussed the criteria for the representative. They had to be good at governing and have martial skills to protect the domain, and Cirrus nominated Israel. Leppenhart thought that Israel was still missing something, then smiled significantly and said, "In fact, I already have someone quite talented in mind." Leppenhart thought to himself about the person he had chosen, someone too extraordinary to waste by killing him. Karsus, now with long black hair, and Tila strolled through a large castle corridor. Two guard knights saw them and began to mutter about the stranger, wondering who he was since he had been in the castle for a long time. One knight said that not even the servants knew, but commented that he radiated a regal aura. The other felt even more perplexed about Karsus's identity upon learning that not even Captain Israel knew anything about him. Tila asked Karsus if he wanted to swing a sword and called him Knight of Knights, Sir Karsus, but he replied that he was only curious to watch a bit and teasingly urged Karsus to try swinging the sword, which made him laugh, and ask if it was okay to carelessly hand a weapon to a prisoner. Karsus remembered his blonde image from the past and thought to himself, Karsus is already dead. Now, I'm just a nobody feeling a strange relief. Tila, curious, asked Karsus what he was thinking. Karsus replied that he wondered if Yubel was a true talent for being king, which surprised Tila. Karsus explained it was because Yubel had been able to see his true self, and Tila wanted to know what that meant. Tila, blushing, replied that Yubel found them beautiful, wise, and intelligent, and Karsus praised her for exhibiting those qualities. With an expression of annoyance, Tila considered the compliment cheesy and asked if all knights talked like that. Karsus smiled with his hands clasped behind his back at her reaction. Slowly he extended a hand forward, his hand approached Tila slowly. Karsus said Tila was indeed wise and intelligent, but as for being beautiful, he wasn't so sure. Tila replied with a pout. How rude, mischievously, suggesting that perhaps he would look better with a thick beard. Karsus gently took Tila's hand and asked, Miss Tila, you say you can hear the sound of truth. Is that not so? Karsus took Tila's hand and said that with her blind ability, she could easily discern the truth in his words. He stared at her and asked, If I told you I have fallen in love with you, would you know if it's true? Tila was stunned, her face flushed from the unexpected confession. Karsus asked if she was confused because he was human, but Tila quickly shouted that it had nothing to do with him being human or dwarf. Karsus continued joking, making Tila feel even more uncomfortable by saying that then there was no problem for him to love her. He laughed out loud and changed the subject, asking if she intended to supervise him, a prisoner. While both walked hand in hand down the hall, Karsus thought pensively that in the end, he wasn't qualified to condemn Yubel either. Leppenhart appeared and, smiling, asked Karsus, Are you still doing well? Karsus replied that thanks to Leppenhart he lived very comfortably and that he was probably the best treated prisoner in this world. Leppenhart said he was glad to hear that and asked if Karsus wanted to give up his prisoner life, which made Karsus assume he was about to be put to work. Leppenhart was glad they shared the same thought and proposed directly. Could you help me, Karsus? He revealed he had heard about Leppenhart's dreams and future from Tila and admitted that at first he had thought Leppenhart was completely crazy. Leppenhart laughed and replied that he was used to hearing such words. Even Cirrus considered him a madman. Karsus explained that after observing an orc and an elf maid working, he realized his vision was limited. Although they weren't human, they were undoubtedly citizens. He looked out the window and said that a civilization that treated its citizens like cattle would not have a good end. Karsus turned to face Leppenhart and declared, If this is the changing of an era, I also want to participate in that current. With a determined expression, Karsus stated that whether as a servant or assistant, he was willing to work and asked Leppenhart to give him orders. Leppenhart thought to himself that Karsus would come to him sooner or later and then said aloud that it was wonderful to hear it. Leppenhart took out a small box exquisitely decorated with gold and rose motifs. He handed the box to Karsus and said, Is this not the seal of the Lord of the Antares territory? Didn't you say you'd do anything? Be my representative. Karsus took the box, asking skeptically what Leppenhart would do if he changed his mind and betrayed him. Leppenhardt explained that the seal could only issue orders to humans within the Antares territory. Leppenhardt confidently asked Karsus what he could possibly do, even if he did change his mind. Karsus remained silent, reflecting on Leppenhardt's question. Karsus smiled and admitted, "Not much." With a cunning expression, Karsus asked Leppenhardt what he would do if he turned against him after transforming the humans there into a powerful force. Leppenhardt smiled smugly and responded with a psychological blow. Then Tila would cry, wouldn't she? Karsus stood petrified, completely surprised by that response. Karsus smiled with resignation after Leppenhardt had him cornered. Karsus accepted the offer and promised to do his best, and Leppenhardt told him he should change his name since he was now the Lord's representative. Leppenhardt joked, suggesting the name SARS, which made Karsus scowl with disgust and asked to be called Karl. Karl proposed taking the position of chancellor instead of representative, and Leppenhardt agreed without issue, considering the work was the same. The scene changed to a magnificent castle, and the narration indicated that Karl had begun handling matters immediately after being appointed chancellor. Karl sat at his desk working diligently with documents, while Leppenhardt thought to himself that his skills far exceeded his expectations. Leppenhardt remembered his past as the Demon King and admitted that despite having the experience of an emperor, his work was still deficient compared to Karl's. The narration explained that the first thing Karl did was evaluate the skills of the elf women and assign them to suitable positions, which increased work efficiency by 30%. Karl also immediately reformed the military system, something Leppenhardt admitted to having misjudged by appointing only a few soldiers to the rank of knight. Karl separated the knights, choosing 2 experienced ones to train the rest, which helped the 100-man army unify and show its true strength. Afterward, Karl went to collect and select each of the wanderers, demonstrating his excellent eye for people. Leppenhardt, shirtless, spoke with Tila, praising Karl and telling her to hold on to him firmly because he was the hope of the territory, which made Tila blush and nod. Sirius recited an incantation in an ancient language, casting a fire arrow. I am the flame that consumes the darkness, the arrow that pierces enemies. Fire arrow. The fire arrow flew with considerable force, creating a small explosion upon impact. Sirius exclaimed with joy at the success, wondering if she had a talent for magic, while Leppenhardt, standing shirtless beside her, thought she would soon plateau and need his guidance upon reaching the 3rd circle. The elf maid Flora entered, informing Leppenhardt that the people he wished to see had been escorted to the office, which made him respond hastily. Sirius asked Tila about her relationship with Karl, and Tila blushed, dreamily responding that he had always been a kind gentleman and that lately he looked very handsome. Tila asked Sirius about Lord Leppenhardt, which startled Sirius as she imagined a man with a scruffy beard. Sirius explained awkwardly that Leppenhardt felt more like her father than a man, which made Tila warn her in a panic not to say that because he would isolate himself in a corner of the room again. Tila admitted that Leppenhardt gave a strange impression of maturity despite being in his early 20s, while Leppenhardt, dressed in a shirt, looked at his fist pensively. Leppenhardt sat before a group of people, and the leader, Jackal, introduced himself as a bounty hunter along with his companions, expressing the honor of meeting the Fist King. Jackal said he had heard Leppenhardt had found them through the Tauban Trade Alliance, and Leppenhardt replied he was delighted to meet them and had a matter to entrust to them. Leppenhardt presented a drawing of Tezron with the description handsome as an identifying feature. Jackal commented that Tezron was an unknown aura user, but the Paladin Christine and the Golden Knight Yudas were very famous, leading Leppenhardt to decide he would start the tracking from them. Leppenhardt placed a large bag of money on the table, saying it was 100 gold coins as a down payment, and there would be a similar bag upon completing the mission. The group of Jackals accepted in unison, and as they left, Leppenhardt thought this preparation for Tezron should be enough. The assistant brought Leppenhardt the monthly information from the Great Trade Alliance, and he thanked him. Leppenhardt sat at his desk, starting to review a thick pile of documents. He praised the news, considering most were useless, like the appearance of an ogre in the Vasily kingdom or the birth of a 2-headed calf in a mountain village. Suddenly, Leppenhardt's gaze stopped on an important piece of news. He read a report about a group of monster hunters ambushed by the legendary creature Ivory Fong in the Jelaine kingdom, resulting in many deaths. Leppenhardt realized with horror that Ivory Fong was the old nickname of Atilka and immediately shouted for everyone to be summoned at once. In the coastal city of Kaltazan south of the Jalain Kingdom, large ships were anchored close together in the port. Night fell, and the port remained bustling with sailing ships arriving and departing. Under the light of the street lamps, the cargo unloading crew remained stationary next to the anchored ships. On the cobblestone street, the citizens of Kaltazan strolled and chatted happily. The scene shifted to a large building, the southern branch of the Alchemist Guild, Tears of Santana. Inside, a candlelit laboratory with an open book on the table, surrounded by instruments and papers with notes. Countless jars containing different types of chemicals were arranged on the high wooden shelves. The room was filled with complex distillation and experimentation equipment, indicating that alchemical work was underway. Far below the building was a dark dungeon from which faint groans came. Iron cages hung from the ceiling, and inside, skeletons could be glimpsed, evoking an atmosphere of death. Huge, heavy iron chains hung from the ceiling, clinking in the silent space. Would you like me to translate the encounter between Leppenhart and the legendary Ivory Fong as he investigates these mysterious alchemist experiments? Many test subjects were muscular men hung by chains with mysterious characters on their backs. 2 hooded alchemists observed the test subjects. One commented, "Number 3 doesn't look good, does he?" The other ordered, "Increase his rations a bit. We must keep them alive for at least 1 more month." An alchemist brought a bucket of liquid food to Atilka and said, "Here is your food." The alchemist remarked with contempt that trolls were wonderful because they didn't suffer from stomach aches, so they could be used to dispose of food scraps. The two discussed that they needed to sell 500 more bottles by the end of the month and considered that it was time to capture another person. One of the alchemists approached a lever mounted on the wall and pulled it down. The heavy iron chains began to move, dragging with a deafening metallic screech. The stone floor beneath Atilka's feet began to open, revealing a dark hole below. The trapdoor opened completely, preparing to drop Atilka to a lower level of the basement. Atilka was standing on a trapdoor opening beneath his feet, revealing a dark hole. A close-up of Atilka's feet with the trapdoor already fully open. A loud crash resonated. When the chains holding Atilka broke, Atilka fell directly into the hole below. His body began to disintegrate as he fell. 2 arms reached out from the hole, as if to catch him. Atilka's body transformed completely into a dark red liquid, splashing as it hit the bottom. That red liquid flowed through a complex system of pipes into the glass jars in the laboratory. A voice resonated, commenting, "Everything went well." In the laboratory, one hooded alchemist asked the other to report on the situation. A general view of a large mansion, probably the headquarters of the alchemists. Inside was a torture room with iron cages, chains, and other instruments. 2 hooded alchemists walked down the corridor. One sighed, "If only we could breed these things, life would be much easier." Inside a cell, a pair of male and female trolls were held captive. The other explained that for some reason the female kept miscarrying. Looking through the iron bars, one alchemist said that they clearly reproduced in the wild, so there must be a way, and then asked the other about the rumors. The other confirmed they were talking about Rundon's group, and said that although the branch manager was very happy to receive a live troll, the real problem was Ivory Fong. A silhouette of the troll, Ivory Fong, sat on the roof of a tall building, looking at the snow-covered city and thinking, "Ivory Fong? Don't tell me he appears here too." Standing at the top of the tower, the figure of the troll, Ivory Fong, radiated a terrifying aura under the night sky, while the dialogue explained that every time he appeared, the surrounding branches suffered losses. The 2 alchemists continued their conversation. One said that the branch manager was also very worried, so this time he had invited a special guest. The other doubted if anyone in the city of Kaltazan would be strong enough to face Ivory Fong and receive the answer that they had recruited an aura user. A lavish banquet table was laid out with a variety of dishes, from roast chicken and lobster to grilled meat. Branch manager Dippole raised his wine glass and said, "Ho, ho, ho, it is a true honor for my family to meet such distinguished people." The muscular caper Bonzahin responded with familiarity, "Family honor? You are flattering this humble swordsman too much, branch manager Dippole." Mage Marwin smiled, cut a piece of steak with his knife and fork, and said that branch manager Dippole had a very keen eye for people. Priest Bly reassured, "Do not worry too much, branch manager. The god Air will bless us." Branch manager Diphole smiled with satisfaction after hearing the words of his guests. At a city gate at night, 2 guards were on duty guarding the bridge leading to the city. One guard yawned loudly while performing his night shift. The young guard asked his older colleague Smith if he had ever dreamed of being a sailor, and said that perhaps one day he would set sail. The guard Smith replied that he too had that dream as a young man, but abandoned it after hearing the sailor stories, because life at sea was actually hell. The young guard said confidently that he would surely survive, but Smith dismissed him, stating that those who said that usually died first and that the Coast Guard job, though slow, was safe. While the young guard was still confused, Smith said he would understand when he grew up, and suddenly noticed the fog approaching. A dense fog quickly covered the entire city. Even though the weather forecast for today did not indicate fog, the 2 guards looked intently at the dense fog and wondered what was happening. The Guard Smith listened tensely to a strange sound echoing from the fog and exclaimed, "Drums." A strange song resonated in the middle of the fog. Twilight lake submerged in darkness. A black flood gushes from the cloud waterfalls. Glowing red eyes lit up in the darkness of the fog as the song continued. A night of poppies carried by soft clouds. The 2 guards raised their heads with expressions of horror at the supernatural phenomenon. The young guard fell onto his back on the ground, unconscious. A dark figure with glowing red eyes emerged from the fog, stood over the guard, and said, "I do no harm to the innocent. I only ask you to close your eyes for a moment." Ivory Fong stood on the roof amidst the fog, soliloquizing that laments floated in the gloomy sky. The fog spread among the barrels, and he proclaimed himself, "I am the fog. Would you like me to translate the confrontation between the Aura user guests and Ivory Fong as the city of Kaltazan is consumed by the mist?" Ivory Fong's hand touched a fabric, and he continued, "The darkness creeps in. Hidden in a whirlwind of mist with glowing red eyes, he concluded, I come like the wind and vanish without a trace." The scene shifted to a quiet street at night with the dim light of street lamps. The mist quickly covered the street and the lights. From the window of a building, Tez Khan, in his original red-haired body, looked out and said he was fed up after 3 days in Kaltazan. Tez Khan smiled with a grin of excitement, thinking to himself, "Finally, it has begun." The mist continued to spread, covering a large mansion. A panoramic view of a luxurious mansion submerged in the ethereal mist. A terrified guard spat out a black liquid upon being attacked by surprise. Ivory Fong landed in the inner courtyard with tentacles of darkness emanating from beneath his cloak. He calmly entered the mansion. A squad of guards burst in, and the commander shouted, "He's here! Ivory Fong, catch that monster! Whoever gets his head will receive 1,000 gold coins." Inside a luxurious dining room, Caper Bonzahin was dining when the noise disturbed him, and he asked, "What is all this fuss? Has a thief broken in?" Branch manager Dipple stood up and sincerely apologized to the distinguished guests for the incident that occurred. Dipple explained that one of the trolls they were raising had escaped and was causing havoc, but thought to himself that he must hide the truth and blame Ivory Fong. Dipple assured them that his warriors would resolve it soon, although the damage might not be minor, and the Mage Marin immediately offered his help. Dipple, with an air of remorse, said that if an Aura user like the Knight Caper intervened, the troll would be subdued immediately, but that he did not dare ask such a favor of such a distinguished guest. Caper Bonzin smiled, baring his teeth with bright eyes, saying that they should at least do something to deserve this hospitality. The Mage Maruin smiled with a grimace, showing great interest in the offer. The priest Bly also nodded, his eyes shining with hidden meaning behind his glasses. In a vast corridor, a freezing mist suddenly swirled with ferocity. Ivory Fong lunged like a ghost, his glowing red eyes flashing in the dark. The mansion guards screamed in terror, "Damn it! Curse this monster!" The guards stabbed at Ivory Fong with their spears in unison, trying to pin him down. But Ivory Fong threw them all aside with ease, sending spears and soldiers flying everywhere. A guard was struck by an invisible attack, spitting out a black liquid. He fell instantly with blood gushing from his mouth. Another soldier, trembling, pointed and shouted, "Evil! It's a demon!" Ivory Fong stood tall, his cold voice echoing, "How interesting! You dare speak of cruelty? You, who are paid with gold squeezed from the blood of trolls." He held up a small drum and declared that they too must prepare to pay the price for those blood-stained coins. The horrified guards realized that their bodies no longer obeyed their control. Weapons clattered loudly to the ground as they lost control, screaming in desperation at the strange magic. Fresh blood splattered onto the marble columns of the corridor. Ivory Fong simply snapped his fingers. A guard screamed in unbearable pain as his body exploded. Ivory Fong continued performing strange hand gestures, controlling an invisible power. More explosions and blood flew everywhere, signaling a massacre. With one last snap of his fingers, Ivory Fong wiped out the entire squad of guards. The sound of weapons cutting through flesh echoed in a sea of blood. A hooded figure stood in the middle of the corridor, surrounded by the corpses of the mansion guards. The stranger's glowing red eyes flashed under the hood as he sensed the presence of others. The observer thought to himself, "It's Ivory Fong, right?" Caper Bonzahin, Marwin, and Bly appeared. Caper realized with fury that Dipole had deceived them into facing the legendary demon troll. Marwin gave a mocking smile, commenting that in this world, nothing is truly free. Caper Bonzahin bared his teeth with a smile of excitement and asked, "Then what will you do, Bly?" He adjusted his glasses and sighed with resignation at the uncomfortable situation. Ivory Fong looked directly at the three and admitted, "You are strong." Caper was surprised that the troll could speak, calling him a strange creature. Caper decided to end things quickly and began to gather his strength. He roared, determined to find that bastard Dipole to settle the score once he was finished. Caper charged. His sword erupted with a bright red sword aura and shattered the stone floor. "Would you like me to translate the high-stakes battle between the mercenary trio and Ivory Fong as the mansion crumbles?" Furious because his attack was dodged, Caper shouted, "A simple troll dares to dodge my sword? I'll cut you in two." Ivory Fong leapt into the air, agilely dodging the powerful slash. Immediately afterward, Ivory Fong landed and used two simple wooden clubs to block Caper's sword, which was burning with aura. Marin's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just seen. Blaze was equally stunned and stammered, "What is that?" Ivory Fong stood firm as a rock, explaining that the sword aura had been blocked, and then began to recite a verse. "The grace of a great mother is like the sea, and none can harm her." Unique bright red characters began to rotate around Ivory Fong as he continued his incantation. My body grew, and with it, I struck down the green junipers of the forest. Tescon's face showed full determination, and his entire body radiated a bright red aura. Tescon lunged into the attack. His sword clashed violently with the opponent's weapon. Repelled by his opponent's terrifying speed, Tescon grit his teeth and fought. So fast. Leston unleashed a powerful sword technique, creating countless slashes that enveloped Tescon. Tescon was thrown backward by the force of the attack amidst flying debris. After landing, Tescon thought to himself that he had managed to create a safe distance. Meanwhile, Ivory Fong continued his incantation with glowing eyes. The spring wind makes the buds extend their tongues and grow. Immediately, enormous green vines erupted violently from the ground. Caper Bonzin started. Amazed by the sudden appearance of the vines, he wondered, "What is this?" The vines quickly coiled around Caper, completely immobilizing his body. Caper screamed with all his might and tried to cut the vines tightening around him with his sword. Despite being tightly bound, Caper's face still showed an indomitable and defiant expression. Ivory Fong's massive green hand reached out and grabbed the blade of Caper's greatsword. While Ivory Fong easily blocked Caper's attempt, Marwin and Blaze shouted in horror from a distance, "Caper!" Marwin began to conjure, his hands burning as he exclaimed, "Scorching heat, come to my hands. Become the pillar that incinerates the world." Marwin launched the fire strike, a burning magic circle that enveloped Ivory Fong. A gigantic fire explosion erupted, throwing both Ivory Fong and the still-bound Caper into the air. Still tightly bound by the vines, Caper realized with horror, this is no ordinary demonic monster. Blaze showed impatience and said, "Why worry about chivalry when fighting a monster? Let's all attack together and finish him quickly." Marwin prepared to cast a spell, thinking to himself that fire and lightning magic will be the most effective for incinerating trolls. He launched a powerful discharge of lightning toward Ivory Fong. Ivory Fong tensed his muscles, preparing to receive the approaching magic attack. A stream of red energy unexpectedly enveloped Ivory Fong, completely deflecting the lightning attack. Morrowind shouted in amazement. What kind of demonic magic is this? It's blocking all my magic. Blaze cast a spell on Caper, making him scream in pain, and exclaimed to Blaze, "A little gentler, Bly." He wondered in confusion why divine power caused pain, as it only conflicted with aura in a battle between aura users. Morrowind quickly cast another level 4 spell, Azuro Ferio, Magic Disarmament, creating a stream of purple energy. The purple energy enveloped Ivory Fong, concentrating on the 2 wooden clubs in his hands. The magic caused Ivory Fong's hands to loosen, dropping one of the clubs. Completely disarmed, Ivory Fong dropped the remaining club and fell forward. Instead of falling flat on his face, Ivory Fong executed a skillful somersault in the air. He continued, performing strange and agile acrobatics in the air. Caper watched the scene with extreme confusion and shouted, "What are those strange movements? It's ridiculous." Ivory Fong continued to move unpredictably, spinning and dodging. Morrowind and Blaze stood paralyzed. Morrowind wondered if the rumors about a demon inside the troll's body were true and why he was so strong. Ivory Fong landed, thinking to himself that although he was familiar with human tactics, facing all 3 at once was too much. A drop of sweat ran down his temple as he momentarily considered fleeing. He remained in a defensive stance, with his face tense, wondering what to do next. A 7-colored beam of light, called Rainbow Force Beam, was fired at a terrifying speed. Marand and Caper Bonzahin turned with expressions of extreme shock at the unexpected attack. The beam of light exploded violently, creating a powerful energy shockwave. Amidst the thin curtain of smoke and dust, Caper Bonzahin roared in fury. "Who goes there?" 3 mysterious figures emerged from a mist. A voice resonated, saying they had arrived just in time, while another complained that the mist clouded their senses and received an apology for not warning about Atizka's concealment mist. He broke into a cold sweat, tensely wondering who these newcomers were. As the mist dissipated, Atilka saw a sorcerer, an orc warrior, and an elf warrior approaching, thinking to himself, "New enemies?" Lepenhart smiled and greeted. "Finally we meet Guru Atilka, the wise son of nature." Atilka narrowed his eyes, sweat still running down his temples as he observed the stranger. Atilka, now with his cloak, questioned, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" While Caper Bonzahin also asked in a raspy voice how they knew their language. Lepenhart responded confidently, "I am one who knows the truth about the troll race. I have come to help you." Atilka, still skeptical, asked again, "What are you talking about?" Caper Bonzahin shouted in rage, demanding that Lepenhart's group reveal their identity, the reason for their attack, and that they show themselves openly. Lepenhart ignored Caper. His sharp eyes turned toward Atilka, and he said, "All I want is to liberate the troll race. I've heard they will only be here for a short time. Could you step aside?" Caper roared with indignation. "I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. That troll is a demon that has slaughtered dozens of people." Lepenhart looked at Atilka, who was in the distance, and commented calmly, "As expected, that's how things are." Lepenhart called out to his orc warrior, Tazid. Lepenhart continued by calling his elf warrior, Cirrus. Lepenhart ordered his 2 companions, "Subdue them. Do not kill them." Under the light of the full moon, a magnificent mansion stood imposing in the silent night. Suddenly, a blast of dark purple energy shot out, shattering a corner of the building. Fragments of stone columns and arches flew through the air as the attack continued. Another blast of turquoise energy swept through, destroying more parts of the mansion's architecture. Tazid and Cirrus lunged to attack Caper's group, flashes of light from their weapons shining everywhere. Caper tensed to block Tazid's attack, his face revealing shock as he shouted, "An orc using aura?" 2 auras. Tazid's turquoise aura and Caper's bright red aura clashed violently, creating sparks. Priest Bly broke into a cold sweat, his face showing panic as he felt the imminent danger. Cirrus suddenly appeared right behind Bly, her sword already raised and ready for the strike. Bly quickly created a shield of golden light to block Cirrus's attack and exclaimed, "Oh, Sayer!" Cirrus roared and summoned a fire spirit. A giant lizard-shaped spirit. "Respond to my call, Salamander." The fire spirit lunged directly against Bly's shield, its terrible heat completely overwhelming the defensive magic. Atilka watched from afar, exclaiming in amazement. An orc using aura? An elf using spirit magic? Lepenhart, standing in the middle of the purple magic circle, told Atilka, "We'll handle this. Go save your people." Caper thought to himself, recalling rumors about the Fist King Lepenhart having demi-human companions, but he was confused because Lepenhart had just used magic, something a high-level aura user could not do. Marin the Mage confronted Lepenhart, while Caper asked suspiciously, "Are you the one from the rumors?" Lepenhart only replied mysteriously, "Who knows? What do you think?" Marin shouted, "Force cannon," and fired a massive blast of green energy toward Lepenhart. Lepenhart extended his hand. A yellow magic circle appeared in front of him as he launched his counterattack. Photon Ray. The two blasts of magic, one green and one yellow, collided, creating a terrible explosion in the middle of the courtyard. From Lepenhart's position, a gigantic wave of purple and blue energy erupted, spreading around him. Lepenhart smiled complacently while reciting the spell, thinking that his opponent's mind must be in chaos. Marin groaned with rage, unable to believe that his magic, cultivated for 50 years, was being completely surpassed. Lepenhart launched an area of effect magic called Mantle of Darkness, creating a gigantic purple magic circle. Blasts of dark energy from the magic shot directly toward Marin, making him scream in pain. A close-up of Marin's face screaming as he was engulfed by Lepenhart's purple magic. Meanwhile, Caper Bonzahan lunged to attack Tazid, who was using a turquoise aura. Caper's red aura and Tazid's turquoise aura clashed violently, creating an energy explosion. A general view of the battle showed the two auras clashing fiercely. Tazid threw his sword, which spun in the air like an energy boomerang while a voice echoed, "Go, Dakar." Caper Bonzahan agilely dodged the approaching sword. Caper mocked his opponent for stupidly throwing his weapon and then lunged for a counterattack. Tazid's sword unexpectedly changed direction and flew back, aiming directly at Caper's back. Caper turned with an expression of shock upon realizing the sword was attacking from behind. A gigantic blast of turquoise aura energy from the sword slammed into Caper. Dakar caught the flying sword and launched a powerful downward slash. Caper Bonzahan already lay slumped among the rubble, completely defeated. Would you like me to translate the moment Atilka reaches the basement to free his kin while Lepenhart deals with the remaining alchemists? Lepenhart smiled with satisfaction, thinking that thanks to regular training with Russ, Tazid's ability to control his aura had improved tremendously. Cirrus and Bly asked Lepenhart with concern if it was wise to let the enemy live, fearing their identity would be revealed. Lepenhart replied calmly that if he really wanted to hide it, he would have worn a mask, and that everything would be fine as long as nothing was confirmed. Lepenhart looked at the newly rescued pink-haired prisoner and told Atilka they owed him a favor, then ordered the group to leave immediately. Dippold's mansion was engulfed in flames. Cries for help echoed everywhere. Guard tried to calm the chaotic crowd, asking everyone to evacuate in an orderly manner to avoid further casualties. Dippold watched as his property was consumed by fire with tears in his eyes, muttering in desperation. The magnificent mansion was now a gigantic torch, and people fled in a panic. From above, Lepenhart's caravan departed silently along the cliff path, leaving the burning mansion behind. The caravan continued moving away, disappearing into the darkness while the fire continued to burn fiercely. Inside the carriage, the pink-haired girl used magic to heal Atilka's wounded arm. The group conversed. Lepenhart admitted that trolls seemed terrifying, while the pink-haired girl was surprised at how thin they were compared to what she imagined. The blonde woman looked at the rescued trolls who were shrinking back and speaking in their own language, and guessed they had never had the chance to learn the common tongue. At nightfall, the group stopped and lit a large bonfire to keep warm. By the bonfire, Atilka expressed his surprise that the Fist King could use magic, to which Lepenhart replied he had never hidden it, but rumors hadn't spread. Lepenhart smiled, his hand radiating a bright golden aura, and asked Atilka, "Do you still doubt my identity?" Atilka admitted no one could doubt that aura and believed the rumor that the Fist King treated demi-humans as equals was true. Still skeptical, Atilka asked Lepenhart how he knew their language and his own name. Lepenhart explained that he once knew a troll who was a survivor of the Babart tribe from the Denghaf forest. Lepenhart thought to himself that he was piecing together information from his previous life, and that they had no way to verify the truth. Atilka remembered passing through that place, and said he now understood why Lepenhart knew so much about them. Lepenhart looked directly at Atilka and proposed that if he truly trusted him, there was an important matter to discuss. Under the night sky, Lepenhart told Atilka all about the world he longed for and the future he wanted to see, a fascinating vision for Atilka. Atilka's memory appeared, showing he had wandered for over 10 years to save his people, killing countless humans, but the world hadn't changed and trolls were still considered monsters. Lepenhart smiled under the night sky, inviting Atilka. Guru Atilka, will you trust me and fight by my side? We have also prepared land for the troll race in the Antares domain. Atilka looked at Lepenhart with a serious expression and replied, Before I answer, I have one question. Atilka continued questioning. You are human. Why do you care about us who are not of your species? A close-up of Lepenhart's steady eyes as he prepared to answer Atilka's question. Lepenhart asked in turn, Have you ever been to the southern islands of the Taikan kingdom? Atilka? Lepenhart spoke of a desolate village full of human bones, explaining that its inhabitants used to practice cannibalism and felt no guilt until a sage appeared. Lepenhart continued the story with silhouettes of the natives appearing as they opposed the sage, arguing that cannibalism was their culture and an ancestral tradition. The sage of the story, an old man with a goatee, prepared to give his answer. Lepenhart recounted the words of the sage, who had witnessed his loved one being devoured, and that was why he banned this barbaric custom. Atilka listened in silence, seeming to have understood the deep meaning hidden in Lepenhart's story. Lepenhart began to explain his own reasons, with the image of the red-haired girl Felina appearing in his memory while he spoke of the people he knew. The image of Tazid, his orc friend, appeared while he spoke of my friends. The image of the dark-skinned elf girl, Cirrus, smiling appeared while he spoke of the people he loved. Lepenhart concluded with a resolute expression, declaring that when he saw those people being treated as slaves, he simply couldn't accept it. The scene shifted to the city of Alkenberg, the city of alchemists in the southern Grindel kingdom. The view focused on a large tower, identified as the main headquarters of the Tears of Santana. Inside the headquarters, the leader of the Tears of Santana, Ormide, sat in his chair with a frown and asked, We still haven't identified the culprit? A member of the society responded hesitantly, suggesting the incident related to Ivory Fong could be considered a natural disaster, but if humans were involved, the situation would be different. Another member with a thick beard reported they had a suspect but lacked concrete evidence. Ormide narrowed his eyes with the image of Lepenhart, his identity appearing in his mind, the ruler of the Antares domain, the Fist King Lepenhart. At the Tears of Santana meeting, a member reported that according to Mage Marin's testimony, the culprit had used magic with great skill without relying on aura. A map appeared showing the distance from the Antares domain to the southern coastal city of Kaltazan, and a member pointed out that the timeline didn't match. Ormide wondered if Lepenhart could have used a double, but another member refuted that the Fist King's physical characteristics were too distinctive to be imitated. Another member intervened, arguing that a ruler like the Fist King couldn't be accused without concrete evidence. However, another person warned that rumors of the Fist King Lepenhart saving the trolls were spreading, and this would undermine the society's authority. Ormide rubbed his forehead. Despite the lack of evidence, he still believed that based on the circumstances in Lepenhart's past, the culprit could only be him. He cursed quietly. Damn it, what a headache. The scene moved to the magnificent White Palace in the Antares domain. Would you like me to translate the next chapter as the Alchemist Guild plots their revenge against Lepenhart's growing influence? Inside a luxurious office, sunlight filtered through the window. Lepenhart sat with his feet on the table, thinking complacently that the alchemists must be pulling their hair out because they didn't know about the space portals, so his alibi remained solid. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking that everything was going according to plan and that avoiding a large-scale human attack while accumulating power was already a great victory. Lepenhart looked at the papers on the table, naming his companions Cirrus, Tazid, Atilka, and Macklin, telling himself that everything was in place. The branches of the maple tree glowed golden under the clear blue sky, and Lepenhart thought to himself, Now we should start taking this seriously. Sound echoed in a dark mine, with dust flying around the wagons and wooden scaffolding. Enslaved dwarves worked hard with pickaxes, extracting or in the mine. A human supervisor swung his whip and forcefully struck a dwarf's back, shouting, "Don't be lazy, filthy dogs. If you want to rest, finish the work." The thick-bearded dwarf warrior grit his teeth, enduring the blow, and thought with hatred, "Damn it, if only my family hadn't been taken hostage." Another hooded supervisor asked aloud if there were signs of adamantite or orichalcum, and urged everyone to work faster, because Viscount Kelburn was very angry. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed, making the hooded supervisor and another guard startle and turn around. A young soldier shouted in terror, "What the hell are these bastards?" As the thick-bearded dwarf warrior lunged to attack him, the dwarf warrior launched a devastating punch to the guard's face. The force of the blow created a great commotion. The dwarf warrior with horns stood over the young soldier, declaring he would spare his life because he was just an ignorant mercenary. The warrior Eustacia of the Great Forge urged her companions that they had a lot of work to do. The hooded supervisor shouted in terror, "Who are these dwarves? Where the hell did these bastards come from?" A dwarf mage and Eustacia conjured together, declaring that they had come to free their people from oppression. The supervisor was horrified to realize it was a magic suppression spell and couldn't believe that dwarves used magic. Eustacia lunged like a lightning bolt and knocked down a guard. Eustacia raised her weapon and shouted loudly, announcing they were the warriors of the Great Forge who had come to rescue the Steelhammer clan. The enslaved dwarves looked on with hope as they were asked to step forward one by one to have their magic shackles removed. The dwarf mage placed his hand on the shackle, reciting a spell to break the magic flow binding his people. A dwarf warrior worried about the enemy's hostages, but the horned warrior reassured him. The horned warrior explained that their companions had already reached the village, while Tila threw herself in a battle. Tila brandished her weapon, bravely cutting through the enemy ranks. After knocking down an enemy, Tila shouted happily, "Lord Eidos." Eidos looked up with an expression of shock and joy, not believing his eyes as he asked, "Tila, what are you doing here?" Tila ran to hug Eidos, explaining that Lord Leppenhard had sent her, which made the old man exclaim emotionally that it was finally time to leave that place in the mine. A voice resonated, asking to immediately contact Priest Galpide and gather everyone. In the Steelhammer clan's village in the heart of the mountain, all the dwarves had completed preparations to leave the village and relocate. Lurdik, Tila's biological father, exclaimed with joy seeing that his daughter had grown up. Lurdik hugged Tila and joked that she was old enough to get married, then turned to cheerfully call another woman, Pamela. An old man who introduced himself as Galpide expressed concern about moving so many people, but the horned warrior stated that the time was near. On a remote coast, a crowd of dwarves from the Steelhammer clan gathered inside a large cliff. From the sea, the silhouettes of large ships began to appear. 3 large sailing ships entered the bay, churning the water's surface. The sails were hoisted as the majestic ships approached the shore. Galpide asked, in amazement, if the Great Forge had prepared ships for them, but the horned warrior denied it. The eyes of Galpide opened wide in surprise upon seeing the person on the deck. A man with black hair and a thick beard standing next to 2 orc warriors reassured everyone, "Stay calm, we are allies. We have come to help you escape." The dwarves, including Eustacia, whispered to each other with skepticism and confusion. Allies? A human, our ally? Among the crowd, Tila recognized the man with joy and shouted his name, Carl. Carl smiled in response. "Oh, Tila." Carl held Tila in his arms. She said she had been very worried, and he replied affectionately that he couldn't miss the chance to meet her family. Witnessing the intimate scene, Lurdik turned red with rage, thinking, "That guy. How dare he touch my daughter?" Carl, still holding Tila, presented her to his father, and Tila also happily introduced, "Dad, he is Carl, my boyfriend," which made Carl smile and greet. "It's a pleasure to meet my father-in-law." Lurdik roared furiously with bloodshot eyes. "Who said I'm her father-in-law?" The scene shifts to the city of Dialo, the largest city west of the Howling Kingdom. A large building, the Dialo branch of the Tears of Santana organization, was engulfed in flames. A group of hooded figures threw fire grenades at the building. One shouted, "Ivory Fong is there. Throw the fire grenades." A series Would you like me to translate the next part of this daring rescue mission and the fallout of Carl's engagement to Tila? A series of violent explosions shook the streets, sending debris from the building flying. Amidst the flames, Atilka easily leapt through the explosions without taking damage. Atilka stared at a smoking fire grenade in his hand with an expression of disgust and muttered something in his own language. Atilka launched a powerful spinning kick, sending the hooded attackers flying in a burst of pink energy. One of the attackers shouted, ordering his companions, "Throw more at him." In the middle of the sea of fire, Atilka dashed through another explosion without suffering damage. Atilka stood firm in the middle of the fierce fire, his cloak fluttering. In a close-up of Atilka, he looked steadfastly forward with a serious and somewhat annoyed expression. Atilka muttered, "It seems the time has come." A massive explosion shook the entire area, stoking the flames upward. Atilka leapt into the air, abandoning the burning mansion under the full moon. The head of the western branch of Tears of Santana, Londrin, smiled smugly, seeing Ivory Fong flee, and boasted of being different from the incompetent Dippole. A hooded subordinate ran up hastily, shouting, "Lord Londrin." The branch chief stood in front of the empty cells. The subordinate reported in a panic, "All the trolls have escaped." Londrin stood petrified, his previous triumphant expression completely vanishing in shock. The scene shifts to the bustling city of Kentrai in the northern duchy of Astel, shrouded in morning mist. A gigantic Roman arena stood imposing in the middle of the city. Flocks of white birds flew in the blue sky above the magnificent arena. Inside, the crowd of spectators shouted and cheered with fervor. A gigantic humanoid lion monster roared, preparing to launch into a battle to the death. A muscular orc gladiator brandished his weapon with a fierce expression. The orc gladiator decapitated the lion monster. Blood splattered amidst the excited cheers of the audience. The final scene showed a large building identified as the Wildbane Gladiator Training Facility. A bald old man named August exclaimed in amazement, "What a bargain!" He silently evaluated Tazid, praising his perfect body proportions, his great height, and a potential never before seen in an orc. August sat across from Tazid and a young woman, thinking he didn't expect her to use such an individual as a slave, and the girl asked if there was a problem. The young Scylla smiled and asked August how much money she could get for Tazid. August cleared his throat, said that Tazid looked quite good, and began to appraise, indicating that a normal orc slave was only worth 5 gold coins, but those used as gladiators were different. Scylla asked enthusiastically how much money she could get then. With a cunning expression, August offered 7 gold coins while thinking that the real value of an orc gladiator was 10. Scylla nodded with hesitation, and August proposed starting the transaction by signing the contract. August thought with satisfaction that he had gotten a bargain from a naive girl who didn't know the market price, especially since good slaves were becoming harder to find. Scylla told August that Tazid, though often problematic, was very kind and obedient, and asked him to value him while Tazid pleaded with her not to sell him. August thought that the fact a girl could make Tazid so docile proved he was too tame and that he would have to reform that personality. Scylla said goodbye to Tazid, telling him to live well with his new master while August looked on with satisfaction. August extended his hand and said, "It has been a good deal, Miss Scylla." Scylla smiled in response. "Likewise, Mr. August." Both shook hands to finalize the sale agreement. The scene shifts to a wide corridor with the sturdy iron doors of the cells. A crowd of fierce orc gladiators stared at the newcomer, cheering, "New blood. Welcome to hell, kid." A large orc with brown hair and full of scars stepped out, stopping the others, and said to Tazid, "You've come to the wrong place." "What's your name, young man?" The scarred orc leader showed surprise at the newcomer's silence. Tazid raised his head, his eyes glowing with a turquoise light, and declared with a resonant voice, "I am Tazid, son of Crota, and the heir to the sword of Kalkin." Under the full moon, a large and luxurious mansion was submerged in the quiet night. Inside, a solid stone dungeon corridor with a barred window. In a wooden bowl, 2 dice were thrown, signaling a game of chance. A group of orc gladiators sat around. One said wearily that even if they survived today, tomorrow might be different, and recalled Master August's words when Burrick died. Another gladiator recounted August's cruel words, that he only regretted the damaged armor and not the human life, which infuriated the others and made them curse. The leader Scarred orc lamented their pathetic situation, then mentioned stories about the orcs in the Antares domain, where they fought on equal terms with humans. Another orc confirmed it was founded by Lepenhard, and that they were known as those who possessed the soul of true orcs with a warrior's pride. Would you like me to translate Tazid's first arena battle as he begins his undercover mission to liberate his fellow orcs? A blonde gladiator lying on the floor suddenly shouted, asking everyone to shut up and go to sleep. He said with frustration that those stories had nothing to do with their situation. Tazid, who had been silent from the start, suddenly spoke and asked, "What if it did affect you?" Tazid stood up straight in front of the bars. With a steady gaze, he asked what they would do if a path to live like the orcs of Antares opened up before them. The scarred orc leader, surprised and confused, asked what Tazid was saying all of a sudden. A brilliant turquoise aura emanated from Tazid's shackles. He tensed his muscles, and the aura erupted with more force around his fist. With a resonant clank, Tazid used the power of the aura to break the chains binding him. The other orc gladiators were extremely terrified, recognizing the aura and shouting, "He's a champion. Who are you?" Tazid stood up with the aura enveloping his body, declaring, "I am from Antares. I have come to open the path for my brothers." He extended his hand toward the stunned gladiators and called the name of his sworn companion. "Come here, Dakar." A gigantic stream of turquoise energy erupted, shattering the surrounding stone floor. From the torrent of light, a finely carved turquoise energy greatsword appeared floating in the air to everyone's amazement. Tazid raised the turquoise energy greatsword, declaring it was a spiritual weapon that only a true warrior could possess. He roared, questioning the other orc gladiators. "Are you warriors or just talking cattle?" Tazid continued encouraging them. "If there's still a single drop of warrior blood in your hearts, rise up, take your weapons, and fight." While the image of broken chains appeared, the scene shifted to a luxurious mansion under the night moonlight. Inside, a splendid chandelier was stained with drops of fresh blood. The entire grand staircase of the mansion was also splattered with blood, a sign of a massacre. A human guard with an axe shouted in horror and rage, "Damn dirty orcs!" The liberated orc gladiators furiously attacked the guards and shouted, "I'll kill you all, filthy humans!" A servant trembled, covering his head, hidden in a dark corner with an expression of horror. A gladiator orc discovered the servant hidden under the tablecloth and lifted him up. With eyes red with rage, the orc gladiator raised his weapon, preparing to finish off the servant. The servant closed his eyes tightly, desperately awaiting death. Tazid's energy sword suddenly appeared, blocking the deadly attack right in front of the servant. The scarred orc turned to question Tazid. "Warrior, why do you stop me? He is just a servant, but he is also human." Tazid roared back at the orc. "Hey brother, what are you looking for? Freedom or revenge?" The scarred orc stood stunned by Tazid's unexpected question. Tazid grabbed the frightened servant's hair, lifting him up. The scarred orc exhaled, appearing to have understood Tazid's intention and replied, "I understand." Tazid declared to all the orcs that to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and to earn their freedom, they must show mercy toward humans. August shouted in fury, "Ungrateful animals! After all I've done for you, orcs are just beasts that know no gratitude." The scarred orc leader asked Tazid if it was necessary to spare August's life, arguing that mercy would become cheap if abused. August smiled with malice, muttering that he had waited for this day for a long time. A mage in purple robes appeared, confident that a mental spell would end the orc revolt, and began to recite an incantation. The mage cast wide area paralysis magic, enveloping the orc gladiators in a stream of purple energy. Salon, in female form, folded her hands in prayer and exclaimed, "O Philanins, please grant them an unbreakable spirit." A torrent of pink light enveloped an orc gladiator, dissipating the purple paralysis magic. The purple-robed mage shouted in terror, "What is this?" Ceylon was there with a pink crystal in hand, leaving the mage stunned and wondering why a priest of Philanins was there. Tazid struck the mage's head hard, knocking him down, and thanked Ceylon for the help. Ceylon gave Tazid an exorcism amulet and a communication necklace. Tazid asked why she hadn't changed clothes. Ceylon cheerfully showed off the dress and said she had to take advantage of wearing it before her body became all muscle again. The other gladiators. Orcs curiously asked Tazid about the human girl, and he explained she was the young saintess of the Antares domain. An orc gladiator mentioned rumors about her relationship with the Fist King, which made Ceylon, who was gradually understanding the orc language, shout in denial. Ceylon went crazy realizing the rumor that she was the Fist King's mistress had spread quickly alongside the escapes of other races. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion at night in the domain of Baron Burke of the Kingdom of Asili. Inside the mansion, a luxurious party was being held, attended by numerous nobles and served by maids. A noble guest praised Baron Burke for preparing a sumptuous and rare banquet, and the Baron replied with humility, "Would you like me to translate the next section where Leppenhard himself makes a surprise appearance at Baron Burke's banquet?" The guest continued commenting that the banquet hall was full of elves, which was a delight to the eyes, while Baron Burke was glad his guest was satisfied. A banquet table was lavishly set with all kinds of dishes, wines, and lit candles. Suddenly, the candles on the banquet table were blown out by a gust of wind. The candles on the banquet table suddenly flared back to life with ferocity. A large explosion rocked the banquet. The nobles screamed in panic. "What is happening, Baron Burke?" The windows of the mansion shattered into pieces before an invisible force. Amidst the smoke and fire, the elf warrior Cirrus landed on the balcony with a determined expression. Baron Burke and the other nobles exclaimed in amazement. An elf! Cirrus summoned a fire salamander and ordered it to attack, making the nobles scream desperately for the guards. The elf maids trembled, desperately pleading for their lives. Cirrus landed in front of them and introduced herself. "My name is Cirrus. I have come to save you. You're no longer slaves." She repeated her promise of liberation while reciting an incantation in an ancient language. "Earth, shatter before my will." Cirrus launched the earth rupture, making the ground crack violently and creating a path. Standing among the debris, Cirrus turned to the elf maids and asked, "Can you follow my instructions now? We will talk more when we are out of here." The elf maids replied in unison with joy. "Yes. Whatever you say." Cirrus led the group, thinking to herself that they didn't yet know what freedom was, but everything would change when she took them back to their homeland. Outside, the mansion was engulfed in flames, and shouts of orders were heard. "Pursue them. Don't let them escape. That's the one who killed the Baron." The human knights were startled by the scene. One asked, "Are you accomplices of that elf thief?" Leppenhard appeared with the appearance of a hooded battle mage. A knight recognized him and shouted, "It's a battle mage." Everyone attacked from all flanks. Leppenhard narrowed his eyes, activating the skill sensory field. A 3D map of the entire mansion appeared in his mind, showing that he could feel the presence of every living being in this space. He explained that he used the sensory field data to calculate coordinates, predict movements, and memorize path intersection points. Leppenhardt's eyes glowed with a purple light as he completed the process. Target locked. Marked. Leppenhardt launched the ultimate attack, Arcane Judgment Strike, creating a gigantic magic circle radiating purple energy. A series of guards were struck by the powerful currents of energy, their bodies thrown through the air. A guard lay dying on the ground, exclaiming in horror, "How can such magic exist?" Leppenhardt smiled confidently amidst the purple magic smoke after having defeated all the enemies. The scene shifted abruptly to a clear and peaceful blue sky with soft white clouds. Large rocks began to float and move, gathering in the air in a strange manner. More and more fragments of earth and rock floated up, appearing to construct a large structure. A magnificent castle floating on a rocky island gradually emerged from among the clouds. The full view of the majestic floating castle, standing in the clear sky, was revealed. Inside the castle, a voice resonated in the splendid hall. "It has been a long time since we all gathered like this." A sage with a silver beard commented that the agenda this time was quite interesting. Another sage signaled to begin the discussion once the members had sat around a round table. The sage with the longest white beard declared, in his capacity as the Silver Sage's protectors of humanity, the Elder, announced that it was time to debate the handling of the White King Leppenhardt before the Council of Silver Sages. A map of the continent appeared, clearly showing the location of major nations like the Grame Kingdom and the Holy Empire of Bastilin, along with the centers of magic power. The narration explained the three oldest and largest magic associations, starting with the mystic council of the Hawaiian Kingdom. Next was the Tower of the Sun, a magnificent structure located in the Holy Empire of Bastilin. And finally, the ancient magic association of the Graham Kingdom, the Tower of Mara Grande. A lecturer stood in a large auditorium, explaining that this was the place where new magical theories and artifact news were announced. A young student sat in the nearly empty auditorium, listening intently to the lecture. The nine-circle Archmage Atres declared that after searching and investigating artifacts in the Pietra dungeon, he had achieved some results. Tesron sat in the auditorium, thinking to himself that it was amazing someone of Atres' caliber, one of fewer than 10 on the continent, was here and commented that Mara Grande was quite prosperous back then. Duke Irondath turned and asked Tesron, "What are you saying, Tesron? Did the Mara Grande Association ever collapse?" And Tesron hurried to clarify that wasn't what he meant. A narration explained that the Tower of Mara Grande lost its reputation because its affiliated magic tower, Delphia, had trained the most infamous mage in history, the Emperor of the Dark Empire. Tesron thought to himself that from Marigrand's perspective, it was unfair, as that man would have reached that level regardless of which association he belonged to. The narration continued explaining that Leppenhart left the Delphia Tower at age 27 at the sixth circle level, a surprisingly low level for his talent, because the mages there feared him and refused to teach him beyond the fourth circle. After entering the world and coming into contact with true magical knowledge, Leppenhart's growth rate was terrifying. He broke annual records and became a seventh circle archmage at age 30. Tesron bowed his head in contemplation. "Would you like me to translate the Council's decision on how to deal with Leppenhart's unprecedented rise to power?" Wondering why his own progress was so slow when he also had a similar brain, but was only at the end of the sixth circle, Tesron suddenly looked up as if realizing something. On the podium, the Archmage Atres said that most of the artifacts he had found were already known to the world, and that was not his true achievement. Atres held up a necklace and presented it as the Necklace of Warmth, an artifact that helps maintain the wearer's optimal body temperature. Atres continued talking about another artifact that could permanently alter the wearer's body, but whose activation principle was still unknown, which made Tesron quietly ask Duke Irondath if it was a forbidden object. Tesron remembered using the Necklace of Warmth in Friesland and realized it was an artifact exclusive to the Silver Sages, wondering if Atres intended to reveal it. Duke Irondath seemed worried, thinking that since Atres was a nine-circle archmage, his sudden death would be very unusual, and if any mistake occurred, the existence of the Silver Sages could be exposed. Leston thought to himself that fortunately, with Atres' level of knowledge, everything was still acceptable, and they had avoided the worst-case scenario of having to assassinate him. The Duke Irondath told Leston they still had to recover the remaining Necklace of Warmth, while Leston pulled out an ornate hand mirror. Leston explained that the mirror was an artifact that could read biometric reactions to evaluate psychological status, a window into the truth, and that it remembered the people who had been reflected. The mirror showed images of Viscount Kelburn, an elderly explorer. Leston said it was likely the remaining necklace was in his hands. While climbing the stairs with Duke Irondath, Leston commented that the Silver Sage's way of acting was truly complicated, and Irondath replied that deceiving everyone forever was never simple. Leston said it was precisely thanks to this extreme caution that the world still did not know of the existence of the Silver Sages. Duke Irondath explained that humanity must not know of the existence of the Silver Sages, because if they knew someone was watching them, they would never truly develop. Leston asked why the warm necklace was a forbidden object, and Irondath replied that the Silver Sages are protectors in the shadows, not leaders or dominators of humanity. Irondath clarified that the necklace itself was nothing special, but that magic which directly alters the human body must never be handed over to humanity. He concluded that ultimately, that kind of magic would become the path to immortality. Leston thought to himself that there were limits to what he could find out with his authority. He wondered how the Silver Sages managed their information network, realizing they even monitored the movements of those without any connection. Leston admitted bitterly that despite having an almost omniscient information network, they could not prevent Archmage Atres from announcing the warm necklace. He felt frustrated at being called a sage, but still being treated like an outsider. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle floating in the sky amidst fragments of earth and rock. The colossal flying castle appeared majestically, reflecting its image on a surface below. Seen from below, the complex structure of the floating island was revealed, looking like a gigantic machine. A voice resonated, commenting that it had been a long time since they had gathered like this. Inside a luxurious room with splendid crystal chandeliers, that voice suggested the agenda this time was quite interesting and proposed starting the discussion. In a grand hall with thrones, the topic of the meeting was announced as the handling of the Fist King Leppenheart. An elderly man with gray hair, presented as the Silver Guardian Schichelin, commented that a mere minnow was shaking the entire world. A man with long blonde hair named Silver Guardian Arclight objected, arguing that an aura user like the Fist King could not be called a common minnow. Guardian Daos, an elder with white hair and beard, declared that people of great influence like the Fist King and the Nine-Ring Archmages must be treated with caution, suggesting they eliminate those around him to diminish his influence. Arclight smiled mockingly, finding it amusing that Daos worried about secrets after having incorporated the sage Leston into their ranks, but Daos replied that Leston already knew of them and agreed with their purpose. Arclight laughed and said he didn't think Daos was wrong. He just found it funny, and Daos seriously reminded him to be more careful because the agenda was not about Leston. Schichelin agreed with Daos' point of view, saying that at first he only thought the Fist King had strange hobbies, but observing his actions, it was evident that Leppenheart harbored sinister intentions. A red-haired female sage commented that Leppenheart was not simply an admirer of other races, but seemed to have a clear philosophy and vision. The sage artly opined that Leppenheart's ideology, though young, was firm and strange. A new philosophy that seeks to destroy the old cannot be formed overnight. Artley continued arguing that, given Leppenheart's age, it was hard to believe he had devised it all by himself, and that there must be a master who had instilled those ideas in him. A general shot of the Silver Sages sitting around a round table with the statement that if such a master existed, he could not be overlooked either. A sage said that Leppenheart's influence had spread across the continent, while a human hand touched a purple orb. Another sage also placed his hand on his orb and declared they could not ignore this matter. The sage Arclight also placed his hand on the glowing purple orb on the table, showing his agreement. The sage Irondath looked around and asked, "Has everyone decided yet?" The sage Arclight looked on with a resolute expression, surrounded by specks of purple light. Another sage with a coarse and fierce face also showed his agreement. Two other sages, one bald and another with a long white beard, looked forward with solemn expressions. A dark-haired female sage also showed determination on her face. The initial red-haired female sage also showed her agreement through her sharp gaze. Two other male sages, one with a mustache and another with long hair, both smiled subtly, full of hidden meaning. An elderly female sage with white hair also nodded in approval. Two more sages, a woman with wavy hair and a man with a facial tattoo, both clearly showed their agreement. In a distant position in the Great Hall, Leston sat alone on a throne and also placed his hand on his purple orb. A beautiful. Would you like me to translate the moment the Silver Sages decide on their first direct strike against Leppenheart's territory? A white-haired sage with purple eyes smiled serenely. Guardian Daos declared, "A unanimous decision." The sage Irondath said solemnly, "In the name of the protectors of humanity, the Silver Sages." Duke Irondath's voice echoed throughout the hall. Meeting room of the Silver Sages, declaring, "From this moment on, the Fist King Leppenheart shall be designated as a target for elimination." The declaration continued, targeting both related matters and people connected to him, while an image of Leppenheart and Cirrus smiling together appeared. The scene changed to a red flag with a golden sun emblem, presenting the holy Bactalian Empire. A map appeared showing Bactalian as a great nation with a 1,000-year history. Although its territory was not large, it was the strongest on the continent in terms of population and national power. The scene of a large city with majestic cathedral architecture was presented as the land blessed by the great god Sayre and the headquarters of the clergy of Sayre. A close-up of a grand cathedral was identified as the Temple of Sayre in the territory of Jod, located in the eastern territory of the empire. Inside the temple, a golden emblem of Sayre shone intensely with teachings about the confession of sins and the receiving of forgiveness. A voice resonated in the solemn space of the cathedral, "Father, I have sinned. I implore your forgiveness." A priest in a hooded robe with a goatee responded to the confession and asked, "What is the sin you have committed?" A young noble with curly brown hair and freckles began his confession with hesitation. The young man bowed his head and confessed, "I fell in love with an elf woman who was property of my family." He looked up with affectionate eyes, smiling as he said, "She was more charming and beautiful than anyone and had a voice like a nightingale." The priest's voice resonated, saying that desiring an elf was nothing to be proud of, but since the young man had recognized his sin and sought forgiveness, all sins would be washed away. The young noble, sitting with his back turned, responded firmly, "No, I do not believe that loving her is a sin." He turned around with a steady gaze, declaring his plan, "I intend to leave my family with her." The young man continued speaking of his desire to go somewhere where they could both love each other openly, but he was worried about his parents' thoughts and the feeling of guilt. The priest clutched the emblem of Sayre on his chest, reminding him that Sayre had decreed the fate of elves as slaves and that rejecting that fate was a great sin. The priest asked the young man if he wanted to change his confession and promised that Sayre would forgive him. The young noble looked up with a confident smile, declaring in a firm voice, "I will not confess, because I do not consider it a sin." He explained that he did not expect to be understood, but had only come because of concern for his parents and to atone for the pain he was about to cause them. The priest asked the young noble where he intended to go and warned him that wherever he went, the elf would always be just a slave. The young noble responded with confidence, "I will go to the Antares domain." After leaving the church, the young man looked back at the imposing building. He apologized silently to his parents, but affirmed that he could not deceive his own heart. He was determined that he must now leave with her. He headed toward a hill, looking for a place where they could live openly together. Approaching a large tree, he called out his beloved's name, "Baridi." He muttered to himself, certain that she had promised to wait for him under this Zelkova tree. The young man continued, looking around with a confused expression, seeing no trace of his beloved. Suddenly, he looked up with an expression of horror as he realized something. A thick rope, carefully knotted, hung from a branch of the tree. In a scene tinged with tragic red, he saw with horror the body of his beloved elf hanging from the tree. He screamed, silently as he read the words of her suicide note. "I'm sorry, Lewin. I am a humble elf, unworthy of your love." The letter explained that their relationship would infuriate the gods and asked him to find a noble human woman. She begged him to forgive her for having seduced him. Her words cut deeply into his mind. Unbearable pain erupted. The young man looked up at his beloved's body and cried out through tears. His heart-wrenching cry echoed in the silent space. The scene shifts to the Huron River, the river that forms the border between the kingdom of Haline and Taikan. On the banks of the river, there's a small and peaceful wooden cabin in total contrast to the tragedy that just occurred. Inside the cabin, a woman with brown hair smiles with satisfaction as she looks out the window and says, "Ah, there it is." Trudy sits at the table, reviewing what she has written, and says to herself, "The orchard orc. I wonder if this will make people change their perspective a little." She thought to herself that she had been sent here as a priestess of Sayre, but the hundreds of enslaved orcs she saw were treated like cattle, and she hoped this writing would change their treatment. Trudy folded her hands in prayer before the symbol of Sayre, believing that even if it went against the doctrines of the congregation, this was truly doing the will of her Lord. The door opened suddenly. A large, hooded figure entered, making her exclaim with a start, "Oh heavens!" The stranger of muscular build and expressionless face entered the house. Trudy stood up, introducing herself as Trudy, a servant of Sayre, and cautiously asked the reason for his visit. The hooded man did not respond. He only looked at her, narrowing his eyes with a threatening expression. "Would you like me to translate the encounter between Trudy and this mysterious visitor from Antares?" His piercing gaze scanned the place as if searching for something. The gaze of the stranger stopped on the pile of papers that Trudy had just finished writing on the table. The man continued to stare at the written pages with an unalterable expression. Trudy appeared anxious and confused by the disturbing silence of the unwanted guest. The man's eyes suddenly glowed with an intense red. He muttered, "There's no doubt." A fire erupted violently. Signalignon imminent explosion. The small wooden cabin was engulfed in flames, being completely consumed. The silhouette of Trudy thrashed desperately amidst the fierce flames before being swallowed. The scene changes to a peaceful, clear blue sky with white clouds floating softly. A gigantic and magnificent white tower appears floating in the air. Inside the tower, countless glowing crystal orbs are arranged on shelves. The shelves filled with glowing orbs extend infinitely, forming a vast archive. At the center of the structure is a gigantic and complex machine that emits a brilliant blue light and operates the entire system. A digital image of a boy with light curly hair and freckles appears, showing a smug smile. The image of the boy dissolves in an explosion of fiery and turbulent energy. Inside a high-tech control room, countless three-dimensional screens display data around a central energy core. Two Silver Sages are discussing. One reports that there will be much work due to the influence of the Fist King, and Silver Guardian Arclight orders him to proceed with classifying completed matters. Silver Guardian Arclight smiles and says that he feels pity for those who sacrifice themselves unknowingly, but affirms that everything is for the good of humanity. The system explains about the Eyes of Sayer, one of the most powerful sacred artifacts of the Silver Sages, which turns believers into eyes and ears so they may rule the world from the shadows. A Silver Sage comments that with priests and believers providing information unknowingly, this power is no different from that of God. Guardian Arclight is concerned because there is very little information about the Fist King, wondering if he has no Sayer believers around him or if he has an aversion to the congregation. A voice resonates, calling Guardian Arclight. A Silver Sage with pale ice blue hair appears, and Arclight asks, Guardian Saraline, what brings you here? Saraline asks Arclight about the progress with the Fist King and says confidently that she has sent her sister, assuming the Fist King is just an Ori user and will not be able to resist someone equipped with ancient magic. Arclight repeats with surprise, just an Ori user? Saraline approaches a control panel and begins to manipulate it. On the screen, the image of Leppenheart with red hair is struck backward by a blast of energy. A close-up of the paladin Christine screaming, apparently affected by some type of magic. Christine's face reveals extreme surprise and confusion. Leppenheart stands within a complex magic circle and recites an incantation. I am the one who breaks the flow, interfere at the exact point of power. Adrian Limpos, Guardian Arclight stares at the screen with a stunned expression, muttering, this guy. The screen shows Leppenheart slipping comically while reciting the incantation. Make everything slippery, grease, making Arclight think to himself. He uses magic too? The scene changes to an entrance of a dungeon at the foot of a mountain with the text, Chloe Dungeon of the Great Glowden Mountain. A blue magic portal called the Chloe Diamond Gate from the era of Silver Relics is active. Tazid and Ceylon lead a group of orc gladiators who emerge from the glowing portal. Ceylon asks wearily where they are, while a robotic voice verifies the identity of user Ceylon Fulmarsis and announces a lockout. Ceylon wonders if it is okay for so many people to know about the teleportation portal, but Tazid replies that there was no other way to move them safely. The scene shows the Chloe Dungeon, once plagued by monsters, now repaired by dwarves and secure under the administration of the Antares domain. A fortress called Chloe Guard has been built around the dungeon entrance, with a bustling military camp outside. In the training area, Halkato scolds a group of orcs. Do you really call yourselves warriors? If you're going to cry like that. Halkato roars, come here, Scandal, and leaps into the air to summon his weapon. A large saber flies through the camp toward Halkato. Halkato catches the sword in the air, and a white aura envelopes his arm. The orc gladiators recognize in amazement that it is a spiritual weapon, the true power of a warrior. Halkato turns to face the crowd, declaring that he is no different from them, and that they too can achieve it. He instructs the recruits to consider the weapon in their hands as their true companion, and to forget everything they learned before, and they obey in unison. Understood, Captain Halkato. Halkato and an orc with dreadlocks observe, commenting that everyone's effort is admirable and that they too went through similar training in the arena. Halkato continues his inspiring speech, urging the warriors to trust their soul companion and listen to the resonance of their spirits with a hope of freedom. Halkato raises his weapon and declares, we will become stronger, while an orc recruit roars with determination. Tazid and Ceylon bring in a new group of recruits, and Halkato turns to welcome them. Halkato, would you like me to translate the moment Tazid and Halkato begin their joint training session to prepare the orc army for the Silver Sage's arrival? He smiles, welcoming the recruits to the land of freedom, while Ceylon asks worriedly if Lepenhart is at the White Palace. Halkato replies that the White King is currently on the battlefield, which makes Ceylon ask in surprise if the Antares domain is in conflict with someone. The scene shifts to a city engulfed in smoke, fire, and ruins, implying the battlefield where Lepenhart is fighting. A group of mercenaries in full armor charges, with their commander shouting Baron Shadis's order to annihilate every living being. The view of the entire city shows the infamous Locust mercenary group mercilessly slaughtering civilians following orders. A man kneels in despair, clasping his hands to beg for his life while his wife and daughter tremble in fear behind him. Without hesitation, the mercenary swings his sword and kills the man right in front of his wife and daughter, who scream in horror. The soldier approaches the crying mother hugging her daughter, making a disgusting comment about her appearance, and saying she is lucky. With a cruel smile, the soldier declares that the word mercy does not exist in his dictionary. Suddenly, the mercenary's head flies off his neck in a spray of blood, finished by a lightning-fast cut. The mother and daughter look up with expressions of shock and bewilderment at the sudden turn of events. The elf warrior Cirrus is there, telling the mother coldly to take her daughter and flee. Other mercenaries run in terror, realizing the attacker is an elf, and begin to identify her by the color of her skin, hair, and weapons. With cold eyes, Cirrus takes a stance with her two swords as the terrified soldiers shout her identity, Cirrus Valencia, also known as the New Moon. A voice resonates with contempt. Did you really live according to your inferior instincts? While a pair of legs in golden armor approach, making the soldiers realize another terrifying being has arrived. Lepenhart appears, with a muscular figure, making the soldiers call out to him in terror. Fist King Lepenhart. He declares that their sins cannot be washed away even with death. Lepenhart clenches his fist, and a brilliant golden aura erupts around him, signaling a devastating attack. The group of mercenaries, including the archers, show extreme horror as they face Lepenhart's overwhelming power. Lepenhart launches a direct punch called Straight Cannon, firing a massive blast of energy toward the enemies. The blast of energy sweeps through the mercenary ranks, creating a large explosion and sending countless screaming enemies flying through the air. Meanwhile, Cirrus also enters the battle. Her eyes glow as she channels turquoise energy into her sword and orders. Sylph, stay with my blade. Cirrus spins, creating a belt of wind energy, knocking down the soldiers around her, while another tries to reassure his companions that she is just an elf. Cirrus shouts, Come fort, Sarana, summoning a giant wind spirit in the form of a turquoise woman who appears behind her. The wind spirit Sarana gently snaps her fingers, appearing to grant power to her summoner. Cirrus descends from the air, thanking Sarana while launching a wind attack that sweeps away the soldiers below. Soldiers scream in terror as they are torn apart by invisible wind blades, crying out in panic. It's a monster. Run, Cirrus orders, Teratus. Block their path, summoning a giant stone golem that emerges from the ground to cut off the soldiers' retreat. With two swords in hand, Cirrus recites an incantation to summon lightning. By the ancient pact, I call you, Udarn Gallner. A massive purple lightning bolt falls, incinerating the soldiers with a deafening crash. A surviving soldier screams in horror, unable to believe the technique he just witnessed, and hastily orders his companions to retreat. Amidst the chaos, a figure lands on the ground, blocking the path of the fleeing soldiers. Lepenhart stands imposing in front of the soldiers, forcing them to stop in awe. An infuriated soldier charges at Lepenhart, shouting that even if he is an aura user, he is just a normal human and will bleed if stabbed. The soldier's sword strikes Lepenhart's chest and shatters into pieces. Lepenhart looks at the stunned soldier and says coldly, Don't you know? This body is made of steel. Lepenhart's fist erupts, with a brilliant golden light as he concentrates energy for his next attack. With a determined expression, Lepenhart launches his powerful punch, striking the ground with force. Unleashing the zero-impact skill, creating a destructive golden energy wave that spreads across the entire surface. The remaining soldiers scream in despair as they are swept away by the shockwaves of the attack. Lepenhart grabs the head of the soldier who attacked him, who trembles, pleading for mercy, and asks him, Didn't you say there was no mercy in your dictionary? The soldier stammers that those weren't his words, but Lepenhart crushes his head without the slightest hesitation. The remaining soldiers kneel, pleading for their lives, blaming everything on Baron Shadis' orders. With eyes glowing in the dark, Lepenhart declares that following orders is no reason to evade responsibility, as their own hands cause the bloodshed and tears. The scene opens on a silent cobblestone path with dust motes glistening in the air. Suddenly, fresh blood splattered the path, signaling a massacre that had just occurred. Standing next to Cirrus, Lepenhart commented that Baron Shadis had gone too far by hiring those vile bastards, clearly knowing what kind of people they were. The narration explained that this was a war between two noble families, Baron Shadis and Baron Galen. A war map showed that Baron Shadis had hired over 1,000 mercenaries and immediately invaded Baron Galen's territory. Amidst the scene of slaughtered civilians scattered on the ground, the narration lamented how pitiful it was that people suffered in the stupid wars of the nobility. Lepenhart looked into the distance at the burning landscape and said, "They have arrived." Would you like me to translate the next scene where the elite knights of Baron Shadis finally confront Lepenhart and Cirrus? Frail and the entire order of Antares knights entered the city majestically on horseback. Lepenhart coldly told Frail that he had arrived late and that there was no time left. Frail and his knights listened as Lepenhart declared that the Antares domain would now join this stupid war. The army of the Antares domain, led by Lepenhart, began to move. With a burning gaze full of determination, Lepenhart prepared for the next battle as the narration announced that the war had begun once again. The narration presented Baron Shadis as one of the most influential nobles in the south of the Krobin's kingdom. Another map showed that Baron Shadis' wealth came from his fertile lands and the commercial city of Salud, and highlighted his ancient enmity with Baron Galen. The ancient family of Baron Shada had always despised the newly promoted family of Baron Galen, considering them commoners who had bought their titles with money. All the problems began to escalate after the war of succession to the throne with the coronation of King Jubal. As Baron Galen had supported King Jubal from the beginning, he was promoted, while Baron Shada joined later, leading Bertrand, Galen's heir, to mock Jax, Shada's heir. Bertrand and Jax began a heated argument in the royal capital of Croton in the presence of many nobles, and the dispute quickly escalated into a duel. During the duel, Jax lowered his guard and was stabbed to death by Bertrand with a sword, leaving Bertrand stunned and horrified by his own action. Although King Jubal tried to intervene, the weakened royal power could not prevent Baron Shadis from shouting furiously, "How dare that vile Galen kill my son? I will exterminate his entire lineage from this land." Baron Shadis hired 1,000 mercenaries and immediately invaded Baron Galen's territory, leaving his city in ruins. Baron Galen asked neighboring nobles for help, but they all turned their backs for fear of the aura-using Knight Grandad, who supported the cornered Shadis. With his territory devastated and all negotiations failed, Baron Galen grabbed his head in despair and seriously considered taking his own life. Just at that moment, a lifeline unexpectedly appeared before the collapsed Baron Galen. It was a huge, thick, and extremely strong, glowing golden rope that radiated a resplendent aura. The wind blew through the dry branches on a desolate hillside, announcing an imminent storm. The sound of a fierce battle resonated, breaking the silence. In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, the mercenaries were thrown through the air by a burst of brilliant golden energy. Lepenhart launched a powerful attack, making the mercenaries cry out in pain and desperately beg for their lives. The commander of Shadis' knights, Garand, shouted in horror, "Fist King Lepenhart, why is that bastard suddenly intervening in this? How can we fight such a monster?" Garand tried to raise the soldiers' morale by offering a reward of 1,000 gold coins to anyone who caused even the slightest wound to Lepenhart, which made the mercenaries greedy. Lepenhart looked at the lunging crowd and said with contempt, "Those who sell their lives for gold. If you despise your own lives so much, you have no right to complain." Lepenhart launched a punch that created a gigantic energy explosion, sweeping away a group of mercenaries. Despite the danger, a group of mercenaries blindly charged forward, shouting, "Just one hit and you'll have 1,000 gold coins." Lepenhart called them fools and launched a devastating kick, his leg glowing with aura. His landslide kick created a terrifying commotion, plowing the ground and sending enemies flying. Caught in the whirlwind of destruction, Commander Garan shouted in despair. Damn it, this wasn't in the plan. Standing firm in the eye of the storm, Lepenhart clenched his burning fist and challenged. Do you think you can harm the Fist King with this? A knight on horseback roared, urging his companions to charge and show their bravery to their lord, Frail. Frail led the order of Antares knights into battle, ordering them to take care of the remaining enemies. A commander from the Galan side also shouted, encouraging his knights not to be left behind and to avenge their trampled families. Faced with a disadvantageous situation, the terrified Commander Garand ordered the retreat of the entire army. Caught between the frontal attack of the Order of Antares Knights and the flank strike from Baron Galen's troops, Baron Shadis' forces had no choice but to flee. After the battle, Cirrus looked at the shirtless Lepenhart and wondered why he was walking around without clothes in the middle of winter. Lepenhart explained that after everything that had happened, he felt more comfortable without a shirt, and then turned to joke with Cirrus, telling her she should also put something on because she looked indecent, which left her perplexed. Lepenhart thought complacently about his comment, wondering if he sounded like a Fist King, and Cirrus replied that he looked like the successor of an invincible gem, leaving him not knowing if it was a compliment or an insult. Baron Galen approached to express his deep gratitude to Lepenhart, saying that without him they would never have dreamed of victory, but Lepenhart humbly replied that he only did what an ally should do. In a flashback to 15 days prior, the alliance was formed through a letter with 3 conditions: the division of Chadis' territory, the recognition of demi-human citizenship, and the release of all demi-human slaves to be taken to the Antares domain. In the memory, Baron Galen read the letter with an expression full of hesitation and amazement at the conditions requiring him to free slaves and recognize demi-humans. Although the conditions went against conventional thinking, Baron Galen had no other choice and accepted them, forming the alliance in the name of punishing the Chadis family for denying a legitimate duel. Lepenhart stood before his army, reflecting that the goal was to expand influence over demi-humans and that the war needed a just cause. Unlike the past, he was now carefully building his own cause. The scene changes to a treacherous gorge called Nada's Valley. In the Nada's Valley, Lepenhart stood alone in the middle of the gorge, blocking the path of 2 opposing armies. Lepenhart shouted loudly, warning those who wanted to live to step back. Chadis' mercenaries trembled, recognizing the legendary Fist King, but Commander Garan roared, threatening to severely punish anyone who dared to flee. A commander of the Hundar Guard stood before his troops, assuring them not to lose heart because the true threat was on the other side of the valley and that the Fist King was just a human being. Lepenhart stared forward with a determined look, his eyes glowing with power, ready for the next battle. Lepenhart tensed his fist. Would you like me to translate the next scene where Lepenhart faces off against the entire Hundar Guard single-handedly? Brilliant golden energy concentrated around his hand as he declared, "Those who do not fall back." He launched a gigantic blast of energy forward and said with a resonant voice, "We'll not see tomorrow." The Hundar Guard screamed in horror, not understanding how a human being could emit light and throw a punch that tore through the sky. Despite the soldiers' fear, the commander of the Hundar squad roared the order, "Infantry, everyone attack." Lepenhart looked at the lunging soldiers, clicked his tongue, and thought to himself, "Wow, I scared them and yet they didn't flee." He realized that these soldiers were neither knights nor professional mercenaries, but just peasants forced to fight. With a resolute expression, Lepenhart summoned 2 purple energy staves and decided to hold back. In that case, I must show mercy. This blow won't kill them. Red energy bolts lashed out at the soldiers, making them fall amidst piercing screams and cries for their mothers. The commander of the Hundar squad broke into a cold sweat, admitting that his troops were no match for Lepenhart. Elsewhere, Commander Garand looked toward the battlefield, revealing his true purpose was to stall Lepenhart, confident that his arrogance would be his grave. Garand signaled toward a cliff where a series of catapults were ready, asserting that not even the Fist King could survive. He roared the order to fire, and the catapults simultaneously launched massive projectiles. Lepenhart remained motionless and calm while countless stone projectiles hurtled toward him. With indifference, he tossed away the 2 energy staves he held in his hands. Lepenhart adopted an attack stance, preparing to face the assault head-on. He launched a punch directly at the sky, shouting, "Straight cannon." creating an energy explosion that shattered all incoming projectiles. Commander Garand opened his mouth, his face contorted in absolute horror at the scene he had just witnessed. The other mercenaries also trembled with fear, unable to believe that Leppenhart had stopped the catapults with a single punch. Suddenly, a terrified mercenary pointed behind the troops, shouting, "Ah, it's the spirit sorceress." Cirrus ordered the wind spirit Sarana to envelop her body. She continued by summoning the fire spirit salamander to attack. A massive fire dragon descended, incinerating the battlefield in a sea of flames. Leppenhart watched from afar with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, she has improved a lot. He remembered that even Elder Relhard of the Danheim clan could only control a fraction of the fire and wind spirits, whereas now Cirrus could command most of the great spirits. Leppenhart explained that the ancient world tree of Elbenheim always chose a spirit as a protector and granted them the power to guide their people. Originally, the World Tree Nylon was planted in the Espelart Desert, the home of the Danheim clan. Then, the World Tree Herunten became the symbol of the spirit forest on the Great Gloaten Mountain. Leppenhart revealed that by linking the two world trees, he had forcibly engraved Cirrus's name into the core, making her both protector and leader of the spirits. And now that mark was taking effect back on the battlefield. The enemy catapults were completely destroyed by Salamander's flames. Cirrus stood tall in the middle of the sea of flames with the image of a fierce fire dragon roaring behind her. At Baron Chedas's castle fortress in the central zone where the Hundar Guard was stationed, Baron Chedas roared in anger. "So you're saying they actually managed to cross the Nadas Valley?" Commander Garand bowed his head, trembling as he reported, "I'm sorry, Baron Chedas. We're simply too weak." Baron Chedas grit his teeth, saying bitterly that the army had been annihilated, pushed back to the Hundar Guard, and even the Ori-using Knight Granddad had abandoned them. With a look of despair, Baron Chedas headed toward a door, thinking to himself, now the only person I can rely on is him. Inside the room, the Knight Granddad was using his hand to lift the chin of a young woman who looked annoyed. Granddad clicked his tongue, annoyed at being interrupted in the middle of his fun. Baron Chedas entered the room, facing Granddad, who greeted him with a smirk. "Oh, you've arrived, Baron Chedas." Baron Chedas thought with rage about the fact that Granddad not only harassed the maids, but also his own daughter, while receiving news that the Fist King was approaching. Granddad responded with a smug smile, understood, and added that to kill the Golden Aura, it was necessary to prepare something even more dazzling than gold. With a sharp gaze, Granddad asked Baron Chedas, "I trust you already have it prepared, right?" Outside, a powerful army with catapults and siege towers was besieging the Chedas clan's fortress. A commander from the attacking side ordered the infantry to prepare ladders and be ready for a total assault to take down the Hundar Guard. On horseback, another commander shouted loudly, ordering the catapults to fire a second volley. Large rocks from the catapults repeatedly struck the walls, causing violent explosions. The commander of Galen's army encouraged the soldiers to advance, declaring that the Chedas clan, who had trampled on innocent peasants, deserved to be annihilated. Frail led the Antares knights in storming the walls, determined to show his bravery to his lord. Hundar Guard on the wall mocked the Fist King's henchmen, calling them fools, and poured a barrel of boiling oil onto Frail. A water spirit named Nymphia suddenly appeared, stopping the flow of boiling oil and sending it back, making the guard scream in pain from the burns. Cirrus appeared in the air standing upon a gigantic wind spirit, making a terrified soldier scream. "It's the new moon blade. Watch out. Knight Rail, Leppenhart." Would you like me to translate the final duel between Leppenhart and Granddad as the fortress walls begin to crumble? Leppenhart watched from afar, smiling with amusement and commenting, "The new moon blade. For an elf girl, they've come up with an impressive name." Cirrus looked toward the battlefield with a determined gaze, preparing to launch her attack. She released a powerful current of luminous energy with the seventh circle light magic skill, Light's Punishment. Cirrus descended like a meteor, pointing her sword toward the enemy in a brilliant halo. A gigantic explosion of light devastated a corner of the fortress, making a witness exclaim in awe, "Seventh circle, high-level magic." On another tower, Granddad stood in the middle of a complex magic circle, wondering how someone so talented was under Baron Chedas and decided to handle this side dish even though his main target was Lepenhart. Granddad raised his hand, activating the magic circle to launch a wide-area attack called Massive Photon Beam. Cirrus shouted, "Taratus, rise for me," and summoned a gigantic earthen wall to block the attack. Granddad appeared surprised to see his attack blocked and wondered, "Oh, you blocked it? Is that what they call spirit art?" With a tense expression, Cirrus thought to herself, "How dangerous." Granddad floated in the air, surrounded by a blue aura, amazed to think there was such a high-level mage, and began to recite a spell. From afar, Lepenhart shouted with concern, "Cirrus." Lepenhart looked toward the battle atop the tower, thinking with frustration, "I thought there wouldn't be any real danger, but where did that guy come from? Damn it, they're too far away." Lepenhart's gaze stopped on a nearby catapult. Lepenhart jumped onto the catapult and asked, "Can this launch me over there?" Making the Gallant commander shout in amazement. "What? You can't ride a catapult. Besides, it has a weight limit for anything over 100 kilograms. Lepenhart declared, "Too tight." "Then the simple solution is to get lighter," and he took off his heavy armor. Granddad launched a powerful wind magic attack called Air Bomb, weight distortion. Cirrus was astonished to see a sphere of luminous energy rushing toward her while Granddad conjured from behind. Cirrus reacted quickly, casting the magic light binding, creating countless magic circles and chains of light. With an expression of panic, Cirrus shouted the name of another spirit, Ignacis. A violent explosion of fire engulfed the top of the tower where Granddad was standing. Cirrus stood firm in the middle of the sea of flames. Behind her, the image of the gigantic fire spirit salamander. Granddad observed the scene with an expression of wonder. She was able to block that attack. Granddad smiled with delight and self-satisfaction. Cirrus pointed forward, ordering the fire spirit to attack. "Go, Salamander Ignis." Granddad smiled confidently, creating a magic circle of wind in his hand and conjuring, "O North Wind, become blades and strike my enemy." Granddad launched a violent storm of blue energy blades called Prison Blade Storm directly toward Cirrus. The fire spirit salamander lunged at the storm, but was repelled by the power of the wind magic. Cirrus showed shock, thinking to herself that even using Salamander Ignis, she couldn't break her opponent's magic. She realized she needed to infuse fire into her sword, but she had no strength left to summon more spirits. Two smaller fire spirits suddenly appeared and lunged at each other, merging into one. Granddad was surprised by this unexpected transformation. Cirrus stabbed her sword through the fire spirits, leaving Granddad stunned and wondering, "What is that? She impales the spirits with a sword? I'm so sorry. Aren't spirits friends with each other?" Countless fire dragon heads enveloped Cirrus and her sword, making Granddad admit the situation had become more complicated than he thought. A terrible fire explosion erupted from the clash of the two power currents. Cirrus was thrown far by the explosion shockwave. The blast knocked down a corner of the fortress wall. A large hole formed in the rampart with bricks and stones crumbling away. The destructive power of the explosion continued to spread, causing more damage. Cirrus was thrown through the air in the middle of a dense cloud of smoke and dust. Granddad began to conjure, and a complex magic circle appeared around him. He floated in the air, wrapped in a whirlwind of blue magical energy. Caught in the whirlwind, Cirrus grit her teeth, enduring the terrible pressure. Fresh blood gushed when an invisible wind sword made a deep cut in her hip. Cirrus's wound bled, soaking part of her outfit. Night Granddad grit his teeth, enduring being repelled by a powerful force. A tear rolled down her cheek in the moment of being overwhelmed. Granddad was thrown toward the imposing fortress wall. Cirrus roared with rage, and the two swords in her hands burst into brilliant golden flames. Violent energy erupted from her body. She lunged directly toward the wall, with two streams of fire following her like wings. Cirrus's attack impacted the wall, creating cracks that spread like a spiderweb. The stone wall began to crumble under the power of the explosion. Would you like me to translate the moment Lepenhart finally reaches the tower to join Cirrus in the final phase of the battle? A massive explosion engulfed the entire city gate in a dazzling light. Cirrus stared fixedly at the result of the devastating attack. She landed on the ground in front of the destroyed gate with the iron chains broken. Cirrus looked up and was astonished to see Granddad floating in the air, enveloped in circles of blue energy. Granddad floated in the air, his boots emitting a blue light, and he muttered, "It's unbelievable that an insignificant spirit uses teleportation boots." Cirrus was stunned, wondering if he possessed an artifact that allowed teleportation, as she was sure she had the advantage. Granddad looked down with contempt, thinking it was a waste for a spirit to possess such an artifact, but decided it was not the time to hold back. He raised his hand, and his glove glowed with intricate yellow patterns. Cirrus exclaimed in panic, "What magic!" "Ah!" Granddad smiled with self-satisfaction as his glove radiated a brilliant golden glow. He released a gigantic current of golden energy forward. Cirrus Alerpiana concentrated her strength to face the approaching gigantic current of golden aura, with two small fire spirits growling at her side. She brandished her sword, creating a trail of dazzling light to stop her opponent's attack. The two currents of energy collided in a violent moment. However, Granddad's aura current proved to be stronger, breaking through the defense and heading directly toward the wall. A terrible explosion occurred, blowing a section of the wall into a dense cloud of smoke and dust. Cirrus watched the scene in awe, thinking to herself, "It's incredible that he has such cutting power." She was still stunned by the destructive power she had just witnessed. Granddad suddenly appeared from amidst the smoke and dust, challenging, "Try to block this attack yourself." He lunged at an astonishing speed, launching a powerful sword technique called Shatter Sword. Cirrus opened her eyes in horror as she faced the melee attack directly. Blood splattered in the air upon impact. Cirrus's sword burst into fierce flames as she tried to block the attack. The flames wrapped around the blade, forming the figure of a small fire dragon spirit. The flame shone intensely one last time, and then slowly extinguished. When the flames vanished, cracks began to appear on her blade. The sword continued to shatter under the terrible pressure. Finally, Cirrus's sword smashed into pieces. Cirrus fell onto one knee, her body covered in wounds and blood dripping onto the stone floor. She panted, trying to support her body, which was trembling from exhaustion and injuries. Cirrus Alerpiana fell to her knees on the ground, blood flowing incessantly from her wounds. A blonde mage let out a wild laugh and mocked. "The way you crawl like a dog makes you look even more like a spirit." He narrowed his eyes with contempt and continued, "But you are so arrogant." Cirrus raised her head, looking at him defiantly, while he growled, "How dare you dodge my magic?" The blonde mage summoned a fire sword and asked in a sarcastic tone, "This is a fire sword. Do you like fire?" Cirrus broke into a cold sweat. Her face revealed clear tension before her opponent's power. Her eyes widened, reflecting the glow of the magic sword. The mage's gaze shone with malevolence as he prepared to attack. He brandished the sword, unleashing a gigantic blast of fire energy toward Cirrus. A terrifying explosion occurred, blowing away part of the fortress wall. Flames and black smoke spiraled up from the epicenter of the explosion. Amidst the sea of fire, Cirrus watched the scene before her in amazement. Lepenhardt suddenly appeared, catching Cirrus and asking with concern, "Are you okay, Cirrus?" Then he warned her not to move, because aura wounds would bleed. Cirrus blushed, thinking to herself that he had appeared half-naked again. She stammered, asking him to put her down, but Lepenhardt just told her to rest because he would take care of everything. Leaving Cirrus on the ground, Lepenhardt faced the enemy floating in the air and commented that he didn't look like a third-rate mage, which made the mage ask, "Who the hell are you?" The blonde mage thought to himself that Lepenhardt had surprising skills, then laughed out loud, mocking that he had used a catapult to get there and sarcastically saying that all Fist Kings were stupid. He realized the opponent was strangely familiar and exclaimed, "Finally you appear, Fist King Lepenhardt." Lepenhardt was stunned, sweat running down his forehead as he realized something about the enemy. Lepenhardt thought in amazement, "Jade Arclight." As the image of the old light, Mage appeared behind the blonde mage. Lepenhardt remembered that Jade Arclight was the second son of the prestigious Arclight family, a genius light mage and one of Antares' most persistent enemies in his previous life. Since age 20, Jade had become a seven-circle mage, a genius envied by all and renowned in the world of magic. However, Would you like me to translate the dialogue, where Jade reveals why he is assisting a minor baron like Chadis? The appearance of an eccentric anomaly, like Leppenhart, completely eclipsed his brilliance. Leppenhart wondered why someone like Jade was there, and the young mage declared, "I have no personal enmity, but according to the contract, you must die, Fist King." Leppenhart frowned thoughtfully, but then dismissed it, affirming that whatever the reason, that bastard had tried to kill Cirrus. He remembered that it was Jade Arclight who had killed Cirrus in his previous life, and now history was at risk of repeating itself. Jade Arclight launched a series of fire projectiles toward Leppenhart. Leppenhart easily used his aura to dissipate the fireballs and mocked, "Are you kidding? You think this works against an aura user?" Jade smiled confidently, undeterred. He summoned a light sword and roared, "Shatter Sword." Leppenhart tensed his body, concentrating his aura in his arm to prepare to block the attack. He launched his defensive skill, Spiral Shield. Jade's light sword collided violently against Leppenhart's rotating aura shield. Leppenhart grit his teeth, putting all his strength into maintaining the Spiral Shield. The light sword began to show cracks upon colliding with the shield. Jade's weapon shattered before the power of the defensive technique. However, a sharp beam of energy from the attack managed to pierce the shield and struck Leppenhart's shoulder. The energy beam passed through, destroying part of the wall behind in a large explosion. Leppenhart looked at the bleeding wound on his shoulder, exclaiming in amazement, "Impossible!" He managed to pierce even the Spiral Shield. Jade raised a glowing golden gauntlet, revealing it was a sacred artifact of the Silver Sages, and declared, "Whether you are the Fist King or not, you are nothing before an ancient sacred artifact." Leppenhart thought to himself, amazed that the gauntlet activated almost instantly, and wondered if it was a sacred artifact superior even to Eldrin, realizing he had never heard of Jade possessing anything so powerful. Without hesitation, Leppenhart lunged and launched a series of energy strikes with the skill, Linked Key Strike Explosion. Jade quickly created a blue magic barrier, shouting, "Force Shield, become my protective wall. Anti-aura barrier." The barrier shattered before a punch covered in aura, leaving Jade astonished. Leppenhart roared, "Take this, Gaster Sane," and launched a powerful kick at his opponent. The kick generated a devastating explosion, destroying a large portion of the surrounding ruins. Leppenhart looked toward the dust cloud after his attack. Amidst the devastation, Jade had appeared at a safe distance, his body wrapped in a blue aura. Leppenhart looked at Jade's feet, surprised to recognize they were the teleportation boots, and wondered how he had obtained them. He remembered that in his previous life, when a mysterious assassin appeared and easily defeated both Cirrus and Tazid because he wore a never-before-seen sacred artifact, Leppenhart confirmed they were the teleportation boots, a sacred artifact containing the power of short-range spatial teleportation. Jade floated in the air, smiling with disdain and thinking that as long as he kept his distance, a warrior like Leppenhart could not reach a mage. With a smug smile, Jade began to recite a spell. An icy magic circle appeared in his hand. "O North Wind, become a storm of blades and annihilate my enemies." He launched the magic prison blade storm, creating a gigantic whirlwind of countless ice blades. Leppenhart was dragged into the center of the storm, receiving countless cuts from the frigid blades. Jade smiled with disdain, thinking that while this magic was not effective against the elf girl, an aura user like the Fist King would not be able to dodge it. Jade continued waving his hand, launching a gigantic cut of light called Shatter Sword. In the middle of the ice storm, Leppenhart tensed to resist. His skin, tough as iron, began to crack under the pressure of the two attacks. He grit his teeth, muttering that he had tried to avoid using it, and then declared, "This place is my domain. No flow can pass without my permission." A current of mystic purple energy along with ancient characters enveloped Leppenhart as he released a new power. Leppenhart tensed, shouted, "Dissipation area," and released a zone of purple energy with swirling ancient characters. The rings of purple energy spread from Leppenhart with terrifying power. A series of sharp fragments of magic ice rushed toward Leppenhart. The ice fragments continued flying at an astonishing speed. Leppenhart's purple energy collided with the ice fragments. The magic ice fragments shattered upon being dissipated by the purple energy zone. Another disk of golden light energy was fired again. The golden disc spun rapidly, lunging toward Lepenhart. It was also dragged into the expanding purple energy zone. The disc of light disintegrated completely under the effect of the nullification magic. Jade Arclight sweated, asking in amazement, "Has he interfered with my magic?" He could not believe his eyes, thinking to himself that it was impossible. Would you like me to translate the moment Lepenhart reveals his identity as the anti-mage to the stunned Jade? In the middle of the remaining purple energy, Lepenhart stood firm, leaving Jade Arclight stunned and wondering if the Fist King could also use magic. Lepenhart thought to himself that since he held the title of Fist King, he had tried not to use magic, but as long as it wasn't too flashy, it would probably be fine. He stared forward with a sharp and determined gaze. Immediately, Lepenhart appeared right in front of the stunned Jade Arclight. Jade Arclight used the teleportation boots in a hurry to dodge Lepenhart's burning punch by a hair. Maintaining a safe distance, Jade Arclight smiled smugly and launched the magic spiderweb summoning. Lepenhart roared, "Nullify!" to counter the binding magic that was forming. A gigantic energy spiderweb was shattered from within by purple spikes as Lepenhart jumped backward. Jade Arclight grit his teeth in amazement, seeing his magic continually dissipated. Undeterred, Jade Arclight conjured light binding, summoning golden chains that fell upon Lepenhart from a magic circle in the sky. He continued casting another magic, creating a stream of high-viscosity blue liquid to hinder his opponent. Lepenhart released a massive torrent of purple energy from his body, shattering all approaching magic. Jade Arclight broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe that this stupid Fist King could dissipate all his magic, and wondered if the world had gone crazy. Lepenhart lunged forward at a terrifying speed, ready for a melee attack. Jade Arclight flew through the air and summoned a series of light blades with the Shatter Sword technique. Lepenhart smiled smugly, confidently stating that no matter how powerful they were still just light attribute attacks. He declared he could reflect them and created multiple purple energy shields with the reflector mirror skill. Jade Arclight's light swords collided with the shields, being deflected and fired randomly against the city walls, causing large explosions. In a flashback, Jade Arclight with his white hair roared furiously, not understanding how a savage warrior like Lepenhart could use magic with more precision than a 7th grade mage like himself. The reflected attacks continued to devastate the battlefield. Chaida's mercenaries on the ground screamed in terror as they saw the deadly light beams rushing toward them. An explosion of blinding light engulfed the unfortunate soldiers. A series of consecutive explosions occurred along the wall, causing large-scale destruction. In the air, Lepenhart was hit by several light swords he couldn't reflect, causing his body to bleed deeply. He grit his teeth, commenting that it was an annoying magic artifact, and lamenting that before, just one shockwave blow would have been enough to finish him. Lepenhart roared, clenching his fist, which burned with a glowing golden aura. A runic magic circle appeared right in front of his fist, converging powerful energy. He launched a devastating punch forward and shouted, "Spell dissipating punch." Jade Arclight wondered in amazement. Is he using his fist to break magic? Where did that skill come from? After breaking the magic, Lepenhart lunged directly toward Jade, who was looking up stunned. Jade had not yet recovered from his shock as fragments flew around him. Immediately, blue defensive magic circles appeared enveloping Jade. Lepenhart smiled confidently and said, "Well, it doesn't matter where you're from." Jade used teleportation magic, floating above the wall. From above, Jade looked down with an expression still in shock. Lepenhart struck the ground with his foot, declaring, "Then it doesn't matter if I blow it all up, right?" Avalanche kick. A massive torrent of glowing golden energy shot directly from the ground toward the sky, aiming at Jade. 2 armored knights were swept away by the explosion and screamed desperately as their bodies disintegrated. Jade grit his teeth, raising his hands to try and resist the approaching torrent of destructive energy. Lepenhart continued to concentrate force into the kick, causing the surrounding ground to shatter in a blinding light. He roared with power as the attack's energy reached its peak. An object that looked like Jade's silver metal flew away in the explosion. A massive column of black smoke rose from Jade's position, covering a corner of the city. Standing among the rubble Leppenhart thought to himself how Cirrus had once complained about the weakness of the teleportation boots and realized how annoying they were now that he was facing them. Leppenhart looked up, seeing Jade sitting among the rubble with his clothes in tatters and his body covered in wounds. Jade panted, admitting the battle should have been decided when long-range magic faced an aura user, but he didn't expect Leppenhart to use this method. Leppenhart looked at Jade calmly and thought, "Actually, this is the method I used to use against Cirrus." An illustration showed Cirrus fighting, while Leppenhart's explanation resonated about how Jade always used area of effect magic to counter her teleportation boots. Leppenhart stood firm after the attack while Jade Arclight was thrown backward by the energy torrent. A close-up of Jade Arclight's terrified eyes as blood splattered onto the teleportation boots. Jade Arclight's boots shattered in midair. Leppenhart, covered in blood, coldly declared, "Anyway, you're very annoying. Now you can no longer use those pesky boots." Jade Arclight screamed in pain amidst the dense cloud of smoke and dust. Jade Arclight's face revealed extreme anguish as he grit his teeth to endure it. Leppenhart held a fragment of the boot and reflected on the suspicious connection between the Arclight clan and the assassins in his previous life. In Leppenhart's memories, an intruder in a black cloak appeared. He recalled that the extraordinary equipment of that assassin had become the basis for the magic of the Ten Rings. Leppenhart decided not to kill Jade Arclight because he had found a living clue and declared, "I won't kill you. I have many things to ask you." Jade Arclight stood up, staggering, thinking desperately that he must flee and regretting having to use one of the 3 precious objects he received from his brother. Jade Arclight pulled out a sacred artifact in the shape of a glowing dagger and called it the Feather of Return. He activated the sacred artifact, creating a blinding explosion of blue light. Leppenhart was stunned by the unexpected turn of events, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Jade Arclight's expression changed from a smug smile to one of determination as he concentrated his strength into the sacred artifact to escape. Leppenhart reacted instantly, forcefully throwing the fragment of the broken boot toward Jade Arclight. The boot fragment went whizzing through the air amidst the rubble. Leppenhart clicked his tongue with an expression of frustration. Standing alone in the middle of the desolate landscape, Leppenhart realized his opponent had vanished and wondered. As he disappeared, Leppenhart roared defiantly, "Do you think you can escape my sensory field?" Within the reach of the sensory field, a small silhouette was seen running at full speed in the distance. A dazzling explosion of light enveloped a corner of the ruined city, marking Jade Arclight's teleportation. A blinding white light spread everywhere, making everything vanish in the torrent of teleportation energy. Leppenhart looked at the sky, bitterly admitting, "He's really gone." He thoughtfully analyzed that it was not a large-scale installation, but a mobile long-range teleportation sacred artifact, something he had never seen in his previous life. Leppenhart suddenly snapped out of it, reproaching himself for getting lost in theoretical analysis and allowing Jade to escape. He turned around and found a metal fragment from Jade's boots among the rubble. Leppenhart bent down to pick up the fragment of the teleportation boots. He stared fixedly at the fragment and realized it was identical to what he had obtained from the assassin in his previous life. Leppenhart examined the emblem on the fragment more closely and decided that he would later need to investigate the Arclight clan. Cheers were heard from all over the city as a soldier announced, "We have beheaded Baron Chadas. This is our victory." Standing among the ruins, Leppenhart said calmly, "The war has also ended." Suddenly, he discovered a bag on the ground and wondered what it was. Leppenhart realized it was Jade's infinity bag and thought to himself that the mage had dropped all sorts of things in his life. He opened the bag and was delighted to see it was full of gold coins, estimating they amounted to tens of thousands, and realized Baron Chadas had spent a fortune to defeat him. Leppenhart walked away, clutching the bag of gold coins, thinking this money would be a great help to the domain's budget and that Karsus would be very satisfied. A flashback showed that nearly 1,000 people of different races had been rescued and were being persuaded that tolerance toward humans was the path to freedom. Hundreds of human soldiers led by Frail had also joined Leppenhart's ranks. Leppenhart looked at the map, calculating that taking Baron Chadas' lands and the commercial city of Serad would help fill the coffers to support the refugees and new soldiers. Cirrus appeared and asked Leppenhart if he was okay. He replied yes, and that the enemy had escaped. Cirrus was angry about letting the enemy escape, but Lepenhar held up the fragments of the teleportation boots and asked, "Are you referring to these things?" Lepenhart gave the broken boots to Cirrus, who accepted them happily to the surprise of 2 Hundar guards. Cirrus tried on the boots, and they fit perfectly. Lepenhard explained they had auto-sizing magic. The narration resonated, ordering the soldiers to take the Hundar citadel and arrest all who surrendered. In a flashback, it was revealed that the war originated from the death of Jax, the Cheetah's clan heir, in a duel, which turned Baron Cheetah's and Baron Galen into enemies. Baron Galen clutched his head in despair, while Baron Cheetah's elite mercenary army cornered him. Lepenhard, with the title of Fist King, appeared as a lifeline of pure gold for Baron Galen. Baron Galen had taken the lifeline from the Antares domain. In a metaphorical image, Baron Galen used that same rope to strangle Baron Cheetah's, changing the course of the war. The map showed the vast territory of the Cheetah's clan, while the Antares domain was initially a small plot of land. After the victory, the Antares domain divided Cheetah's territory, with Baron Galen tripling its size. Lepenhart recalled that Karsus had advised them not to take the entire territory, as growth that was too rapid would provoke neighboring nobles. Sitting in his chair, Lepenhart smiled with satisfaction, declaring that control of the commercial city of Serad had laid the foundation for his plans. Would you like me to translate the next chapter where Lepenhart begins the reconstruction of the Antares domain using the newly acquired gold? 1 year passed, and a magnificent white palace had been erected. The scene changed to spring, the time when everything sprouts and blooms. The story moved to the land of Patel, a vast region of plains in the southeast of the continent. A path wound through the green hills of the land of Patel. Although the land of Patel seemed desolate, green shoots still emerged after the harsh winter. This land was too barren for cultivation and was plagued by monsters, so it had become the home of nomadic tribes for generations. The map showed the nomadic tribes that raised horses and sheep scattered throughout the land of Patel, divided by the 2 mountain ranges of Gloten and Rakit. Having no external threats, the tribes had never truly united and had lived in relative peace for centuries. After hundreds of years of peace, the land of Patel was now on the brink of a great war. In the center of Pitol, under the shadow of the range of the Lying Wolf, a force of 10,000 men from the nomadic coalition had gathered. A bearded nomadic warrior wondered with concern, will we really be able to defeat those monsters? In front of them was a formidable army of brown-skinned orcs, growling and brandishing their weapons. The orc warriors with glowing green eyes, led by a white-haired chief, were ready for battle. The infantrymen of the nomadic side were paralyzed, sweating profusely from terror before the orc army. Chief Adatum of the Gray Falcon tribe, mounted on a giant wolf, commented that he had never fought with so many brothers. Karuga, the Karkan chief of the Blue Bear tribe, nodded and said that Lepenhart had fulfilled his promise. Chief Kinger of the Earth Boar tribe exclaimed that with this power, they didn't have to worry about the human army on the other side of the mountain and considered Lepenhart to be truly a mage. A light-haired strategist explained to Kinger that this was not magic but diplomacy, the way humans resolve differences. Lepenhart, in silver armor on horseback, raised the banner of Antares and shouted, "Surrender under the banner of Antares. Those who swear loyalty will be treated with honor." The bearded nomadic warrior roared with anger, "Don't make me laugh. We are the free people of the steppe. We bow to no one." He spurred his horse, rallying the warriors. "Charge, sons of the prairie, for our freedom." Chief Karkan, standing upon his war wolf, roared, asking his orc brothers if they were ready, declaring it was time to change the tide after generations of humiliation. At his order, the pack of giant war wolves with glowing eyes lunged forward. The orc warriors mounted on wolves roared and charged into battle, believing their great ancestors were watching them. Chief Karkan's gigantic sword erupted with a powerful green aura. He brandished his sword. The power of the aura spread across the entire battlefield, tearing the enemies apart. The nomadic warrior exclaimed in terror, "Damn it. It was said the Antares domain had orcs who could use aura, but I didn't think it was true." Se dio cuenta de que había hasta 3 personas así mientras aparecían las imágenes de los 3 jefes Adatum Kinjirikarken, cada uno irradiando una aura poderosa de diferente color. The nomadic warrior was confident that even if the orcs used aura, they would be no match for magic, and ordered the hired mages to put them to sleep. A wide-area sleep spell was cast, causing the brown-skinned orc warriors to immediately fall asleep in the middle of the battlefield. From behind, a dwarf priest roared a prayer, imploring the god Alfred to protect the warriors' minds. A stream of brilliant white divine power erupted, enveloping the orc warriors and dissipating the sleep spell. The nomadic warrior was horrified to see that atheist orcs could use divine power. He wondered in panic if the dwarves who worshipped evil gods were protecting them, while the dwarf priests led by Gelfeed continued to pray devotedly. The orc warriors roared with fury, stating that the enemy's crude magic was nothing and that they were protected by ancestral spirits as they charged into battle. A map explained that the Blue Bear tribe, after settling in the Antares domain, had continued to expand its influence eastward to the Gloatin Mountain Range. The next map showed that they had sent messengers to other orc tribes in Destrand, inviting them to join. The narration said that the Earthboar and Grey Falcon tribes had gathered in the Gloatin Range, followed by many other tribes, forcing the humans of Petalland to act immediately. The nomads of Petalland, who used to capture orcs to sell them as slaves, contacted nearby noble families to ask for help. However, this time, all the nobles rejected the nomads' request because they realized this was not about individual slaves. Under the symbolic banner of the Antares domain, the powerful orc army declared a war for territory. The orc warriors massacred their enemies, offering their blood to the ancestral gods Modum, Balat, and Butala. The hired mages entered extreme panic, reproaching each other for having underestimated the opponent's power. Cyrus Bontines, mounted on his war horse with his sword radiating a blue aura, shouted an order to the Antares knights to charge. The nomadic warrior exclaimed in despair that not only were there 3 aura-using orcs, but even the famous Cyrus had joined the battle. The narration described the fall of the nomadic coalition. Despite being more numerous, their lack of experience caused them to be scattered by Antares' elite army and forced to retreat. The battlefield scene after the fight was desolate, covered in weapons and corpses. A solitary figure stood atop a high mountain, silently observing the entire scene from a distance. An elf with purple hair thought with melancholy. So these are the soldiers of the Antares domain I've heard about. Standing at the peak of the mountain, looking over the snow-covered land, the purple-haired elf wondered, is this the wind created by the Fist King, Lepenhart? The knight. Would you like me to translate the encounter between this mysterious purple-haired elf and Lepenhart scouts? Night fell with the flickers of bonfires glowing in the distance. Below, a vast military camp celebrated with a festive atmosphere of victory. 3 cups were raised with a resonant shout, "To our victory!" Around the bonfire, soldiers of different races cheerfully invited each other to drink. A brown-skinned orc warrior called out to Robert Utanuni and also to Priest Arlos, who gladly accepted. Chief Hidatum put his arm over Russ, enthusiastically inviting him to drink and praising his strength, but Russ awkwardly refused. "I don't like alcohol." Hidatum said it didn't matter because Russ was very strong, then turned to ask him if he liked meat, while Chief Kinger sat beside them. Israel approached cheerfully, holding a wine cup and saying loudly that he would eat more because he liked alcohol very much, drawing the attention of Kinger. Kinger, excited, gave a heavy slap to Israel's shoulder, praising his good alcohol tolerance despite being a bit weak, which startled Israel. Israel, confused, stopped Kinger's hand and advised, "You shouldn't act like that with humans, Lord Kinger." Israel explained that humans have a high sense of dignity and would consider such an action an insult, which Kinger understood and immediately apologized for. Suddenly, Russ's gaze sharpened as he perceived something unusual. Chief Hidatum's face also immediately became serious and cautious. Chief Kinger also changed his attitude, his gaze full of scrutiny. The 3 aura users felt a strange presence, and Russ wondered if there was another aura user nearby. The silver-white-haired Chief Karkin appeared alongside the other 2 chiefs. He felt the call and decided, "Let's go." The scene of the night camp appeared at the foot of an imposing mountain. Snow began to fall gently from a high rocky ledge. The view encompassed the entire illuminated camp below. Russ and the 3 Karuga chiefs stood before a dark cave in the mountain. One of them exclaimed, "Come out, you who have received the blessing of the battle spirit and have called us." Chief Karkin stood in front of a dark cave with the snow falling around him. Inside the deep cave, a frigid air enveloped everything. A slender figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The figure became clearer as it moved toward the cave entrance. A voice resonated from the figure, asking, "Is it you, the orcs of the Antares domain?" A purple-haired elf appeared, saying in surprise, "It's truly amazing. I didn't expect that orcs could master the common language as well." Russ and Chief Kinger were stunned. "Ushtameret, an elf." While Kinger confirmed it, the elf stepped completely out of the cave, wondering if there were warriors in the elven race, as he had heard they were very timid. The elf smiled confidently, her eyes radiating a brilliant white light. She unsheathed her rapier, the blade glowing with white light. "Chief," Karkin roared, his body also radiating a powerful current of energy. Karkin swung his greatsword downward, colliding violently with the elf's rapier, creating an energy explosion. The surrounding ground cracked under the force of the impact. Karkin blocked the attack and shouted, "This is not enough to break my sword, elven warrior." Russ, terrified, tried to intervene and shouted, "An enemy." The elf turned and shouted, demanding Russ not to interfere in their duel, which left him stunned. Chiefs Kinger and Hadadam stopped Russ. Kinger said it was a fight between the two of them, while Hadadam commented that it wasn't easy to find aura users. Karkin roared a shell breaker skill, then leaped into the air brandishing his sword with a stream of green aura. The elf calmly observed the approaching attack. She raised her rapier, which radiated a dazzling white light, ready for combat. The purple-haired elven warrior spun, using her rapier to create a defensive aura circle and block the attacks. Cyrus exclaimed in amazement in his thoughts at her incredible swordsmanship, considering that parrying consecutive blows from an aura-imbued greatsword was highly admirable. The elf lightly parried each of Karkin's fierce attacks, making sparks fly, while Cyrus wondered if he would witness another great battle today. Karkin roared with enthusiasm, recognizing the elven warrior's power and challenging. "Let's have even more fun." Karkin threw his great sword and shouted, "Go forth, my sworn partner Magnum." The great sword, enveloped in a green aura, spun and launched itself like an arrow. The gigantic current of energy from the sword sliced through the air, heading directly toward the elf. The elven warrior raised her rapier, preparing to face the energy attack head-on. She successfully blocked the gigantic current of energy, creating a large explosion that shattered the surrounding ground. Karkin smiled broadly. His fist began to accumulate a powerful green aura. He lunged forward and launched a potent punch, shouting the name of the technique, "Scale Breaker Barehanded Punch." The elven warrior raised her head, her hair waving in the wind as she faced the approaching punch. Karkin's punch impacted with force, creating a terrible shockwave that shattered the stone wall behind. Would you like me to translate the next scene where the elven warrior reveals her true mission to the Antares leaders? Fragments of the stone wall continued to fly due to the aftershocks of Karkin's attack. Hadadam commented that Karkin was very high-spirited, while Kinger and Cyrus thought to themselves that they also wanted to join this exciting fight. Cyrus suddenly felt confused when images of snowflakes appeared in his eyes. The elven warrior emanated a frigid aura, her sword enveloped in ice magic, which made Cyrus realize she could combine aura with elemental power. Karkin stood on the completely frozen ground, laughed out loud, and said it had been a long time since he had such an exciting match. The elven warrior brought the cold blade to Karkin's throat and proposed stopping the fight, but he was still excited and wanted to continue. She smiled confidently and asked, "Is this not enough to prove my worth? I am a warrior." Karkin burst into laughter and acknowledged, "Of course. You are an excellent warrior, no, a true gladiator." The elven warrior explained that she had heard that to earn the trust of the orcs, one must go through a true battle, and she was glad it was true. Frail exclaimed in amazement, "Wait, that was a combat ritual? I didn't expect an elf to act with such a direct challenge." The elven warrior smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Anila. I am the leader of the Styria clan." Anila pointed back and said the people there were from her own clan. Behind Anila was a group of elves. She explained that her clan had come from the frozen lands of the north to meet the rebirth of the world tree. Anila smiled with a hidden meaning and asked, "Oh, warriors of Antares, will you guide us?" The scene changes to a nameless frozen land north of Petaland. The shot glides over cliffs covered in white snow. In the middle of the steep plateau lies a village hidden from common eyes, home to the Styria elf clan. A young elf who was drying something exclaimed with joy, "Oh wow, Leppenheart!" In his original body with long black hair, he appeared in the snowy village and was warmly welcomed by the elves. The narration presented Leppenheart as the youngest archmage in the history of the continent to reach the 9th circle, reaching the peak of magic at 35. In the last 100 years, besides Leppenheart, only the archmage Drisa was recognized as a master, but he had passed away a few years ago. Furthermore, Drisa only reached the 7th circle after age 70, which made Leppenheart's achievement even more amazing, as the image of Drisa coughing hard appeared beside him. Although he was sought after by many nations, Leppenheart rejected them all and became a dungeon explorer, continuing to wander the world in search of higher realms. 3 years ago, he disappeared from public view while staying in the Styria village to learn a new theory on spirit magic. 2 elves saw him and asked with concern. The 2 elves gave Leppenheart hot compresses and fish, making him thank them in confusion and say he couldn't eat that much. The village elves clustered together, admiring Leppenheart's charm and incredible magic power. A dark-skinned elf with long platinum hair was nearby, arms crossed, and commented, "You're quite popular, aren't you, Mr. Leppenheart?" In the memory, Leppenheart smiled, teasing Cirrus, who seemed annoyed. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Leppenheart whispered into Cirrus's ear, who was blushing. "You know it, right? That you're the only one for me." Cirrus responded in confusion while Leppenheart asked about a mutual friend. Both Leppenheart and Cirrus were startled when Inilla suddenly appeared behind them. Inilla, the leader of the Styria clan, coldly declared to Leppenheart that he had kept his promise. Leppenheart affectionately scolded her for not calling him, but Inilla replied that whoever has business must take the initiative to seek. The 2 elves accompanying Inilla blushed, looking at Leppenheart with admiration. Inilla looked at the 2 people from her clan with an expression of disgust. She approached Leppenheart while the other elves continued whispering. Inilla sarcastically asked Leppenheart if he was very popular, which made him reply in confusion that he wasn't trying to seduce anyone. Inilla looked at her clan members with disappointment and said she couldn't understand them since Leppenheart was just flesh and bone. Leppenheart kindly explained that not everyone had such sharp vision as her, before Inilla went straight to the point, asking him to fulfill his promise to revive the World Tree. Leppenheart held out an ancient heart-shaped, glowing sacred artifact called Generos, explaining that this was the seed containing the essence of the World Tree. The scene changes to the present. Leppenheart stands with a confident expression under the clear blue sky. Leppenheart stood on the roof, looking with satisfaction at the village being successfully rebuilt around the new World Tree. The scene shows a new elf village, Harrington, which has been built in the Gloaton Forest around the newly planted World Tree. The gigantic World Tree towers high, maintaining a life cycle for the entire forest. Leppenheart walked through the village with Cirrus, thinking to himself that the elves had stabilized, but the gender ratio was too unbalanced. 2 elves saw Leppenheart. They immediately showed fear, stammered a greeting, and left in a hurry. Cirrus followed him with an expressionless face and then turned to mock Leppenheart. "Well, Lord Leppenheart, you really aren't very well liked." Cirrus was startled to hear a familiar voice calling her. An elf named Shaylin cheerfully greeted Cirrus, while 2 elf children behind her showed fear. Shaylin noticed Leppenheart's presence and introduced him to the children as the man who had saved them and granted them this village. "Would you like me to translate the interaction between Leppenheart and the young elf children who fear his appearance?" Leppenheart tried to fake a friendly smile to greet the children, but his appearance was extremely terrifying. The elf children screamed in fear, and Shaylin scolded Leppenheart for making them cry while he wondered in perplexity. "What did I do?" Cirrus comforted a sobbing Leppenheart, explaining that to elves his appearance was a bit intimidating and reassured him they would get used to it over time. Suddenly, a messenger on horseback galloped toward the village, making the elves step aside. The messenger soldier quickly dismounted and knelt on one knee before Leppenheart. The soldier greeted the White King respectfully and reported that he brought news regarding Lord Karkin, but Leppenheart replied that he had already heard of the victory. The soldier presented a scroll and said there was new information. During the march, Lord Karkin had encountered a group of unknown elves. Leppenheart took the scroll while the soldier added they called themselves the Styria tribe, and he blurted out the name. Inilla. The soldier stammered in surprise, asking how Lepenhart knew their leader's name, and Cirrus also asked curiously if Inilla was someone he knew. Lepenhart explained she was someone he met in a past life, and then turned to Cirrus to tell her they must return to the White King's castle. Night fell over the elven village, covering the gigantic world tree. The next day, the White King's castle appeared majestic under the morning sunlight. Inside the castle was a luxurious room with a splendid chandelier, but it was fully equipped with gym apparatus. Lepenhart, shirtless and showing his muscles, was training Karsus and urged him. All right, break's over. Second round begins. Still 12 reps per set. Lepenhart ordered Ceylon to maintain the same weight and add one more set while Ceylon struggled with the bar over his shoulders. Lepenhart continued instructing Karsus to keep the number of sets but increase the weight level, and Karsus replied seriously, "Understood, my White King." Karsus thought to himself that he must develop strength to survive, admitting he had underestimated the endurance of Yubel and Phinia, and now understood why Yubel's physical strength was so monstrous. Lepenhart watched Karsus and Ceylon train, thinking that having been trained as a knight, Karsus was using recoil force as if wielding a weapon. Lepenhart reminded Karsus not to use his reflexes, while an assistant informed the newly arrived elf that he would notify the king and invite her to wait in the parlor, but she refused. Lepenhart realized the guest had arrived earlier than expected, while the elf thought that perhaps a wild elf found it difficult to understand human etiquette, just like in his past life. Lepenhart turned around and asked Karsus and Ceylon to withdraw for a moment. Karsus dropped the bar to the floor, while Lepenhart greeted, "It is an honor to meet you, leader of the Styria tribe." Lepenhart introduced himself as Lepenhart, Walled Antares, the White King of the Antares domain, and apologized for his inappropriate attire, as he had not been notified of the visit. The elf introduced herself as Inilla, leader of the Styria tribe, and commented that his attire was very suitable for a warrior, so she didn't mind. The narration explained that Inilla was the only aura user among living elves and possessed overwhelming combat power. It added that until Cirrus surpassed her with magic, Inilla was the strongest elf. Lepenhart welcomed her to Antares and informed her he had prepared a forest for her tribe. Inilla went straight to the point, saying they had come after sensing the rebirth of the world tree in this domain, and Lepenhart confirmed it with an inquisitive look. Inilla asked directly, "Allow me to ask, are you truly the one who revived the world tree?" She explained they believed reviving the world tree required immense magic power, while Lepenhart only looked like a powerful warrior. Lepenhart replied, "Yes," as a brilliant golden aura began to emanate from his body. He clenched his fist, and the golden aura erupted violently. Immediately after, a current of purple dark magic also concentrated around his other hand. The purple magical energy exploded from his fist. Lepenhart stood between the two opposing energy currents, one of golden aura and one of dark magic, and declared he was both an aura user and a mage. Inilla looked at the scene before her in awe, her face reflecting the two colors of energy, and whispered, "Incredible." Inilla approached, put her hand on Lepenhart's chest with an expression of admiration, and said she couldn't believe such great intelligence could exist in such a magnificent body. Lepenhart sweated, wondering in confusion at the girl's strange expression, while Inilla blushed, staring at him with an infatuated look. Inilla gently placed her hand on Lepenhart's chest and said, "Excuse me." With a blushing face, she looked up and asked directly, "By any chance are you married?" Lepenhart was completely stunned by the sudden question, his face frozen in shock. In Anilla's thoughts, the men of her Styria tribe looked very thin and weak. Although other elves praised their beauty, Inilla found their bodies weren't trained at all. As an aura user dedicated to martial arts, she couldn't accept the physique of the men of her own tribe. She even thought the orcs were better because with male elves she couldn't stand a body part below the neck, and with orcs she couldn't stand a body part above the neck. Furthermore, Inilla also did not tolerate ignorance, believing a true man must be complete in both intellect and martial arts, which is why she had been alone for decades. But finally, her ideal had appeared, Lepenhart, who possessed superior intelligence, a perfect physique, and had reached the peak of both power and knowledge. At the age of 145, a warm spring breeze finally blew into the heart of the naive elf as she repeated the question, "By any chance, are you married?" Lepenhart, confused, wondered if her personality had changed after the time regression, then scratched his head and replied, "Ah, I'm not married, but I already have someone in mind." Inilla exclaimed, "I knew it," then insistently asked if he had already officially married, and Leppenhart awkwardly replied, "No." She squeezed her hands with joy, exclaiming, "Great," while Leppenhart remained perplexed, not understanding what was happening. Would you like me to translate the next scene, where Cirrus walks in and witnesses Inilla's bold advances toward Leppenhart? Inilla smiled gracefully, thanked Leppenhart for accepting her tribe, and solemnly swore that the Styria tribe would exist and perish with the Antares domain as allies. Leppenhart accepted the oath, and Inilla announced she would return to her tribe, but would visit frequently. Inilla whistled cheerfully, turned, and left in a good mood, leaving Leppenhart standing there watching her. Leppenhart scratched his head, not understanding at all what had just happened to him. Meanwhile, Inilla walked away, immersed in thoughts about Leppenhart's body, his firm chest radiating heat, his wide shoulders, his strong arms, and waist. She had to remind herself to stay lucid, just as Phinia came out after finishing her training and thought, "Ah, is that the elf leader everyone is talking about?" Phinia smiled friendly and said, "Hello." Inilla faced Ceylon in her female form, thinking, "What is this? How can a boy be so exasperatingly beautiful?" While Ceylon introduced himself awkwardly, "I am Ceylon, a servant of Phinia." Inilla was stunned to hear the name Ceylon. Her eyes shone with a flash of recognition. Inilla looked at Ceylon with a competitive gaze and declared, "I will not lose to you," which made Ceylon ask perplexedly. Inilla realized this was the boy rumored to be the object of Lord Leppenhart's affection, while Phinia watched from behind with a look of confusion. The narration explained that besides the Styria clan, other non-human tribes that previously hid across the continent also began to converge on the Antares domain. Guru Atishka of the Troll clan, during the rescue of his own people, encouraged reclusive tribes to migrate to this domain. Persuasion was not easy, as given the greedy vision of humans, the idea of moving to their territory was a decision the Troll clan could not take lightly. However, Atishka's words carried great weight thanks to his acts of help, along with the growing reputation and influence of the Antares domain. A map showed that hundreds of trolls finally immigrated from various lands to the Gloden mountain range. The scene changed to Troll Riad, the village of the Troll clan, with its houses of unique conical roofs. Leppenhart took Inilla and a blonde-haired companion to visit the village. The blonde girl marveled at the beauty of the houses and was surprised to see the widespread use of glass. The narration explained the specialization of the races. Dwarves were skilled with stone and iron, elves with weaving and carpentry, and orcs were unmatched in hide tanning. As for the Troll clan, they had a tradition of mastery in earth control rooted in a shamanic culture that reversed the natural flow. Their skill with ceramics was considered an art by other races. There was even a time when a troll urinal was considered a treasure and used as human tableware. As Leppenhart's group passed, several troll children recognized him and whispered, "There's the White King. Today he brings another young girl. What a womanizer." Inilla pointed at something with curiosity, and Leppenhart explained it was opus cementerium. He added that it was a traditional building material only trolls could produce, capable of solidifying instantly, and created through the transmutation of earth. Leppenhart reflected on the three great taboos, time, space, and matter, realizing that the troll's elemental transmutation ability was amazing and had helped him investigate 10th ring magic. Inilla looked at Leppenhart, with eyes shining in admiration for his vast knowledge, which made Leppenhart, a bit embarrassed, tell her to call him Leppenhart. Inilla clung to Leppenhart's hand, saying coquettishly that she would call him whatever she wanted, while Leppenhart thought that Inilla in this timeline was very daring, and the blonde girl accompanying them showed annoyance. Inilla leaned her head on Leppenhart and asked curiously about something, which made him respond awkwardly. Cirrus was nearby, her face showing clear irritation and jealousy. She took off her hair ribbon while muttering that it didn't matter. Cirrus continued telling herself that she and Lord Leppenhart didn't have a special relationship either. In a dark space, Inilla introduced herself as Inilla of the Styria clan and asked if Cirrus was the famous new Moonblade. Cirrus opened her eyes wide, looking at her opponent with suspicion. Cirrus smiled confidently, responding that she was Cirrus Varentia of the Danheim clan. She puffed out her chest, showing her pride, and Inilla approached. saying provocatively that Cirrus must be the girl whom Lord Leppenheart pampered like a daughter. Cirrus was stunned by Anila's words, while Leppenheart behind them could only sigh at her competitive nature. Atishka approached and solemnly invited Leppenheart, whom he called King of Humans, to attend the birth ritual that was about to begin. The scene changed to a troll clan settlement, highlighting a gigantic step pyramid. A crowd of trolls had gathered at the foot of the pyramid to prepare for the ceremony. Leppenheart explained to Cirrus and Anila that from now on they must maintain a solemn attitude, as being invited to witness this ritual meant they had been recognized as friends. A troll chief with a feather headdress stood at the top, declaring loudly that the women of the tribe were the hope for the future. A male troll with dreadlocks began to climb the steps of the pyramid to receive the blessing. A row of pregnant female trolls stood solemnly waiting for the ceremony. The male troll lay on a stone platform at the top of the pyramid, apparently in a state of trance or meditation. The chief raised 2 curved daggers toward the sky, preparing to perform the ritual on the male troll. Other trolls began to beat drums and chant ancient ritual songs. Atishka brandished the curved dagger, stabbing directly into the chest of the troll lying on the stone platform. Fresh blood splattered as the dagger sank deep into the troll's body. Atishka maintained a solemn expression. Blood splattered everywhere, staining a large area red. Anila and Cirrus, would you like me to translate the shocking explanation of how this ritual actually ensures the survival of the troll species? They screamed in horror at the unexpected scene of violence. Cirrus trembled, stammering as she realized what was happening with the troll clan. With horrified eyes, Cirrus thought desperately, "They've killed Atishka?" Leppenheart firmly held Cirrus back as she tried to lunge forward and said firmly, "Wait. He is not dead." The blood from Atishka's wound gathered into a floating mass while the narration resonated. Where life and death meet, there is hope. The mass of blood began to spin, emitting dark energy, and the narration continued. Hope becomes the future, illuminating the dark path ahead. The dark energy swirled, forming a jet-black circle that looked like a bottomless abyss. Leppenheart explained that this was the birth ritual of the troll clan, while Atishka's dark energy enveloped the entire area. The narration indicated that the troll clan had difficulty giving birth due to their excessive regeneration capacity, while the image showed a row of pregnant female trolls. The narration continued explaining that the regeneration ability of trolls only developed in adulthood, and a fetus could not overcome the mother's regenerative power. The explanation revealed that when a powerful troll mage sacrificed his heart to bless his magic power, it protected the child, allowing it to be born safely. The narration spoke of the ancient custom where the mother devoured the father to protect the fetus, but now, thanks to magic, they could give birth safely without sacrificing the father, though with fewer offspring. Cirrus asked worriedly if it was okay for a mage to die every time the ritual was performed, but Leppenheart gestured for her to be silent and continue watching. The dark energy from Atishka's wound swirled violently in the air. The entire mass of dark energy suddenly rushed back, entering the hole in Atishka's chest. Cirrus exclaimed in amazement at the troll's extraordinary regenerative power, while Leppenheart affirmed that only a true guru could achieve this. Atishka stood up, his body completely healed, and spread his arms, declaring that the birth ritual had been performed safely and urged everyone to bless the future. In a memory of his previous life, Tezcan used Spiral Guard to crush Atishka to pieces, and Anila exclaimed in surprise while Leppenheart, standing beside her, commented that the ritual looked like a human sacrifice and was very easy to misunderstand. Atishka turned to greet Leppenheart solemnly. "You have arrived, Fist King." Leppenheart replied that he could not miss the honor of witnessing a birth ritual. Atishka praised Leppenheart for understanding their culture, while Leppenheart thought to himself that in his previous life he had also reacted violently, making Tezcan beside him sweat profusely. An angry Cirrus asked Leppenheart, "You knew and didn't explain it?" Leppenheart scratched his head and replied that he wanted her to accept it without prejudice and that he also needed to know how she felt. Anila solemnly introduced herself as the leader of the Styria clan, and Atishka greeted her respectfully in return, introducing himself as Guru Atishka, who follows the will of great nature. Atishka gave Anila a gift, snow spirit silk, which surprised her and made her think to herself, To catch the general, you must first catch the horse. Atishka seemed confused by Sirius's look full of suspicion and discomfort. Atishka offered to sing the Fist King a song passed down in the troll tribe, which surprised Lepenhart. The mysterious lyrics of the song resonated, speaking of conflict and harmony, and Atishka asked Lepenhart if he understood, but he honestly admitted he didn't understand anything. The scene changed to a magnificent castle towering among majestic mountains. Inside the castle was a luxurious dining room with splendid chandeliers and exquisite furniture. A hand placed a plate of grilled fish on the sumptuous table and said, "If you only work your body, it will weaken." A purple-haired elf brought the food to Lepenhart, who was sitting and eating, saying she brought it in case he skipped dinner, and he praised the dish as excellent. The purple-haired elf quoted a human proverb, saying that you will be happy for 3 years with a beautiful woman, but you will be happy for 30 years with a woman who cooks well. Lepenhart smiled and said, "Please tell Miss Torilla that I really enjoyed the food," which surprised the purple-haired elf because he had recognized the cook. Sirius, wearing an apron, brought another dish and was surprised to see that Lepenhart had already eaten, so he invited her to sit and eat with him. Sirius opened her eyes wide, completely stunned by Lepenhart's unexpected invitation. The purple-haired elf glanced sideways at Sirius with a triumphant and pleased expression. An aura of tension enveloped the stunned Sirius and the purple-haired elf, who smiled provocatively, while Lepenhart continued quietly enjoying his meal. Sirius stared with an expression of extreme fury while in her mind the question echoed, "What's wrong? Are you going to eat with me?" She slammed the door shut in anger and shouted from behind it, "I'm not hungry." Lepenhart remained motionless, looking at the newly closed door while the purple-haired elf beside him flashed a smug smile. Lepenhart reached a logical conclusion. Seeing how hard the door was closed, it must have been because of the strong wind, which made the purple-haired elf look confused. The scene changed to a magnificent palatial hallway lit by the resplendent sun coming through arched windows. An elf named Serpil noticed Anila's expression and asked if she really liked that human man so much. Anila bit her nails in frustration and wondered what to do to win his heart, to which Serpil advised her there was a better way than taking credit for someone else's cooking. Serpil continued assuring her that Lepenhart was a warrior and would undoubtedly recognize her strengths, which gave Anila a bit of hope. In a vast training hall, Lepenhart and Dakar faced off, preparing for a special practice session to overcome Lepenhart's weaknesses. Dakar narrowed his eyes, looking at his opponent. Sweat ran down his temples with an expression full of determination. With a shout, Dakar lunged forward, unleashing a powerful attack. Lepenhart skillfully dodged Dakar's blow and immediately counterattacked. Lepenhart grabbed Dakar's arm, using strength and technique to prepare to take him down. Dakar's face. Would you like me to translate the continuation of this intense training session between Lepenhart and Dakar? Dakar's face revealed clear tension as he was completely dominated by Lepenhart. With a decisive movement, Lepenhart lifted and threw Dakar over his shoulder with great power. Dakar was thrown violently through the air after Lepenhart's perfect takedown. Dakar grit his teeth, enduring being launched through the air. Lepenhart's hands accumulated a glowing aura as he prepared for the next attack. Lepenhart planted his feet firmly on the ground, showing an unwavering stance. Both continued exchanging moves in a series of complex martial arts techniques, demonstrating an equality of skills. Dakar panted, praising Lepenhart for having improved greatly, while Lepenhart replied that he felt he was grasping the key points. Dakar admitted it was very difficult to keep up with Lepenhart's pace due to the great difference in size, which made Lepenhart wonder if his strength was already enough to face Tezcan. While both discussed ground combat techniques, Anila suddenly appeared and offered, "Do you want to teach you?" Anila smiled confidently, saying she also knew a bit about ground combat techniques, and invited Lepenhart to a practice match. Lepenhart blushed, thinking about fighting a girl in a tight-fitting suit, but Anila declared loudly that for warriors, there is no gender distinction. Dakar encouraged Lepenhart to try it, revealing that Anila had fought hand-to-hand without being inferior to Karkin. Anila took off her shoes. Her sharp eyes demanded that Lepenhart take this practice match seriously. Lepenhart smiled with interest, his body erupting in a golden aura, and accepted the challenge. "Then I look forward to it." Lepenhart recalled that in his previous life, Anila had been an ally and subordinate, but since he was a mage at that time, he couldn't know her true strength. He thought to himself that before he couldn't know for sure, but now that he had become a warrior, he was very curious about her abilities. The match began. Lepenhart, with his glowing golden aura, lunged toward Anila, who also radiated a powerful presence. Anila wore a smile full of confidence as she faced Lepenhart's attack. Lepenhart suddenly realized something unusual. His eyes widened in amazement, and a cold sweat ran down his body. Anila moved with extreme speed, sliding easily past Lepenhart's arm. She stepped on Lepenhart's shoulder as a fulcrum and propelled herself into the air. Anila spun in the air at a dizzying speed. She used her legs to trap Lepenhart's neck and arms, beginning to execute a complex lock. Lepenhart was completely dominated by Anila's technique, as she used her entire body to twist him. Anila successfully brought Lepenhart to the ground in a tight lock position, which surprised him as he realized this was the Karshan technique. Lepenhart grit his teeth, unable to believe he had been taken down even before he could understand what was happening. Lepenhart grit his teeth when Anila's knee hit him hard in the side. Still holding Lepenhart firmly, Anila explained that in the past she had hidden her elf identity to travel across the continent in search of strong people to learn this skill. Lepenhart sweated, thinking to himself that this skill was amazing and he didn't know how to escape. Anila smiled and instructed him how to escape the hold. Turn your body to one side and lift your right knee, then push my knee and... Lepenhart stood up successfully, gave Anila a cheerful pat on the shoulder, and said, "How lucky to have met you, Anila." Dakar watched with sparkling eyes, excitedly suggesting, "Then shall we continue?" "Magnificent, how instructive." Lepenhart shyly asked if touching the chest was part of the Karshan technique, and Anila calmly replied that it was to measure physical potential. The scene changes to a vast mountainous and forested region covered by the morning sunlight. A large commercial caravan moves along the northern trade route of Petalland, the road connecting the Kingdom of Grain and the Duchy of Chadan. The Merchants Guild, Maul gains profit from this route, trading all kinds of precious goods and specialties. However, their most valuable merchandise was the chained non-human slaves. A group of slaves composed of bound elves and orcs were forced to walk in a state of exhaustion and despair. A guard grumpily shouted at the slaves, "Hey, can't you go any faster?" A wealthy merchant poked his head out of his carriage to complain, but the mercenary leader reassured him, saying they were about to reach Strassend and that bandits wouldn't dare attack. The bandits mentioned were the Frisian Band, a group operating in the mountains of Petalland, calling themselves the Frisian Liberation Front. A mercenary told the leader worriedly that even the most renowned mercenary companies had failed against them. The leader, mercenary, wondered thoughtfully how they could evade even army pursuits, while his companion suggested they were just risking their lives. The mercenary leader responded with disdain, "You talk as if they were people. What monsters would have such an elaborate plan?" From the carriage, a merchant complained irritably, "This world is crazy. That guy, the Fist King, treats slaves as if they were people." In a room, two merchants were conversing. One said angrily, "Those idiots only cause disorder unnecessarily. If they just obeyed docilely, they'd be well fed and clothed. What's wrong with that?" A high-ranking merchant turned with an expression of extreme panic. Amidst a rain of arrows, a mercenary leader on horseback shouted desperately, "Enemy attack." The mercenary leader tried to calm the chaotic soldiers and ordered them to form a formation to counter the unexpected ambush. He realized, "Would you like me to translate the next part where the Frisian Liberation Front reveals its true strength against the slave traders?" With amazement that the arrows had accurately targeted the gaps in the armor, proving they were the skills of well-trained archers and not mere slaves. The mercenary leader's face turned pale with shock and fear from the woods. A group of masked elves appeared, making him mutter in disbelief. Elves? How could a common elf handle a bow? A member of the attacking group declared loudly, "We are the Frisian Liberation Front. For our oppressed kin, we rise." The merchants and mercenaries screamed in horror as they recognized the identity of the enemy. Monsters! It's the Frisian bandits. The Frisian Liberation Front, including elves and orcs, lunged into battle with the goal of rescuing their compatriots. The head merchant shouted in panic, then greedily ordered, "Elves are very valuable. Don't kill them. Capture them all alive. Whoever captures one, I'll give a mountain of gold coins." A mercenary shouted for retreat upon seeing a massive enemy orc warrior slaughtering his comrades. A masked elf warrior on horseback lunged, shooting. The catamate leaped bravely into the air, brandished his axe to block the attack, and shouted, "Don't die." The two warriors faced each other in fierce combat. Catamate was knocked to the ground by the elf warrior's sword. Hadatum, a gigantic aruga with a skull helmet, appeared and called out to Catamate, making the dwarf shout and startle. "Don't say my real name." Hadatum suddenly roared in pain, clutching his helmet with both hands, while Catamate looked at him in shock. A squad of knights in full armor and shining swords appeared, and their leader declared, "As expected, runaway slaves have appeared. Capture all the women, kill the rest." The two Liberation Front warriors recognized that the enemies were knights from the Duchy of Chot-An hired by the Mall Guild, and worried that they were all magic swordsmen. From the luxury carriage, the head merchant laughed smugly. "Did you think we'd let you do whatever you wanted forever?" The commander of the Chot-An Knights shouted, ordering everyone to kneel and surrender if they wanted their lives spared. In response, Hadatum, Catamate, and a dwarf warrior with a horned helmet also roared, demanding the opponent drop their weapons and surrender. The Chot-An Knights were confident at first, but their expressions quickly changed to shock. The confident expression of the Chot-An Knights vanished, replaced by panic. The Chot-An Knights recoiled in horror at the overwhelming aura emanating from the Frisian warriors. An orc warrior with a boar helmet asked Catamate why he was revealing his aura, and Catamate replied that the savior had allowed it if the situation was urgent. Hadatum declared that he would lead his people to a free land, but the newly rescued slaves only asked in a daze, "What is freedom?" Hadatum thought thoughtfully that it was not surprising they didn't know freedom after so long as slaves, and he had also been like that. Suddenly, the newly rescued slaves woke up and began to cheer. They embraced with joy and shouted, "Freedom! We are no longer slaves." Hadatum wondered, surprised if they had understood the meaning of freedom immediately. He realized they didn't need to learn about freedom, because from the beginning, everyone had always yearned for it. Hadatum also could not hold back his tears upon witnessing this touching scene. The scene changes to a hallway inside a high-tech facility with complex pipes. Inside the laboratory, there are multiple containment chambers lined up along the walls. A hooded figure stands in front of a large tank emitting a blue light. Inside the tank, the Mage Jade Arclight in his youth form is floating, apparently being treated. The hooded figure observed that Jade's wounds seemed to be on the verge of recovering completely. He added that Jade would likely wake up today, but wouldn't be able to use his powers immediately. Then he silently admired the magic level of the Fist King, Lepenhard. An explanation appeared indicating that the Silver Sages had no difficulty with powerful enemies as they possessed magic artifacts suitable for each opponent, which they had used to manipulate humanity from the shadows. A Silver Sage thought to himself that individuals who can simultaneously use both magic and aura, like Lepenhard, are very rare, and such an opponent cannot be defeated by one or two assassins, but sending too many would reveal their existence. The sage continued reflecting, realizing there were many powerful aura users around Lepenhard, making another assassination attempt too risky. He concluded that to face Lepenhard, another group was needed, and though they wanted to avoid it, they would probably have to resort to outsiders. A female Silver Sage with pale blue hair and purple eyes decided, "It seems I'll have to go find Sage resting." The scene changes to a large and splendid mansion situated in the middle of a dense forest. In a flashback, Tezcan in his original body roared Spiral Blade and launched a powerful attack. A gigantic current of orange aura energy, spinning like a whirlwind, was fired from Tezcan's sword. Phinia, standing beside him, exclaimed in amazement, "Incredible, Tezron. With that power, you could even face the Fist King." Back with Tezcan and Lepenhard's body, he recalled the fight with Lepenhard and felt regret for having lost the opportunity, ending up pointing out weaknesses to the opponent, and then wondered if there was another way besides improving his own skills. In the flashback, Tezcan tensed his muscles and gathered strength. His body radiated lightning and fire as he prepared for another skill, Horn of Calamity. He created two interlaced rings of fire energy in front of his sword and muttered, "2 layers." When Tezcan tried to create the third layer, the energy began to spiral out of control. The aura energy exploded violently right in front of Tezcan, making him scream in pain. Would you like me to translate the next part where Tezcan attempts to stabilize his Horn of Calamity technique using Leppenhart's advanced magic theories? A gigantic sword fell from the sky, plunging deep into the ground right next to Tezcan and Phinia, who were stunned. Tezcan, in the present, grit his teeth, blaming this weak body that made even the 3-layer skill difficult. Phinia, in the flashback, put a hand on Tezcan's shoulder and tried to calm him, but he pushed her away and shouted that they had no time. Tezcan looked into the distance with a worried expression, thinking that if Leppenhart regained high-level magic up to the 10th circle, even the power of the Silver Sages would be useless, and he had to find a way at all costs. Suddenly, Tezcan and Phinia turned upon hearing a noise. Tezcan asked in surprise, "Sage resting?" A young woman with long ice-blue hair, dressed in a white dress, introduced herself. "I am the guardian, Saraline." Saraline smiled significantly and declared, "In the name of the Silver Sages, I request your cooperation." A panoramic view of a splendid white castle situated in the middle of a majestic mountain valley. Leppenhart panted, drenched in sweat. Exhausted, he called out Anila's name. Anila smiled significantly with beads of sweat on her face and replied, "Yes?" Anila had Leppenhart pinned to the ground with a wrestling hold. He commented that she had been measuring his potential frequently lately, to which she replied it was to measure more accurately. Leppenhart asked in confusion why Anila was laughing, while she thought to herself that his abs were hard as steel and said she was happy because Lord Leppenhart learned very fast. On a balcony, Cirrus looked down with a frown, thinking to herself about the woman named Anila and her relationship with Lord Leppenhart. Ceylon approached and asked in surprise, "Oh heavens, Cirrus, why are you so angry?" But Cirrus turned away and claimed, "I'm not angry." Ceylon guessed it was because of Anila and teased, "I told you anyway, Lord Leppenhart is quite handsome." Cirrus asked in surprise again, "Lord Leppenhart, handsome?" While speaking, Ceylon imagined Leppenhart shirtless, showing his muscles. She thought the girls in her tribe also liked him a lot and that he would be more perfect if he grew a beard. When both sat on the bench, Ceylon revealed that Leppenhart was also very popular among the orc tribe, and even Ceylon wanted to be like him, which made Cirrus explain that for orcs, muscles are everything. Cirrus added that Leppenhart was also popular among the maids. Even Flora and other elves were eyeing him, which made Ceylon ask in amazement, "Really?" Cirrus lowered her gaze, sweat running down her cheeks as she began to wonder. Could it be that Lord Leppenhart is really that handsome? Ceylon leaned into Cirrus's ear, warning her that she would regret it if she left things like this because Anila was being very aggressive, and men could be influenced in an instant. Ceylon pointed and emphasized that Anila also had a good physique, a weakness of men, and that had nothing to do with whether Cirrus allowed herself to be influenced or not. Cirrus was startled and stepped back, looking confused, and let out a gulp at Ceylon's words. Ceylon stood up and cheerfully announced she had a date with Karses and would leave first, which made Cirrus ask in surprise if Karses was already finished, as she had seen him training with Leppenhart a moment ago. Ceylon blushed and dreamily praised how reliable and handsome Karses had become lately, while an image of a muscular and burly Karses appeared, making Cirrus think in horror. Reliable? What nonsense! It seems he's turning into a gorilla. An image appeared showing Karses less like a chancellor and more like an experienced general leading a powerful orc army alongside Leppenhart, transforming the Antares domain into a battle-hardened nation. Ceylon waved goodbye and shouted, "Cheer up. See you later, Cirrus. Don't let a new rolling stone defeat you. Good luck," which made Cirrus mutter the phrase with determination. Cirrus, also known as Ceres, showed an expression full of competitiveness, revealing she had a fierce fighting spirit. In a luxurious room, a person floated in meditation, radiating purple energy around them. Leppenhart, shirtless, was meditating in the great hall, his body enveloped in a brilliant purple magic circle. Leppenhart finished his meditation, realizing he had gathered quite a bit of mana, but was still far from reaching the 8th circle. His efficiency was only half that of his previous life. Anila entered the room with a radiant smile. She called out Leppenhart's name loudly. Leppenhart thought to himself, her again, while Anila explained she had taken the liberty of bothering him because she saw his meditation had ended. Anila put a hand on Leppenhart's shoulder, offering him a full-body massage to relieve his fatigue, which made him ask dazed. Massage? What kind of massage? Being pushed onto the bed, Leppenhart said in confusion that he wasn't tired and wondered why Anilla was going to such lengths, but she insisted he shouldn't refuse. Anilla explained that this was just gratitude for having saved her tribe, which made Leppenhart blush and briefly suspect if she had feelings for him. Leppenhart quickly dismissed that thought, remembering Anilla had been nicknamed the Snow Queen and hated men, while she smiled mysteriously and opened a jar of oil. When Anilla poured the golden oil onto her hands, Leppenhart asked in alarm what it was and was informed it was a special massage oil from the Order of Phinia. Recalling a few days prior, Anilla had declared to Ceylon that although she knew she was Leppenhart's lover, she wouldn't give up either. Ceylon was horrified imagining the scene of Anilla and Leppenhart getting married. Ceylon shouted that it was a misunderstanding, which made Anilla also startle. With a fanatical expression, Ceylon declared herself a priestess of the goddess of love and that she would cheer for Anilla, while Anilla thought to herself that this rumor was very annoying and could only end if Leppenhart got married. Back to the present. Having learned the secret of seduction from Ceylon, Anilla massaged Leppenhart and asked if he felt refreshed, but he only responded awkwardly. Leppenhart said honestly that he didn't feel refreshed at all. It just felt like something was touching him. Hearing that, Anilla smiled confidently. Anilla's hands began to gather a stream of icy blue energy, preparing for a completely different massage method. Anilla smiled seductively while massaging Leppenhart, asking him if he felt refreshed, causing the young man to blush and stammer. Oh, yes, sure. Suddenly, Sirius kicked the door open and burst into the room with an expression full of killing intent. Leppenhart turned in amazement and asked Sirius what was wrong, while Anilla continued using her icy energy on his back. Sirius smiled mischievously and declared, "I've come to help Anilla." Anilla blushed uncomfortably at the appearance of her rival, while sarcastic thought echoed about her Ice Queen nickname. Leppenhart thought innocently, "Would you like me to translate the ensuing cooperative massage battle between Sirius and Anilla?" Wondering if these two elven warriors had become friends, Anilla and Sirius glared at each other with fury, arguing over massage techniques, while Ceylon cheered enthusiastically from a distance outside the door. "Don't lose." Ceylon observed and reflected deeply that love is something one must fight for. She continued her monologue with an expression of suffering, wishing someone would pair up soon so she could have peace. Anilla thought with resentment, claiming she had prepared massage oil and warning her opponent not to try and steal from her. Sirius simply snorted with disdain at Anilla's challenge. Trapped between two murderous auras, Leppenhart broke into a cold sweat and trembled, wondering why he felt such a chill. The scene changes to a magnificent and splendid mansion situated in the middle of a dense jungle. A voice resonated, explaining that since the assassination had failed, they needed a valid reason to act again without raising suspicion. Guardian Saraline sat drinking tea, offering to cooperate with Sage Resting because she knew he had an ancestral enmity with the Fist King. Sage Resting took a sip of tea, thinking that the Silver Sages were finally feeling urged by the Demon King, but an assassin could not solve the problem. Saraline looked at a group of people in the distance and asked Resting if they were the associates he had chosen and if their strength was reliable. Resting narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of confidence and depth. Resting explained that Yudas and a certain Stefan only relied on magic artifacts and could not develop further, while Tezcan ordered Relsha to bring water and towels. Resting continued his analysis. The image of Christine brandishing her sword appeared while it was evaluated that her level was too low compared to the others, and she could not yet join the ranks of superhumans. The image of Phinia casting magic appeared. Resting wondered if she was the only one he could truly trust, admitting she was a genius for reaching the sixth circle at her age. Resting sat pensively by the tea table, concluding that this alone was not enough. Compared to the four heavenly kings of Antares and Cyrus, they were too weak, and it would be difficult to face Leppenhart's group with their current strength. He told Saraline that they had lost even with powerful magic artifacts, and no matter how well equipped they were, they still lacked skill, so they needed to improve their capabilities. Resting's eyes shone with determination, thinking the time was not on their side, and they must deal with Leppenhart before he reached the 10th circle. A flashback of Leppenhart casting dark magic appeared. Resting recalled that in his previous life, the Silver Sages were powerless against the Dark Empire precisely because of Leppenhart's terrifying 10th circle magic. Resting explained that the most terrifying magic was not the nuclear bomb that could turn mountains into plains, illustrated by a giant purple magic explosion. He continued, "Nor was it the meteor fall that summoned stars from the sky, as the image of burning meteors falling onto the earth appeared. And nor was it the earthly hell that summoned 10,000 demons from another dimension at once, a vast horde of demons emerging and devastating. The image of Lepenhart standing in the middle of a complex magic circle appeared. Resting recalled that was the cursed MP shockwave, the magic that neutralized all magic artifacts, leaving the Silver Sages completely powerless. Resting looked into the distance with a worried expression, fearing the Demon King would seize the forbidden artifacts and develop another 10th circle magic, stating they must stop him at all costs. Saraline reflected pensively, realizing the abilities of her allies were deficient and that the power of magic artifacts also had limits. Resting turned to look at her and suggested simply, "Then we just give them more powerful magic artifacts." The scene changes to a magnificent flying fortress floating in the blue sky, with chunks of earth and rock floating around. The flying fortress is shown from a closer perspective, displaying its intricate architecture and magnificence. Inside the fortress is a high-tech hallway with innumerable pipes and complex mechanical systems. Tezcan and Yutas are in a high-tech room surrounded by floating particles of blue light. A wider view shows Tezcan, Yutas, Phinia, Christine, and a mage in a mysterious robe standing on a circular platform that glows brightly. Resting and Saraline observe the group, and Resting declared with confidence that they too would be granted worthy equipment. A woman in a hooded robe guided them and said, "Sage Resting, this way." They walked through a wide high-tech hallway, and the guide thought to herself, "What on earth is this place?" Upon reaching a vast space, Sage Resting recognized the limitless potential of the Silver Sages and asked if Guardian Saraline intended to give him equipment. Sage Resting stated, "Of course, but I am an aura user. I have passed the time when I needed to borrow the power of magic armor." He continued, explaining he knew no magic was more effective than an aura user, and Guardian Saraline agreed. As they walked, Saraline explained that strengthening human power with magic had clear limits that the body could not surpass. They approached a colossal structure as Saraline recounted that this was also true in the Silver Era, so the ancients devised another method. Saraline revealed with a serious expression that the ancients had begun to use golems. Images of huge mechanical golems appeared, while Saraline explained that although they surpassed human strength, they had simple and clumsy movements. Saraline and Resting stood on a lifting platform, while she said that later people applied the method for humans to directly control the golems. As the lifting platform descended, Saraline said that while having a pilot compensated for the weakness, they were still too large and heavy, causing inefficiency. Saraline extended her hand and explained that after a long time, the ancients succeeded in lightening the golems, but at that time, humans could not keep up with their performance. When they landed in a massive hangar, Saraline concluded that therefore, only warriors who used aura began to use these golems. Sage Resting looked at the huge humanoid machines standing motionless around them with awe. He broke into a cold sweat, overwhelmed by the imposing sight of the mechanical armors. Turning toward the machines, Saraline declared, "This is an ancient artifact designed specifically for aura users." A machine is shown in the foreground as Saraline describes that it measures 240 centimeters in height and weighs 180 kilograms. Would you like me to translate the specifications of these aura golems and how the Silver Sages plan to use them against Lepenhart? He continued listing its parts: an auricalcum reactor, a light adamantium exoskeleton with eldritch runes. Saraline's eyes glowed purple as she concluded it was an equipable golem that only aura users could move, thanks to mithril cables synchronized with the aura. Saraline presented the giant golem armor in front of Resting. This is the Adamantral. The scene changes to a majestic castle under a cloudy night sky. Lepenhart muttered ancient incantations while concentrating his power. A purple magic circle with runes swirled around Lepenhart's fist. His fist erupted in brilliant flames, emitting intense heat. The purple magic circle reappeared, accumulating energy in the fist. Streams of purple dark lightning began to envelop his hand, crackling. Lepenhart tensed up, combining both attributes with one hand burning in flames and the other sparking lightning. He threw a fiery punch toward the sky, creating a whirlwind of explosive energy. Immediately after, he threw a thunder punch, releasing destructive purple electric currents. The thunder punch created a terrifying explosion of energy in front of him. Leppenhart recalled developing the dissipation punch skill because he found Jade Arclight's magic dissipation very annoying, considering this the mindset of a martial artist and not a mage. He analyzed that aura possessed explosive power but lacked versatility, while magic was flexible but slow due to the need for seals. Leppenhart thought confidently that the infusion of elemental magic into his fists had overcome those problems, allowing him to cast spells at the speed of a reflex. He realized this was a tactic he could not have imagined his previous life and could only conceive with his body, while also helping him hide his identity as a mage. Leppenhart reflected that just as he was finding ways to counter Tezcan had surely also overcome his weaknesses to some extent. He remained pensive, admitting that for now, he still did not know what that method was. Leppenhart's gaze became sharp and determined when thinking about the next confrontation. Under the moonlight, Leppenhart affirmed with determination that the next reunion would be a battle to the death. A magnificent white fortress with numerous imposing towers emerges among majestic mountains. In the bath, Taz had shouted excitedly to Russ, "Russ, you are my true friend. For you, I wouldn't hesitate to give my life." Taz had roared fiercely and declared, "However, now I will forget our friendship." Russ looked at Tazid with disgust and said, "How gross. It's strange you haven't caught any disease yet." Tazid asked indignantly if Russ was insulting the son of the Great Plain, while a furious Russ handed him a bar of soap and demanded he shower before talking. Russ turned to ask Atishka if the water was boiling yet, and Atishka confirmed that the temperature was perfect for scrubbing away dirt accumulated for years. Russ and Atishka lunged to grab the terrified Tazid, urging him to stop resisting while Tazid screamed for Father Lat's help. Tazid let out a muffled cry as he was submerged in the hot, bubbling water. Leppenhart, Estel, and Karkin watched the scene. Leppenhart commented on how peaceful it was, while Estella asked her husband about the use of soap. Inside a luxurious room with large windows and splendid chandeliers, sunlight filtered in. Leppenhart and Cirrus approached the door and called for Macklin loudly. Inside, Macklin was startled while brushing his beard, and Leppenhart asked him if he was grooming himself. Leppenhart and Cirrus entered. Leppenhart wondered why Macklin was surprised, and he responded with a rhetorical question about dressing up. Macklin asked Leppenhart what brought him there, and Leppenhart responded that he had something to discuss. With a serious expression, Leppenhart declared that it was time to attack the Duchy of Chadan. Macklin was extremely astonished by Leppenhart's declaration. A vast view of the Duchy of Chadan was revealed, a leading coastal commercial nation and trade center for the entire continent. Leppenhart explained that the capital, Zeppelin, was a large-scale slave trade center, and liberating the other races there would double their population. Leppenhart affirmed that since their forces were now stabilized, this was the right time to attack Zeppelin for real. Leppenhart pointed to the map and concluded that the fall of the Zeppelin merchants would deal a heavy blow to the entire slave trade industry on the continent. Macklin suggested they needed to investigate Zeppelin's defenses, but Leppenhart revealed that was the last thing he did in his previous life before founding the empire. Leppenhart explained he knew the situation well, listing the elf, orc, and dwarf slave auction houses operating in Zeppelin. Cirrus added that there was also a gigantic alchemy society holding about 50 trolls, a place Atishka had investigated but didn't dare touch for being too dangerous. Leppenhart analyzed Zeppelin's military power, a population of 200,000 and an elite force of 10,000, including over 1,000 magic swordsmen. Macklin asked worriedly how Leppenhart had managed to conquer such a place in his previous life. Leppenhart crossed his arms confidently and smiled, responding that back then, things hadn't been difficult at all. Leppenhart began to recount his plan, starting with dropping a meteorite on the palace to annihilate the entire leadership, which terrified Macklin and Cirrus. He continued, describing how he would neutralize the magic swordsman with an MP shockwave and sow chaos with the illusion of an undead army, frightening his two companions even more. Leppenhart concluded by annihilating the capital's defensive forces with earthly hell magic, leaving Macklin and Cirrus petrified with horror. Lepenhart proudly declared that it was a perfect strategy with almost no casualties on their side, while the other two continued to break into a cold sweat. Cirrus asked tremblingly about the scale of the magic, and Lepenhart confirmed that earthly hell summoned 10,000 demons and that the meteorite was powerful enough to vaporize the entire palace. Cirrus stammered, asking about the number of casualties. Lepenhart nonchalantly estimated about 10,000. Cirrus felt a brief relief, thinking that 10,000 dead in a city of 200,000 wasn't too many. Lepenhart corrected her with a forced expression, saying he believed only about 10,000 had survived, leaving Cirrus and Macklin paralyzed on the spot. Lepenhart pointed at Macklin in confusion and said, "But you were the one who devised this strategy," which made Macklin scream in incredulity. Lepenhart admitted that his current mana was not enough to execute that plan again, and that he also wanted to find another method to avoid repercussions. Macklin suggested that Lepenhart had sought out the wrong person and proposed finding a better expert, since a human would know better how to deal with other humans. The scene changed to a luxurious and splendidly decorated study. A muscular hand lifting a dumbbell spoke. So you want to attack Zeppelin?" Carl, sitting at the desk, reconfirmed that Lepenhart's goal was to rescue slaves and not take the city, and that at the same time, they had to keep the identity of Antares a secret. Carl, while lifting the weight, told Lepenhart that this plan was not difficult, which made Lepenhart ask in surprise. Lepenhart asked, "Didn't you say we wouldn't occupy it?" Carl explained that if the goal was only to rescue slaves, guerrilla warfare would be sufficient. Lepenhart doubted if guerrilla warfare would be easier than conventional war, and Carl asked in turn about the number of aura users Antares possessed. Carl began to list. First, 2 human aura users, with an illustration of Russ and Lepenhart radiating energy. Then, 7 orc aura users, with images of Karkin, Hadatum, Kinger, Estala, and other powerful orc warriors. Kal continued with 3 dwarf aura users, illustrated with images of Katamate and 2 other dwarf warriors in combat stances. Finally, mentioned 1 elf aura user, with an image of Anilla releasing icy power. Carl added that although he wasn't an aura user, Atishka possessed superior power, illustrated with a scene of Atishka meditating in the forest. Carl concluded that even the Bastillan Empire, the most powerful, only had 11 aura users. In terms of quantity, no nation surpassed Antares. Carl stated confidently that their force, composed of superhumans with teleportation capability, was ideal for guerrilla warfare, but Lepenhart cautiously recalled Zeppelin's 10,000 regular soldiers. Carl responded with a smile. Why should the guerrillas face the entire regular army? He put the dumbbell on the table and explained that the main tactic was to make it so the 10,000 enemies were no longer 10,000. Carl used the metaphor that to fell an old tree, one must dry it from the roots. A flashback scene appeared with a violent explosion of energy. In the flashback, Lepenhart in his black armor lunged from above, unleashing a devastating attack. His attack impacted with force against a gigantic war machine. Saraline watched in horror, unable to believe that Lepenhart could adapt so quickly. Tezcan used his spiral guard skill, creating a spinning energy shield to defend himself. Immediately after, he counterattacked with a powerful straight energy cannon from his arm. Inside the mechanical armor, Tezcan thought to himself that he didn't need to adapt his senses, as this was the same steel body he possessed in his previous life. He clenched his fists, felt the familiar strength, and exclaimed with joy, "It works. This is all I need." The silhouette of Tezcan inside the armor stood firm, swinging his arms to create arcs of bright golden energy in the dark space. He continued moving, creating even more energy circles that surrounded his body like a dance of power. The energy exploded violently from Tezcan's position, shattering the surrounding ground. Close-up of Tezcan's armored fist burning with energy, preparing for a devastating attack. Tezcan lunged forward, unleashing the quintuple horn of calamity technique, creating a gigantic current of energy. The silver-haired mage dressed in a white robe grabbed his head and screamed desperately as the attack lunged at him. Tezcan looked at his fist and wondered if quintuple was the limit with his current amount of aura. The silver-haired mage looked up in amazement, seeing that his magic barrier had been shattered by unimaginable power. Tezcan laughed maniacally and shouted, "Wait for me, Lepenhart." Tezcan's entire body inside the armor flashed with energy bolts, and he declared he would show Leppenhart the power of the true, undying body. The scene changed to a vast port city, presented as Zeppelin, the capital of the Duchy of Chadan. At the north gate of Zeppelin, a caravan of carriages and knights prepared to enter the fortified city. 3 figures, completely covered in hoods, one tall and 2 shorter, approached the city gate guards. The guards, dressed in full armor, stood firm, blocking the path of the 3 strangers. A hand, gloved in black, received some coins from another hand, indicating a bribe was taking place. After receiving the money, the guard stepped back, allowing the 3 hooded figures to pass through the city gate. Cirrus lowered her hood, revealing her face, and thought to herself with disapproval, "This isn't right. After all, these people are responsible for the capital's security." Would you like me to translate the next part, where the trio begins their infiltration of the Zeppelin slave market? Ceylon also revealed her face with a sly smile and told Cirrus, "I told you, in this country, money is everything." Ceylon explained that most people here were mercenaries with criminal records or smugglers. She continued, saying that this North Gate area was considered a slum, while the important Western commercial area was guarded more strictly than the gates of other nations, and that bribery didn't work there. As the group passed by an old beggar, Ceylon concluded that this was the reality of Zeppelin. The rich were completely protected, while the poor lacked basic security. Leppenhart stood on a mound, looked at the city, and declared, "Tonight, we will tear out the rotten roots of this city." In a luxurious room, Carl explained that those living as slaves had become too accustomed to the current system, so to gain their cooperation, one first had to awaken their consciousness. Carl said that as for the dwarves, they could expect support from within because their culture and traditions were still preserved, helping them realize they must reclaim their freedom. He pointed out that the problem lay with the orcs and elves, illustrating it with images of brave orc gladiators and a mistreated female elf. Kal clarified that the orcs working on the farms were another story. They were satisfied individuals who had adapted to the current system, much like the elves. Carl stood up, saying that was why he had done some preparatory work, and placed a stack of books on the table. He handed a book to Cirrus, who, surprised, asked if it was a fairy tale book, and Carl confirmed it. Carl explained they weren't ordinary storybooks, but old legends of other races that had been re-edited to match the originals after being distorted to focus on humans. Carl considered that although it might seem insignificant, this would have a great impact because adults would read these stories to children. He added that humans might not feel much, but for the races involved, the feeling would be very different. The scene changed to the Elvenheim elf slave auction house, where angry shouts were heard. "You burned it again. What on earth can you do?" A pink-purple-haired elf stood among the ashes holding a tray of burnt bread and apologized tremblingly. A pair of supervisors, a man and a woman, scolded the elf, saying she could be sold for a high price but constantly made mistakes, and asked if her hands were hands or animal paws. The woman suggested taking the elf to the discipline room, but the man was thoughtful. The man thought to himself that the elf had no intention of resisting. The elf wondered fearfully why everything had ended up like this, while the man commented that she really had no talent for domestic chores. The woman decided she would let her starve to teach her a lesson, fearing the discipline room would leave scars that would devalue her price, and then the man ordered number 323 to follow him. The female supervisor watched as the male supervisor took away the purple-haired elf. Inside a stone cell, moonlight filtered through the bars. Cirrus commented to Anila that today's training had been a disastrous failure. Anila felt perplexed. Cirrus smiled, saying she had wondered if Anila could feign clumsiness without being discovered, and praised her for doing better than she thought. Anila was horrified when Cirrus insistently asked if she really was acting and not being truly clumsy. Cirrus sat on the swing and dismissed her thoughts, considering that someone who cooked as well as Anila couldn't be acting. Anila quickly changed the subject, pointing at the window and asking if that day was approaching, and Cirrus confirmed it. The other elf slaves huddled together, asking anxiously if they would really be free and if the Antares domain would come to rescue them. A voice resonated from the window, stating firmly, "Of course, my fellow kin." Anila smiled confidently, assuring everyone they would soon be rescued. In a dark alley, 3 hooded figures moved stealthily. Ceylon exclaimed in amazement that this magic was fascinating, while her eyes glowed with a purple color. Lepenhardt explained to Cirrus about the infrared vision of elves, which allowed them to see in the dark but made everything look red. Cirrus asked about the term infrared, and Lepenhardt explained it was like seeing the temperature of objects, and then told himself he had used an ancient word again. Cirrus and Lepenhardt hid behind a corner, agreeing that moving stealthily was becoming increasingly difficult. The group looked toward the royal palace of Chatan in the distance, and Lepenhardt announced they were near their destination. Cirrus commented that security at the palace was too strict and that if these forces were distributed reasonably, Zeppelin's public security would be much better. Lepenhardt stopped his companions, explaining they needed to take care of something with magic first, because if the guards fell, the alarm would sound. Lepenhardt declared confidently that he wouldn't be caught since there was no magic barrier he didn't know how to overcome. He explained the plan was to interfere with the mana flow using a special energy field to introduce junk signals into the palace system. Ceylon scolded Lepenhardt, thinking he was about to show off and cause trouble again, while Lepenhardt broke into a cold sweat and thought to himself that he really had made many mistakes. Lepenhardt and his group appeared unexpectedly in front of the guards, and he shouted, "Let's go, Russ," which startled the soldiers, who demanded they identify themselves. Cirrus lunged forward like lightning, landing blows that knocked down the guards. With a concentrated expression, Cirrus continued moving at a divine speed through the enemy ranks. Lepenhardt stood among the fallen guards, while Cirrus and Ceylon remained silent behind him. After repeating this several times, the group reached the foot of the wall of Chatan Royal Palace. Standing on the roof, Lepenhardt announced they had reached the intended spot and warned that from there, palace security would be at a completely different level. Cirrus said, worriedly, that even with aura users like him and Lepenhardt, they couldn't infiltrate since the commander of the Royal Knights, Klatt, was also there. Lepenhardt smiled with disdain, declaring he had no intention of entering, but only of causing chaos, and at the same time showed 3 small stone demon statues. Lepenhardt threw the 3. Would you like me to translate the moment these stone demons unleash havoc upon the unsuspecting palace guards? Stone statues over the imposing palace wall. Ceylon looked up and asked what it was, to which Lepenhardt responded mysteriously, "You'll see, Ceylon." She showed an expression of wonder and a bit of panic, looking toward where the statues had been thrown. A gigantic stream of bright red energy erupted from inside the castle wall where the statues fell. Inside the palace, the knights panicked as a gigantic fire demon named CP8 appeared. A second demon in the shape of a blue thunder dragon named Cedarel appeared, amazing the knights because there was no summoning circle. The third demon named Fiend, a dark demon wielding a large purple energy sword, was also summoned. The 3 gigantic demons began to wreak havoc, making the soldiers scream for help desperately. Standing on the castle wall, Lepenhardt explained to Ceylon that they were objects obtained from a dungeon and that, being too dangerous and uncontrollable, they couldn't sell them. Lepenhardt narrowed his eyes, looking toward the palace with a determined expression. A knight gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw his weapon and face the crisis. A close-up of Captain Klatt's hand gripping his sword, from which emanated a powerful bright red aura. Klatt roared. Brandishing his glowing sword with terrifying force, he lunged forward, enveloped in a whirlwind of red energy with his eyes. Glowing in an expression full of determination, Klatt concentrated all his strength into the attack. He unleashed the rain of blood skill, creating a fierce energy attack. The attack struck the demon fiend, causing the creature to roar in pain. From afar, Lepenhardt watched and commented with admiration, just as the reputation of the only true knight in Chatan suggests. The captain of the Chatan Knights, Klatt, shouted orders for the 1st Battalion to evacuate the royalty, the 2nd Battalion to guide the soldiers, and the 3rd Battalion to follow him to fight. Lepenhardt turned to Cirrus and asked with interest, "Russ, do you think you can fight him?" Cirrus replied confidently, "If it's one-on-one, yes." An illustration showed the Chatan Knights in cyan magic armor, one of them declaring that monsters would kneel before their magic tools. The narration explained that most citizens of Chatan were like this, illustrated with a scene of an obese noble being protected while a commoner pleaded for his life. However, the narration stated that Knight Klatt was different. He was a man of honor and an aura user who had reached his level through his own merit. Klatt, the strongest knight in Chatan, launched a slash covered in purple aura against the demon fiend. The energy blade of his sword cut directly through the creature's body. Despite being attacked, the demon fiend still bared its sharp teeth, smiling macabrely. Immediately after, the demon exploded into a gigantic sphere of bright red energy. Seeing the explosion, Leppenhart told Cirrus and the dangerous priestess that the flare had been fired and they needed to act quickly. On a rooftop, a city guard looked in surprise toward the explosion and wondered what was happening near the palace. The guard was startled, turning around when a group of muscular orc gladiators appeared in the doorway behind him, asking, "What's going on?" A guard from the city faced the group of orc gladiators, asking irritably why they were idling outside, and shouted at them to go inside and sleep. The guard continued scolding, saying he would overlook it this time, but would be a big problem if others saw them, while a scarred orc gladiator commented in Orcish that this guy was also kind. The guard was startled to hear the Orcish language and asked, stuttering, "What did you say?" The scarred orc gladiator decided that since the guard was kind, he only needed to knock him out, and then threw a direct punch to his face. The other orc gladiators hesitated, worried they would be scolded if they went out, and fearing the pain. The orc leader roared in his language, asking his companions what was wrong with them. He continued shouting, questioning if they wanted to keep living a slave's life like that, which left the others stunned and encouraged. The orc gladiators broke their chains in unison, shouting that they could no longer live like this and deciding to act. A bright red flare was fired into the sky, illuminating the entire city and the castle. From the streets, civilians looked toward the night sky, amazed by the unexpected signal. In another alley, a group of people also stopped, directing their gazes toward the pillar of red light in the sky. The orc gladiators, with eyes burning, lunged forward with fists clenched, ready for the first step of the rebellion. In a room, Karsus explained to Leppenhart and the others that thanks to the rumors about Antares, the slave masters in Chadan had begun to treat slaves more harshly for fear of them harboring hope. Karsus analyzed that slave masters couldn't treat them with kindness because that wouldn't increase loyalty either, and he was satisfied that everything was going according to plan. He continued saying that the situation was now different. The hope of Antares would encourage slaves to question their own lives. Leppenhart sweated, asking Karl if he had intentionally manipulated the situation to make the slaves and Zeppelin suffer, to which Karl replied with indifference that it was just basic royal knowledge. Karl predicted that at least 10% of the slaves would rebel, which made Leppenhart skeptical as he believed brainwashed people would hardly change just by being treated a bit worse. Karsus explained that the goal was to create an atmosphere where that 10% became the majority, and the most important thing was the leader. He concluded that when people gather, they divide into leaders and followers, and if before the slave masters were the ones leading, now things would be different. Would you like me to translate the next sequence where the Antares liberators officially reveal themselves to the city? Returning to the rebellion, the orc leader shouted to motivate his companions, asking them if they wanted to be true orcs and true warriors, then ordered everyone to run. A guard captain shouted loudly, ordering the fleeing orcs, "Damn you, stop right there. Stop now if you don't want to taste my sword." The scarred orc leader roared with determination to call upon his sworn companions. He shouted the strange words Skaven Satara, causing a stream of yellow energy to begin accumulating in the street. The stream of energy swirled, forming a brilliant magic circle. With a grunt, the orc leader used his new power to begin breaking the chains on his hands. He roared with thunderous force as he completely shattered his shackles, freeing himself. The guards witnessed the scene with horror. Without understanding what magic was occurring and why the weapons were flying toward them on their own, a soldier screamed in terror that it was an orc from Antares, while the orc leader lunged to massacre them. The captain tried to calm his soldiers, saying there was only one orc from Antares, but he was immediately attacked from behind by Tazid with glowing red eyes. In response to the call, the other orc gladiators simultaneously raised their chained arms to the sky, summoning their swords and their companions. Innumerable bolts of golden light flew, converging and transforming into giant swords. The orc gladiators wielded the newly summoned weapons with eyes burning for battle. Now armed, the orcs of Antares threw themselves into the slaughter, causing a soldier to exclaim in horror that he couldn't believe such strong individuals had blended in among the slaves. A panoramic map of the city of Zeppelin is shown, marking important areas and the locations of key characters. The scene changes to the magnificent and imposing Elvenheim building. Inside, the manager of the Elvenheim auction house let out a high-pitched scream of terror. Employees fled in panic as the silhouette of a woman appeared in the middle of a blizzard, making them scream that she was an ice witch. A blast of extreme cold swept through the hallway, chasing those trying to escape. The manager and his employees were instantly frozen into sharp blocks of ice. In the middle of the frozen landscape, Enilla's figure stood tall as snowflakes fell softly around her. Enilla, with her icy eyes glowing, extended her hand while snowflakes floated around her. An explanation of the North Sea breath skill appears, describing it as an advanced technique that combines aura and magic to create frost, something even Russ couldn't replicate. This technique is proof that Enilla's ability to control aura has reached its peak. Meanwhile, the supervisor screamed for help. The supervisor was completely frozen in a sharp block of ice with an expression of horror. Enilla commented nonchalantly, "She's not even dead yet." Why all the drama? Which led Cirrus to explain that humans would die if they were frozen. Enilla was extremely surprised by this information, and Cirrus responded with a helpless expression. "You didn't know?" "No wonder." Among the ice statues, Enilla asked anxiously if everyone frozen would die, and Cirrus confirmed they would die if left for another moment, reminding her of Leppenhart's order to avoid killing. Enilla screamed in terror that she would go back to thaw them, but Cirrus grabbed her and offered another solution. "Calm down. I'll use Salamander to burn the mansion and thaw them naturally." Another elf was about to protest, but Cirrus made a shushing gesture with a mischievous smile, while the other elves shed moved tears. A guard commander burst in, roaring furiously, "Damn you! You dare to cruelly murder unarmed civilians?" Leading a squad, the commander unsheathed his sword and ordered, "You dare to do this without knowing your place? I'll take care of all of you." Kneel obediently on the ground. The other slave elves trembled in fear at the guard squad's threat. A frightened elf fell to the ground. Enilla and Cirrus stood firm, watching the other elves kneeling in fear, and Enilla coldly repeated, "Kneel, huh?" Enilla raised her hand, rings of white aura spinning around her fingers while her eyes glowed with power. The guard commander looked at Enilla with perplexity, wondering why the elf seemed taller. A guard stuttered while calling the commander, pointing in horror at his leg. The commander looked down, and the other soldiers were also horrified to see his leg. The part of the commander's leg below the knee had been cut and frozen, falling to the ground. Enilla smiled cruelly while the commander screamed in pain, saying, "You'll have to live as a cripple for the rest of your life. Lord Leppenhard ordered us to avoid killing as much as possible, so consider this my mercy for not killing you." A blast of glacial cold swept the place, terrifying the Elvenheim guards. A guard screamed desperately as his arm froze, pleading for his life. Cirrus commented that Enilla hadn't killed him, but Enilla replied, "If I cut off their legs, no one will be able to carry their captain and flee." Enilla smiled coldly, saying this action might be a bit barbaric for those not from the borderlands. An elf in a maid's uniform appeared at the door, introducing herself as Darana and saying she had come to guide them as promised. An aerial view shows a large building engulfed in flames under the moonlight, creating chaos to distract. Darana explained to Cirrus that the fire would buy them time. She told them to follow her and revealed that slaves from other auction houses were also gathering. A flashback shows Cirrus with a slave collar, while the narration explains that Darana was one of those who received a special education program. In a flashback from 2 years ago, Leppenhart proposed to a group of slaves from all races that he would teach them writing, arithmetic, accounting, history, and even medical knowledge. Would you like me to translate the rest of Leppenhart's speech, where he explains how education is the key to true liberation? A noble showed contempt, asking why Leppenhart would want to educate slaves and comparing it to teaching numbers to cats or dogs. Thanks to education, Darana's role changed as she learned not only how to calculate, but also the basic rules of social etiquette. Little by little, she realized that what humans could do, she could do too, and what they felt, she could feel as well. Darana began to wonder, what is the true difference between me, a slave, and them, the humans? That question began to grow in her heart, along with the rumors about the civil war in the kingdom of Krobans, her doubts. grew even more upon hearing stories about her own people rising up against humans. It turned out she wasn't the only one with those thoughts. Many slaves in Zeppelin had gathered in secret, made friends, and shared their doubts. The door to a secret arsenal opened, revealing an interior filled with swords, shields, and combat gear. The non-human slaves chose their weapons with enthusiasm, one saying his blood boiled while others discussed the quality of the swords and the fit of the armor. An elf named Army, a bookkeeper for the La Tarun Merchant Guild, smiled with satisfaction and confirmed, "Good, the weapons have been delivered correctly." Other slaves were also arming themselves, while the narration indicated that arsenals in other places were also being opened. Orc warriors with furious faces gripped weapons and charged forward. Dwarf warriors, also full of determination, brandished axes and hammers, joining the attack. From above, an immense crowd of non-human slaves carrying lit torches overflowed through the city streets. On a roof, a hooded figure silently watched the chaotic spectacle unfolding below. Leppenhart thought to himself that it was a scene he had never witnessed in his previous life. He realized that those who once passively waited for salvation were now taking their freedom for themselves, and this was the historical moment of change. Cirrus wondered why Leppenhart was laughing alone instead of joining in, while Ceylon replied that it wasn't the first time he did something incomprehensible. A frightened girl looked out the window and asked her mother, "Mom, what's happening?" The window was slammed shut immediately as the mother shouted, "Get in the room right now, fast." The narration explained that the secret meetings of the slaves were no longer mere trivial laments. Now, they had become the heart of a revolution, while the urban landscape glowed with the flames of revolt. A group of non-human slaves ran, their feet still dragging heavy chains. Some were exhausted and panting, but another orc shouted to encourage them to keep going. Hadatum, a Karuga, looked at the moon and thought that there wasn't much time left. They had to reach their destination quickly. Anila ran by his side and said, "Karuga Hadatum, if we don't slow down, someone will be left behind. It will be very problematic if the army is mobilized while we're still close." Another orc suggested they should rest for a moment, because according to Lord Carl's plan, they still had plenty of time. Hadatum flatly refused, arguing they had no time to rest, but agreed to slow down a little. Hadatum led the group of slaves, continuing their run through the crowded streets. A human guard commander appeared, smiled with disdain, and declared, "This is as far as you go, scum. Do you really think we don't see through your little slave tricks?" Hadatum looked at the archers on the roofs, thinking to himself that they had sensed their presence beforehand, but the problem was the large number of people in the city. Hadatum raised his hand defiantly. "About 100 men in front and 20 squads on the buildings? Do you really think that's enough to stop us?" Hadatum continued as a sphere of light formed in his hand. "You've guessed our path, but how do you plan to block it?" He tightened his fist around his horned helmet, declaring, "You should prepare to lose your lives from the moment you decided to block our path." Hadatum's entire body erupted in a fiery aura, and he roared, wondering if the guards would have enough fighting spirit to overcome them. The guard commander looked at the burning Hadatum and commented calmly, "Just as we heard, there really is an orc who uses aura." Hadatum stared ahead, sweat running down his temples as he maintained his powerful aura. The commander declared confidently that they were the Knights of Zeppelin, and that their comrades were bringing troops to form a pincer attack with over 1,000 soldiers approaching from the rear. He threatened Hadatum, demanding he surrender if he valued the lives of the frightened slaves behind him. Hadatum looked at the knights and asked calmly, "When will those reinforcements arrive?" From the roof, Leppenhart with his hooded cloak looked down and said sarcastically, "If they arrive, then it will be." The scene changed to a majestic and splendid castle, situated among high mountains. Inside a luxurious office, Karsus stood with his hands behind his back, looking pensively out the window. The pink-haired girl entered and asked, "Aren't you going to sleep, Carl?" Karsus replied that he couldn't sleep while others risked their lives in Zeppelin. Karsus explained he had learned the hard way that things don't always go according to plan, and if they did, he would already be king. He affirmed he was not overconfident, with a firm gaze. The pink-haired girl looked at Karsus with a confused expression, not understanding what he meant. Karsus turned around, revealing his plan. "I have bribed all the mid-ranking officers of Zeppelin, the core force of their army." Back in the streets, the commander of the Zeppelin Knights shouted in terror, "What is happening?" Why aren't the reinforcements arriving? Lepenhart explained to Ceylon, who was beside him, that he had heard rumors that they would bribe some just in case, but the entire army has betrayed its country. Would you like me to translate the next scene where the chaos in Zeppelin reaches its climax as the bribed soldiers turn their blades against the nobles? Ceylon broke into a cold sweat, wondering in horror. Can it really go this far, even in a country where money talks? Carl, what on earth did you do? The pink-haired girl asked Carl if, regardless of the bribe amount, the army would really ignore a direct order. Carl lifted her affectionately, nodding that the Duchy of Chotan, as rotten as it was, wouldn't go that far, which made her ask if he had wasted the money. Carl smiled and explained that it wasn't him, but the merchants who offered the bribes. An illustration showed that most of the Zeppelin garrison had already accepted bribes from the merchant guilds, and Carl simply added his own request to those bribes, that the merchants bribe the army to circumvent laws was common, and Carl took advantage of this very same existing bribery channel. The content of Carl's request was revealed through a letter in which he posed as a merchant concerned for his family and asked the soldiers to protect his mansion during the chaos, along with a gold coin. Carl and the pink-haired girl shared a sly expression as he commented that the phrase "only me" was the most effective spell to corrupt people, and she thought to herself that it was a miracle they had won the war against him. The pink-haired girl promised herself to hold on to Karsus for the future of the dwarves, while Karsus looked at her with a perplexed expression. In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, the city guard commander shouted in despair, "Why aren't the reinforcements arriving?" On a roof, Russ Vaughn, Tezcan, and Capper von Sagan observed the situation, and Capper affirmed that once they dealt with these guards, no one else would stand in their way. A figure on the roof looked toward the city and commented that it was incomprehensible how this country could function by itself. A flare was fired from a building, emitting a bright light into the night sky. Rus von Tezcan and Capper von Sagan looked at each other with determination, their eyes glowing with blue and red lights. Rus unleashed his blue aura, while Capper released a bright red energy from his greatsword, both preparing for battle. A blonde female knight in armor with a burning cloak suddenly appeared in front of Russ. The blonde knight looked at Russ and greeted him. "Long time no see, Russ." Eustace Tennis appeared with his brilliant golden armor, causing the astonished witnesses to call him the Sword of Tennis and the Golden Knight of Graham. From another position, Lepenhart told Ceylon that Eustace's presence meant Tezcan was also nearby. Eustace looked toward Lepenhart and said that Tezcan was probably heading to the west of Zeppelin to look for him, thinking he would be with that elf. Hearing Eustace mention the elf, Lepenhart's eyes flashed with a deadly fury. Eustace Tennis decided to leave, thinking that with Cirrus and Anila there was nothing to worry about, but he still had to go to Ceylon and leave this place to Russ and Maroi. Eustace considered it a pity, but he would leave the Fist King for Tezcan to handle, as he now had more important matters. Eudes, with glowing blue eyes, demanded Lepenhart pay for his crimes, while Lepenhart, with piercing golden eyes, responded that he would not discuss punishment. Lepenhart erupted with blue energy, declaring he would finish off Eudes right then and there, because he was sick of his face. The scene changed to a snowy street in Zeppelin, blurred by the extreme speed of movement. Lepenhart, while dashing across the roofs, wondered why he felt uneasy, considering the enemy's military forces couldn't be stronger than his own. A close-up of Lepenhart's concentrated face as he moved at high speed. Suddenly, a gigantic stream of dark and red energy violently attacked Lepenhart's position. Lepenhart was thrown by the force of the attack, exclaimed in amazement, and wondered what kind of power this was. A close-up of Lepenhart's eyes. He was sweating and showing extreme caution. Lepenhart looked toward a gigantic dark entity forming in the sky, wondering if someone else in Zeppelin possessed such power. An explanation began with the emblem of the Duchy of Chotan, indicating its defensive capabilities could not be underestimated. The Knights of Chotan were illustrated as a force that primarily used magic tools, with the entire royal guard wielding magic swords. The Knights of Zeppelin were presented as the most powerful force in Chotan, with 4 of them capable of facing an aura user. Although most Chotan Knights relied on magic tools, there were still those who had reached the realm of aura users without them. These people did not belong to the main body of Zeppelin Knights because they refused to use magic tools. The image showed them destroying a monster. Knight Clat, the strongest knight in Chotan, standing in the middle of the battlefield, declared he had expelled the archdemon fiend, and ordered the battalions to protect the Golden Palace and the inner chambers. Clat looked worriedly at the two remaining archdemons and the lesser demons they had summoned, silently lamenting that if the Zeppelin Knights had not left, things would not have reached this point. Clat ordered the Chadan Knights to form teams of 3 along with the Royal Guard to face the demons, and a knight obeyed. Clat thought to himself that the knight's habit of not worrying about honor was useful right now, as there was no room for duels. The demon roared a spell in an ancient language. The gigantic demon used an energy shield to resist the fierce attack. Commander Clat lunged from above, preparing to strike the demon fiend with a determined expression. Clat brandished his sword, his body radiating a bright red aura. Clat unleashed the rain of blood skill, creating innumerable red energy slashes that attacked the demon. The rain of blood skill pierced the gigantic body of the demon fiend, but Clat realized it was not strong enough because the monster was too resilient. Clat looked worriedly toward the demon Cedarel, enveloped in lightning, realizing that even if he defeated this demon, the other would still be a major problem. Tezcan stared with a resolute expression while a voice resonated. "O current, cover me. I am the servant of power." A mysterious blonde mage floated over the burning city, reciting the rest of the incantation. "The one who brings peace, pouring out the chalice of power to suppress the wrong." The staff of the... Would you like me to translate the final part of this high-level magic incantation and see how it impacts the battlefield? The blonde mage radiated a brilliant beam of blue light. A gigantic wave of blue energy spread from the staff, extinguishing all flames throughout the city. Commander Clat exclaimed in awe at the incredible scope of the magic that had just extinguished the fire in an instant. The blonde mage landed, making Clat wonder how such a young girl could cast such immense magic, and if she was an archmage. Meanwhile, Tezcan concentrated his golden aura into his sword. The demon fiend roared savagely upon facing a new opponent. Tezcan brandished his sword, creating a powerful spiral energy current. He unleashed the spiral blade skill, lunging directly toward the demon fiend. Tezcan's aura blade struck the demon fiend with great force. Commander Clat was stunned once again, wondering who it was that had just awakened an aura at such a young age, and speculated if it could be Russ of the Antares domain, but then quickly dismissed it because the description did not match. A young woman landed in front of Commander Clat and introduced herself. "My name is Phinia. I come from the Delphi Magic Tower at the invitation of the Grand Duke." Phinia proposed that her group would take care of the demon outside and asked Clat to go into the inner chambers to deal with the demon there, but he seemed to hesitate, radiating magic energy from her. "Staff," Phinia warned Clat, "from here on out this is something you should not see." Clat showed understanding and responded, "Understood, then I leave it to you." Phinia turned and shouted to her companions, "Tezcan, catch this." She threw a high-tech briefcase toward Tezcan. Tezcan extended his hand to catch the approaching briefcase. He caught it cleanly. The briefcase opened immediately. Its mechanical components began to transform with bursts of orange energy. The complex structure of the armor gradually became visible as it continued its assembly process. The armor began to envelop Tezcan, forming around his head and shoulders. The metal pieces continued to join, gradually forming a full-body suit of armor. The armored gauntlets formed and clicked into place. The armor continued to cover Tezcan's torso and legs. The armor's helmet closed, completing the transformation. Tezcan landed on the ground in the full mechanical armor, the weight of which cracked the floor. With the new armor, Tezcan faced the archdemon Cedarel, who was roaring amidst the lightning. The eyes inside Tezcan's helmet glowed as he thought to himself, "What a good opponent for a test." The scene changed to a luxurious, quiet and ominous great hall inside the palace. Inside the palace, a splendid but empty great hall was plunged into candlelight and darkness. King Nathan II was alone by the window, looking at the sunset landscape outside. He turned and asked the Silver Sage standing behind him, "Oh, Silver Sage, is this what you desired?" And she replied, "That is right, King of Chadan. I appreciate your cooperation." The king. Nathan II said with irritation that due to this plan, Zeppelin had suffered considerable damage, something that could have been foreseen. The Silver Sage smiled and asked, "Your Majesty, you who carry the blood of Chadan, Do you regret having cooperated with the Silver Sages? King Nathan too sweated, stammering in denial. No, I didn't mean that. He affirmed that his cooperation was due to a long tradition and a family duty, but questioned why she had allowed the situation to go so far and demanded to know the reason. The Silver Sage revealed that all the intruders in Zeppelin were those closest to the Fist King. She explained that they were the true forces governing the Antares domain, and since they were normally scattered, they could not be dealt with at the same time. An image of Lepenhart fighting fiercely appeared while the Silver Sage said that this was a golden opportunity because they had left their home and gathered here. Lepenhart's face was full of determination and covered in sweat while in battle. A gigantic dark entity appeared among the rubble, roaring. Finally we meet Lepenhart, a warrior in black armor. High-tech with glowing pink lines appeared, laughing maniacally. Damn it, we really have met. Good, very good. Lepenhart stood in the middle of the chaotic energy flow with a tense expression. He looked at his new enemy with a serious gaze. Sweat ran down Lepenhart's temples as he faced the pressure. His face showed evident tension and intense concentration. Lepenhart seemed completely bewildered and asked the enemy, "Who are you?" The black-armored warrior grit his teeth, his face contorted by intense emotion. The black-armored warrior trembled with rage, shouted Lepenhart's name, and questioned, "Lepenhart, do you not recognize me?" "You." With a maniacal smile, the black-armored warrior declared, "It doesn't matter. Once I cut you down, you'll remember whether you want to or not." Lepenhart. He recognized the Berserker magic battle armor and murmured in his thoughts, identifying the enemy as the guy named Stefan. As Stefan screamed, releasing dark energy, Lepenhart recalled that this guy had been in Tescon's group and now had also joined their side. Stefan lunged, screaming Lepenhart's name and swinging his sword downward. Lepenhart calmly concentrated aura in his fist, thinking to himself why Stefan was so confident when he had even lost to Tazid, a newly awakened aura user. Lepenhart launched a powerful energy attack called Direct Cannon. Stefan was hit by the brilliant flow of golden energy, his face showing clear surprise. The explosion from Lepenhart's attack threw Stefan far away, destroying the surrounding ground. Lepenhart showed extreme surprise witnessing something, exclaiming, "Incredible is that!" Stefan used his greatsword emitting a purple aura to block Lepenhart's punch, making him exclaim in surprise in his mind. Sword aura? Lepenhart concentrated, silently analyzing that although Stefan was not an aura user, there was no doubt it was sword aura. Lepenhart's golden aura and Stefan's reddish-purple sword aura collided violently, creating a loud shockwave. Still at a stalemate, Lepenhart seemed confused and thought to himself, "I don't understand it." Lepenhart launched a direct punch at Stefan's sword, creating a dazzling point of impact. Stefan grit his teeth and laughed savagely, his eyes glowing with an excited red. Lepenhart began to throw a series of consecutive aura strikes. He lunged at high speed, his glowing golden fist striking incessantly. Innumerable strikes from Lepenhart clashed with Stefan's sword, creating a storm of energy that covered the entire area. Stefan launched a series of dark red energy slashes toward Lepenhart. Lepenhart used his fists wrapped in a brilliant golden aura to block Stefan's attack. Overwhelmed by Lepenhart's power, Stefan grit his teeth and endured while the ground beneath his feet cracked. Stefan roared and swung his sword in a counterattack, pushing Lepenhart back. Stefan groaned in pain, his armor vibrating violently. The pain transformed into a maniacal laugh as the dark energy from Stefan's armor erupted. Lepenhart was left, stunned by his opponent's sudden change, and wondered, what is wrong with this guy? With his face distorted by madness, Stefan shouted that he could certainly endure this power. Stefan unleashed a gigantic stream of dark energy, shattering the surrounding ground. The dark energy swirled and converged on Stefan's greatsword, preparing for a devastating attack, angrily rebuking Stefan for attacking innocents, which went against the chivalrous spirit. Stefan smiled maliciously, asking with contempt, "What people? Is there someone here?" Lepenhart looked at Stefan with eyes full of resentment and concluded, "You really are crazy." Inside the armor, Stefan laughed savagely and shouted, "Who is here? It's just you and me, right?" Fist King Lepenhart. Lepenhart gathered his strength. A brilliant golden aura enveloped his body as he declared, "I'll get serious now. Leopinhart's aura erupted violently, sending the surrounding earth and rocks flying. Stefan's face showed extreme madness as he laughed with delight. Stefan's helmet closed, hiding his face and leaving only a menacing pink glow. Inside his sealed armor, Stefan unleashed a gigantic stream of dark pink energy. Leopinhart stood firm with calmness. A magic circle with ancient purple characters appeared around him. Purple lightning converged around Leopinhart's fist, signaling a powerful attack. Leopinhart launched a thunder punch, firing a gigantic electrical discharge towards Stefan. Stefan took the thunder punch head-on, his body enveloped in purple lightning. Stefan was thrown backward by the force of the thunder punch. Without giving his opponent a breather, Leopinhart continued gathering strength. This time his fist erupted in burning flames with the fire punch technique. The fire punch hit Stefan, sending him flying through the air in a trail of golden aura and chaotic pink energy. Stefan responded with a gigantic slash of pink energy that tore through the battlefield. Tentacles of dark energy sprouted from the back of Stefan's armor, swinging toward Leopinhart. Leopinhart agilely dodged Stefan's attack, sliding out of the tentacle's path. Leopinhart approached, swinging his aura-resplendent fist directly at Stefan's head. With a firm stance, Leopinhart kept his fist ready, his gaze intensely focused for the next attack. Leopinhart lunged, launching an aura-wrap punch directly at Stefan. A close-up of Leopinhart's resplendent fist as he launched the attack. Would you like me to translate the final clash of this duel to see if Stefan's armor can withstand Leopinhart's full power? Leopinhart's punch impacted heavily against Stefan's helmet. Stefan's armor glowed, but appeared unharmed after the attack. Stefan counterattacked frantically, brandishing his sword and creating dark energy slashes toward Leopinhart. Leopinhart raised his hands to block. His golden aura erupted to stop the dark energy. Leopinhart grit his teeth, amazed by the armor's durability, and thought, what kind of armor is this? A direct hit, and it's completely fine? Leopinhart was repelled by a powerful attack from Stefan, who was down on one knee but continued to fight. Inside the armor, Stefan shouted in fury, "Why aren't you cut?" Realizing that Stefan was losing his cool, Leopinhart seized the opportunity and prepared for a decisive attack. Leopinhart concentrated his energy, thinking about transferring rotational force to his fist. He concentrated all his strength into the punch, determined to create a penetrating blow so the shockwave would vibrate deep inside. Leopinhart unleashed the zero-impact technique, a direct punch to Stefan's chest. An explosion of energy erupted from within, causing Stefan's armor to shatter. The force of the impact threw Stefan backward, slamming him against a rock wall. Leopinhart maintained his stance, thinking confidently that his dojo had many techniques to attack the interior of armor. He continued thinking about the principle of the technique, which was to use aura to attack the inside, rendering the armor useless. Leopinhart looked at Stefan with a firm gaze. Among the rubble, Stefan stood up staggering, his armor severely damaged. With his armor broken, Stefan murmured defiantly, "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all." Leopinhart stood firm, observing his opponent with a serious expression. Stefan's eyes glowed with a red radiance as he lunged forward to attack. A violent explosion of reddish-purple energy swept across the battlefield. When the dust cleared, Stefan smiled with disdain upon seeing that Leopinhart had dodged his attack. "You dodged, Leopinhart. You dodged." Stefan continued to taunt, suggesting Leopinhart should be ashamed for dodging. But Leopinhart calmly replied that the fact he felt no shame proved he hadn't been corrupted yet. Leopinhart stared at his opponent with a sharp and determined look. Leopinhart reflected on the armor's functions, absorbing darkness, transforming aura, and even forcibly awakening the abyss. He wondered what method Stefan was using to operate such a powerful magic artifact. Leopinhart realized the truth with horror and thought. This crazy bastard is burning his life force to convert it into aura. He understood that the improper use of life force to create aura was black magic, and that he should have recognized it by the name Berserker armor. Leopinhart analyzed that this method was very inefficient because life force would run out before aura was properly created, making it a useless tool for a truly strong warrior. He looked at Stefan with anger and asked him directly, "Do you know that your life expectancy is being shortened every time you use that magic armor?" Stefan smiled with madness and replied, "What does life expectancy matter? Leppenhart roared in anger. Idiot! You could have become an aura user with just 10 more years of training. Stefan shouted fanatically. I'd rather die with honor and victory as a knight than live like an insect in humiliation. Enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, Leppenhart exclaimed, what honor is there for a knight who wins with the power of a magic artifact? Stefan stood stunned by the words and Leppenhart's overwhelming aura. A brief flashback showed a young Stefan practicing with a sword under the supervision of an old man with a beard and gray hair. In the flashback, the young Stefan smiled with pride, surrounded by his companions who admired him. Stefan's master smiled kindly and placed his hand on the boy's head. Being patted by his master, the young Stefan blushed and smiled happily. Back in the present, Stefan's calloused hand clenched into a fist. Another memory appeared when an arrogant knight ordered Leppenhart, who was posing as a guide. Hey guide, hurry up and lead the way. A young knight was surprised to realize Leppenhart was a warrior, while a rude soldier grabbed him and mocked his lack of skill in front of a guardian monster. Leppenhart unleashed a brilliant golden aura and said, I don't understand what you're saying, but come at me. The young knight stuttered in astonishment upon realizing it was aura. He couldn't believe an unknown commoner could use aura while many nobles had not yet awakened it. The young knight wondered in terror who Leppenhart really was and where he came from. The memory of the happy moment when his master patted his head reappeared in Stefan's mind. That beautiful image from the memory shattered like a mirror. Stefan's hand in the present remained clenched. The image of the firm fist also broke into pieces, symbolizing his crumbling will or body. Would you like me to translate the final exchange between them, where Stefan finally comes to terms with the cost of his choices? Stefan smiled with disdain. Blood dripped from the corner of his wounded lips, his face full of defiance and contempt. He looked at Leppenhart and said, It's not strange that you don't know. Leppenhart roared with anger. A fool who throws away his life just for stubbornness. Fine, if your life is so cheap, you won't feel wronged if I take it from you. Stefan shouted too loud. Shut up, and brandished his dark greatsword, ready for the final attack. Stefan gritó frenéticamente, muere, te digo que mueras la FNEAT, y desató una enorme corriente de energía oscura hacia la FN en la mente de Stefan. The concept of honor and victory began to emerge amidst the scene of destruction. The surrounding buildings shattered in a violent explosion. His dark energy continued to devastate everything in its path. Leppenhart stared at the attack, realizing Stefan's twisted philosophy. Victory is tearing down everything one envies. I just want to drag you down, Stefan shouted as he lunged toward Leppenhart. Facing the attack, Leppenhart adopted a calm stance. His body erupted in a brilliant golden aura. He concentrated energy in his hands, preparing for a decisive counterattack. Leppenhart clenched his fists. The golden aura concentrated into a sphere of destructive power. Stefan did not flinch. He spun around, creating blades of dark energy that swirled around him. He brandished his greatsword, controlling the bands of dark energy that lunged forward. With a look full of hatred, Stefan put all his strength into his spiral attack. Two streams of energy, one golden, the other dark, collided, forming a whirlwind of destruction. A cataclysmic explosion occurred when the two skills clashed, tearing up the ground. Stefan was overwhelmed by Leppenhart's power and thrown backward. Leppenhart, pierced through the explosion, landed a powerful punch on Stefan's chest and declared, I am engraving wounds relentlessly. Stefan groaned in pain, explaining his philosophy. Create a wound, deepen it, and then tear it open. He continued his monologue in a sickly manner. Beyond the opening abyss, I want to hear a weak and desperate cry. Leppenhart looked at his opponent with contempt, thinking to himself that the more he saw the enemy's weakness, the more meaning and certainty he found in his own victory. Stefan, in his fury armor, roared, Let me hear the lament of the weak. The cry of self-pity for your humble condition will give me strength. With a crazed expression, Stefan lunged and shouted loudly that he would drag Leppenhart into the disgusting swamp he was in. Leppenhart observed attentively, thinking to himself that although Stefan's internal organs should have been shattered by the previous blow, his movements had not worsened at all. Stefan smiled sinisterly, telling himself that this meant his body was already half dead. Stefan unleashed an enormous stream of pink energy, sweeping everything in its path. Leppenhart raised his hands. A brilliant golden aura enveloped his body to prepare to face the attack. Leopinhart's stream of golden aura collided directly with Stefan's dark energy, creating a large explosion. Leopinhart launched a direct punch at the approaching energy stream and stated, "It's useless." Stefan was shocked to see his attack suddenly neutralized and wondered, "What the hell? Why does my attack suddenly have no effect?" Leopinhart explained that even if it was aura, if it manifested through magic, it could not escape the flow of magical force. Leopinhart approached and landed a powerful punch on Stefan's chest, piercing through his defense. Stefan was thrown through the air. His armor began to crack under the impact of the attack. Leopinhart told Stefan that once he understood the magical force flow of the armor, he could deduce the aura's movement, while simultaneously despising the power Stefan had obtained as a mere shortcut. Leopinhart struck the ground with his foot. The surrounding ground shattered as he prepared for his next attack. Leopinhart unleashed the skill, Gastreisen, a kick that created multiple rings of golden energy that lunged directly toward Stefan. Upon being hit, Stefan screamed in pain and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Stefan was repelled by the force of the attack, his body unable to resist. With his armor destroyed and his body full of wounds, Stefan cried out in desperation and pain. Leopinhart watched Stefan fall and thought to himself about his extraordinary resilience, recognizing that he had possessed outstanding talent from the beginning. Stefan, with his armor shattered, murmured with hatred, "Die, Leopinhart, die," while Leopinhart thought to himself, "What a pity." He roared one last time, releasing an enormous stream of dark pink energy from his body. The energy exploded into a sphere of destruction, engulfing everything around it. The energy sphere continued to expand. The surrounding ground shattered under the terrible pressure. The stream of destructive energy lunged directly at Leopinhart, who remained firm, waiting. With a crazed look, Stefan groaned once more. "Just die." Leopinhart showed an expression of weariness facing the attack and murmured, "This damn farce again." He analyzed the situation, decided not to use the Horn of Calamity to conserve his aura for the battle against Tezcan, and realized that normal attacks would be useless. Would you like me to translate the final countermove Leopinhart uses to end this fight once and for all? Leopinhart adopted an offensive stance, concentrating strength in his fists. He tensed up, gathering a current of purple energy around his body. The energy erupted. A brilliant golden aura enveloped Leopinhart's fists. He joined his hands, concentrating the energy into a single point. Rings of golden aura began to spin around his fist, ready to be released. Stefan's desperate attack lunged forward, enveloping Leopinhart. Stefan shouted in amazement when his attack was blocked in an incredible manner. Leopinhart, with a confident smile, easily used his glowing hands to control the flow of dark energy. His fist, wrapped in rings of golden aura, completely neutralized the attack. Leopinhart looked at his opponent with a piercing gaze, his pupils glowing with overwhelming power. He explained confidently, "In this move, while I create the thunder punch, it works Stefan." With his armor shattered, he roared and launched his final attack, called cross-piercing. Leopinhart faced the attack, his fist exploding with a bright yellow aura. In the past, although he had combined magic with martial arts, Leopinhart never neglected the training of indestructible body techniques. He trained his body continuously and strove to improve the Horn of Calamity skill. However, he could not overcome the fifth wall of the Horn of Calamity and began to feel dissatisfied with this skill. He realized that the Horn of Calamity did not allow the user to control their strength. Once activated, the power could not be adjusted. Leopinhart recalled that previous Fist Kings, including Rastow, had used this skill recklessly, and he also remembered the time he used the nuclear blast, which made everyone consider him the Demon King. However, since the Horn of Calamity was an overly perfect technique, Leopinhart devised another solution. That solution was the skill he was about to use. This new skill consumed an amount of aura equivalent to chain bullets, with less destructive power than the Horn of Calamity, but increased combat range. It worked by converting mana into physical force and creating a wave effect with artificial aura and mana. Leopinhart shouted the name of the technique, Hybrid Horn of Calamity, as his and Stefan's attacks collided violently. He launched a punch containing terrifying power toward his opponent. Leopard's punch was delivered with terrible speed and force. Stefan was enveloped by the torrent of energy from Leopard's punch. Leopard's fist, resplendent with aura, impacted directly on Stefan's chest. The impact created a powerful shockwave. Stefan's armor shattered under the force of the attack. With eyes red from fury and wonder, Stefan could only exclaim, You. Stefan monologued in desperation, admitting he could not recognize Leopard's existence, recalling the feeling of being eclipsed in the past, before concluding that everything he had done was useless. Close-up of Leopard's fist exploding with a powerful golden aura. The fist lunged at a terrifying speed, piercing through the air. In a flashback, the young Russ von Tezcon knelt, admitting that since he met a certain opponent, he had always felt as if he were standing before a cliff. Russ stood alone in a desolate place in front of the invisible cliff that symbolized his limits. Stefan continued his monologue, comparing the attempt to surpass Leopard to climbing that cliff until his nails broke, but without being allowed to cross. Stefan screamed in pain as he was engulfed by the attack, feeling a deep desperation like falling from an infinite height. A bright golden explosion completely engulfed Stefan, who cried out that Leopard was that cliff to him. The explosion spread, creating a dazzling sphere of light. The landscape was left devastated after the explosion, with only smoke, dust, and residual energy remaining. In a flashback, Russ launched a gigantic blue energy slash and shouted, "Giant blade!" A wave of blue energy swept the ground, destroying everything in its path. "Ons Justenis, in his golden armor, Mokid." Is that all you've got, Russ? Eustace brandished the great sword the dragon, which glowed intensely, and ordered, "Roar, the dragon." The brilliant golden sword struck the ground with force, causing a terrible commotion. Russ was thrown by the force of the attack. Eustace lunged forward, challenging Russ. "How much longer do you think you can dodge?" Eustace launched a series of destructive slashes of golden light. Russ struggled to dodge the blue energy flows that Eustace fired at him from the air. Russ launched a series of blue energy attacks that impacted Eustace's armor. Would you like me to translate the conclusion of this training flashback and the aftermath of Stefan's defeat? The energy spheres exploded over Eustace, but did not seem to cause him any damage. Sirius concentrated all his strength into the sword, shouted 7 stars, and launched a powerful attack. Realizing his attack was ineffective, Russ grit his teeth and thought, so it doesn't affect him. Eustace stood firm, mocking that his ancient armor was impenetrable and wondering where Russ had obtained such a strangely thick artifact. Russ straightened up, questioning Eustace if hatred was blinding him to the situation and simultaneously reminded him of Eustace's defeat in their previous encounter. Eustace, in his golden armor, admitted, "You're right." Sirius showed surprise and confusion at Eustace's admission. Eustace drove the great sword into the ground, admitting he had lost the previous time and that Sirius possessed disproportionate power. With his eyes glowing intensely behind his helm, Eustace declared, "But I am no longer the same as before." Eustace began to summon power, shouting, "Come to me, O great ancestral powers. Envelop me in your immutable light." And his entire body was covered in flows of golden energy. A gigantic and complex runic magic circle appeared in the air, radiating a dazzling light. Eustace's armor transformed, with new and more complex details forming on his shoulders and chest. Russ exclaimed in awe, "What is that?" Upon witnessing his opponent's transformation. Throughout the city below, innumerable columns of bright golden light erupted from the ground, signaling a large-scale event. In another combat scene, Sirius launched the prison sword technique. An orc warrior shouted energy blast, and Leopard roared explosive burst. A bearded and burly warrior was amazed to witness the Chadan knights using magic despite wielding swords. Facing the knights in purple and black armor, the bearded warrior realized they were masters at dealing with aura users and admitted to having underestimated them. Leopard stood alone, surrounded by 5 knights, thinking that a true knight would be ashamed to abuse numerical superiority, but the Chadan knights only cared about money and victory at all costs. Leopard thought to himself that the pinnacle of the Chadan knights were these Zeppelin knights, who were willing to do anything to win, including coordinated attacks, raids, or backstabbing. Leopard unleashed a series of chain magic, combining freezing mist, airwave, and sonic vibration into a single attack. Elsewhere, the bearded warrior looked worried and wondered, "Damn it, is Lord Russ still fighting that guy?" A gigantic golden runic magic circle suddenly activated and glowed intensely from the magic circle. The parts of a complex, gold-colored mechanical armor began to assemble. The entire torso and legs of the gigantic armor gradually took shape amidst flashes of light. A close-up of the armored gauntlet of the armor being completed, showing the exquisiteness in every detail. Russ von Tezcon exclaimed in awe, "What is that form?" Eustace Tennis, now encased in the gigantic golden armor, declared it was his new power, the military gear Eldril Gigantus, which a great ancient sage had granted him to defeat Russ. Russ murmured the name Eldril Gigantus and commented that, according to his perception of magic energy, nothing had changed. Eustace, in his new armor, looked down at Russ with condescension and asked again, "Really?" Russ lunged into the attack, unleashing the ultimate 7 stars technique with powerful bursts of blue aura. Russ's attack impacted directly against Eustace's armor, creating an explosion of blue energy. Eustace laughed out loud, boasting that he had lost before only because the armor's defense was too weak, but now this new armor was an impregnable fortress that Russ's aura couldn't destroy and could even further strengthen its defenses. Russ grit his teeth bitterly, realizing the armor had absorbed all the impact, and even the joints were carefully protected. Eustace roared, "Roar, Eldrin," and his armor began to emit dazzling, gigantic bursts of golden energy. Columns of golden light shot out from Eustace's armor, destroying the ground and surrounding structures. The terrible destructive power continued to spread, causing a large building to collapse into pieces. From inside the helmet, Eustace let out a laugh of pleasure and madness. Russ dove into the middle of the explosion, thinking to himself that this sensation was exactly like fighting Leppenhart, and that he didn't expect Eudes to choose such a risky method. Godwin looked at Eustace flying in the sky with panic, worried because there was no time left, and he had to get the non-human races out of Zeppelin soon. At the west gate of Zeppelin, snow began to fall softly over the rooftops. Katamate led a group of dwarf warriors and burly orcs running quickly through the streets. With a determined look, Katamate let out a battle roar. Inilla welcomed a group of elves running toward them, among them Serendi, and was happy to see they had arrived safely. Katamate informed Inilla that although there were some obstacles along the way, it wasn't a big deal, and Inilla agreed. Inilla commented that it was strange. They were boasting that reinforcements were coming, which worried her, but in the end, nothing happened, and Katamate also experienced a similar situation when he was told an Ori user would appear. Inilla urged Katamate to leave quickly, and both concentrated their forces to prepare an attack. Katamate planted his battle axe, which emitted a bright red aura, while Inilla unleashed a burst of blue-colored frozen sword energy. The two powerful bursts of energy merged and shot directly toward the sturdy city gate. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of golden aura shot out from behind the gate. The golden aura burst collided with their attack, creating a terrible explosion and... Would you like me to translate the identity of the mysterious golden warrior guarding the gate? Inilla watched with a stunned expression. Gada. Mike also opened his eyes in wonder at the unexpected power. When the dust cleared, Inilla and Katamate saw an imposing figure. Inilla realized it was an aura user who had hidden his presence, while Katamate clicked his tongue, understanding why everything had gone so smoothly. Serendi and the other elves cried out in amazement as they recognized the figure. Tezcon, standing in the middle of a golden aura with his greatsword in hand, roared furiously. "Damn it, this cursed country. Why make plans if you don't follow them? Because of you. Everything has been messed up." Serendi warned Inilla to be careful, because he was the person who had managed to hold back Lord Leppenhart, which made Inilla realize this opponent was no ordinary one. Gada. Mike raised his battle axe, and with a serious expression ordered everyone. "Everyone get ready." Stefan, with a confused expression, asked again. "Get ready? Get ready for what?" With glowing red eyes and a cruel smile, Tezcon replied, "Get ready to die." Tezcon turned around, his cloak fluttering in the snowy wind, and ordered, "Phinia, surround them." Phinia began to recite an incantation. A gigantic magic circle glowed beneath her feet as she prepared to cast a powerful spell that would create a crimson curtain separating heaven and earth. A gigantic wall of fire suddenly erupted, causing the fleeing group composed of Serendi, the orc gladiators, and the elves to scream in panic, looking for a way to evade it. Serendi looked at the wall of fire in awe, thinking to herself that it was 7 times larger than a normal wall of fire. In the middle of the chaos, Katamate roared, asking everyone to maintain formation and use spirit magic to block the heat. A narrative voice explained that Phinia was using the Staff of Duplication, a forbidden artifact capable of casting a spell 7 times at once. Tezcan explained to Phinia that the staff had duplicated and cast her wall of fire 7 times, and confirmed that she had 3 uses left. Tezcan thought to himself that 3 more uses would be more than enough for this battle, while Phinia's staff ejected a spent shell. Looking at those who were trapped, Tezcan wondered why the army had not yet appeared to surround them as planned. Tezcan recalled that his plan was to use the Silver Sage's information-gathering abilities to thwart the escape plan, but the Zeppelin forces had not acted as expected. Tezcan was frustrated because even the Silver Sage's technology could not fully foresee Antares' plans, while Phinia wondered what tricks the opponent had used. Serendi stood firm, unsheathing her 2 swords, ready to fight, while Tezcan thought that just capturing her would be enough. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, bringing with them a blast of icy air. A powerful blast of freezing energy swept through, enveloping the entire fleeing group. Inilla appeared amidst the frozen mist, smiled, and assured everyone she would protect them, which made the elves and orcs sigh in relief as they no longer felt the heat. Inilla, Katamate, and Tezcan looked at each other with fury. They all understood that to break through the city gates, the fleeing side had to defeat Tezcan first. Katamate roared, "Forward, Hultron," and brandished his war axe, which glowed with red energy, charging forward, and Inilla also charged with her slender sword, radiating a frozen blue aura. Tezcan stood firm, preparing to face both attacks simultaneously. Tezcan's sword glowed with a golden light to block the attack. The 3 weapons clashed violently. Tezcan unleashed his spiral blade technique, while the red-haired girl watched the shockwave in horror. The collision destroyed everything around it. Meanwhile, Serendi raised her sword to the sky and shouted, "Come forth, my sworn companion Teratus." As the giant earth spirit emerged, a Styrian elf scolded furiously, "You two, be careful while fighting. We save them only for you to kill them yourselves." Katamate apologized awkwardly, while Inilla thought confidently that although the opponent was strong, she could still handle him. Tezcan drove his sword into the ground, thinking it would be better to resolve it himself, and mocked, "For an inferior slave race, you have quite a few skills." Katamate and Inilla were stunned by his arrogant attitude. Inilla commented that she had never seen anyone surrender with such arrogance. Tezcan smiled mischievously, declaring he never thought he would win with just this low-level body and that it was time to stop wasting time. From behind, Phineas shouted, "Tezcan, catch it," and threw an object toward him. A high-tech suitcase flew through the air toward Tezcan. The suitcase opened in midair, revealing intricate internal mechanisms that were activating. The parts began to transform and assemble into a giant mechanical armor. The armor began to attach to Tezcan's body, enveloping him. The torso part of the giant mechanical armor was fully formed, radiating orange energy. The massive mechanical gauntlet was also assembled and quickly attached. Finally, the leg part of the armor was also equipped, completing the transformation process. Close-up of Tezcan's giant mechanical armor. The intricate internal mechanical details glowed with an intense orange color. The helmet closed with a click, and flows of orange energy began to spread throughout the entire body. The massive armored feet struck the ground with force, causing the earth to crack into pieces. Tezcan stood in his full armor, energy surging, and declared, "I will show you your place, servant of the fallen demon king." Gada. Mike looked at the strange armor with skepticism, wondering how Tezcan could move in something so bulky. Without hesitation, "Would you like me to translate the ensuing battle between the armored Tezcan and the duo of Inilla and Katamate?" Inilla lunged into the air, her sword in hand glowing with a powerful blue aura. Tezcan, inside the mechanical armor, waited calmly for Inilla's attack without showing signs of defense. Inilla was surprised to realize that her opponent had no intention of defending himself and thought, He's not defending. When Anila's sword was about to strike, Tezcan suddenly unleashed his rotating shield, creating a vortex of golden energy that deflected her attack. Anila was thrown back by the recoil force, her face full of wonder at the power of the defensive technique. Watching from afar, Serendi was startled to recognize something familiar and exclaimed, "That is." Tezcan displayed the strength of the Jaimin unbreakable school, while Serendi wondered in amazement if that was Lord Lepenhart's technique. Katamate also charged, brandishing his giant war axe and roaring, asking if Tezcan was a schoolmate of the Messiah. The burning blade of Katamate's axe collided with Tezcan's golden energy vortex and was easily dissipated. Anila and Katamate stood side by side, amazed at the way Tezcan rotated to neutralize the impact perfectly, a defensive style identical to Lepenhart's. The elves from Styria who were watching began to whisper, wondering about Tezcan's connection to the Jaimin unbreakable school, which only had one successor per generation. Anila unleashed a stronger move, Blade of the East, her sword glowing with an intense blue aura. Tezcan did not dodge, but used the armored hand of his suit, radiating golden energy, to catch Anila's sword. Anila was left speechless, seeing her sword caught in her opponent's hand, unable to move even an inch. Anila used her ability to create multiple aura clones that attacked Tezcan from all directions simultaneously. Anila's countless blue aura slashes fell in unison, causing chain explosions. The ground shattered under the intense destructive power of her attacks. Inside the armor, Tezcan thought in amazement that this elf's swordsmanship was almost on par with Russ's in the past. Anila roared in anger. "What right do you have to call me a common elf while you cause havoc with that strange armor?" Tezcan clicked his tongue, realizing the battle would not be easy, and recited a spell. Chains of light that bind the four limbs, hold fast. Chains of blue energy suddenly appeared, enveloping Anila, making her exclaim in surprise, "Yeah, magic too." Immediately, Tezcan in his giant armor charged directly toward the bound Anila. He extended his massive mechanical hand, grabbed Anila's head, and called her an arrogant elf. Tezcan raised his other fist, accumulating intense orange energy, and shouted, "Take this." Anila grit her teeth, struggling to resist the tremendous pressure from Tezcan's hand. The flaming fist of Tezcan lunged right in front of her face, but Anila faced it firmly. Anila's eyes widened with horror, realizing she couldn't escape, and she thought desperately. No. Overwhelmed by power, she thought unconsciously, "I still haven't managed to seduce Lord Lepenhart." Tezcan seemed surprised to see that she had resisted the attack in that situation and praised, "You defended well." He raised both giant fists, challenging, "Let's see how long you can hold out." Anila used both hands, unleashing her aura to block the two descending giant fists. Katamate suddenly appeared with an expression of extreme fury, shouting, "Cursed savage." The dwarf warrior leapt into the air, brandishing his war axe which glowed with a red aura, and swung it forcefully against the armor's arm. Katamate attacked, while thinking he must increase his power to penetrate that stubborn defense. He gathered all his strength, making the red aura around his axe glow even more intensely. Katamate thought, "It's a good thing the guy has no intention of dodging." Tezcan watched his opponent exerting himself and thought, "So this is the unbreakable gym where there is no evasion in a direct confrontation." Katamate squeezed the handle of his war axe, and the bright red aura around his hand erupted with ferocity. He kicked the ground hard, making the surrounding earth crack into pieces. With a roar, Katamate swung his axe, releasing a gigantic current of red energy forward. The red energy current lunged directly toward Tezcan, who remained motionless. Just as the attack was about to reach him, Tezcan unexpectedly leaned and dodged it with ease. Katamate opened his eyes in wonder, unable to believe it. He dodged. Tezcan appeared right beside Katamate and said, "A direct confrontation? I like it. Those who face my school are always like that." A close-up of Tezcan's armored fist lunging at a terrifying speed. Tezcan launched a lethal counterattack, aiming directly at Katamate. Anila witnessed the scene with an expression of extreme horror. Katamate realized the truth, thinking that across the whole continent, it was said the unbreakable gym never dodged. He recalled that previous Fist Kings had never dodged, but had always faced attacks with dignity. Katamate understood that this was the trap the unbreakable gym had prepared, making their opponents believe they would never dodge. Would you like me to translate the next scene where Anila must make a desperate move to save Katamate from that counterattack? Anila shouted in despair as Tescon's punch was about to impact Katamate. Tescon's punch struck with force, sending Katamate flying in a spray of blood. The scarred orc leader and the other companions exclaimed in shock. No, it can't be. Katamate has lost. A brown-haired warrior and other members of the Frisian Liberation Front also watched Katamate's defeat in disbelief. A flashback appeared, remembering that Katamate was the greatest warrior of the Great Forge, who had defeated Knight Turvold to prove himself the strongest dwarf. The flashback ended with Knight Turvold lying dead and helpless on the battlefield. Back in the present, Tescon and his mechanical armor murmured that this wasn't in the plan, but it wasn't bad either. Serendi unsheathed her 2 swords, declaring she would start preparing the bait to catch the Demon King and lamenting that the blacksmiths of the Great Forge would hate her for breaking swords again. With eyes full of tears, Serendi thought sadly that perhaps she would leave this world even before the swords. Tescon thought it had been a long time since he faced the Demon King's lover, the goddess of madness, Valencia, who had caused the deaths of countless soldiers. Tescon loudly ordered Serendi that resistance was futile and that he would spare her life if she knelt. Serendi shouted, "Shut up, scrap metal," and summoned 3 giant spirits, an earth spirit, a fire spirit, and a thunder spirit, imploring the help of Ignatius, Udar, and Mjolnir. Tescon easily stopped the spirit's thunder attack with his hand and asked mockingly, "Is that all?" With a 0 impact, Tescon launched a punch at the ground, creating an explosion of orange energy that engulfed the spirits, and commented that he remembered the spirit's power being much greater. Serendi screamed in horror, unable to believe her spirits had been defeated so easily. Tescon lunged forward, launching a ki blast explosion, saying he would hold back because he needed her alive. The energy stream from Tescon's attack struck Serendi, shattering both her swords. Serendi cried out in pain as she was thrown backward by the force of the explosion. Tescon stood tall on the battlefield, looking down at the fallen Serendi. Anila, covered in wounds, tried to stand up and thought she couldn't allow Tescon to take Serendi as a hostage. Tescon appeared surprised to see that Anila could still move. Anila stood up with a defiant smile, commenting that Tescon's punch was a bit soft and calling him scrap metal. Anila asked confidently if Tescon thought he could defeat her so easily, while Tescon wondered in amazement why an aura user could use magic. Tescon admitted he had lowered his guard and allowed her to deliver a lethal blow. Anila mocked him, saying a warrior wouldn't be defeated as long as they still had a sword in hand, and stating that the nickname scrap metal suited him very well. Tescon offered to spare Anila's life if she surrendered and served him, but she flatly refused because he was too ugly. Tescon was stunned by Anila's response. Anila smiled with disdain, sarcastically saying that Tescon looked like a weak woman relying on a pile of junk. The wounded Serendi looked at Anila with concern, thinking she couldn't defeat Tescon in that state, and that Leppenheart would be very sad if Anila died. Anila suddenly wondered if Leppenheart would be sad if she died. She thought about it in silence and felt sad. Anila sighed, wishing she could have done many more things with him before dying. Determined to fight, Anila unleashed an extremely powerful frozen aura and thought that even if she couldn't win, she would tear off one of his arms. Tescon was amazed at Anila's insane ability to control aura, admitting he couldn't imitate it. Iniesoha condensed into thousands of particles that combined and separated, creating a gigantic ice sword with terrifying destructive power. Anila lunged forward, unleashing the final attack of the Snow Queen, the greatest warrior of the elven race, Absolute Spear. Tescon said it was a pity she was wounded, otherwise this might have been an interesting match, as his armor's thrusters began to activate. He clenched his fist, enveloped in a burst of burning orange energy. Ini la mokid. Why are you suddenly acting like a martial artist after using magic? Tescon lunged forward, propelling himself with a powerful kick off the ground. Tescon's flaming fist collided head-on with Anila's ice spear. A massive explosion occurred as the ice spear was shattered by Tescon's punch. Tescon looked at his fist, surprised to realize it was a key explosion strike. On a ruined rooftop, Leppenheart, in Tescon's body, appeared amidst the fiery sunset and shouted, "Here you are, Demon King." Anila raised her head. with an expression of awe and surprise at seeing Leppenhart's appearance. Inilla stumbled, her frozen aura shattering around her as she fell exhausted. Leppenhart rushed to catch Inilla and asked worriedly, "Inilla, are you okay?" Inilla responded with a faint smile. "I'm fine, Leppenhart," and thought to herself with joy that he had come for her first. She thought gleefully toward Serendi, who lay on the ground. "I won this time. Ha-ha." Serendi, with an expression of horror and deep shock, could only exclaim in her mind, "What on earth is this?" Would you like me to translate the next scene, where Leppenhart confronts the armored Tezcan and clarifies the confusion? Leppenhart turned to ask if Serendi was okay, while she only replied, "Yes, I suppose," with a look of resentment for being ignored. Leppenhart looked at Inilla, who was leaning on him, and wondered silently with concern if she was gravely injured. His gaze suddenly shifted toward Katamate, who lay motionless on the ground with a large hole in his abdomen. Leppenhart wondered in shock. Katamate? An aura user like Katamate lost to a metal golem? Tezcan, in his giant mechanical armor, raised his hand to greet him and laughed out loud. "Ha-ha, we meet again, Leppenhart." Leppenhart stepped in front of Inilla, and both looked toward the giant enemy with serious expressions. Leppenhart narrowed his eyes as he looked at Tezcan, his face showing great caution and concentration. He took a quick glance, evaluating the situation and the opponent in front of him. Leppenhart calmly faced the mechanical armor and commented, "I didn't know golems could talk too." Inside the helmet, Tezcan's face appeared, shouting enthusiastically, "It's me." Leppenhart recognized the voice and asked skeptically, "Tezcan, what kind of appearance is this?" While Inilla also looked up in confusion. Leppenhart asked if Tezcan had found something strange like Stefan, and Tezcan explained it was an ancient sacred artifact, the adamantral armor, making Leppenhart mock him, saying his master would cry in his grave. Tezcan asked naively, "Is that old man not dead yet?" Which made Leppenhart reply with annoyance, "My mistake, my thoughts slipped out." A man in a dark blue robe stood in the middle of a large crater, looked up, and told Tezcan, "You look pathetic, Tezcan. Everything is for the future of humanity. I can endure this small humiliation." The man, unknown, extended his hand toward Tezcan and declared in a loud voice, "Now I will put an end to this nightmare. O Demon King." Leppenhart shouted an order. "I'll handle this one. Everyone, get the people out of Zeppelin." Behind him, an orc gladiator carried the wounded Tila. Leppenhart turned to tell Inilla that she should also leave because the enemy was not just one. Leppenhart felt guilty for having to ask her for a favor, but Inilla, who was already on the wall, responded confidently, "Don't worry, I'm stronger than I look." Inilla warned Leppenhart to be careful with Tezcan's armor and high-level magic, but he stated that he knew it well. Inilla used her spear for support and propelled herself to leap agilely over the walls. Inilla landed on another watchtower, facing Phinia, who was waiting for her with a high-tech staff. Phinia asked Tezcan about those fleeing, and he ordered her to deal with the aura user, because taking down a strong one would be better than chasing the crowd. An overview showed Leppenhart and Tezcan facing off before the city gate, while Inilla and Phinia prepared to fight on the tops of two watchtowers. Leppenhart tensed his muscles and shouted furiously at Tezcan, "How dare you do that, Tezcan? I will appease the soul of Katamate, whom you killed." Tezcan, in his mechanical armor, extended his hand and declared, "I am no longer the Leppenhart you knew. I will show you the true power of the unbreakable gem." Leppenhart's eyes glowed with a golden hue, full of determination and fury. Through the helmet, Tezcan's eyes also emitted a similar yellow light. Both unleashed their energy simultaneously, causing the ground beneath their feet to crack violently. Leppenhart, wrapped in a burning golden aura, lunged to land a direct punch on Tezcan. Tezcan did not dodge at all. He swung the armor's giant fist, which also radiated energy, to meet him directly. Leppenhart's fist collided directly with Tezcan's armored fist, creating a heavy impact. The force of the impact shattered the surrounding air, creating a shockwave. Leppenhart was overwhelmed by the force of Tezcan's punch. His body was pushed back. The devastating punch from Tezcan sent Leppenhart back a great distance, showing the difference in physical strength. A dazzling explosion of golden energy erupted from their point of impact, illuminating the entire battlefield. Leppenhart's punch struck Tezcan's armored arm heavily, creating a spark of energy. Both launched continuous punches at high speed. Streams of golden energy splashed from every point of impact. Inside the armor, Tezcan silently praised. The angle, the posture, the timing, everything is perfect for an attack. Who would have thought this body could show such power in the hands of a mage? Lepenhart lunged to deliver a palm strike, making Tezcan exclaim, "Very impressive, Demon King." Both fists collided again, creating a terrifying energy explosion that shattered the surrounding ground. Lepenhart grit his teeth, his face showing clear determination and fury. Tezcan laughed with delight inside the helmet, roaring, "This is the feeling." Tezcan concentrated energy in his fist, creating a bright sphere of light. He launched a powerful direct punch, shouting the name of the technique, Gastrizen. Lepenhart narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "If I'm going to be hit anyway, I'll attack too. That's only fair." Lepenhart also concentrated energy in his hand, preparing to launch a Gastrizen to counter. Tezcan unexpectedly used his armored foot to crush Lepenhart's attack and said, "You're still not a complete martial artist. You should have considered the height difference." Thrown to the ground and spitting blood, Lepenhart suddenly remembered his master Gerard's words scolding him. "Why are you still so small? Disciples of the unbreakable gym must be over 2 meters. Making him think bitterly. "Damn it, is that why?" Tezcan looked down and commented, "Even so, you have assimilated my teachings well. Your reflexes are very good." Lepenhart quickly rose from the ground. He swung his fist toward Tezcan. "Would you like me to translate the moment Lepenhart discovers a way to bypass the armor's height advantage?" He roared the name of the technique as he launched a direct punch. Direct cannon. Tezcan easily raised his hand to block the attack, explaining that the direct cannon was only useful against multiple enemies and very easy to block because the force was not concentrated, while simultaneously executing the spiral guard. Lepenhart's attack was completely neutralized by a spiral energy current from Tezcan's defensive technique. A close-up of Tezcan's armored fist creating a whirlwind of yellow energy, neutralizing Lepenhart's attack. Lepenhart was stunned to see his technique neutralized with such ease. Lepenhart launched a powerful straight punch, combining the spiral and direct cannon skills directly at Tezcan. Tezcan, in his armor, also gathered strength, creating a similar energy whirlwind in his fist to meet it. The two punches collided. Lepenhart roared direct cannon as the energy current exploded violently. The energy from Tezcan's punch completely overpowered and repelled Lepenhart's attack. A terrifying explosion spread to the surroundings, destroying the ground as Lepenhart's attack was completely neutralized. Tezcan stood firm, explaining condescendingly, "The spiral guard can be countered by another spiral guard. Didn't your master teach you that?" Lepenhart fell to his knees among the rubble, bitterly admitting that he had never been taught that. Tezcan said indifferently that he had learned it himself, which made the veins on Lepenhart's forehead bulge with anger. Lepenhart thought to himself, realizing the difference in level despite belonging to the same school, as Tezcan had decades of experience and the mastery of a Fist King. He stared at Tezcan's armor, wondering what kind of sacred artifact it was that could transform him into the Fist King of the past, although he still considered it inferior to Tezcan's body in his previous life. Lepenhart scratched the torn part of his clothes, recognizing the power of the adamantine piercing suit, but still asserted that it could not compare to Tezcan, one of the strongest on the continent in his previous life. Tezcan asked, "Do you still find my attack ridiculous?" Lepenhart responded that he wasn't laughing at that. Lepenhart declared that he hadn't wasted time in his previous life either, claiming to be the greatest mage of all time and that he had once faced the 5 strongest on the continent alone. He leapt into the air, roaring, "I am the roaring chant, the glorious chant," releasing a stream of purple and golden energy. The stream of magical energy swirled, enveloping Tezcan, who was standing below. Lepenhart spun in the air, executing a burning kick, and shouted, "Rotating fire chariot. I spit wheels of fire to attack the enemy." He launched the fire wheel technique, a burning kick that struck down hard on Tezcan. The flames of the attack erupted violently. Lepenhart continued the sequence of techniques with flaming ignition prison. Lepenhart lunged forward, launching a straight punch wrapped in purple magical energy, and shouted, "Mix and penetrate, force hammer." Lepenhart's punch impacted Tezcan, causing a gigantic explosion of purple energy that sent the surrounding earth, and rocks flying inside the armor. Tezcan coughed and thought to himself about the incredible power of a simple spell cast at the right moment. Tezcan asked in amazement how Leppenheart could use magic without hand seals. Leppenheart simply replied, "I've changed it." Leppenheart explained that since using magic while striking was quite cumbersome, he had changed all the spellcasting movements to adapt them to the unbreakable style martial arts. Tezcan, with an expression of disbelief, thought with a raspy voice that it was madness that those rudimentary martial arts movements could become the basis for magic. An explanation appeared about somatics, indicating that the complex hand postures developed over hundreds of years were the most optimal way to control mana for each attribute. The explanation concluded that Leppenheart had, in an instant, completely restructured the system that had taken mages centuries to perfect. Tezcan grit his teeth, sweat breaking out, and silently recognized, just as expected of the Demon King. With glowing eyes filled with murderous intent, Tezcan declared that Leppenheart's existence was too great a threat to humanity. Leppenheart gave his opponent no time. He lunged and launched a gigantic stream of yellow energy with the linked key strike explosion skill. The powerful attack impacted Tezcan's armor directly, creating a massive explosion. The energy current continued to attack, pushing the gigantic armor back into a sea of flames. Leppenheart roared, ordering his attack, explode and freeze. Immediately after, he launched a blue frozen orb called Quarter Frozen Orb. Tezcan realized that Leppenheart had also transformed this move into somatics, and, knowing he would be in big trouble if he were frozen, immediately created a fire whirlwind to defend himself. Tezcan's fire whirlwind enveloped the armor, ready to face the approaching frozen orb. Leppenheart quickly launched another technique, creating a barrier of darkness that covered Tezcan. Tezcan realized it was level 1 dark magic, and wondered if Leppenheart was trying to blind him. The entire upper part of the armor was completely enveloped in purple darkness. Tezcan mocked from within the darkness, saying that an aura user wouldn't be confused just by being blinded, and fired a stream of pink energy. Leppenheart responded that he knew. His purpose was to use the mana flow concealment magic array to prevent Tezcan from sensing the flow of mana. Placed in a difficult situation, Tezcan wondered if their school could use such stealthy tactics if they also used magic. Leppenheart lunged forward, launching a burning punch called Fire Cannon directly at Tezcan's armor. A close-up of Leppenheart's resolute face as his punch impacted the target. Leppenheart continued attacking from the air, combining the impact, Gastreisen, and force cannon skills into a powerful kick toward the ground. Leppenheart's kick ignited a massive explosion that sent Tezcan flying and shattered the ground. Would you like me to translate the final stage of this battle, where Tezcan's armor begins to fail under Leppenheart's hybrid attacks? Tezcan thought with frustration that he couldn't go on like this, and decided to dissipate the blinding magic to feel the mana flow again. Just at that moment, Leppenheart appeared with an expression of anger and shouted, "How dare you use magic in front of me?" Leppenheart activated the double annulment skill, neutralizing Tezcan's magic just as he was about to use it. Leppenheart fired a barrage of yellow energy projectiles from both hands, attacking Tezcan incessantly. Receiving continuous hits, Tezcan thought bitterly, "Damn it, just by being blinded I've fallen into this situation." Leppenheart noticed that his opponent's armor was very hard and concluded that he must break that defense to attack the main body. He launched another extremely powerful punch at the armor, creating a violent shockwave. Leppenheart's fist was wrapped in a resplendent golden aura. The aura swirled around his arm as the punch penetrated Tezcan's defense. Leppenheart roared the name of the technique, Zero Impact, as he concentrated all his strength into the attack. A gigantic energy explosion erupted from the point of impact, submerging Tezcan and destroying everything around him. Leppenheart gasped with blood on the corner of his lips, thinking to himself that he had trained so hard to combine magic and aura, and yet he was still struggling like this. Inside the smoking armor, Tezcan couldn't believe he had fallen into such a pitiful situation despite having the adamantral piercing suit, amazed by Leppenheart's pure power without the need for sacred artifacts. Tezcan stood up again, recognizing Leppenheart's incredible power, and declared that he would defeat him here to save the future of humanity. Leppenheart responded with a raspy voice that he was fed up with the ridiculous future of humanity reason and wanted to end the battle quickly. Lepenhart and Tezcan roared at the same time. Their eyes shone with the will to fight. Both lunged at each other. Lepenhart's fist struck Tezcan's armor, creating a violent energy explosion. The force of the impact caused the surrounding ground to shatter. Lepenhart blocked the attack while thinking to himself that he couldn't break that resistant armor with ordinary techniques. Tezcan was also defending, thinking with frustration that this body was too clumsy and that the attacks were not having their full effect. The determined face of Tezcan and Lepenhart's body and the adamantral drill armor appeared, and he thought, only the Horn of Calamity remains. Lepenhart launched into a leg attack, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick. He spun, launching consecutive kicks that formed trails of brilliant golden aura, attacking Tezcan. Lepenhart's final kick struck hard, causing a small explosion on the ground. Suddenly, a current of purple energy enveloped Lepenhart, and he shouted in amazement, "Object control!" Lepenhart was thrown into the air when Tezcan used magic to lift a huge chunk of earth and rocks. Inside the armor, Tezcan mocked, "How clumsy, Lepenhart!" Lepenhart held his ground in the air as countless large rocks controlled by purple energy lunged toward him. He let out a cry, releasing a burst of brilliant golden aura from his body, shattering the approaching rocks. Tezcan exclaimed in awe, transforming the spiral guard into a drill shape. "Atudi amazing aura application." Lepenhart concentrated the aura in his fist, forming a rotating energy drill. The thrusters on the shoulders of Tezcan's armor began to activate, emitting a dazzling light. Energy burst from the thrusters, creating an enormous momentum. Tezcan lunged at full speed toward Lepenhart, who was also preparing for his attack. A massive energy beam was fired from the armor's chest, and Lepenhart was enveloped in the terrible explosion. Lepenhart thought with tension, "I've lost the opportunity to use the Horn of Calamity." Enveloped in his opponent's chi blast explosion, Lepenhart was repelled by a violent wave of energy. Inside the armor, Tezcan thought with glee, "If it doesn't use the Horn of Calamity, then use the Chi Blast." Very well. The long-range techniques of the Unbreakable Gym School were listed, including Chi Bullet, Chi Blast, Chi Cannon, and the Horn of Calamity, a melee technique whose power does not depend on distance. Tezcan decided to strike first, declaring, "If you're from the Unbreakable Gym, I won't let you use the Horn of Calamity first." Tezcan's armor fired furiously, creating a series of devastating explosions throughout the city as he shouted, "Of course, you have to go big." Lepenhart tends to resist, grit his teeth, and cursed. "That stupid bastard." He activated his aura, creating a defensive whirlwind to block the approaching barrage of energy beams. Lepenhart's energy whirlwind deflected and shattered all of Tezcan's attacks. Lepenhart landed on the shattered ground, still firm after successfully neutralizing the assault. Tezcan gave his opponent no respite. His gigantic armor lunged immediately. The armor's fist erupted with a bright orange aura, preparing for a powerful attack. Lepenhart recognized the skill with awe and exclaimed, "Horn of Calamity! I've lost the initiative again." Without hesitation, Lepenhart also gathered strength, preparing to launch his own Horn of Calamity to counter. Two energy currents from the Horn of Calamity, one from the gigantic armor and one from Lepenhart, collided, creating a terrible clash of power. Lepenhart, he broke into a cold sweat. His eyes widened as he realized something unusual about his opponent's attack. He noticed that Tezcan's fist was wrapped in 5 energy rings and wondered with horror. Could it be quintuple? Lepenhart looked at his own fist, which only had 4 energy rings. He analyzed that the power gap between quadruple and quintuple was abysmal, and his hybrid skill wasn't strong enough to win. Realizing he would surely lose, Lepenhart heard Tezcan's declaration as the quintuple attack completely overwhelmed him. "It's over, Demon King Lepenhart." Lepenhart grit his teeth and clicked his tongue helplessly as Tezcan's energy current repelled him. Lepenhart and Tezcan clashed. 2 fists wrapped in brilliant golden aura collided. A terrible explosion occurred when the quintuple and quadruple Horn of Calamity skills clashed. The destructive power of the attack shattered the ground into fragments. The surrounding structures were completely destroyed in the cataclysm caused by the explosion. A gigantic stream of golden energy shot out from the center of the explosion, sweeping everything in its path. Overwhelmed by the power, Lepenhart screamed in pain as he was repelled. The energy stream crashed against a wall, creating a violent secondary explosion. Leppenhart already lay collapsed in a crater, enveloped in a purple magic shield that was disintegrating. Standing amidst the smoke, Tezcan admitted, "I too was almost in danger." Tezcan explained that Leppenhart had used magic to protect his body at the last instant, and since Leppenhart had materialized every move, there was no reason the Horn of Calamity wouldn't have an effect. Tezcan declared that Leppenhart had narrowly escaped death, but that only meant his death had been postponed a little. Leppenhart, with a bruised and exhausted face, looked up with weariness but without giving up. Among the rubble, Leppenhart looked toward the night sky and the full moon, letting out a slight as a strange sensation washed over him. In his mind, Leppenhart saw a vast cosmic space and wondered, "What is this?" He continued, feeling this strange change while looking at the moon among the stars. Leppenhart recalled the image of the Horn of Calamity, the destructive horn that breaks everything. He realized that the essence of that skill was a pure explosion. A series of images of Tezcan's Horn of Calamity attacks passed through Leppenhart's mind. A dazzling flash arose in Leppenhart's mind, signaling a major enlightenment. Leppenhart's eyes widened. A spark of enlightenment flashed in his mind. He realized that this was the gift his master had mentioned in the past. In a memory, Gerard handed Leppenhart a map and told him he had prepared a small gift for him in the Teller Mountains. Leppenhart recalled the scene where, along with his former companions Atilka, Magellan, and Cyrus, they found fragments of a tombstone and wondered about it. Countless fragments with incomprehensible characters began to unite in Leppenhart's mind, combining a mage's thought and a martial artist's intuition. Back in the present, Leppenhart's hand touched the ground as he whispered in awe, "This is it." He clenched his fist, and a golden aura glowed as he realized it was the quintuple Horn of Calamity. He flashed a confident smile, despite the blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. Tezcan was stunned by Leppenhart's laughter and exclaimed, "What does that mean?" Leppenhart rose from the crater, his muscular body wrapped in a resplendent golden aura. Close-up of Leppenhart's robust body. The wounds were still there, but a powerful flow of energy was gushing out. The golden aura covered Leppenhart's entire body, manifesting his growing power. Tezcan wondered in amazement. Has he obtained a new enlightenment in this situation? Leppenhart exhaled, his face serene and full of power. Leppenhart's aura erupted violently, shattering the rocks around him. Tezcan roared furiously, "Damn it! If he's the Demon King, let him use magic." What is this awakening? Tezcan created a whirlwind of energy around his arm and shouted, "You're very stubborn, Demon King, but there won't be a second chance." Leppenhart faced Tezcan with a resplendent golden aura also swirling around his arm. Close-up of Leppenhart's fist. The golden aura concentrated into a powerful whirlwind. The aura whirlwind around Leppenhart's fist intensified, ready for a counterattack. Leppenhart concentrated all his golden aura into his fist, forming a brilliant energy whirlwind. In the midst of the devastation, he adopted an attack stance with power converging around his right arm. 5 aura rings overlapped around his arm, and in a low voice, he named the technique. This is the quintuple Horn of Calamity. Tezcan also launched a similar attack and roared with confidence. "Even if it's the same quintuple, your inner realm is not like mine. I'll crush you with pure strength." Leppenhart narrowed his eyes, his face radiating intense concentration in the middle of the aura. "Would you like me to translate the final clash between these two quintuple strikes and see who emerges victorious?" He smiled as a new concept flashed in his mind. Fusion of fist and magic. Tezcan, in his Demon King armor, suddenly realized something unusual. A flow of purple magical energy began to appear, enveloping the 5 rings of Leppenhart's golden aura. The purple flow became stronger and stronger, violently merging with the aura. The purple energy erupted, completely covering Leppenhart's arm. The two energy currents clashed and merged, creating a completely new power. Leppenhart smiled. His fist now radiated a 6-layered aura combining gold and purple, and he named the technique. Sextuple Horn of Calamity. Fist and magic fusion. Tezcan was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and exclaimed, "Sextuple? Sextuple." He was pushed back by an overwhelming force. shouting in disbelief. "This is absurd." Leppenheart tensed his body, preparing to launch the sextuple strike with all his might. Tezcan did not waver, still charging with his quintuple strike with a roar that echoed in the sky. Leppenheart launched his fused fist toward his opponent. Tezcan also responded with his quintuple horn of calamity strike. The two energy currents collided. Leppenheart's and Tezcan's fists were about to clash, creating a massive energy convergence point. The two devastating attacks met, triggering a shocking explosion that tore through the earth and sky. Panoramic view of a peaceful city under a vibrant sunset sky. Suddenly, a gigantic column of light shot toward the sky from the center of the city, creating a seven-colored halo. The light column erupted into a dazzling sphere of light, spreading energy everywhere. The light explosion continued to expand, covering a vast expanse of the sky. A towering spire stood majestically in the middle of the brilliant torrent of light. On the tower balcony, King Nadindagondo and the guardian Saraline witnessed the scene in awe. The king exclaimed, "That is..." From above, the light explosion seemed to be engulfing the entire city. Saraline trembled, crossed her arms, and felt a terrifying current of energy. She wondered in shock, "What is that?" With a tense expression and a bead of sweat rolling down, Saraline realized, it is truly ominous. Looking at the terrifying column of light, she thought to herself that the light was far too sinister. Elsewhere, an explosion of frozen blue energy destroyed a building. Inilla, the purple-haired elven warrior, launched an attack with sharp wind blades called Swords of the East. In front of her, Phinia raised her weapon and chose a purple hexagonal energy shield, shouting, "Arcane Force Field Shield." Inilla's wind blades collided violently against Phinia's shield. The impact created a large explosion, sending rocks and earth into the air. Inilla stood firm in the middle of the cold blast, while Phinia was silently amazed by her opponent's excellent intuition and combat instinct. Inside the shield, Phinia sighed in relief for having survived thanks to the theory of magic situational control and silently thanked Leppenheart, then corrected herself. No, it's Tezcan. Damn it. A flashback appeared showing Leppenheart, Tezcan in his previous body, and Phinia as orphaned children adopted by the Delphia Magic Tower. The flashback continued, explaining that the mages did not teach magic easily, and Phinia had to work hard for 3 years until the age of 12 before beginning to learn her first spells. The memory narrates that after starting her magic studies, Phinia proved to be superior to her peers, reaching the second circle in only half a year. However, Phinia never felt like a genius, because there was an 11-year-old boy who had mastered the first circle in only 3 days of magic study, and that was Leppenheart. In the library, Leppenheart naively told Phinia that she was a fool, so the mages wouldn't worry too much when comparing others to her, leaving her confused and asking what he meant. For years later, while others still struggled to assimilate knowledge, Leppenheart was always idle and created his own theoretical magic research for entertainment. He created the theory of magic situational control, a doctrine of causality that could alter the battlefield, along with many new methods. From mana concentration and meditation. Since Leppenheart used to teach these things to Phinia whenever he was bored, it was natural for her to reach a high level before turning 30. To Phinia, Leppenheart was a monstrous genius, and she owed him a great debt even after he lost his memory and became an aura user. Even upon awakening his aura and leaving the magic tower, Leppenheart took Phinia with him, helping her become an official mage without harming her body. To Phinia, he was both a savior and a childhood friend. Meanwhile, a massive explosion of light erupted in the distance. Among the rubble, Phinia and Inilla looked in awe toward the explosion, exclaiming the names Tezcan and Lord Leppenheart. A gigantic energy vortex formed in the air. A fist resplendent with gold emerged from the center of the vortex. Amidst the devastated landscape, Leppenheart stood firm, his fist still radiating terrifying power. Leppenheart launched the sextuple horn of calamity fist toward Tezcan's position, creating a devastating explosion. Would you like me to translate the final resolution of their clash and the state of Tezcan after receiving the sextuple strike? Inside the shattered mechanical armor, Tezcan grit his teeth, resisting. Tezcan looked up with hatred, murmuring, "This cursed demon king." He shouted in fury, unable to believe what kind of six-horned calamity that was, and questioning why Leppenhart dared to combine magic with the supreme technique of the dojo, calling it a fake. Leppenhart looked down, saying calmly, "As expected, you're still alive, Tezcan. You survived by deploying a magic barrier in that situation." Leppenhart analyzed thoughtfully that Tezcan had directed a 3-layer shield, a double shield, and a 7th-level prismatic barrier without using his hands, concluding that Tezcan's brain was truly a monster. Leppenhart mocked Tezcan, saying he should focus on punches instead of using mental enhancements like a mage, while Tezcan rose with great difficulty, lamenting that he hadn't been able to tear off his opponent's arm. Leppenhart looked down with a serene expression and asked Tezcan if he was interested in surviving. Tezcan looked up with an expression of wonder and suspicion, asking Leppenhart what he was plotting. Leppenhart praised Leppenhart's brain as the greatest in history, while Tezcan shouted in fury, asserting that he would not betray humanity for his life. Leppenhart asked if Tezcan still held that idea, and said he had hoped Tezcan's mentality would change by possessing a good brain. Leppenhart pointed to a city glittering with lights below and asked if Tezcan still thought he controlled them with magic or that they were corrupted by evil. Standing on the rubble, Leppenhart argued that Tezcan himself was now a high-level mage, and that he wouldn't have reached that level if he still considered other races as slaves. Leppenhart extended a hand, asking Tezcan once more if he really believed they were born to be slaves or if they appeared to be corrupted by evil. Tezcan kept silent for a moment with his head down inside his heavily damaged mechanical armor. Tezcan reluctantly admitted, "Yes, that's not entirely incorrect." Leppenhart smiled with relief, appearing to think his opponent had begun to change his mind. Tezcan raised his head with a cold gaze and continued firmly, "That is precisely why they are even more dangerous." Leppenhart's smile faded, replaced by an expression of shock and disbelief. With eyes glowing with resentment, Tezcan roared that this was the reason he could not tolerate their existence under any circumstances. Tezcan continued to argue that if they were not corrupted by evil. Tezcan's eyes shone with determination as he continued, "If that was their true nature." Tezcan flashed a sinister smile and concluded, "Then humanity must subject them even further." In his mind, Tezcan listed other races like elves, dwarves, orcs, and trolls, considering their superior strength and longevity as a potential threat that had to be eliminated. Leppenhart placed a hand on his chest, looking extremely disappointed, and asked why Tezcan thought that way, arguing that they could coexist perfectly. Tezcan responded with a contemptuous smile and a question full of sarcasm. "Why should we seek coexistence?" Tezcan coldly declared that the humans of today had fully asserted their position as the rulers of the continent. He continued to argue that the world was finite and that if other races regained their power, human territory would shrink 5-fold. A close-up of Tezcan's steady eyes, sweat dripping down his temples as he defended his viewpoint. Leppenhart shouted with rage, retorting that getting to know new cultures would expand the human world 5 times, not reduce it. Tezcan showed wonder and skepticism, asking Leppenhart what kind of a logical argument that was. Leppenhart looked at his opponent with a gaze of disappointment, realizing that persuasion was impossible. Clenching his hand glowing with aura, Leppenhart said in a sad voice, "What a pity, Tezcan. It seems you and I are fundamentally incompatible." Tezcan raised his head with pride and stated, "I am human. Isn't it natural for a human to stand on the side of humans?" He pointed at Leppenhart, questioning, "You're the strange one, Leppenhart. You're human too. Why do you oppose us?" Leppenhart let out a slight sarcastic laugh. He closed his eyes, responding calmly. Leppenhart opened his eyes with a penetrating gaze and asked in turn, "If I really oppose humanity, do you think my previous life would have ended like that?" He explained that if he had wanted to annihilate humanity, he could have easily used 10th circle magic to raise the capitals instead of fighting for coexistence. Leppenhart clenched both his burning fists, stating once more, "I am human. Naturally, I am on the side of humans." He looked at Tezcan with determination, telling himself that when it was necessary to give up, he must do so to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. Tezcan flashed a smile, appearing ready for the final confrontation. "Leppenhart, no," and raised his burning fist. He turned, preparing to launch the final strike when suddenly a figure lunged from the sky, and Leppenhart recognized in amazement that it was Phinia. Phinia raised her mallet, unleashed a gigantic stream of lightning, and shouted, "Thunder God's mallet! Thunder-breaking cannon!" Phinea's mallet accumulated lightning energy and duplicated itself. A terrifying explosion, a combination of fire and lightning, swept the battlefield. Phineas ran to the side of the fallen Tezcan and shouted worriedly, "Tezcan, are you okay?" Lepenhart wondered in awe about Phineas's incredible sacred artifact, realizing it could duplicate a spell into 7 attacks. Phineas stepped in front of Tezcan, pointed her weapon toward Lepenhart, and shouted, "Stand back, Fist King. You won't lay a finger on this man." Lepenhart looked at the girl who had just arrived and uttered her name with surprise. "Phineas, would you like me to translate the emotional confrontation between the former allies, Phineas and Lepenhart?" Phineas was startled, her mind full of questions. How does he know my name? Realizing that Lepenhart had no intention of attacking, Phineas thought to herself that she could take this opportunity to escape. Lepenhart became alarmed seeing Phineas activate an object that emitted a dazzling blue light, a torrent of white light. Extremely powerful, erupted, covering the entire area. Blinded by the sudden light, Lepenhart put his hand to his face in pain. Lepenhart's golden eyes narrowed as he tried to see through the torrent of light. When the light dissipated, Lepenhart looked at the empty space where Tezcan and Phineas had vanished and muttered a curse. Inilla appeared and questioned Lepenhart. "Why didn't you take care of that guy immediately?" She continued criticizing, saying that if Lepenhart had finished off Tezcan from the start, the mage wouldn't have had the chance to come rescue him. Lepenhart scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, "It's just that his talent is too valuable to kill." Inilla looked at him sternly, reminding him that Chancellor Carla had been an enemy, but became an ally, and suggested that Lepenhart also intended to persuade Tezcan the same way. She fell silent for a moment, then said with a tone full of implication, "But..." Inilla coldly reminded him of the consequences of that hesitation. "He killed Catamate. I was also on the verge of dying at his hands." She turned away and said that as a swordswoman, she didn't feel aggrieved by the defeat, and that Catamate, a proud warrior, would surely feel the same. Inilla looked at Lepenhart and asked curiously, "When you tried to persuade him, did Catamate's death even cross your mind?" Lepenhart remained silent while Inilla continued asking, "If the one who died had been Miss Ceres, would you have acted that way?" Lepenhart turned away, admitting to Inilla, "I was too stupid, Inilla." Inilla watched Lepenhart's back, thinking of him with a complex expression. This man. In Anilla's thoughts, the image of Lepenhart shattered. She felt that something was wrong with him. The scene shifted to the center of South Zeppelin City, where a column of bright light erupted among the burning buildings. The Golden Knight, Justine, laughed, loudly with arrogance, in the middle of the battle. Justine lunged into the attack, roaring, "How long are you going to keep dodging, Russ?" While Russ moved constantly to evade the blows. Russ gathered strength, wrapped his body in a blue aura, and shouted, 7 stars, wondering when his opponent's magic power would run out. Russ launched the 7 stars attack. 7 streams of blue energy fired directly toward Justine. With a determined expression, Russ struggled to create a gigantic energy sword and shouted, "Colossal sword." Justine received the attack. His armor glowed intensely and he roared, "Dragon's roar." A terrifying explosion of yellow and blue light submerged the entire area. Through the smoke and dust, Russ shouted furiously at Justine, "Where have you thrown away all the swordsmanship you learned? What is this barbaric act?" Justine responded coldly, "One learns swordsmanship to win. This is simply the best way to defeat you." Russ became even more enraged, criticizing, "How dare you brag when you only rely on the power of a divine artifact? Have you no shame?" Justine brandished his sword, creating dazzling trails of yellow light, and snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. You're the one who should be criticized for abandoning your own sword." Russ realized that his colossal sword and 7 stars attacks were ineffective against Justine's power. He decided to launch a new technique, concentrating all his energy into his sword. Russ struck the ground with his sword, unleashing a gigantic torrent of blue lightning, and shouted, "Lightning strike." A violent explosion of blue lightning energy rose from the ground, shattering everything around it. Justine stood firm against the attack and laughed loudly. "So now you have to resort to meaningless actions?" Shocked by the aftershocks, Justine let out a slight groan. Russ grit his teeth in frustration, thinking this technique was even less effective than the colossal sword, and realizing he couldn't unleash his true power just by imitating Calkin's techniques. Justine muttered to himself, mocking Russ as a bastard who used insignificant tricks and wondering if he should use a building to crush him. Russ thought deeply, is this the only method left? And squeezed the hilt of his sword. Justine noticed that Russ's movements had slowed and mocked, aiming for the unprotected eyes. Your movements have become slow, Russ. Justine continued provoking. Even you must be starting to get tired, right? While Russ concentrated energy in his sword, Justine brandished his sword, creating a brilliant golden halo. Justine's golden halo collided violently with Russ's blue energy stream. Justine watched calmly as his attack overwhelmed the opponent. Russ's blue energy stream was dissipated by the golden halo. Russ launched the Ghost Splitter skill, creating countless sword illusions that lunged at Justine. Justine remained motionless, unperturbed by the rain of illusory swords. Justine thought with contempt, how stupid, and a yellow light shone from the eyes of his helm. Do you think my eyes are my weak point? Justine unleashed a gigantic column of golden light called Eldritch Light that covered the entire area. Would you like me to translate the moment Russ reveals his original technique to counter Justine's artifact-enhanced power? Russ screamed in pain as he was completely submerged in the torrent of brilliant golden energy. Justine floated in the air, explaining that his new magic artifact released an almost unlimited amount of mana, allowing for a continuous bombardment like a rain of meteors without interruption. Looking at the struggling Russ, Justine thought that Yudiz's technique was truly overwhelming and concluded that someone who could survive the Eldritch Light like Russ could not, under any circumstances, be left alive. Russ gasped, sweat and blood running down his face, admitting in his thoughts that his opponent's technique was overwhelming him. Justine created a giant sword of light, thinking that Russ was superior to other enlightened ones and preparing to launch the final blow. Russ looked up with an expression of awe as the giant sword of light descended. From Russ's perspective, Justine's attack looked like moonlight piercing through the fog. In a close-up of Russ's eyes, he suddenly realized something while murmuring from the fog. Russ remembered Anila's technique, a technique with the most exquisite aura application he had ever seen and was unable to imitate. In a flashback, Anila explained the North Sea breath technique, stating that if one could manifest the change and transform the mental landscape into aura, they would achieve it. Russ reflected that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't divide aura into fine particles like mist, considering it impossible even for a god. He wondered why Anila had achieved the impossible and why the technique was called breath. Russ suddenly realized that Anila didn't control aura particles, but rather transformed the aura phenomenon into the mist phenomenon, just as breathing transforms air. He concluded that Anila's aura allowed for the transformation of matter. She didn't control each particle, but transformed the entire mass of energy into a form of frost. Russ thought of the three great elements that magic couldn't control: time, space, and matter, realizing that Anila had used aura to recreate a part of matter transformation. Back to reality, the golden energy currents of Justine's attack were flying at full speed. The golden energy currents continued to fiercely bombard around Russ. Russ reflected on his Ghost Splitter technique and realized the name had been incorrect from the beginning. He thought about naming the technique to reinforce its image and power, and then wondered if what he wanted was an illusory sword. Russ faced Justine's attack, stating that what he wanted was not a sword that deceived the eyes, but a sword that truly played with space. Russ squeezed his sword, wrapping it in a bright blue aura, and realizing what he truly yearned for as Justine lunged and roared. Die. Miserable bastard. Russ understood that what he wanted was a sword that existed everywhere. Russ realized that the sword he desired was something that existed everywhere and nowhere at once. Justine swung a brilliant golden sword strike while Russ understood. A sword as empty as the ether. Russ imagined his sword piercing through solid armor, transcending space. He thought of a sword that only cut the main essence and wished to be able to use it perfectly. Justine, with his golden armor, lunged with a boiling bloodlust. Russ launched the Void Horizon sword technique, a blue slash that tore through Justine's attack. With bright eyes and a confident smile, Russ declared that his sword transcended space and that no one could resist it. Immediately after, his complacency vanished as he imagined Leppenhart easily blocking all attacks with his muscles. He blushed and sweated, remembering the overwhelming power of Karkin, Halkado, Inilla, and Atilka. Russ looked at the head of the defeated Grelvis, telling himself he still had no right to be arrogant and silently cursing him. Inside the shattered helmet, Justine breathed maniacally. "Fine, kill me, miserable bastard." Rus stood over Justine's defeated body, raised his sword, and declared it was time to end this bad relationship. With a determined look, Russ affirmed, "Yes, I must kill him." He swung his sword downward, creating a violent explosion of blue energy. Russ's sword cut directly through Justine's helmet. A clean cut appeared, splitting the helmet in half. Justine's helmet shattered, revealing his bloodied and astonished face. Rus stood tall over Justine's motionless body among the rubble. He lowered his sword, looked directly at Justine, and said, "I won't kill you." Justine asked in surprise, "You won't kill me?" While Russ explained that the Eldrag armor had enough healing magic to stop the bleeding even if it couldn't reattach the amputated leg. With a look of hatred, Justine gnashed his teeth. "How dare you pity me?" Russ replied coldly that he was sparing Justine's life not because he liked him, but because of the Tense family. Russ questioned Justine about the consequences if he died, especially for his sister-in-law, reminding Justine of a noble's responsibility. Justine roared Russ's name, bitterly recalling that he had abandoned the family long ago, leaving Russ's sister-in-law living like a widow. Russ turned around and left, mocking that now Justine couldn't chase him and advising him to go home and have a grandson since that didn't require his legs. While Russ leapt into the air, flying over the ruined city, Justine's resentment-filled cry echoed behind. "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." As he moved, Russ thought to himself that he no longer had any attachment to the family and realized the family that was once so important now meant nothing. He trusted his strength, thinking the world had recognized him as the strongest swordsman and that he could easily obtain the title of Count if he wanted. But then Russ wondered. Would you like me to translate the next scene where Russ reunites with Leppenhart and they discuss the future of the captured knights? Russ wondered if it wasn't family attachment, then why couldn't he kill Justine, eventually admitting to himself he didn't know. Russ landed next to Caper, who was panting and thanked him for his help. Admitting the enemy was harder than expected, but Russ only urged them to move quickly. Russ suddenly asked about Sign's whereabouts, making Caper ask in surprise if he meant the young saint. Elsewhere, Ceylon was shouting in despair, "Oh, Philinins, why have you abandoned me?" Christine suddenly appeared and hugged Ceylon from behind, cheerfully declaring that the Godsire had protected Ceylon and they were now safe, while taking pride in her own strength. Ceylon tried to call for help, but Christine covered his mouth, asking him to be quiet so the monsters wouldn't hear them, which made Ceylon scream in his mind. "I want to be heard." Christine smiled radiantly, seductively whispering, "Let's go home, Ceylon, to our love nest," while Ceylon struggled and thought to himself that he didn't remember building such a thing. Christine carried the helpless Ceylon over her shoulder and turned around, asking with surprise, "Oh, my young saint?" Suddenly, a blue-skinned troll with daggers appeared on the roof under the moonlight, asking coldly, "What are you doing here?" Christine looked up, surprised to realize it was a troll, while Ceylon remained gagged and desperately pleaded for help in his thoughts. Gagged, Ceylon screamed in panic in his thoughts, wondering why no one noticed he was being kidnapped and begging for help. The blue-skinned troll asked in surprise, "An enemy?" Then answered herself that in Zeppelin, anyone who wasn't non-human was an enemy. The troll lunged with 2 daggers, shouting for Christine to release the young saint, while Ceylon thought desperately for her to go get reinforcements instead of fighting. Christine showed disdain, wondering why something so useless was running through the city, and then pushed Ceylon behind her despite him shouting for her to run. Christine unsheathed her sword and attacked the troll while still holding on to Ceylon. The troll agilely dodged the attack and recited an incantation to increase her size, making the fir forest explode. The troll blocked Christine's continuous slashes with her daggers, producing a shower of metallic sparks. Christine conjured as her arm lit up with crimson energy, making Ceylon, who was behind her, shudder in terror. Christine shouted to Ceylon, but her attack missed the troll and accidentally sent Ceylon flying through the air. Ceylon lay dazed on the ground while Christine frantically asked if he was okay, denying she was the one who did it, while the troll laughed out loud. The troll bowed and introduced herself as Titima, the Paguru of Atilka. Ceylon realized that Paguru means successor in the troll language and was shocked to learn she is Atilka's successor. An explanatory scene appears with Atilka meditating, indicating that trolls do not worship gods, but follow gurus who pursue the roots of their spiritual culture. The explanation continues with a guru sitting on a giant flower, teaching that all aspects of troll life require the power of shamanism, and that the guru is the doctor, priest, warrior, and king of the tribe. Ceylon thought that Titima wasn't just an ordinary guru, but the successor to a great guru, and had expected her to be much more muscular. When Titima asked, he only requested her to call him Ceylon. Titima affectionately called him Ceylon, which made him nervous, and then she pointed at Christine, reminding him that woman is the enemy. Seeing Titima close to Ceylon, Christine became jealous and growled, "How dare you seduce my Ceylon?" Christine drew a second sword, saying she was too precious to cut the throat of an ordinary troll with it. Ceylon looked at the sword with wide eyes, recognizing with horror what it was. Christine raised the holy sword of the Messiah, which glowed intensely, and prayed for the god Sire to grant his blessing. The narration explains that this is the famous sword that made a low-ranking priest named Nodi's famous 130 years ago. As Christine shouted, invoking Sire, the narration reveals that this sword can amplify any type of power the user possesses. Titima wondered in surprise where Christine got that sword, while Christine lunged into the attack and growled, "I'll tear you to pieces, filthy troll." Titima gripped her daggers, with eyes full of determination as she faced her empowered opponent. Both lunged at each other, unleashing a fierce combat between the golden glow of the holy sword and the rapid slashes. Titima struggled to defend against the torrential attacks, secretly fearing Christine's sudden power surge. Christine laughed triumphantly, boasting that the sword was a love gift from a great silver sage, and told Titima to consider it an honor to die by this sword. The narration reveals that after the death of the priest Nodis, the holy sword of the Messiah was gradually forgotten because its enhancement capability had a clear limit. The sword only grants the user power equivalent to an aura user. It doesn't make them a real one, making it useless against a strong opponent, but granting power to a weak one. Due to this characteristic, it became the target of second-rate warriors, passing from hand to hand countless times before disappearing from history. Seeing Titima at a disadvantage, Ceylon clasped his hands and prayed for Philinins to grant her the courage of a lion. As Ceylon continued to bless, a burst of pink aura enveloped Titima, making her feel surprisingly light. Titima realized she had also become stronger and lunged toward the stunned Christine. Ceylon exerted himself and declared he would support Titima, shouting, "Taste the terror of a priest with physical endurance." The narration analyzes that despite the holy sword, Christine's skill remains second-rate and cannot compare to a true aura user. Titima's skill was already comparable to Christine's, and now with the support of an excellent priest, she can reach her full potential and ask for the lightning blessing. Boosted in speed, Titima launched a lightning kick at Christine's sword. Titima spun in the air with her daggers ready, her body radiating a brilliant, boosted pink aura. The victim unleashed a flurry of continuous attacks, pushing Christine back amidst flashes of pink energy. Christine grit her teeth, her face showing surprise and tension at her opponent's power. Christine gasped, facing Titima in a dark alley with the holy sword of the Messiah still glowing. Would you like me to translate the final part of this battle, where Ceylon's buffs lead to Christine's defeat? He thinks that the holy sword of the Messiah is not actually a high-level artifact. It was created so anyone could use it, but its power leaks easily. Christine bites her lip until it bleeds, struggling to control the power of the sword. Christine shouts furiously, asking Ceylon if he really wants to be unfaithful, which makes Ceylon ask in confusion. Unfaithful to what? With her purple eyes glowing and a maniacal smile, Christine misinterprets Ceylon's words, believing she must overcome this trial to be worthy of standing by his side. Ceylon is terrified by Christine's expression and thoughts. Christine shouts in a fit of madness that she will become stronger to obtain Ceylon's approval. After her declaration, Christine turns around and flees quickly into the darkness. TT. Ma asks Ceylon in confusion what Christine just said, but Ceylon responds wearily. Leave her alone. She's always like that. Ceylon turns to thank Titama, saying that thanks to her he has survived. Titama suddenly shows her fangs and looks at Ceylon with a determined expression. Titama unexpectedly jumps on. Ceylon hugs him tightly and shouts, Cyan, I like you. You're incredible, causing Ceylon to panic. Still hugging Ceylon, Titama declares, Ready, now you're mine, explaining that she has a habit of marking her territory by rubbing her scent on objects. Titama asks Ceylon if he wants her to lead him or carry him. Ceylon is left speechless, imagining his other non-human companions carrying humans like luggage, and wonders if Titama is serious. Titama looks with curiosity at Ceylon, who is crying silently. Wiping away his tears, Ceylon accepts the offer to be carried, and Titama happily accepts. Carried on Titama's back, Ceylon jumps over the city rooftops under the moonlight. Ceylon prays enthusiastically to the god Philinins to grant his blessing, which makes Titama shout excitedly because her speed increases more and more. The scene changes to the rugged and snowy Koln Valley, north of the Duchy of Chadan. A map appears explaining that Koln Valley used to be a main trade route, but has now become a wasteland only for smugglers. Atilka stands on a cliff under the full moon, commenting that it is a magnificent sight to see so many people gathered. Seen from behind Atilka, a valley lit by countless campfires of a large settlement. In this barren and sterile wasteland, the subjects heading to the Antares domain have gathered, erecting countless tents. Close-up of the tents crowded in the valley at night. Inside a tent, Lepenhart smiled as he welcomed Atilka and said, You've returned safely. Lepenhart asked about the rescue operation, and Atilka reported seriously that they had managed to rescue the 107 captive compatriots without casualties. Atilka added that although generally not much blood was spilled, however little blood there was, it was still blood. Lepenhart reflected on Atilka's words and nodded thoughtfully. Atilka unexpectedly approached Lepenhart with a mischievous expression, offering to share a song of his tribe. In a starry space, the members of the troll tribe sang about the tears that awaken seeds, about the life cycle of all things. Atilka finished the song and asked Lepenhart if he understood, calling him King of Humans and our King. Atilka said goodbye and left, leaving Lepenhart completely perplexed and confused. The scene returned to the vast camp in the valley. Tezcan suddenly appeared with a furious expression, shouting at Ceylon. Hey, Brat, where have you been? Do you know how worried I was? Tezcan firmly grabbed the frightened Ceylon and shouted that he had thought something had happened. Ceylon struggled and responded. Something did happen. Christine kidnapped me. Khan sighed in relief and then asked Ceylon about the person who had been staring at them. While Ceylon explained it was Titama, Atilka's successor, Titama approached, saying with annoyance that it was the third time she had to introduce herself, which made Tezcan apologize awkwardly. Lepenhart appeared, interrupting the conversation and calling Tezcan, Russ, and Ceylon, urging them to prepare to move because everyone had already gathered. The scene showed a vast valley full of refugees, with a thought explaining that the number of non-human slaves who escaped from Zeppelin had reached nearly 10,000, and their rescue was only the first step of a gigantic logistical problem. Seibold Tauban, the leader of the Tauban Merchant Guild and the one who had prepared a massive amount of supplies, handed over a stack of documents and said, I've delivered all the goods, please sign here. Lepenhart thanked Seibold, saying that without his help, this mission would have been impossible. But Seibold humbly responded that he was only doing what a merchant should do. Lepenhart admitted he was quite surprised that Seibold had accepted the deal, which made Seibold scratch his head in confusion and confess that he too had doubted it a little. In his thoughts, Seibold remembered his ambition to become a great merchant and decided to bet on the White King because he believed Lepenhart would not fail. Seibold explained that his merchant guild was a borderless organization with no patriotism toward Chadan, and that he also planned to leave. Seibold smiled, expressing his intention to settle in the kingdom of Krobans in the future and hoping for the White King's favor. Lepenhart thought to himself that he was very grateful for Seibold's trust, but he was also worried that later he might be accused of being a henchman of the Demon King and be burned alive. Lepenhart pushed the worry aside, telling himself that this time he wasn't the Demon King, so that wouldn't happen, when suddenly an orc warrior on horseback approached at full speed and shouted, White King, the warrior. Orc urgently reported that a pursuit team had been sent from Zeppelin, which made Leppenhart turn serious immediately. The scene changed to a vast and desolate snowy mountain region. From a high cliff, a team of heavily armed magic knights from Zeppelin watched the valley where the refugees were camping. The commander of the knights, Klatt, commented that the slaves seemed calmer than he had imagined. Klatt correctly deduced that the Antares domain had helped in the escape based on the presence of dwarves and orcs using aura, along with the fact that many had witnessed the golden light pillar in the Zeppelin sky. Two knights next to Klatt said angrily that the slaves were a band of traitors worse than beasts for showing no gratitude after being cared for. Klatt suddenly turned and roared, scolding his subordinates to shut up because they themselves had lost track of the target and had no right to speak with such pride. Klatt declared that the Zeppelin Knights must obey his orders, as he didn't care if they were slaves or not. He only knew there were many aura users among them. Klatt thought to himself that his army was full of scum who accepted bribes and arrived late, and that he had to use them against the army of the famous Fist King. Leppenhart asked about the size of the pursuit team, and Darren reported there were a total of 7,000 to 8,000 troops, including around 1,000 knights, 2,000 cavalry, and the rest infantry. Darana felt relieved to see that the mages were absent as expected and asked curiously what Leppenhart had done to hold them back. Leppenhart smiled and explained that he had prepared a bait that no mage could resist by releasing some of his possessions in a village. Darana recalled the scene of a hooded figure writing a magic formula on a wall and realized that was exactly what Leppenhart had spoken of. Leppenhart explained that it was a magic theory missing its core part, enough to keep the mages busy deciphering it, which made Darana praise his intelligence, and he replied that he was once a 10th Circle Archmage. The flags, orange with the emblem of two crossed swords of the pursuit army, fluttered in the wind. The Zeppelin Knights advanced on horseback, shouting to the stupid slaves to stop resisting and surrender immediately or they would all be killed. The group of non-human slaves, including elves and orcs, cringed in fear at the pursuit army's threat. Leppenhart stepped before the slaves and reassured them not to be afraid, declaring that the enemy would not be able to touch a single hair on their heads. A subordinate of Klatt broke into a cold sweat, murmuring that Gerard was over 80 years old, so the person in front of them must be the current Fist King. Leppenhart, identified as the Fist King Leppenhart, took imposing steps toward the enemy. Klatt recognized the power of the Fist King Leppenhart, but mocked him, saying he was alone and couldn't protect all those slaves. Klatt gave an ultimatum, demanding Leppenhart surrender or abandon the slaves and retreat, promising not to pursue him. A Zeppelin knight angrily asked Klatt about his intention to let them go, but Klatt challenged him to go himself and pursue those monsters. Klatt thought to himself that Leppenhart certainly wouldn't run, because if he had intended to withdraw quietly, he wouldn't have initiated this confrontation. Leppenhart smiled with disdain, repeating the opponent's offer with sarcasm. Abandon them and run? Leppenhart roared a flat refusal while releasing a powerful aura. Commander Klatt shouted furiously, ordering the Zeppelin Knights to advance to show the power of Chadan. The mages recited spells in unison, enhancing the strength, speed, armor, and sharpness of the knights and granting them magic eyes. Klatt thought to himself that however corrupt the Zeppelin Knights were, they were still the most powerful force, and behind them were thousands of Chadan soldiers, so an aura user could not be invincible. Suddenly, Klatt's eyes widened in shock at the unexpected scene. Leppenhart, Inilla, Tazid, Cyrus, and the Karuga warriors along with the dwarves took their positions, ready for battle. Leppenhart unleashed a brilliant golden aura. Tazid smiled with disdain. A turquoise aura enveloped him. Katamate roared, releasing a green aura. Hadatum, with his horned helmet, radiated a burning current of energy. Kinger, with his boarhead helmet, emitted a blue aura. The dwarf warrior wearing a horned helmet also unleashed a red aura. The dwarf warrior with the helmet covering one eye also radiated a green aura. Cyrus concentrated his power, and a blue aura surrounded him. Inilla stared straight ahead, and a violet-blue aura emanated from her. The energy of all the warriors united and erupted with ferocity. A Zeppelin knight shouted with horror, "Oh my god, that sword aura! They are the aura users of Antares." The newly Rescued non-human slaves looked at the scene before them with eyes full of hope and wonder. Lepenhart roared, "From now on, in the name of magic, I represent the will of countless people," while the aura of his group shone intensely before the rescued ones. A combined energy current of various auras descended, creating a terrifying explosion in the middle of the canyon. Lepenhart roared, "Ordering, Rus." Cyrus lunged forward like blue lightning with the aura enveloping his sword. Lepenhart continued shouting, "Inilla," while she also lunged with her violet-blue aura. The successive energy slashes plowed the earth, signaling the start of the attack. Inilla and Cyrus led the attack, charging directly into the enemy ranks. Cyrus unleashed the 7 stars of the East Sword technique, creating countless sky blue sword energy currents in the sky. The sword energy currents fell like a meteor shower, devastating the land. Each energy current embedded itself deep into the ground, causing chain explosions. Lepenhart continued commanding with an imposing voice. Morrow-eyed, Sladiel, Caper, and Catamate. They roared in unison. "Would you like me to translate the next phase of the battle as the dwarf warriors and orcs join the fray to crush the Zeppelin Knights?" Releasing their red and green auras. Both unleashed the combined seismic impact attack, causing the earth to tremble violently from 2 enormous currents of energy. The Zeppelin Knights panicked before the overwhelming power. One of them stammered, "What is happening?" Tazid brandished his weapon, his turquoise aura overflowing, and shouted, "Forward, my comrades!" The Karkin, leapt into the air, summoned a green lightning bolt, and roared, "Karkin, thunder descent." Lepenhart shouted the names of Hadatum and Kinger as they also lunged into battle. Releasing burning and deep blue auras, Commander Klatt broke into a cold sweat, thinking with horror, "What are you planning to do, Fist King?" A series of energy explosions in various colors, red, green, blue, simultaneously impacted the canyon cliffs. Ice blue aura currents continued to bombard, causing large rocks to shatter and fall. Blue energy attacks exploded repeatedly over the rocky surface, creating a shower of debris. Seen from above, the brilliant auras like colored lightning plowed the earth, heading directly toward the army camped below. Lepenhart shouted Atilka's name, who, standing in the middle of a brilliant red energy whirlwind, raised his weapon while chanting a song about the pain of Mother Earth. With a resonant roar, Atilka swung his mace with force against the ground. A terrible earthquake erupted when Atilka's weapon struck the ground, releasing a red wave of destruction that swept the battlefield. The heavily impacted Zeppelin Knights shouted in terror, "What is this? What's happening?" The warhorses neighed in panic while one knight suggested the Fist King was using his slaves to perform demonic tricks amidst the chaos. The knight tried to calm the soldiers, ordering them to unsheathe their swords and be prepared. Lepenhart, radiating a brilliant golden aura, raised his fist and shouted, "I warn you, army of Chadan, those who value their lives, retreat." Commander Klatt roared furiously, urging the Zeppelin Knights not to be fooled and to keep charging, as the enemy only had 9 people. Lepenhart ignored the challenge and began to concentrate energy, making the golden aura swirl violently around his arm. The golden energy current twisted, firmly wrapping around Lepenhart's arm like ribbons of light. The aura continued to converge, becoming increasingly dense and dazzling around his fist. After accumulating an enormous amount of energy, Lepenhart clenched his fist, preparing to launch the decisive attack. Lepenhart smiled confidently and uttered the name of his technique, Fist and Magic Fusion. Lepenhart's fist concentrated the energy of the brilliant golden aura and mystical purple magic. He launched a punch forward, releasing an extremely powerful mixed energy current. Lepenhart's entire body erupted in a whirlwind of purple and golden energy as he poured all his strength into the attack. Commander Klatt showed an expression of horror at the power being released, while Lepenhart roared with authority. An enormous whirlwind of energy combining yellow and purple shot directly toward the enemy army. Lepenhart shouted the name of his ultimate technique, Sextuple Horn of Calamity, Fist and Magic Fusion. The earth cracked under the power of the brilliant golden energy explosion. The entire battlefield trembled violently as the explosion spread, sending earth and rocks flying. Columns of golden energy erupted from the ground, destroying everything in their path. The Zeppelin Knights exclaimed in horror, "Impossible! How can this be?" Commander Klatt shouted in terror, ordering the soldiers on horseback, "Everyone retreat! Retreat!" With an expression of horror, Klatt thought to himself about the Fist King's terrifying ability and shouted, "Retreat!" He realized that this attack was also being amplified by all the other auras as the ground below began to crack with blue light. Spheres of golden energy emerged from the cracked ground, ready to explode. Another series of violent explosions rocked the battlefield, creating enormous columns of fire. The entire area was submerged in a sea of fire and debris due to the terrible destructive power of the total attack. A series of terrifying explosions continued to devastate the battlefield, submerging everything in a sea of fire. Among the rubble, the Zeppelin Knights screamed for help desperately as they were devoured by the flames and pressure. Commander Klatt watched the scene of destruction in horror, murmuring in panic, "Oh my God! My God!" The surviving Zeppelin Knights stared stunned at the center of the explosion, unable to believe what had just happened. When the smoke and dust dissipated, an enormous abyss appeared where the cliff used to be, trapping his entire army at the bottom. From afar, a soldier thought in a daze about the unimaginable power of the Fist King, capable of destroying hundreds of meters of cliff. A subordinate desperately asked Commander Klatt what they should do, since they had no mages and could not overcome this obstacle. Lepenhardt looked down from above with a look of sufficiency, challenging the angry Commander Klatt. "Try coming up here." Lepenhardt's group observed the result. Atilka and the others recognized that the plan had been successful, but they also felt guilty for having destroyed nature. Lepenhardt explained that this catastrophe was a combination of the dwarves' knowledge of the terrain and his experience in mountain destruction, and then ordered them to depart, as it would take the enemy 2 weeks to go around it. The news of Lord Antares' ambush on Zeppelin and the liberation of all slaves spread across the continent, capturing everyone's attention. Many considered Lepenhardt's actions to be reckless and dangerous, like those of bandits going against the order of the continent by granting freedom to the slaves. However, among those who silently opposed slavery, the nickname Liberator Lepenhardt began to circulate. Despite the divided opinions, an orc slave shed tears upon hearing the news. Would you like me to translate the next chapter where the Liberator must face the political fallout and the bounty placed on his head by the Duchy of Chadan?